1 Risoliatsiv Sokransky Zbrad, 1932, p. 199, The Agricultural Resolution is ibid pages 201-6. A year earlier the Ukrainian TSIK demanded the firm adoption of a class policy in tax legislation, Bulletin. Il Sesi Ukrainskogo Central Nogoviko Navkogo Komat 08. Sklikania, number 7, April 17, 1924, p. 7. Little satisfaction was given to this demand in 1925, when the tax was assessed in the Ukraine in such a way as to give the maximum relief to the well-to-do peasant. A statement by Krupp Skia to this effect at the 14th Party Congress in December 1925 was qualified, but not denied, by Kaganovich, 14 SS Visa Soyuznoykom. Munistikiskoy Party, B, 1926 pages 160, 234, 292 The Economic Revival. On measures to raise and strengthen the peasant economy, which he submitted to the Congress, interspersed with a running commentary of his own. The preamble of the resolution took care to hold the balance between agriculture and industry and between different strata of the peasantry. Support from agriculture must go side by side with the further development of industry. And, while the application of any kind of administrative measures against the bourgeois, Q/AK, upper stratum in the countryside which is growing on the basis of freedom of trade, was dismissed as inappropriate, the policy of the Soviet government must be directed to real assistance for the poor and middle elements of the peasantry. Freedom for the peasant meaning freedom for the strong was, however, the keynote of the resolution and of the speech. Free choice by the peasantry of forms of land utilization must be preserved. Kamina admitted that the separation of the peasantry into individual Kudar or Otrov farms would undoubtedly delay the process of collectivization and mechanization of agriculture, and thought that propaganda should be conducted for forms of land utilization which facilitate the transition from small, scattered, out-of-date peasant farming to large-scale collective farming. But the resolution firmly took its stand on the strict observance of the right of free choice, the right to lease land, and to hire labor under the temporary rules of April 18, 1925, were reaffirmed. Price regulation by the government must not be applied in such a way as to establish ruinous obligatory prices for the peasant seller. Meanwhile, the peasant must receive financial help through the cooperatives to increase the number of horses and tractors. The resolution was more cautious in its approach to the still nebulous and half-realized problem of rural overpopulation. Kamina took up a phrase which was just becoming current as a panacea for this problem, the industrialization of agriculture, and challenged its usefulness. In the place of this clever, foreign, difficult word asterisk, it would be better to tell the peasant that what was really meant was that the products which he provided, instead of being X. 1 Tretai SS Tsavtov SSSR, 1925, pages 323-58, Kamina's main speech and concluding remarks are also in El Kamina, Stat I Rishi, 12. 1926, 202-44. E. Agriculture 293. Ported in a raw state for the benefit of the foreign capitalist. Should be worked up in factories at home. One way to relieve the pressure of the surplus labor force in the countryside was to extend the cultivable area through land improvement and reclamation. The government was granting 77 million rubles for such work in the southeastern regions affected by periodical droughts. A second way was to encourage rural industries and handicrafts. The resolution expressed approval of a decree of 10 April 1925, granting tax exemptions to rural workers and artisans who did not employ hired labor. A third way was to promote migration of peasants from the overpopulated areas to free lands and less congested regions. Having completed his reading of the resolution, Kamina made a broader attempt to defend the principles on which it rested. Nothing short of a cultural revolution would really raise the standard of agricultural production, to liquidate a leader. AC, to overcome the old servile traditions, the reluctance to work in common, the absence of initiative. This was the prime need. The implication was obvious that those who had advanced furthest on this path were the most deserving of support. Came. NEV dwelt eloquently on the need to remove certain restrictions, which were left over in our countryside as a heritage of the old, outworn epoch of war communism, and to allow the peasant to. One advocates of the industrialization of agriculture in the 1920s meant mechanization of agricultural work. But it so happened that Lenin in his early writings had applied the term to the development of commercial industrial capitalist agriculture, i.e. the transition from subsistence farming to organized production for the market, bringing with it the growth of rural enterprises and rural hired labor. Lenin, Sachi. Niniya, 3, 460, cf. Leninsky Spornik, 1932, 62. The industrialization of agriculture separates landed property from agriculture, and Kamini now interpreted, or professed to interpret, the phrase in this sense. Trotsky. Sakhinania, XXI, 435, had distinguished between the use of the term in this sense and in the sense of the industrialization of cultivation through mechanization and improved technical methods. For a review of the different senses in which the term had been used, see N.A. Agrar Front. No 6-7, 1928, pages 21-33. 2 for the decree CP 386 below. 3 for this policy see note A, migration and colonization, pages 551-63. Below. 294 the economic revival. Employ his labor more freely within the limits of the law and enjoy more freely the results of his labor. Such measures were essential to increase production, though, of course, it is first and foremost the well-to-do groups which are able to take advantage of these measures. He skirted delicately round the vexed case of the definition of a Kulak. We refuse to consider as a Kulak the peasant who, making use of the Soviet power, making use of Soviet credit, making use of the Soviet cooperatives, improves his farm, raises its technical level, acquires new machines on credit from Soviet industry. Finally, Kamini stoutly denied that the measures adopted since the autumn of 1924 represented any change of policy, and ended his speech with a galaxy of quotations from Lenin designed to prove that what was now being done was exactly what Lenin had prescribed several years in advance. This did not prevent KMNEV from describing these measures, in a later summing up, as a definite political act. In spite of Kamina's plea, the party stalwarts in the Congress showed little enthusiasm for the proposals. Behind the scenes, Zinoviev addressed the party fraction with rather more frankness than was permissible on the floor of the Congress. He referred openly to concessions to the well-to-do peasantry, and to crib the recognition of the right to lease land as an absolutely indispensable concession. He admitted that the Kulak in the village was a greater danger than the netman in the town, but used the specious argument that the way to curb the Kulak was to help the poor peasant. For the present the evil resides not in the power of the Kulaks, but in the fact that there are so many peasants in the villages who have no horse. One at the 12th All-Russian Congress of Soviets, which met simultaneously with the Third Union Congress, the People's Commissar for Agriculture of the RSFSR spoke still more frankly on this point. If there are no other means of resolving this question, then there is only one way out. We must create conditions in which some can sell their superfluous labor power and others can buy it. 12 B. Sarasievsky SS Tsavtov 1925. P. 201. 2 Tretai SS Tsavtov SSSR, 1925, P. 411. Agriculture 295. The conclusion was balanced and consoling. To a certain extent we free the hands of the Kulak, but at the same time we prepare to circumvent him, to isolate him politically. Scepticism was, however, not altogether eliminated. The debate on Kamina's report in the Congress elicited some frank comments from peasants and others familiar with conditions in the countryside. A delegate from Tambov, where the 1924 harvest had been a failure, spoke of 50 to 60% of hungry people and deaths from starvation. A delegate from White Russia, referring to the proffered remedy of migration, objected that only the well-to-do peasants could afford the costs of migration and resettlement, and they had no incentive to move. Another delegate dwelled wistfully on the land hunger in the Ukraine and White Russia, and on the empty lands in Siberia. One speaker remarked that he could not imagine how they will receive us at home when we come and tell them that the renting of land is permitted. Another complained that in Samara, in spite of official disapproval of frequent redistributions of land, such redistributions occurred every year. But no serious opposition was offered. No alternative policy was, or could be, propounded. The resolution was carried unanimously with a few minor amendments. The wager on the Kulak must be tried. The attempt made at this time to revive the agricultural cooperatives was part of the campaign to assist the peasant and to raise the level of agricultural production. These once powerful organizations had lost their raison d'etre under war communism, and had virtually ceased to exist. After the introduction of net they had been re-established under the terms of a decree of August 16, 1921, which encouraged the working population of rural local itis to form agricultural cooperative societies or artels for carrying out agricultural production in common, for organizing. 1. The speech was published in full in Pravda and Izvestiya, 26, May 27, 1925. 2 Tretai SS Tsavtov SSSR, 1925, pages 369, 391, 407-8. 3. The text is in Tretai SS Tsavtov SSSR, Postanov Linia, 1925. Pages 21-9, and in Sobrany Zakhanov, 1925, number 35, art. 248. Ca. P. A. 296. The economic revival. The labor of their members, for providing them with the necessary agricultural implements, seeds, fertilizers, and other means of production, for working up and selling the output of agricultural production, and, finally, for taking other measures designed to increase the quantity or improve the quality of the agricultural products of their members. But, in spite of this comprehensive description of their functions, agricultural cooperatives, like other producers' cooperatives, seem at this time to have found little support, and in the autumn of 1923, when the turnover of all cooperatives did not exceed 6 million rubles a month, produce cooperatives of all kinds accounted for only 1/6 of the total. Point to the troubles of the scissors crisis drew the attention of the party to the importance of an adequate system for the marketing of agricultural products, and the year 1924 marked an important stage in the rehabilitation of the agricultural cooperatives. The establishment in February 1924 of a central agricultural bank made possible the provision of credit facilities to be dispensed through the agricultural cooperatives. The 13th Party Congress in May 1924, in the course of a long general resolution on the cooperatives, referred especially to the weakness of the cooperatives in the countryside, and declared that the peasant must be organized not only as a consumer, but as a producer. Mention was made of collective marketing organizations already in existence for dairy products, flax, and potatoes. The summer of 1924 following the 13th Party Congress witnessed a general revival of interest in the cooperatives and the adoption of measures to assist them. From this the agricultural cooperatives also benefited, and a decree of the USSR of August 22, 1924. 1 Sobranio Zakonii, 1921, number 61, art. 434. 2 Vytoraya Sessia Central Nogo Ispolitel Nogo Komiteta Soyoza. Sovietsky Socialistic Republic, 1924, p. 39. 3 CP 501 below. 4 VKP, B, V Rizoliatsiak, 1941, I, 586. These three organizations, Maslot Center, Elnot Center, and Soyuz Kritival, together with a similar organization for fruit and wine growers, Plodovin Soyuz, apparently, remained independent of Selsko Soyuz, the general organ which controlled all other agricultural cooperatives. Planovi Hozyaispo, number 4, 1925. P 64. 5 C pages 457-9 below. Agriculture 297. Issued jointly by TSIK and Sobnarkom, redefined the functions of agricultural cooperatives in the same broad terms as the decree of 3 years earlier, but with more attention to details of organization. Agricultural cooperatives were to be placed under the general supervision of the Narkomsum of the Republic in which they worked, and were also subject, where they engaged in credit operations, to the special supervision of the appropriate financial authorities. 1 This decree, and the new credit facilities, now available to cooperatives, marked a substantial advance. At the beginning of 1923 the capital resources of the agricultural cooperatives of the RSFSR had amounted to no more than 57 million rubles. By October 1, 1924, they were said to have risen to 470 millions, or 560 millions including the Ukraine. The number of local societies in the RSFSR for granting agricultural credit rose from 1,600 in October 1923 to 11,500 in April 1925.7. Nevertheless, only 3 million peasants belonged to agricultural cooperatives as against 12 millions before 1914. The return to official favor of the agricultural cooperatives brought to light two different views of these organizations which prevailed in the party. Both schools of thought could fortify themselves with quotations from Lenin. On the one view, agricultural cooperatives were as they had been before 1914 organizations designed to help the individual peasant to produce and to market his crops efficiently and profitably. They were fundament ally capitalist institutions appropriate to the market economy of NEP. This was exactly what Lenin had said when, after the introduction of NEP, he had accepted cooperative capitalism as a temporarily useful form of state capitalism. The cooperation of small producers of commodities, inevitably, begets petty bourgeois capitalist relations and contributes to their development, brings capitalists into prominence and gives them the greatest advantage asterisk. 1 So Brain is a convoy, 1924, number 5, art. 11. 212 Rossiyski SS Tsavtov, 1925, p78. 3 Keter Nadsata Konferencija Rossiyskoj Kommunistiskoj Partii. Bolshevikov, 1925, pages 92, 132. 4 Lenin, Sakhinania, XXVI, 336, 4 Lenin's skeptical attitude towards producer cooperatives before the revolution. See the Bolshevik Revolution. 1917 to 1923, volume 2, p 125. H.S.R.I 14. 298 The Economic Revival. And Lenin's diagnosis was borne out by warning of the Party Conference of August 1922 against those anti-Soviet forces which systematically attempt to convert the agricultural cooperatives into a weapon of Kulak counter-revolution. But in 2 articles, or 2 drafts of 1 article, written in the last weeks of his active life, Lenin modified this criticism, and appeared to accept the view that agricultural cooperatives might serve as stepping stones to the eventual collectivization of agriculture, which was the goal and condition of a socialist economy. With us, he had written, the cooperatives, thanks to the peculiarities of our governmental order, acquire an altogether exceptional significance, and in our conditions again and again perfectly coincide with socialism. 2 These differences reflected 2 different basic attitudes towards NEP, both of which could claim support from Lenin's writings. 2 Those who regarded NEP primarily as a retreat into capitalism which would one day have to be retrieved were mistrustful of the cooperatives as capitalist survivals which must be temporarily and reluctantly tolerated. Those who treated NEP as the high road of advance towards socialism believed in the cooperatives as one of the major instruments of the transition. The agricultural cooperatives thus quickly became involved copyright in the controversies of 1924 and 1925 about the attitude to be adopted towards the Kulak. The argument that the cooperatives were the bulwark of socialism in the countryside could be rendered plausible only if they served the interests of the poor and middle peasants. The 13th Party Congress in May 1924 had declared it indispensable in every way to preserve the lower organs of the cooperatives from being captured and influenced by Kulak speculative elements which make, and will continue to make, efforts to use them as a springboard for their own advantage, thus discrediting the idea of cooperation among the broad peasant masses. The decree of August 22, 1924 confined the copyright right of membership of agricultural cooperatives to those enjoy 1 VKP, B, V. Rizoliatsiak, 1941, I, 465. 2 Lenin, Sakhinania, XXVII, 396. 3 See the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, volume 2, pages 275 to 9. 4 VKP, B, V. Rizoliatsiak, 1941, I, 586. A. Agriculture 299. In the right to participate in elections to Soviets a limitation, which theoretically excluded persons employing hired labor and therefore classified as members of the bourgeoisie. But the application of this provision, at any rate in the RSFSR, was modified by an instruction of the Narkomsum of the RSFSR of November 12, 1924, which laid it down that, whereas the limitation in question should be strictly applied to persons founding new agricultural cooperatives, it was not necessary, pending further orders, to expel persons not enjoying electoral rights from existing cooperatives. 1 Whatever party doctrine might prescribe, no regulation could do away with the hard fact that the membership of agricultural cooperatives consisted mainly of well-to-do peasants. The agricultural cooperatives were primarily concerned to provide an organization for the common working up and marketing of agricultural products, and it was the well-to-do peasant who produced for the market. These facilities were useless to the poor peasant engaged in small-scale subsistence farming. A modest beginning had also been made in the establishment of cooperatives for the joint ownership and hiring of agricultural machines. But a Gosplan report of the period described these associations as little share companies working for a profit and not making a rational use of their machines. 3 In other words, the poor peasant could not afford to hire them. It was well established that participation in agricultural cooperatives was greatest among the higher groups in the village. Participation was also greatest among producers of specialized and technical crops, and these were once again the well-to-do peasants working on a large scale. One quoted in L. Pavlotsky, Cooperativno Zakonodatelstvo, 3rd ed. 1925, p. 178. 2 According to an article in Ekonomическое Obozrenie, number 12, 1929. There were, in 1925, 4,500 cooperative machine depots lending out tractors and agricultural machinery. 3 Ekonomическое Season, February 21, 1926. 4 Selskohozyastvo and Apivtyak Vostanoblenia, ed. L. Kritzman. P. Popov, Y. Yakovlev, 1925, p. 717. Detailed figures appeared to show that the percentage of participation among different groups of the peasantry rose progressively with the wealth of the group till the highest group of all was reached. When it began to fall off, the richest peasants could afford to remain outside the cooperatives. N. A. Agrarnomfront, number 3, 1925, pages 118 to 30. See also Ibid, No. 11 to 12, 1925, pages 51 to 66, number 4, 1926, pages 95 to 6. WEL, Yen. PEE. E. 300 The Economic Revival. For the market. If the well-to-do peasant applied for credit, he easily got 100 rubles. The poor peasant was lucky if he got 5 or 10 rubles. 2 Examples were quoted of the hostile attitude of poor peasants to the agricultural cooperatives, which were regarded as the preserve of rich and strong peasants, and of refusal to admit poor peasants to membership. In the Vladimir province, the few Kulaks know how to organize and creep into the boards of the cooperatives. Old speculators and traders quickly worm their way into the cooperatives, complained a Siberian delegate to the TSIK of the RSFSR in October 1925, and it was alleged that, in the same year, a good half of the leading personnel of the cooperative branches in the Ukraine were counter-revolutionaries who had fought against the Soviet regime in the Civil War. Registered plausible evidence could be found to support the conclusion of a party investigator who reported that capitalist principles have secured most favorable conditions for themselves under the cooperative flag, and that the party leadership had taken as an example of a movement towards socialism what was really a movement towards capitalism. In these conditions, the campaign in favor of the conciliation of the Kulak, which gathered strength in the first months of 1925, enormously strengthened the case for the agricultural cooperatives, and insistence on their socialist character, bolstered by the Famous quotation from Lenin's last article became a popular item of propaganda for the party line. The decision to subordinate 1 in 1925, 28% of all peasant households were said to belong to agricultural cooperatives, but among producers of specialized products, milk, potatoes, tobacco, sugar, proportions up to 70 or 80% were registered. A. Union and B. Marcus, Razhvatai Savitskoye CAE. 1940, p. 214. 2 V. Sarasiaskik Centralny Ispolitelny Komitet 12 Soziba, 2 Cecipal. 1925, pages 215 to 16. 3 Na Agrarnom Front, No 7 to 8, 1925, p. 36. 4 Pravda, November 21, 1924. 5 B. Sarasiaskik Centralny Ispolitelny Komitet 12 Soziba, A. Sesia, 1925, p. 213. 6 Kooperatia v. SSSRZA Zeitlet, ed. V. Malutin, 1928. p. 243. 7 Yen. Yakovlev, Nasha Deribna, 1924, p. 65. Agriculture 301. The Kolkhozy to the agricultural cooperatives was, in effect, a victory for the well-to-do peasant. But even this could be plausibly depicted as a step towards the spread of socialist principles in the cooperatives. It was the 14th Party Conference of April 1925, with its growing emphasis on the development of agricultural production and on the conciliation of the well-to-do peasant, which attempted the first detailed discussion of the role of agricultural cooperatives. Rykov in his speech at the conference was less concerned than Bukharin had been to dwell on their potentially socialist character, silently dismissing the Kolkhozy. From the picture, he claimed that underneath the cooperatives had become our chief, almost our sole, lover over the peasantry. Since, however, the party and the government were committed by net to an agriculture organized on petty bourgeois principles, the chief aim of the cooperatives must be not the socialization of the process of agricultural production, but the organization of the peasants as producers of commodities. Rykov condemned the illusions of collective agriculture, as a year earlier he had poured scorn on the illusions of planting. The collective organization of a few peasant households working the land with the wooden plow is not socialist construction. We shall not build a socialist economy with the help of the wooden plow. On the other hand, he eulogized the tractor, which was revolutionizing the productive process to a far greater degree than a thousand agitators by demonstrating the necessity of cooperative methods in production as well as in marketing. A minor difficulty was caused by the attempt to combine the credit functions. 1 see pages 238 to 9 above. 2 Keter Nadsata Konferenция Rossiyskoy Communistiskoy Party. Bolshevikov, 1925, pages 87 to 90, for Rykov's earlier attack on planning. See the Interregnum, 1923 to 1924, p. 135. The wooden plow, saga, was a favorite rhetorical symbol of the backwardness of Russian agriculture. According to G. Robinson, Rural Russia under the Old Regime, 1932. p. 244, it is probably quite safe to say that more than one half of the peasants were still using it in 1917. On the other hand, it had disappeared from more advanced agricultural provinces before 1914. Mackenzie Wallace. Russia second at 1905 to 202 to 3, returning to the Smolensk province after 25 years in 1903, noted that the wooden plow had in the interval been everywhere replaced by the iron plow. YD Miss 9. 302 The economic revival, formerly exercised by separate credit cooperatives with the other work of the agricultural cooperatives. This placed the local agricultural cooperatives in a position of dual responsibility to the central cooperative organization and to the central agricultural bank, and peasants were said to be unwilling to entrust savings to organizations which also engaged in trade. Rykov explained that the two functions would in future be kept entirely separate in order to give the peasant full assurance that credit resources are guaranteed against all risks. The resolution of the conference, more eclectic in character than Rykov's report, laid down the functions of the agricultural and credit cooperatives in carefully balanced terms which took account of all points of view. Their first function was to organize credit for the peasants through independent agricultural credit societies financed by the Central Agricultural Bank. The second was to organize the collective processing and marketing of agricultural produce. Both these functions, which represented a revival of activities which had been well developed before 1914, accorded fully with the views of those who supported the cause of the independent and well-to-do peasant. The third item, the development of all forms of collective agriculture, kolkhozy and communes of every kind, etc., was a concession to those party doctrinaires who saw in current policy an unwarrantable deviation in favor of the Kolak, and believed that collective cultivation was the one and only key to the development of a socialist agriculture. The fourth item, which declared it to be a function of the cooperatives to supply the peasants with the means of production, reflected Rykov's eulogy of the tractor, and satisfied all schools of thought, though the possibilities of realizing it in practice were still extremely limited. Finally, the resolution returned to the vexed question of the social composition of the cooperatives by recommending that openly Kolak elements should be excluded. Copyright 1 Keter Nadsata Konferencja Rossiyskoy Communistiskoy Party. Bolshevikov, 1925, pages 90 to 91, 107. The Central Agricultural Bank was opposed to the mingling of the two functions, and wished to keep the credit cooperative separate and subordinate to itself. Vestnik Finansov, number 5. May 1925, pages 26 to 34. 2 VKP, B, V. Rizoliatsiak, 1941, 2, 17 to 19. 7%. From their boards of administration. But, since nobody was openly Kolak, and the interpretation of the rule was in the hands of bodies on which the well-to-do peasant predominated, this restriction would have little effect. Of the two approved purposes, underscore which agricultural cooperatives might theoretically serve assist, hence to the independent farmer and the encouragement of collective farming, the first continued throughout the middle 1920s to eclipse the second, and the corollary of this was that the agricultural cooperatives, which should, in the official party view, have served as a bulwark against the encroachment of capitalism in the countryside, began more and more to serve the interests of the small rural capitalist, the efficient and enterprising Kolak. The contrast which had been drawn at the 13th Party Congress between the alternatives of cooperation and capitalist development in the countryside was mainly wishful thinking. As a writer in Pravda admitted, the cooperative movement as a rule springs from the depth of the peasant masses, and lies outside the sphere of our influence. Once the major policy had been adopted of encouraging the efficient and prosperous individual peasant as the best means of securing increased agricultural production, every subsidiary instrument was mobilized and directed to this end. The agricultural cooperatives, rooted in a revolutionary tradition and representing the interests of the efficient and prosperous peasant, were among the most important of such instruments. D. The harvest of 1925. The resolution of the Party Central Committee of April 30, 1925, carried into effect by the legislative acts of the following month, was the high water mark of the campaign to support the efficient and well-to-do peasant farmer, to encourage him to increase and develop his individual holding, and to make him the fulcrum of a national economic revival. To its supporters the policy looked. Agriculture 303. 1 Ibid. 2. 15. This recommendation applied to all cooperatives, not merely the agricultural cooperatives. A delegate at the conference had protested even against this restriction, CP 283 above. 2 See the Interregnum, 1923-1924, p. 157. 3 Pravda, October 10, 1925. On me, 2. Ps. OE. I. 304 The economic revival. Like the logical outcome of NEP, once it had been decided to allow the peasant to trade freely and to base his economy on the bourgeois practices of the market, it seemed necessary in the interests of efficiency to carry this license to its conclusion. The introduction of NEP, also a one-sided measure designed to favor the peasant with surplus grain to dispose of, had paved the way for a striking economic revival. If this new extension of NEP had the immediate effect of increasing the prosperity and the productivity of the upper stratum of the peasantry, and of drawing new recruits into the stratum in popular language, of strengthening the coup/axe and of turning the more prosperous middle peasants into kulaks, the general spread of prosperity, which might be expected from the success of the policy, would affect other strata of the peasantry and other sectors of the economy, and thus, in the long run, like NEP, make its contribution to the eventual realization of a socialist order. But the new policy had another close resemblance to its prototype. It revived the controversy between those who praised NEP as the only true path to the socialist goal and those who emphasized its character as a retreat, and accepted it as a temporary, though necessary, evil. Precisely the same issue now arose in regard to the new policy. Was it to be described positively as an extension of NEP or negatively as a retreat? Zinoviev, who was about to make a report to a party meeting in Moscow on the proceedings of the 14th Party Conference and of the Third Union Congress of Soviets, inquired of his colleagues in the Politburo whether the concessions in regard to leasing and to the employment of labor were to be described as a retreat. 1 or 2. Members of the Politburo demurred to the use of the word, but did not press their objections, and it was formally sanctioned. The lines of division in the party leadership on the interpretation of the decisions of the 14th Party Conference and on the attitude to be adopted towards the well-to-do peasant were slow to crystallize. The position of Stalin was still highly ambiguous. 1 For this argument see the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917-1923, Volume 2. Pages 274-7. 214 SSV Socialism Communistiskoi Party, B, 1926, pages 113-14. Agriculture 305. His relations with Zinoviev, once Trotsky had been defeated, were marked by growing mutual mistrust. But Stalin, with his usual astuteness, seems to have recognized at an early date that the sharp turn of policy in favor of the Kulak, executed behind the back of the party conference, had outraged a large section of party opinion, and that the position had been dangerously promised by Bukharin's disarming frankness. While the 14th Party Conference was still in progress, he told the presidium of the conference, in the presence of Sokolnikov, Zinoviev, Kameny and Kalinin, that the slogan "Enrich yourselves" is not our slogan. This disavowal received, however, no publicity, and no word of dissent among the party leaders was allowed to appear. A few weeks later, an article in the new established Komsomo daily newspaper, Komsomolskaya Pravda, cautiously endorsed the slogan "Enrich yourselves." This provoked a letter of censure from the party secretariat, which described the slogan as not ours and incorrect. But the rebuke, like Stalin's previous criticism of the slogan, remained unpublished and unknown to the party in general. It continued to be assumed, both in the Soviet Union and by observers abroad, that Bukharin had spoken, if not for a united party, at any rate for a united leadership. 1 The authority for this is Stalin's own statement at the 14th Party Congress in December 1925, Stalin, Sakhaninaya, 7, 382, but the statement would hardly have been made if it was open to contradiction. In a speech of May 9, 1925, Stalin, in rejecting what he called the capitalist path for the development of agriculture, described this path as meaning development through the impoverishment of the majority of the peasantry in the name of the enrichment of the upper strata of the urban and rural bourgeoisie. Ibid. 7, 111, a veiled, but unmistakable, allusion to Bukharin's slogan. 2 The letter purported to convey first impressions and was written in the singular, but was signed collectively by Stalin, Molotov, and Andreev. It was quoted at the 14th Party Congress by Stalin, who added that a few days later the Orgbureau decided, with Bukharin's full agreement, to dismiss the editor of the journal. Ibid. 7, 383-4. The full text of the letter was not published till 1947, when it appeared in Stalin's collected works. Ibid. 7, 153-5. 3 Kamena at the 14th Party Congress alleged that Bukharin's slogan traveled round our party for a whole half year. 14 SS. V Socialism Communistiskoi Party, B, 1926, p. 254. According to Krupskaya, it was taught to the broad party masses as the slogan of the YL. E_306 The economic revival. Meanwhile those who had been primarily responsible for the April concessions hastened to consolidate their victory on the theoretical plane. The issue of the party journal Bolshevik dated June 1, 1925 carried not only the second half of Bukharin's speech of 17 April containing the incriminating slogan, but 2 other articles, clearly designed to support the current policy. The first, by 1. Litvinov, argued that the alliance with the peasantry, being everywhere a necessary condition of the victory of the revolution, demanded an intelligent sacrifice of the temporary interests of the proletariat for the sake of its permanent class interests. The second, by a certain Bogushevsky, bearing the title On the Rural Kulak and on the Role of Tradition in Terminology, quoted A.P. Smirnov and Kalinin with approval, spoke of the Kulak as a type of pre-revolutionary Russia, a bogey, a phantom of the old world, and suggested that the word should be dropped from current Soviet usage. The same issue of Bolshevik significantly published for the first time Lenin's note to the Politburo on the eve of the 11th Party Congress in March 1922 resisting and denouncing Preobrazhensky's theses on the rise of the Kulak and of differentiation in the countryside, and his letter to Osinski on the same occasion. The opportune disclosure of unpublished Material from the Lenin archives became a familiar maneuver as party controversies sharpened. At this point an unexpected intervention threatened to bring the issue to a head. Krupskaya, angered by what she regarded as a perversion of her late husband's views, wrote an article attacking the Bukharin line and the policy of indulgence for the Kulak, and sent it to Pravda for publication. Bukharin, the editor of Party, as the slogan of the Central Committee, Ibid p. 160. The Menshevik journal in Berlin described the phrase enrich yourselves as an appeal of the Politburo to the bourgeoisie, Socialistische Vestnik, Berlin, number 10. 104, May 29, 1925, p4, for the Smenovik reaction cp 323, note 1. Below. 1 Bolshevik, no 9-10, June 1, 1925, pages 16-38, 59-64. 2 For these documents see the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917-1923, volume 2. Pages 292-3, they were originally published in Leninsky Spornik, 4, 1925. 389-96, with a note by Preobrazhensky explaining that the theses were drafted by him on behalf of a committee set up by the party's Central Committee to examine the question. 4. We are, or Pravda, wrote a counter-article defending himself, and submitted both articles to the Politburo. It was a delicate situation. To veto the publication in Pravda of an article by Lenin's widow still seemed invidious and shocking to party consciences. But the argument against a public airing of differences between leading party members on so explosive a subject was also strong, and eventually prevailed. By a majority, the Politburo decided that neither Krupskaya's article nor Bukharin's reply should be published. The minority consisted of Zinoviev and Kamina. By way of counterpart to this snub to Krupskaya, the Central Committee requested Bukharin to write an article in the press renouncing the slogan enrich yourselves as incorrect. But the voice of the Central Committee was less authoritative than the voice of the Politburo. The request does not appear to have been treated as urgent. Bukharin went off for his summer vacation with the Pekin slogan still unwithdrawn. The unwanted experience of defeat in the Politburo piqued Zinoviev's pride. The first public hint of dissent at the summit of the party seems to have come in a speech delivered by Zinoviev in Leningrad on June 21, 1925, at a conference of party workers in the Red Army. The occasion did not invite a pronouncement on agrarian policy that Zinoviev should have chosen to make. Agriculture 307. 114 SSV Socialismo Komunistiskoj Partii, B. 1926, p. 270. This must have happened in the first part of June 1925. Krupskaya's article is said to have been sent in on the day after the appearance of Bukharin's article. The issue of Bolshevik containing it was dated June 1, 1925, but journals were not always published punctually. Neither Krupskaya's article nor Bukharin's counter-article was ever published, though both were printed and circulated privately by the opposition at the 14th Party Congress. According to Petrovsky, to whom Krupskaya showed the article, at the time, it pointed directly to the incorrect policy of the Central Committee and sought to turn party policy towards the smashing of the Kulak. 14 SSV Socialismo Komunistiskoj Partii, B. 1926, p. 168. Bukharin in his reply was evidently quite unrepentant. One passage from it was quoted at the 14th Party Congress, when we demand from the recipient of a concession an increased volume of production, we are in effect addressing to him the slogan, make profits. Not only the Kulak, but the concessionaire enters into the system of collaboration on the broadest lines, Ibid, p. 383. 2 Stalin, Sakhainania, 7, 382-3. Underscore IAE. 308 The Economic Revival 7. 1. And to secure prominence for it in the press, increased its significance. Zinoviev began by announcing that he proposed to dwell a little on the peasant question. Face to the countryside meant face to the middle and poor peasant. Some peasants had apparently interpreted it as a turning towards the well-to-do strata in the countryside, as a proof of the determination of the leadership to rely, not on the wretched peasant nag, but on the fat Kulak horse. The decisions on leasing and on hired labor had, in fact, been a serious concession to the rich top stratum in the countryside. To pretend otherwise was to offer the party a dose of sugared water. Zinoviev proceeded, evidently with reference to Bogushevsky's article, though he did not mention it, to poke fun at those who called the Kulak an obsolete category, a ghost of the old world, an unreal creature. On the contrary, the Kulak in the countryside is more dangerous, far more dangerous, than the Netman in the town. To deny the existence of differentiation was the symptom of a Kulak ideology. The economic regime which had existed in the Soviet Union since the currency stabilization was not socialism, but, in Lenin's phrase, state capitalism in a proletarian state, it was a net Russia, with growing elements of socialism. The very existence of the Kulak was enough to prove that socialism had not yet been attained. Opinion in the party was now on the alert, and any hint of further concessions provoked a sharp reaction. In July 1925 it was discovered that the People's Commissariat of Agriculture of the Georgian SSR had drafted a project for legalizing the purchase and sale of land. It was explained that nearly half of the officials of the Georgian Narkomzum were drawn from families of former princes, gentry, or clergy, and that the scheme had obtained the support of some communists. When news of it reached party headquarters, those concerned were heavily sent. 1. The main report of the conference appeared in Leningradskaya Pravda, June 24, 1925. Zinoviev's speech on the agrarian question, cribbed as an extract the commonplaces appropriate to the particular occasion were obviously omitted, was printed nearly a week later. Pravda and Leningradskaya Pravda, June 30, July 1, 1925. A TTTI equals Agriculture 309. Short and nothing more was heard of the plan. Sometime during the year the Narkomzum of the White Russian SSR drew up theses on the restoration of agriculture which appeared to encourage the multiplication of individual kuders and Kulak farms. This project was also vetoed by the Central Committee. In Uzbekistan the new course was interpreted as a surrender to the Bay and the Manap. In the Urals, the slogan face to the countryside seemed equivalent to face to the Kulak, and caused the poor peasants to lose all confidence in the party. The most serious heart-searchings of all were aroused in the Ukraine. It was in the Ukraine that every agrarian issue assumed its sharpest and acutest form, that the pressure of population on land was fiercest and differentiation between well-to-do and poor peasants most marked. Parts of the Ukraine had suffered badly from the partial harvest failure of 1924. In Volhynia, according to a statement made at the Ukrainian TSIK in February 1925, the situation was extremely grievous. Some 20 to 30% of the peasants were eating only potatoes, 10% had no potatoes, and could exist only by making oppressive bargains with the Kulak or by begging or in some other way. This no doubt fanned the flames of animosity against the Kulaks. In this atmosphere, the concessions to the well-to-do peasant decided on in Moscow at the time of the 14th Party Conference were received with mixed feelings by the party leadership in the Ukraine, and the unanimous endorsement of this policy at the 9th All-Ukrainian Congress of Soviets did not prevent the crisis. The fullest available record of this incident is an account of it given to the 4th Congress of the Georgian Communist Party in the autumn of 1925 and quoted in Leningradskaya Pravda, December 23, 1925. It was referred to at the 14th Party Congress by Zinoviev and by Arhonikich, who described it as a fool's project which had met with proper resistance. In the party, 14 SSV Socialism Communistic Party, B. 1926. Pages 118, 223. The allegation in L. Trotsky, Stalin, NY 1946, p. 397, that it emanated from Stalin is improbable. 2 Istorishevsky Zapisky, Sylvie, 1954, 302, no precise date or other details are given. 3 Na Agrar number 10, 1925, pages 10 to 11. 4 Bulletin for Sessii IW Visa Kogo Central Nogoviko Kogo. Komito, number 2, February 16, 1925, p. 23. 5 see pages 290 to 91 above. Breaking out in the summer of 1925. It occurred on the specific Ally-Ukrainian issue of the Committees of Poor Peasants, Com. Nezamazai or KNS. These committees were created in the Ukraine at a time when their counterparts in the RSFSR had already disbanded. But, like the Russian committee in 1918, the Ukrainian Komnezamazai inevitably became rivals of the village Soviets, and the struggle between poor peasants and well-to-do peasants assumed in this period the form of a struggle between Komnezamazai and Soviets for political power in the countryside. A struggle further complicated by the issue of Ukrainian nationalism, whose strongest adherents were commonly to be found among the supporters of the well-to-do peasant and the enemies of the Komnezamazai. The campaign for the revitalization of the Soviets in the spring of 1925 was an implicit challenge to their political ascendancy, and the new encouragement given to Ukrainian nationalism was a blow to institutions which had never associated themselves with the nationalist cause. But the major adverse factor was the decision of the 14th Party Conference, endorsed by the 9th Ukrainian Congress of Soviets in May 1925, in favor of the conciliation of the Gulag. A few days after the Congress, the Kharkov Party journal, Proletarskaya Pravda, was vigorously echoing the argument of Bukharin. 310 Economic revival. The peasant is afraid to accumulate, is afraid to purchase a new seed drill, reaper, harrow or plow, since he may at once be dubbed a Gulag, deprived of the right to vote, and in one way or another simply dekulakized. The new line was necessary in order to stabilize the peasant economy and to increase production. It was regrettable that some party workers in the KNS, and many members of them, interpret the new course as a wager on the middle peasant and as treason to the Komnezamazai. 1 See the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 2, p. 163. 2 The campaign for the revitalization of the Soviets will be discussed in Part 4 in the following volume, The Rise of Ukrainian Nationalism in a later volume. 3 Proletarsky Pravda, Kharkov, May 12, 1925. Agriculture 311. The issue came to a head at the session of the Central Committee of the Ukrainian Party in July 1925, when a debate on the future of the Komnezamazai was made the occasion for a radical dispute on agrarian policy. Petrovsky, at this time president of the TSIK of the Ukrainian SSR, seized the occasion to deliver a sweeping indictment of the growth of bourgeois tendencies in party policy. I am reminded a little of the days when the bourgeoisie prepared for the great French Revolution on the basis of the doctrine of the class struggle, and then, when it had got power into its own hands, and the working class began to organize and to carry on a struggle against it, the bourgeoisie made a stand against the class struggle. Are we not here, comrades, making a sharp turn? Today in some villages I am met mainly by middle peasants and well-to-do inhabitants, who thrust aside the poor peasant at such meetings. Can we wink at such a phenomenon? This tendency, trades, is now declaring itself very strongly. NEP is, so to speak, getting a move on, and, if we do not fear it in the town, do not forget that in the villages the poor peasants and the still weak communist organizations will find it difficult to cope with these NEP tendencies. But Popov, another Ukrainian party leader, thought that too many favors had been shown to those uneconomic elements among the village poor who like to lead a parasitical existence at government expense, and wish to dissolve the remaining Komnezamazai as an anachronism of the epoch of war communism. The demand for the liquidation of the committees was staved off by a decision to transform them into social and voluntary organizations to uphold the interests of the poor peasantry, and thus deprive them of their political authority, which would. 1 The speech, though not apparently published, was quoted by Zinoviev at the 14th Party Congress 5 months later, 14 SSV Socialism Communistic Party, B. 1926, p. 119. Kaganovich accused Zinoviev of tearing a single quotation out of its context, Ibid, p. 234, but quoted no other passages of Petrovsky's speech. It may be significant that Petrovsky had had a conversation with Krupskaya, who was visiting Kharkov at the time, Ibid, p. 168. 2 Also quoted by Zinoviev, 14 SSV Socialism Communistic Party, B. 1926, p. 122. 312 The economic revival. 4. Be automatically transferred to the Soviets. This looked like a compromise which enabled the institution to survive while destroying its efficacy. The wings of the Komnezamazai had been effectively clipped. Popov, who defended the compromise, afterwards admitted that remains of old anti-Soviet feelings among the mass of middle peasants had not been eradicated, that anything but confidence was felt between the middle peasant and the poor peasant, that the reorganization of the Komnezamazai had been painful, and that, at the next Soviet elections, while the activity of the middle peasant conspicuously increased, the active ITY of the poor peasants and of the KNS was relatively small. In the Ukraine, as elsewhere in the Soviet Union, the well-to-do peasant was in the ascendant in the summer and autumn of 1925. A report received at this time from the Ukraine by the party Central Committee showed, in the words of Krupskaya, how bold the Gulag has become, and how the poor peasants feel themselves abandoned. By this time the party struggle was approaching its decisive phase. As in 1923 and 1924, it was the harvest, the decisive event of the Russian year, which gave the signal for battle. Early fears Notwithstanding, the harvest of 1925 was excellent. The sown area showed a further increase over the previous year once more. A slight increase in the area under rye, and a much more substantial increase in the area under wheat and the technical crops *. In 1924 the harvest had yielded some 2,800 million PUDs of grain, of which 450 millions had been marketed. When the first prognostications for 1925 were made, the grain harvest appeared likely to reach a total of from 4,000 to 4,200 million PUDs, of which 1,200. This resolution passed by the Central Committee of the Ukrainian Party at its session on 23 to 5 July 1925 was endorsed by the Central Committee in Moscow in October 1925, VKP, B. V. Rizoliatsiak, 1941, 2. 40. 2. M. Popov, Nary's Istoria Communistic Party, B.I.L. Shabikov. Ukraine, 2nd ed. 1929, p. 287. 314 SSV Socialism Communistic Party, B. 1926, p. 160. 4 Control Night Cifrai Narod Nogohozyaisv NA 1926 to 1927 God, 1926. p. 337, IDG Zaitaleti Yasovitskoy Vlasti White Cifrak, 1917 to 1927, NT. 1927, pages 168 to 71. Agriculture 313. Millions might be made available for the market, and from 350 to 400 millions exported. Working on this basis, Sokonikov estimated that it should be possible for the state purchasing organs to collect 800 or 900 million PUDs of grain. The official estimate, made in July and formally approved by Stowe more cautiously, put the collection at 780 million PUDs. Even this prospect was sufficiently rosy. In August these hopes were damped by unusual ally early rains, which caused losses amounting to 230 million PUDs, and this led to a hasty cut in export estimates from 380 million to 235 to 265 million PUDs, with a corresponding revision of import programs *. Even after this adjustment, it was still a splendid harvest. The figures of preceding years were left far behind. When the final accounts were made up, the value of the 1925 harvest at pre-war prices was estimated at more than 10 million rubles against slightly less than 8 millions for the 1924 harvest. The grain harvest reached 4,400 million PUDs or 84% of the 1913 figure, which allowed for large exports. Other agricultural products registered higher percentages: potatoes, milk, fruit, and vegetables, and tobacco had outstripped pre-war levels of production. It was the harvest of the recovery. The troubles of 1925 began not, like those of 1924, from a tile failure of the harvest, but from unexpected difficulties in marketing it. Under the new policy laid down in April 1925, the attempt to apply maximum fixed prices to the 1925 harvest was officially abandoned. The state purchasing organs now worked on what were called directive prices. These prices, which were to be maintained, not by administrative action, but by the economic manipulation of supply and demand, were intended rather to protect the peasant against a fall in prices, such as might be 1 Na Agrar Namfront, No 7 to 8, 1925, p. 52, Planovi Hozyaispo. Number 9, 1925, pages 8 to 9, number 10, 1925, pages 47 to 8. This estimate was repeated by Kamina in his speech of September 4, 1925, cp 314, note 3 below. 2 Socialisticus Hozyaispo, number 4, 1925, p. 5. 314 SSV Socialismo Communisticus Party, b. 1926, pages 263 to 4. 266. 4 Planovi Hozyaispo, number 10, 1925, p. 54, number 1, 1926, pages 41 to 2. 5 See the tables in Control Night Cifrai Narod Nogo Hozyaispo NA 1926 to 1927. God, 1926, pages 339 to 44. Grain accounted for 85% of all agricultural production in terms of value. 314 Economic revival. Expected in a good harvest year, than to protect the state or the consumer against a rise. The Soviet leaders were no more immune than capitalist economists of the same period from fears of overproduction and falling agricultural prices. At the Third Union Congress of Soviets, in May 1925, Rykov had announced that this year the government will be strong enough, and will not allow prices to fall so far as to be injurious to the peasant *. Throughout the summer anxiety was constantly felt lest the expected good harvest should bring grain prices down to a ruinous level. On August 28, 1925, Pravda published, over the signature of a high official of Stowe and with an introductory note by Kame NEB, an elaborate estimate of the results of the harvest, which concluded by confidently predicting a universal fall in grain prices and diagnosing the presence of the preconditions for a new opening of the scissors. The moral was drawn by Kamina at a party meeting in Moscow exactly a week later. The task of price regulation in 1925 has consisted in not allowing the price of grain to fall below a given level. In connection with this, the policy of so-called directive prices has been adopted in 1925, i.e. a system of mass state purchasing, which should guarantee the peasantry a definite equitable price consistent with its interests and with the interests of the consumer of grain, of the worker, and of the peasant who buys grain. If we see that prices are beginning to fall, we must increase the demand on the spot and thus raise prices. If prices soar too high, we must call off our purchasers. Early in September 1925 the price paid to the grower for a pud of rye fell steeply, under the influence of bumper harvest prospects, to 101 kopecks, or less than half the price 4 months earlier. On the assumption that the fall would continue, the directive price 1 Tretai S * S Sovtov SSSR, 1925, p. 155. 2 Kamina's note, reprinted in El Kamina, Stat I Rishi, 12 1926. 299 to 300, for the first time mentioned the most serious social consequences of the concentration of grain surpluses in the hands of the well-to-do peasant, and quoted the figures which he used in his speech of September 4, 1925, cp 321 below. 3 Kamina's speech of September 4 was published in Pravda, 17, 18. September 1925, and reprinted in El Kamina, Stat I Rishi, 12, 1926. 303 to 37 Rot. Agriculture 315. Was fixed at 75 to 80 kopecks, at which level it was to be supported, if necessary, by extensive state purchases. The directive prices for other grains were fixed in proportion on the same principle. These apparently plausible calculations went hopelessly astray, and brought unright discredit on those responsible for them. The largest harvest since the revolution was paradoxically fall. load not by abundance, but by stringency, on the internal grain market, and by a strong upward pressure on prices. In the previous year, the fixed prices of the state purchasing organs had held their own throughout the autumn in spite of competition from higher prices on the free market. In 1925, the directive prices of the state purchasing organs failed to bring out buyers and were almost at once forced up in an unequal struggle to compete with the free prices. The first note of alarm was sounded in an article in Economikeskia's His of September 24, 1925, which admitted that the grain collections were falling behind the plan and prices rising. A few days later, an article in Pravda deplored the falling off in offers of grain, especially in the districts of the Ukraine, which was attributed to the shortage of industrial goods and the lowering of the agricultural tax. In August 1925, only 10% of all grain purchases were taken by the free market. In succeeding months, the percentage doubled or more than doubled. 3. The official directive prices for wheat, which was the commodity subject to the keenest free market competition, were immediately raised. But in spite of these elastic prices, grain was slow to come forward. Stocks in the consuming provinces actually fell between October and December 1925 *, nor did the increases in the 1 Planovi Hosiaistvo, number 9, 1925, p12. 2 Pravda, September 25, 1925, the writer was Malutin. The discrepancy between rising agricultural prices in the autumn of 1925 and the prognosti cations of Gosplan is shown in a table in Planovi Hosiaistvo, number 2, 1926, p74. 3 Na Agronom Front, no 5-6, 1926, p18. This figure is confirmed in Economikesko Obozrini, number 3, 1926, pages 43-4, where it is added that the percentage of the grain harvest in the central provinces taken by the main state organizations, meaning, apparently, Klevoprodukt and Goes Bank, but excluding the cooperatives, fell from 73 in August to 49-5 in September. For detailed figures, see EBIT, p48. For Economikesko Obozrini, March 1926, p46. 316 Economic Revival. Directive prices narrow the margin between official and free prices, or enable the state organs to regain control of the market. In December 1925, the free market price for rye was 50% above the directive price, and for wheat 33 per cent*. Many explanations were given of this unwelcome and unexpected turn of events. The substitution of directive for fixed prices had meant the abandonment of attempts to coerce the peasant, and the fruits of this change of policy were now apparent. Poor organization and competition between different state purchasing agencies were a source of weakness. Growing prosperity and the expansion of credit had increased the amount of capital in the hands of private purchasing concerns, and enabled them to trade on a larger scale. Private capital, wrote Smilga in Pravda on January 1, 1926, driven out of trade in industrial goods, has in greater part transferred itself to the purchase of grain. But the major reason was, beyond doubt, the increased independence and bargaining power of the well-to-do peasant. The peasant enjoyed a much greater freedom than ever before in the choice of the time and the terms for disposal of his surpluses owing to the decrease in forced sales. It was the first time, as Stalin later said, that the peasant and the agents of the government met face to face on the market as equals. The tax pressure exercised by the agricultural tax had been substantially reduced, compulsory price fixing had been shelved, measures of administrative pressure on the well-to-do peasant had been abandoned, and he had even been allowed to rise to positions of influence in local administration. Moreover, the peasant had learned the lesson of the harvest of 1924, when prices had been kept low in the autumn and winter and had soared in the following spring. A year earlier, the purchase and hoarding of grain by kulaks had been noted for the first time after the 1925 harvest. It became a regular symptom. The less prosperous peasants bring in their grain in the autumn, the more prosperous in the spring. The more prosperous peasants and the 1 Na Agronom Front, no 5-6, 1926, p 121. 2 see pages 318-19 below. 3 Preobrazhensky in Pravda, December 15, 1925. Sent. 4 Stalin, Sakhynia, 7, 320. 5 see pages 209-10 above. Agriculture 317. Middle peasants sometimes buy grain in the autumn and keep it till the spring in the hope of making money on it. From the Urals and from Siberia, from the Ukraine and from the North Caucasus, reports came in of a deliberate holding back of grain by the well-to-do peasants. A writer in Leningradskaya Pravda of November 13, 1925 could still express the pious hope that the kulaks who now hoard grain in the hope of reselling it in the winter and the spring at a still higher price will pay dearly for their irresponsible speculation. But, in fact, no such retribution was in sight. The well-to-do peasant, no longer pressed for money, and with little in the way of available supplies of trial goods on which to spend it, found himself in the position of being able to hold the state to ransom. In November 1925, Sokol Nikov was still talking of a reduced export figure of 200 million PUDs of grain *, but in the following month the full gravity of the situation became apparent. The grain collection for the year 1925-6 was likely to fall short by 200 million PUDs of the estimated 780 millions, and a decision of the Politburo suspended all exports. The vision of industrial expansion on a broad front, financed on the proceeds of ample grain surpluses, faded away. The kulak had shown himself master of the situation. One minor factor, which helped the kulak to force up grain prices in the autumn of 1925, was a glaring defect in the Makin area of collection. The essence of NEP had been the removal of restrictions on trade in the peasants' grain surpluses. Narkom 1 v Sarasiaskik Centralny Ispolitelny Komitet 12 Soziba, Vitoria. Sesia, 1925, p 470. 2 Economikesko Obozrini, number 2, 1926, pages 128-9, Na Agronom. Front, no 5-6, 1926, pages 20-21. According to the latter source, the kulak was more favorable and friendly to the Soviet power, i.e. sold his grain to the state purchasing organs at lower prices, in the North Caucasus than in the Ukraine. The Ukrainian kulak profited by greater concentration due to a more intensive economy, and by greater proximity to markets. Rykov confirmed that difficulties had been greatest in the Ukraine. Ibid, number 10. 1925, p5. Sharp variations of price occurred between different regions. Vestnik Finansov, number 9, September 1925, p3. 3G Sokolnikov, Finansov I Politika Revaluatsiai, 3, 1928, 231. 414 SSV Soyuznoy Communistiskoi Party, B, 1926, pp. 263-4, 416. Fraud with its requisitions had been wound up, and in the new conditions of trade no organ to replace it seemed necessary or appropriate. In 1924 Narkombuder began to establish its grain purchasing machinery in the form of a share company working on commercial lines under the name of Club of Product. But a decree of July 1925, which purported to give the Narkombuder of the USSR, acting through the Narkombudergs of the Republics, unlimited powers over all official collections of grain, evidently came too late. By this time other organizations were already active in the grain market, the cooperatives, the Gostorgi, state and provincial milling trusts, and, above all, Gosbank, which, retaining the tradition of the inflation period when grain was the most stable, and at the same time most liquid, of all assets, continued to carry substantial quantities as part of its reserve. All these organizations were independently engaged in the autumn of 1925 in purchasing grain from the peasant, and often competed with one another in the same localities, where the 318 Economic Revival. 1 Sobranizakhanov, 1925, number 60, art. 444. 2 A decree of the White Russian SSR of September 1, 1924 named the following agencies as entitled to participate in the purchase of grain in the territory of the Republic: the White Russian branch of Club of Product, the White Russian office of Gosbank, the Food Industries Department of the White Russian Bazynka, and Agricultural and Consumer Cooperatives. Zebrzakona Izahida BSSR, 1924, number 21, art 197. Attention had been drawn in 1924 to the inconvenience of this proliferation of agencies, but before the crisis of the autumn of 1925, nothing was done. El Camina. Stat I. Rishi, 12 1926, 348. 3 Throughout Eastern Europe before 1914 the financing of the harvest was an important function of the banks, which commonly held substantial stocks of grain. In the summer of 1925 Gosbank defended its interest in the grain market on the specious ground that the conditions of realization of the harvest have the most powerful influence on the volume of the bank. Mode issue, Economikeskias Hizn, July 1, 1925. The following table shows the respective shares of the three largest purchasing organizations, expressed in millions of PUDs of grain purchased. 1923 to 4, 1924 to 5, 1925 to 6. Club of Product 85 to 6, 128:9, 204 to 9. Gosbank 50:975, 107:5. Centrosoyos 37:328 560:0. NA Agrar Namfront, No 5 to 6, 1926, P22. Agriculture 319. Mutual animosities and public recriminations of their respective agents were a frequent source of confusion and scandal. Came. NEB spoke angrily of the bacchanalia of competition over the collection of the grain. The issue stirred up all those mental rivalries which were from time to time added to the other strains and stresses of the Soviet economy, and the peasant with grain to sell had every reason to encourage the perpetuation of a system which confronted him with the choice of competing buyers. The development of these untoward symptoms was accompanied throughout the autumn of 1925 by a progressive growth of tension and dissent within the party. The disappointment of the 1925 harvest was in no way comparable to the stringency of 1924 or the calamity of 1921, but it raised, in a far more direct and dramatic way than the troubles of the earlier years, the issue of political power, and brought about a new alignment of forces. Since 1923, the opposition, divided and unorganized though it was, had consistently objected to the policy of further concessions to the peasantry and of extended freedom of trade on the ground that this was incompatible with the necessary expansion of industry and the development of planting. This view was shared by Trotsky, Preobrazhensky, Pyatakov, and the group which had formed the nucleus of the 46, and was the antithesis of the official view that the expansion of industry required the development of a prosperous peasant economy through concessions to the peasant. The sequel to the harvest of 1925 seemed to justify the apprehension. 1. The abuse was a burning issue at the TSIK of the RSFSR in October 1925. The spokesman of the Narkombuderg of the RSFSR blamed the inexperience of the Narkombuderg of the USSR, Visa Rossiyskich Centralny. Ispolitelny Komitet 11 Soziva, Vita Sessia 1925, pages 445, 448, 452. 485, a lively account of the situation at Rostov appeared in Economics. K. Hizn, September 30, 1925, a good general description is in Planovi. Hozyaispo, number 1, 1926, pages 54 to 8. 2. El Kamini, Stat I. Rishi, 12, 1926, 526. 3. Kursin rather surprisingly defended this return to free market practices. By as a result of this parallelism, a certain rise occurs in the price of the commodities purchased. It benefits the peasant or the small producer, and the USSR as a whole does not lose, but rather gains, from his petition. L. B. Kursin, Voprozi Neshny I. Turgovli 1928, p. 127. Zions of this group, and to show up the unwarranted optimism of the official line. But the events of this year had also created a new focus of opposition in the form of a group which, while it had originally stood for concessions to the peasantry on a wide front, as the necessary consequence of NEP and of the policy of the link, was now shocked by the growing differentiation in the countryside and by a policy which favored a small section of kulaks and would-be kulaks at the expense of the great masses of poor and middle peasants. In the autumn of 1925 the new opposition found leaders in Kanevy and Zinoviev. Both had personal reasons for resenting the rise of Stalin's authority, and differences on official policy were no doubt sharpened by their dislike of Stalin's increasing predominance in the party. But the sincerity of the apprehension which they felt at the recent turn in policy need not be questioned. On this point Kamina's subsequent apologia rings true. 320 The economic revival. We felt a genuine profound alarm at a definite policy of the party at the moment in question. It seemed to us that a number of comrades, and the press in particular, were underestimating all those processes copyright, which go on not in the socialist, but in the capitalist sector of our economy. It seemed to us that the party was not taking into account the underscore difficulties created by the increasing accumulation in the hands of the kulak and the netman, the increasing estrangement from us of the poor peasant. Whether we were right or wrong is another matter, but we thought, comrades, that it was our legitimate obligation, of course, within the limits of the party statute, to say this to the party. This new opposition had for the present little in common with the industrial opposition, though a certain solidarity could be established between them on an anti-kulak platform and in a shared resistance to the official party line. The weakness of both copyright opposition groups lay in their lack of a definite positive policy. The introduction of NEP had been dictated by the impossibility of continuing to coerce the peasant. Everything that had happened since had followed from recognition of the same overriding factor. To withdraw support from the peasants who had 115 Conferencia di Socialismo Comunistico Party, B. 1927. p. 483. Carr. Agriculture 321. Surpluses to dispose of, to deny them the right to use their bar. Gaining power to dispose of those surpluses on the best terms. Meant a resumption of coercion, in however mild and attenuated a form. Neither opposition group frankly faced this issue, or showed any sign of having considered how far it was prepared to go. The defenders of the official line could always meet their attack by quoting Lenin on the need to maintain the link with the peasantry and by invoking the bogey of a return to the methods of war communism. Kamina's speech of September 4, 1925, in which he had laid down the official price policy for the harvest, also contained critical passages which foreshadowed the platform of the new opposition. In spite of the excellent harvest, there were black spots which could not be ignored. We should be bad Marxists if, for example, we simply rejoiced that we have a good harvest and did not put to ourselves the question, what is the social content of the harvest? Kamina estimated that 14% of all the peasants had harvested 33% of the grain, and held 61% of the grain surpluses available for the market, out of an estimated total of 1,200 million PUDs of marketable grain. 700 millions were in the hands of this 14% of well-to-do peasants. Kamina accused some party members of seeking to conceal or gloss over these facts. One comrade had asked, is the stressing of such figures compatible with the policy of developing productive forces in the countryside? Kamina went on to criticize the view of the cooperatives as the agents of socialism. Whom do the cooperatives help most? It is impossible to deny, and it would be an ostrich policy to deny, that the cooperatives as at present organized, being inevitably and spontaneously drawn into commercial exchange, give more help to the stronger strata. He quoted Trotsky, irrelevantly, but in order to emphasize dissent from his heresies. Kamina was at this very moment lending his support to the skeptics who were attacking the first control figures of Gosplan. He equally dissociated himself. 1 CP 314 above. 2 CP 353 below. HLS.R.I15. AEAEF. 322 The Economic Revival. From those who still thought it necessary to save the revolution by an agreement with the capitalist West. He concluded with a reassuring declaration of policy. We are not in the least power less in face of the growth of differentiation which can be observed in the countryside. It was necessary to set certain limits on the emergence of a top layer of kulaks, but this must be done by way of helping the middle and poor peasant to rise. The speech kept within the formal framework of the party line. But the change of emphasis was a challenge which, coming from the president of STO, could not be indefinitely ignored. It was apparently about this time that the Lenin Institute, which was under the direction of Kamina, published an article by Lenin, which had somehow escaped inclusion in the first edition of Lenin's collected works. The article had been written in August 1918 at the height of the campaign in support of the committees of poor peasants, and carried the title, Comrade Workers, We Are Marching to the Last Decisive Battle. It contained some of Lenin's most savage denunciations of the kulak, who hates the Soviet power and is ready to strangle and cut the throat of hundreds of thousands of workers, and it demanded merciless war against the kulaks, described as these blood drinkers, vampires, robbers of the people, speculators making their profit out of hunger. It was a reminder that quotations from Lenin, when invoked in current disputes, did not all point in one direction. At the same moment when Kamina was launching his guarded criticisms, Zinoviev attempted a far more direct and provocative attack. Early in September 1925 he submitted for publication in Pravda a long article entitled The Philosophy of an Epoch. The philosophy discussed was that of the Smenovikoitsi, and the article was a critique of a volume of essays by Ostrailov, recently published in Harbin with the title Under the Sign of Revolution. The volume was treated by Zinoviev as significant of a turning point in the history of NEP. Ostrailov had written that behind the NEP the socialist bourgeoisie is bound to 1 Lenin, Sakhinania, XXIII, 205-8, where it is said to have been published in a special edition of the Lenin Institute, presumably a pamphlet, in 1925. The exact date of publication has not been ascertained, but Zinoviev quoted it in October 1925, CP 326 below. Agriculture 323. Arrive, and, first and foremost, of course, the strong peas, and without whom no recovery of the health of our agriculture is conceivable. He looked forward to a recovery which would follow in the wake of peaceful economic evolution on these lines, and observed with satisfaction that the peasant is becoming the only real master of the Soviet earth. This, declared Zinoviev, was the same canonization of the kulak which could also be found in emigre publications. It was an illustration of the danger of the generation which Lenin had always regarded as inherent in the prolongation of NEP and the continued delay in world revolution. When Ostrailov said that the country is ready for normal life, he meant bourgeois life. He was the ideologue of the bourgeoisie, though, of course, of the new bourgeoisie. But Zinoviev was not really interested in Ostrailov. As Kaganovich afterwards said, the article professed to be about Ostrailov, but the real target was Comrade Bukharin. Zinoviev was primarily concerned to draw attention to the dangers of the kulak policy. Yes, he wrote in italics, the development of NEP together with the delay in world revolution is really pregnant, among other dangers, with the danger of degeneration. Lenin pointed this out a dozen times. This was followed by sallies against Bukharin, whether by name or not, can no longer be established. Then, by way of counterblast to the alleged encouragement of differentiation under the party line, Zinoviev launched into a rhetorical hymn of praise to equality. Do you want to know of what the mass of the people really dreams in our days? To express this dream in one word, the word is equality. There is the key to an understanding of the philosophy of our epoch. 114 SS v Socialismo Comunistico Party, B. 1926, p. 238. Zinoviev's use of parable was facilitated by the fact that Ostrailov had just published, in the Harbin Smenovik journal, Novosti Zizny, an article entitled Now Lettest Thou Thy Servant, in which Bukharin's enrich yourself speech was extravagantly applauded, and Ostrailov, Pod. Zinakom Revaliatzi I 2nd ed. 1927, pages 209-11. Two the passages so far quoted appeared in the final version published in Pravda, 19, September 20, 1925, and separately as a pamphlet, G. Zinoviev. Philosophia Epochae, 1925. 3 Stalin, Sakhinania, 7, 375. 324 The Economic Revival. In the name of what in the great days of October did the proletariat rise, and after it the great masses of the whole people? In the name of the idea of equality, of the idea of a new life on principles that are not bourgeois. The article concluded by predicting a serious struggle for the interpretation of the revolutionary line as laid down in the designs of the 14th Party Conference, and by calling on the proletariat to help the party to interpret this line in a strictly Leninist spirit. When this explosive document was received, Kalinin and Molotov were the only full members of the Politburo in Moscow. Molotov, in charge of the secretariat, sent it to Stalin, who, on September 12, 1925, from his vacation retreat, indicted a rude and cutting criticism. Zinoviev, he wrote, had been guilty of a distortion of the party line in the spirit of Lenin. In calling in case the interpretation of the resolutions of the 14th Party Conference, he had launched an attack on them. He had passed over altogether the central theme of the conference, the middle peasant and the cooperatives, in order to compare Bukharin with Stolypin and raise the slogan of equality, which was nothing but a piece of SR demagogy. He had even referred to the 1917 revolution as non-classic, which smacked of Menshevism. As a result of this broadside, Zinoviev's article was subjected to amendments and additions by members of the Central Committee. In the revised version, all allusions to Bukharin and his slogan had been expunged, though a faint reference to Bogachev's indiscretion was retained, and a passage was inserted insisting on the importance of the middle peasant and on the dangers of the left deviation of ignoring him. The rhetorical passage. 1. These passages were quoted by Oglanov at the 14th Party Congress, 14 SSV Socialism Communistic Party, B, 1926, pages 195. 6. The original text has never been published in full. 214 SSV Socialism Communistic Party, B, 1926, p. 318. Koubyshev, a candidate member of the Politburo and, as president of the Central Control Commission, an influential figure, was also in Moscow, and was concerned in this episode, Ibid, pages 441-2. 3. The episode is related and Stalin's letter quoted, in Stalin, Sakhaninaya. 7. 375, a reference to the cooperatives was also inserted, 14 SSVSE. Soyuznoy Communistic Party, B, 1926, p. 194. E. A. Agriculture 325. About equality was radically expurgated and rephrased, and the saving epithet socialist inserted before equality. In this form, the article was published in Pravda on 19 and September 20, 1925, and also appeared as a pamphlet. Though Stalin remained formally in the background, his guiding hand in the affair must have been apparent to Zinoviev, and made the breach between the two men irretrievable. How far the issue of policy still remained open is, however, shown by the appearance in the party journal at the end of September of an article attacking not only Bogachev, Sky, but Kalinin and A.P. Smirnov for their attempt to legalize the Gulag by denying his existence. The stir caused in the inner councils of the party by the incident over the philosophy of an epoch had scarcely died away when, in October 1925, a substantial volume of 400 pages was published from Zinoviev's pen with the title Leninism and the subtitle An Introduction to the Study of Leninism. The work was evidently designed to re-establish Zinoviev's claim, after the inroads made on it by Stalin, to be the authoritative exponent of Leninist doc. Trine. The preface was dated September 17, 1925, the very moment when the philosophy of an epoch was being revised in the Secretariat. It contained an expression of warm gratitude to Krupskaya, who had twice read it in manuscript and proof and given me much valuable advice. The book was said to have had its beginning in lectures delivered at the end of 1924 at the Communist Academy and the Institute of Red Professors. Indeed, the first half of it entirely reflected the atmosphere of the previous winter and of the campaign against Trotsky, dealing with such safe and well-worn topics as the relation between bourgeois, democratic and socialist revolutions, the supreme importance of the link with the peasantry. Lenin discovered the peasantry as the ally of the working class in the proletarian revolution, permanent revolution, and Trotsky's neglect of the role of the peasant. Halfway through the book, however, the theme changed, and Zinoviev turned to a more topical, though still muffled, attack on the present party leadership. At the end of a long chapter on Leninism and the dictatorship of the proletariat, he suddenly, 1 Bolshevik, No. 17-18, September 30, 1925, pages 51-9. 326. The Economic Revival. Introduced Ostrilov, whose collection of articles had recently come into my hands. This section closely followed the argument of the philosophy of an epoch, though in rather more explicit terms. Zinoviev quoted at length the passage in which Ostrilov had welcomed the slogan "Enrich yourselves," though he omitted the mention of Bukharin's name, and he noted that, according to Ostrilov, NEP was not tactics, but evolution. 2 dangers existed: the danger that the reins of the proletarian dictatorship might be drawn too tight, and the danger that petty bourgeois forces will put water into the wine of the proletarian dictatorship, unscrew the essential nuts and bolts, and thus offer to the bourgeoisie, and to the kulaks, the possibility of striking a direct blow at the basic pillars of the proletarian dictatorship. No doubt could be felt that the second danger was the real one in present conditions in the USSR. This was followed by 2 chapters devoted to Leninism and NEP. Zinoviev proved by copious quotation that, in Lenin's conception, NEP was a retreat. Moreover, the retreat was still in progress. We cannot celebrate the supposed victory of non-capitalist evolution in agriculture at the very moment when we are having to make supplementary concessions precisely to the capitalist elements in agriculture. Zinoviev went on to attack those who seriously maintain that there is no such thing as a Gulag in the contemporary Russian countryside, and who hold that accumulation will take place in the countryside almost by way of some immaculate conception. The economic order established by NEP was state capitalism in a proletarian state, state capitalism being a step on the road to socialism. At this point Zinoviev quoted Lenin's recently published article of 1918 in denunciation of the Gulags. The moral was plain. The class struggle continued and must continue. This reality must not be obscured by talk about cooperation between classes. If in 1923 the greatest enemy had been irresponsible _ 1 G. Zinoviev, Leninism, 1925, pages 215-20, the greater part of this chapter was published as an article in Leningradskaya Pravda, September 26, 1925. 2 G. Zinoviev, Leninism, 1925, p. 255. 3 Ibid, p. 260. 4 CP 322 above. OE8 *SEE. Eden Ogden in me or K and E sent. Re was S. IA. Asterisk. Grumbling, pessimism and whining about the ruin of the country. Into a glossing over of the class struggle in the countryside and a playing down of the danger from the Gulag. Point 1. So far Bukharin, though nowhere named, had been the princely pie target. But next Zinoviev turned his guns on socialism in one country, massing quotations from Lenin to prove the impossibility of creating a socialist economy in a single backward country. The controversy, like all discussions on this subject, had an air of unreality. On the one hand, Zinoviev was committed by the resolution of the 14th Party Conference of the previous April, which he had himself moved, to the principle of building socialism, and he now reiterated with the emphasis of italics that we must, can, dare to and are obliged to build it. On the other hand, Stalin did not deny that the completion of the building depended on the victory of the socialist revolution in other countries. At times the argument seemed to turn on the differences between two moods of the same verb, the one denoting the process, the other the completed act of building. The difference could be reduced to one of emphasis. Yet nobody who read this chapter could fail to understand that the president of the Communist International was opening fire, in the name of the international character of the revolution, on the Stalinist conception of socialism in one country. Agriculture 327. Lenin was from head to foot an international revolutionary. His teaching was applicable not only to Russia, but to the whole world. We, disciples of Lenin, must banish as a hallucination the mere thought that we can remain Leninists if we weaken by a single jot the international factor in Leninism degree. It was the first time that socialism in one country had been openly and publicly assailed. Stalin can hardly have failed to regard it as 1G Zinoviev, Leninism, 1925, p. 281. The NEP chapters appeared as an article running through 6 issues of Leningradskaya Pravda, 29 September. October 4, 1925. 2 Ibid, p. 326, the resolution of the party conference and the controversy about socialism in one country will be discussed in part 3 in the following volume. 3 Ibid, p. 318. In 1925 the danger was complacency, when it turns. 328 the economic revival. A declaration of war. Having delivered his broadside, Zinoviev returned in the next chapter to the relatively safe ground of the role of the party. But here, too, he registered a controversial point by insisting on the predominance of workers over peasants in the leadership of the Komsomol, and returned a belated answer, though still without mentioning Stalin's name, to Stalin's strict tours on his assertion of the dictatorship of the party. After these alarms and excursions, the book ended quietly with a commonplace and harmless chapter on Leninism and the dialectic. The situation was already tense when the party's Central Committee met at the beginning of October 1925 to prepare the ground for the forthcoming 14th Party Congress into Cm. Burr. This meeting offered the opportunity for a trial of strength, for which, as the sequel showed, neither side was yet ready. Kamina submitted a report on the economic situation which was lengthily discussed. It distinguished between 3 recent periods in economic policy: the period May-June 1925 when caution about the rate of expansion still prevailed, the period of optimism in July-August when massive grain surpluses were expected and ambitious export and import plans drawn up, and the new period of doubt in August-September when the losses caused by the early rains proved the portent of more serious difficulties in collecting the grain. The report contained, however, some contentious passages. The good harvest itself, though an enormous asset in strengthening and facilitating the cause of further socialist construction, is distributed among different groups of the peasantry in such a way as to intensify differentiation. While, therefore, the conclusion of the report that grain prices must be kept in hand by way of purely administrative measures was unexceptionable, the committee preferred merely to take note of Kamina's report, and instructed the Politburo, on the basis of the exchange of opinions which took place, to discuss practical measures and take a final decision on Comrade Kamina's 1 Ibid, pages 358, 360, for the dictatorship of the party CP 117, note 4 above. AQE. Underscore EA. Board. The puzzling situation in regard to the collection and marketing of the harvest provided a valid reason to postpone any important decision of policy, and everybody was relieved. Point 2 The second major item on the agenda consisted of a report and a resolution submitted by Molotov on party work among the village poor. The resolution, which apparently embodied some proposals put forward by Zinoviev and could therefore be regarded as a compromise between the two wings, had been approved in its fundamentals by the Politburo on October 1, 1925. The report which introduced the resolution was carefully balanced. The report admitted that differentiation was growing, but claimed, in opposition to Kamina's figures, that the mass of grain is produced and thrown on the market by the mass of middle peasants. Molotov repeated the now familiar diagnosis of the Agriculture 329. 1 Kamina's report and draft resolution are in El Kamina, Stat I Rishi. 12, 1926, 347-71, an abbreviated text of the report appeared in Pravda. October 24, 1925. The decision of the Central Committee was published in Pravda, October 15, 1925, and is in VKP, B. V. Rizoliatsiak, 1941, 2. 32 Kamina's report contained a table which showed the distribution of the surpluses. Percentage. Area of total of population production surpluses. No sown land. Up to 1 deciaton. 1 to 2 deciatons. 2s. 34 CS. Over 10 deciatons. El Kamina, Stat I Rishi, 12 1926, 355-6, the last column leaves 2 poor. Cent unaccounted for. Dip et. 2 The relief was plainly expressed in a leading article in Pravda, 15. October 1925. 314 SSV Socialismo Komunistiskoj Party, B, 1926, pp. 457-8. 4. Pravda, October 2, 1925, Leningradskaya Pravda, October 6, 1925. Hashtag. 330 The Economic Revival. 7. 2 Potential deviations for and against the Gulag, using Bogush Evsky as an example of the first and Lerin of the second, as a further example of the latter. He now added an article in a Ukrainian journal protesting against the altered status of the Komizamazai. The resolution underwent minor amendments in the committee. A passage recommending that the organizations of poor peasants in Central Asia should follow the example set by the Komizamazai was omitted and referred back to the Politburo. A recommendation for the creation of a fund to provide credits for poor peasants was inserted. In its final form, the resolution could be said to mark a slight shift towards the left. It did not revert to the concessions to the Kalak sponsored in the Central Committee's resolution of April 30th. These were now past history. It offered a slightly different definition of the two deviations in the direction of an underestimate of the negative sides of NEP, and in the direction of failure to understand the significance of NEP as an indispensable stage in the advance to socialism. The first deviation implied neglect of the interests of the village poor and an underestimate of the Kalak danger. The second, neglect of the middle peasant and a breach of the link between proletariat and peasantry. The resolution endorsed the decision of the Ukrainian Central Committee on the reorganization of the Komnezemazai, but it dwelt with greater emphasis than before on the work of Visarabatsmals and on the need to protect the interests of the poorest strata in the countryside, and it recommended the organization of groups of poor peasants to defend their interests at Soviet elections. Asterisk the third item before. 1. Lerin, who had already challenged Bukharin at the 14th Party Conference, CP 283 above, published in the summer of 1925 a book entitled Sovetskaya Derivna, which drew attention to growing differentiation in the countryside and denounced the current policy of favoring the Kulak. It was attacked by Meritsky, one of Bukharin's disciples, in a long article in Bolshevik, No 19-20, October 30, 1925, pages 26-46, and defended by Lerin himself in a discussion article in Pravda, December 16, 1925. 2 CP 312 above. 3 Leningradskaya Pravda, October 16, 1925. The amendments can be verified by comparing the original draft with the final form of the resolution. 4 Molotov's resolution in its final form is in VKP, B, V. Rezoliatsiak. 1941, 2, 38-41. The question of the groups of poor peasants will be dealt with in Part 4 in the following volume. Agriculture 331. The committee was the time-honored project to transform the single agricultural tax into an income tax. But nobody except Sokolnikov, now the staunchest defender of the interests of the small peasant against the Kulak, thought that the time was right to bring up this proposal to the party congress, and it was allowed to drop. The session ended without any burning of votes. All decisions had been taken unanimously. The embarrassments of the grain collection were now becoming more apparent every day. A week after the Central Committee dispersed, Kamina addressed the Moscow Party organization on the results of the session. Significantly, he now for the first time reversed the order of the two deviations, dismissing first the deviation of Lerin, which was contrary to Lenin's view that NEP is the unavoidable path to socialism, and then dwelling more heavily on the deviation of Bogushevsky, who thought that the Kulak was a figure of the past and could be ignored in the present. And, just as Molotov had reinforced the Lerin deviation with an additional up-to-date quotation, so Kamina, by way of showing that the pro-Kulak deviation was by no means dead, quoted from the current issue of the journal Peshet a Revolutsiya Dictum, that agrarian capitalism will serve as the lever for the growth of the socialist elements in the Soviet economy, and cited Molotov's own resolution in proof of the untenability of such a view. He repeated, without referring to Molotov's contradiction, and with a slight variation of his original figures, the statement that 12% of the peasantry held 60% of the market able grain, adding, somewhat mysteriously, that the figures did. 1 Stalin, Sakhinania, 7, 361. Sokolnikov's statement was as follows. The agricultural tax should be reconstructed in such a way as to make it a real force in the countryside, organizing the poor peasants and middle peasants on the side of the Soviet power against the rich and the rural Kulaks. This task should be put on the agenda. G. Sokolnikov, Finansovaya. Politika Revolutsiya, 3 1928, 22-3. This article was originally published in Vestnik Finansov, number 10, October 1925, pages 3-22, and evidently represented the substance of his report to the party Central Committee. 2. The passage occurred in a book review and, read in its context, scarcely justified the pro-Kulak interpretation placed on it by Kamina, Peshet I. Revolutsiya, No 5-6, July-September 1925, p. 335. This issue had gone to press on June 14. 332. The economic revival not correspond to a class division of the peasantry. Boguchev, Sky, whose name had become an indispensable shuttlecock in these debates, made his only recorded personal appearance at this meeting to defend his views, and was mildly answered by Kamina. Nobody had anything new to suggest. Asterisk. The magnitude of the problem seemed likely for the moment to still the voice of controversy in the party, and throughout November preparations went forward for the 14th Party Congress on the assumption that a compromise would once more be reached. If the issue had turned solely on divergent opinions about economic policy, this hope would probably have been realized. In the middle of November, Bukharin at last published his belated and somewhat grudging recantation of the Enrich Yourself slogan. It was embodied in an article in Pravda on the same theme as Zinoviev's philosophy of an epoch, the Smenovik movement. Writing under the title Caesarism under the mask of revolution, Bukharin attacked Ostrylov for rejecting democracy, not in the name of Bolshevism, but in the name of fascist Caesarism and bourgeois dictatorship. Bukharin's article, in opposition to that of Zinoviev, was in essence a defense of NEP. It was Ostrylov who derived the degeneration of Bolshevism from the introduction of NEP, and was the author of the view which Zinoviev was now trying to popularize. The clue of the article was, however, Bukharin's reply to the passage in which Ostrylov, describing Bukharin as the most orthodox and most pure copyright-blooded of the Bolsheviks, had praised him for addressing the injunction enrich yourselves to the peasants on behalf of the party. Bukharin disengaged himself from this embarrassing compliment. He briefly expressed regret for the phrase, and explained that this formulation was an undoubtedly erroneous formulation of the correct proposition that the party should set its course for we raising the prosperity of the countryside. Towards the end of November, the Politburo approved the economic report to be made. 1. The meeting was reported in Pravda, 20, October 24, 1925, and Lenin. Gradskaya Pravda, 21, October 22, 1925, Kamina's speech and concluding remarks are in El Kamina, Stat I Rishi, 12, 1926, 372-408. 2. Pravda, 13, 14, November 15, 1925. The article also appeared in pamphlet form. Agriculture 333. PTAE. ESEA. Ad. A. X. By Kamina to the Congress, and it was duly published in Pravda on November 27, 1925. Its main emphasis was on the expansion of industry. The aim of agrarian policy was to draw the peasantry into socialist construction with the help of a broad development of the cooperatives on the basis of the industrialization of the countryside. It noted the reduced prospects of the grain collection but drew no practical conclusions from the failure. The resolution of the 14th Party Conference on the strengthening and development of the peasant economy was reaffirmed, but only the middle and poor peasants were specifically mentioned. As the conflict between the leaders sharpened and entirely absorbed the attention of the party, the question of agricultural policy faded temporarily into the background. As president of STO, Kamina bore the chief responsibility for prognostications, which had been falsified, and for policies which had admittedly been found wanting. Zinoviev had raised the slogan face to the countryside in the course of the campaign against Trotsky, and thus became, as others besides Trotsky doubtless recalled, one of the initiators of the peasant deviation. The new opposition was ill-placed to give battle on the agrarian front. Kamina's figures of the distribution of surpluses between different categories of peasant became the object of fierce attack, and the censure tended to the Central Statistical Administration, which had originally supplied them. A report of the Central Control Commission estimated that even poor peasants sold 2/5 of what they grew, and middle peasants from 1/3 to 1/2, and that poor, middle, and well-to-do peasants produced respectively 21 to 7%, 48 to 6%, and 29 to 7% of the marketable grain. In the absence of any agreed definition of the categories of peas, and the statistics could clearly be manipulated to suit any purpose. The defeat of the opposition at the 14th Party Congress, resulting among other things in the cancellation of Kamina's one. The phrase occurs in an unpublished note written by Trotsky at the time of the 14th Congress. This note, which is in the Trotsky archives, T 2975, will be discussed in Part 3 in the following volume. 2 Pravda, December 11, 1925. Kamina's figures were violently attacked by Yakovlev in a series of articles, Ibid, 9, 10, December 16, and by Stalin. At the 14th Party Congress, Stalin, Sakhainania, 7, 329 to 30. 334. The Economic Revival. J. Report and the dismissal of Kamina and Sokhonikov from their official posts did not therefore turn on differences of agrarian policy. Both at the Congress itself, and at the Leningrad and Moscow provincial conferences which preceded it, the theme of the two deviations was repeated ad nauseum, each side concentrating in turn on its chosen targets. But the discussion of this issue was now stale and perfunctory. Stalin comforted the Congress with the assurance that agriculture, unlike industry, can for a certain time advance rapidly even on its present technical base, and that the further development of agriculture does not for the present encounter the same difficulties as industry. Bukharin, having purged himself of his error, could be unreservedly defended, and even Bogushevsky's deviation was leniently treated. Stalin continued to insist that the party needed to concentrate its fire on the second deviation, i.e. on the inflation of the role of the Kulak, and specifically dissociated himself from Lenin's conception of a second revolution against Kulak dominance. Bukharin, now apparently at the height of his authority and influence, devoted more time than any other delegate to the vindication of the party's agrarian policy and of concessions to the well-to-do peasant. Yet signs were not wanting that the shift in emphasis, faintly adumbrated in the October resolution of the underscore Central Committee, was being carried a step further, and that the defeat of the opposition did not necessarily mean the rejection of all their criticisms. Stalin admitted the existence in the party of a tendency to suppose that the policy of a firm alliance with the middle peasant might imply an ignoring of the poor peasantry, and that some elements of the poor peasantry and even some communists thought that the abandonment of dekulakization and of administrative repression mean an abandonment of the poor peasant, a neglect of his interests, and he stressed the October resolution as designed to counteract these errors. Molotov in his speech at the Congress was still more explicit. At the present time we do not really have the middle peasant behind us. This task that we have set ourselves, the task of rallying the poor. 1 Ibid, 7, 315 to 16. 2 Ibid, 7, 336 to 7, 373. 3 Stalin, Sakhainania, 7, 331 to 2. i.e. Agriculture 335. And middle peasants round our party equals we are now beginning to realize. But this task we are still performing weakly, and for this reason it is the most important, as well as the most difficult, central task of our party in the countryside. We cannot really regard the poor peasants as yet organized round our party. He went on to urge the party to struggle against forgetfulness of the interests of the poor peasants, and to struggle against the Kulak danger, for the isolation of the Kulak, for the expulsion of the Kulak from those economic and political positions which he still holds in the countryside. This was far nearer to the land gauge of the opposition than to the language of Bukharin. Officially nothing in the agrarian policy of the party was changed or affected by the Congress. It passed no special resolution on the agrarian question, and its main resolution, which was, as usual, a general survey of the party line in foreign and domestic affairs, was wholly non-committal on the subject. It approved the decisions taken by the Central Committee to rectify errors in regard to the grain collections and to foreign trade. It cautiously established the doctrine that the building of a full socialist society was possible in the Soviet Union, and proclaimed state socialist industry as the advance guard of the national economy. This, however, led to contradictions and to dangers and difficulties, including the growth of Kulak farms in the countryside and the growth of differentiation among measures designed to ensure the victory of socialist forms of economy over private capital in the agricultural sphere. The resolution recommended the raising of agricultural technique, introduction of tractors, the industrialization of agriculture, the development of land reclamation, and the support by all possible means of the various forms of collectivization of agriculture. Having traveled so far on the socialist path, the authors of the resolution evidently felt the need to redress the balance. A later passage repeated the diagnosis of the two opposite deviations made by the party Central Committee in October, which it accurately attributed to the 14th Party Conference. It 114 SSV Socialismo Komunistickoj Party, B. 1926, pp. 476 to 7. 2 For the role of the Congress in industrial policy, see pages 377 to 9 below. Equals trademark. 336 The economic revival. Endorsed the decisions of the 14th Party Conference on agrarian policy, erroneously including among them the decision on hired labor and the leasing of land, which were recorded not by the conference, but by the Central Committee after the conference had dispersed, and observed that this turn of policy had ally improved the position in the countryside and raised the authority of the proletariat and of its party among the peasantry. This emphatic approval of the policy of support for the Kulak was balanced by a promise of party sympathy and support for the poor peasant. But, once again, the qualification quickly followed. There can be no question here either of a return to the committees of poor peasants or of a return to the pressure system of the period of war communism, to the practice of dekulakization, etc. In this field, the resolution of the 14th Party Congress reflected, not the victory of one opinion over another, but the unresolved dilemma of those responsible for the conduct of Soviet agrarian policy. Nevertheless, the open edict of Stalin and Molotov were straws in the wind, revealing the direction in which the party line would inevitably be driven under the impulse of intensive industrialization. The uncertain prospect. The storms of the 14th Party Congress were followed by a period of reaction in which nobody was for the moment eager to raise controversial issues. The panic over the grain collection in the autumn of 1925 might even seem, on a short view, to have been exaggerated. Disaster had been averted. The cities and FAC Tories were being fed, though at a higher cost than had originally been contemplated. Only the intended exports of grain had had to be abandoned. Progress might be slower or faster, but things would go on much as before. Yet, while this mood prevailed for some time, it presently became apparent that the 14th Party Congress had, in fact, marked a change of outlook on economic policy which left no part of that policy unaffected. The demands of industrialization henceforth had priority and would set the 1 CP 288 above 2 VKP, B, V Resoliatsiak, 1941, 2, 50-52. E. Agriculture 337. Pace for other sectors of the economy. The defeat of the opposition facilitated the emergence of new alignments, which did not preclude the adoption by the party leadership of some of the arguments and points of view of the former opposition. On the agrarian front, mistrust of the Gulag had, in the autumn of 1925, been a main plank in the platform of the opposition. Now that the opposition had been rooted, the leadership had less difficulty in recognizing the solid grounds for this mistrust. In January 1926, Pravda carried a report from Kharkov indicating that the reorganization of the Ukrainian Komnezem on a voluntary basis by no means indicated a weakening of their effectiveness as spearheads against the Gulag. Early in February, Pravda gave belated prominence to a long speech of Mikoyan, said to have been delivered not long before the 14th Party Congresses at a North Caucasian regional conference of Vyserebatsmals, in which class warfare against the Gulag was unashamedly preached. These indications showed that the campaign against the Gulag had not been forgotten, and the need for the better organization of the poor peasants became a constant theme of official publicists. Asterisk. Part of the new program was an attempt to raise the prestige and effectiveness of Vyserebatsmals, the trade union of agricultural workers. The party central committee at its session in October 1925 gave its blessing to Vyserebatsmals as the organization of the broad proletarian and semi-proletarian masses of the agricultural workers, batraks and semi-proletarian elements of the countryside, whose basic occupation is working for a wage, though it was significant that the passage occurred in the resolution on party work among the poor peasants and not in 1 Pravda, January 12, 1926. 2 Ibid, February 13, 1926. 3c, for example, a leading article in /Zvestia, February 27, 1926. The Gulag had not, however, forfeited the sympathy of Bukharin, who in a speech in Leningrad in February 1926 described the poor peasant as seeing in the Gulag a father benefactor who, though he flays the skin off him, nonetheless gives him something, whereas we feed him with excellent decrees and fine speeches about Chamberlain, but give him practically nothing. And Bukharin, Doklad Naxxii Krevikamoy Leningradskoy, Gubernskoy Konferency IVKP, B, 1926, p. 4 see pages 249, 252-3 above. A. AE. 338 The Economic Revival. The resolution on the trade unions. In December 1925 the 14th Party Congress for the first time included Vyserebatsmals in a general resolution on the trade unions. And at the end of January 1926 Vyserebatsmals held its 5th Congress in Moscow. Apparently the first to attract any publicity. It mustered 537 delegates from all parts of the USSR, of whom 103 were described as batraks, and passed a number of resolutions, including one on the struggle with the Gulag in the countryside and another containing such far-reaching demands on behalf of the batrak as wages above the state minimum, the payment of wages in cash, and not in kind, and better lodging, sleeping accommodation and food. Meanwhile the membership of Vyserebatsmals had risen from 250,000, of whom less than 5,000 were batraks, on 1 January 1923 to 770,000, including 260,000 batraks, on October 1, 1925 *. But, even if, which is more than doubtful, this membership was effective, it covered only a small fraction of the mass of semi-proletarianized rural workers. It also included a substantial number of agronomists, land surveyors, and other non-manual workers employed in work connected with agriculture. For the pronouncements of the 14th Party Congress on industrialization and on the building of a socialist society added copyright, topicality and urgency to the question on which Bukharin had crossed swords with Preobrazhensky at the end of 1924. How could the necessary capital for the development of industry be one extracted from the only available or potential source within the country, the surpluses of Soviet agriculture? The issue had been put in the foreground by Gosplan in the introduction to its set of control figures. Inasmuch as the whole system of control figures, the system of economic equilibrium and prices, is based on the presupposition of the full extraction of the commercial surpluses of peasant production, and 1 VKP, B, V Resoliatsiak, 1941, 2, 40. 2 Ibid, 2, 68. 5. 3 The fullest available account of the Congress is in Na Agrar Front. Number 1, 1926, pages 3-9. It was intermittently reported in Pravda between January 27 and February 2, 1926. 4 Na Agrar Front, No 11-12, 1925, p. 18. 5 This was stated by Kalinin in a speech reported in Pravda, February 2, 1926. Agriculture 339. Underscore inasmuch, therefore, as non-fulfillment of this task threatens to destroy the equilibrium, the directive must be accepted that the conquest of the peasant market, the extraction of the whole commercial production of agriculture, is the first and most important task of our economic policy. The attempt to turn this dilemma by the appeasement of the peasant had been carried to its limit. The well-to-do peasant had received every encouragement to rent land, to hire labor, to grow abundant crops, to become prosperous. In 1925 he had complied with all these requirements and had reaped an excellent harvest. The one thing he had been unwilling to do was to bring his crops to a market ill-stocked with the cheap consumer goods, which he presumably wanted to buy. The vital surpluses had not been forthcoming to promote the long-term expansion of Indus. Try. The situation was described by Priyabrajhansky with his usual clear-eyedness in January 1926. Socialist accumulation may threaten a break with the peasant, the liquidation of the link, etc. On the other hand, we have at the present time a dissolution of the link, Razumika, with the peasantry thanks to the goods famine, and the goods famine results from insufficient AC accumulation. Appeasement of the peasant could be carried no further except by expanding exports of grain in payment for imports of consumer goods, and this counsel of despair, involving an abandonment or indefinite postponement of industrialization, had been decisively rejected by the 14th Party Congress. It was not surprising that, at the beginning of 1926, a mood of reaction should have one control Cifrai Narodnogo Hozyaizstva NA 1925-26 God, 1925, p. 43. 2 Vestnik Komunistickskoy Akademii, 15, 1926, 251. 3 It is significant that Chinin, a Narkompan professor who had been a conspicuous advocate of the Sokhonikov line, for his attack on industrialization in November 1925 cp 376 below, and had been denounced by Stalin at the 14th Party Congress, Stalin, Sakhainania, 7, 298, was allowed once more to ventilate this view in an article in Bolshevik, No. 2. January 30, 1926, pages 65 to 87, Chinin argued that it was absolutely false to suppose that the development of our industry can in the near future keep in step with that of agriculture, that industry was already developing too fast for the balance of the economy, and that a large importation of consumer goods was the only remedy. Chinin was a straightforward, laissez-faire economist who wanted capital to flow into that branch of production. 340 The economic revival set it against the favor shown to the Kulak, a growing inclination to take up the wrongs of the poor peasant, a renewed search for other ways and means of inducing the rich peasant to part with his surpluses. 2 attempts were made to pursue this line of thought. The first was a proposal to bring the price weapon again into play. And, since the present crisis was due to inability to keep agricultural prices down, this could only mean a rise in industrial prices. One of the apparent causes of the unwillingness of the Kulak to market his stocks was the shortage of manufactured goods able for him to purchase. An article in the Journal of Gosplan in February 1926 pointed out that this shortage was relative, and a result of price policy. Had prices of industrial goods been set higher, the peasant would have had to sell more grain in order to acquire them. A rise in industrial prices was the only way to restore the equilibrium of supply and demand, and represented a transition from administrative to economic planning. A far-reaching discussion article in the party journal in April by a party member named Osovsky, a former worker, called in case Shin the whole course of price policy since the closing of the scissors in the autumn of 1923, which was attacked as a fundamental fall from grace. As a result of the policy of favoring the peasant surpluses, instead of being drained off for the benefit of industry, now weigh upon us, shattering our planned economy. The weakness of this argument was that it assumed a high degree of elasticity in peasant demand for entail goods, and ignored the danger that a steep rise in prices might be met by a strike of consumers. What was in effect a proposal to which would yield the highest immediate profits at the lowest rate of capital investment? This was, indisputably, agriculture. A perfunctory attempt was made to reconcile these views with the resolution of the party congress. This was probably the last time that they found expression in the party press. Sokhonikov, their only influential exponent, was dismissed from his post as People's Commissar for Finance about the time the article appeared. Chinin continued to write articles in defense of financial orthodoxy in Planovi Hozyaizstvo, cp 517 below. 1 Ibid, number 2, 1926, pages 107 to 20. This was printed as a discussion article, i.e. without editorial responsibility. 2 Bolshevik, no 7 to 8, April 30, 1926, pages 86 to 100. T. Agriculture 341. Reopen the scissors seemed quite unrealistic at a time when the general rise in prices was being everywhere treated as the main menace to economic security. It provoked a sharp reaction. The article was at once denounced as a plea for Priyabrajhansky's primitive socialist accumulation, and was rather oddly cribbed as a return to capitalism, and Osovsky became for some months a favorite target for upholders of the official line. The second proposal was to ply the tax weapon more vigorously. Since the drastic tax reductions of 1925, especially in favor of the well-to-do peasant, had failed to produce the desired results, and had, by common consent, been one of the factors which enabled the peasant to hold back his surpluses, a reversal of that policy seemed a logical deduction. Strong criticism began to be directed, not at first against the reduction of the total amount of the tax. To demand higher taxation is rarely a popular course, but against the manner in which the burden had been distributed. The facts were difficult to establish. It was certain that, in a year when the harvest had surpassed its predecessor in terms of value by more than 25%, or the effective total of the agricultural tax had been reduced by some 40%. A cautious analysis which appeared in the party journal at the end of October 1925 showed that, whereas, in 1924 to 5.17% of the total income of the peasantry had been taken in taxation, the proportion had declined in the current year to 10 to 8% out of 22 million peasant households. The 6 million poorest were said to have been altogether exempt from the agricultural tax. The number may be slightly overstated. The claim that, as between those liable, the tax had become more progressive, was open to more serious doubt. It was said that the lowest categories of taxpayers had profited most, some of them getting a reduction of 50%, but it was admitted that the highest categories had profited as much, or almost as much, as the middle categories. Later official 1 Planovi Hozyaizstvo, number 5, 1926, pages 10 to 11. 2 The amount collected in 1924 to 5 was 332 million rubles, exclusive of 100 millions collected for local budgets, and in 1925 to 6 252 million rubles, inclusive of the allocation to local budgets. Control Cifrai Narodnogo Hozyaizstvo SSSRNA 1927 to 1928 G 1928, p. 553. 3 Bolshevik, no 19 to 20, October 30, 1925, pages 52 to 9. H.S.R.I16. 180. 342 The economic revival. Statistics were quoted to show that the poor peasant in 1924 to 5 paid 6 to 2% of the total tax, the middle peasant 76.9%, and the Kulak 16 to 9%, and that in 1925 to 6 the Corresponding percentages were 4, 74 to 8, and 21-2. But such calculations were open to the same uncertainties as others based on the three categories of peasant. Other authorities suggest that, while some attempt was made to place a larger share of the much diminished burden on the shoulders of the rich peasant, the attempt was only partly successful, and that not in all parts of the country. The complaint made by Krupsky at the 14th Party Congress that the tax for 1925-6 had been assessed in some parts of the Ukraine in such a way as to give the maximum relief to the well-to-do peasant and place the heaviest burden on the poor had been implicitly admitted by the official spokesman. And another observer from the Ukraine wrote that rejection of progressive norms of calculation for animals employed in production, and the general lowering of norms, has led in the present year to a great reduction in the tax for households with many animals, and therefore better off, while the poor households, which have no animals or are less well supplied with animals, have encountered a smaller reduction, or sometimes an increase, of tax. 3 A few facts emerge clearly. In the first place, the total amount of the tax had been sharply reduced, and any such reduction, unless accompanied by a steep increase in the progressiveness of the tax, necessarily benefits the large taxpayer most. Secondly, the lower conversion rate for animals, added to the exemption of subsidiary earnings and of technical crops, increased the advantage already enjoyed by the rich peasant. Thirdly, though a larger number of poor peasants secured total exemption, not much was done to temper the burden for the lower grades of taxpayers, i.e. the 1 Finanzi SSSRZ XXX let, 1917 to 1947, 1947, p. 248. This is not a particularly reliable work, and the sources of the figures are not stated. 2 CP 291, note 1 above. 3 Bolshevik, number 6, March 31, 1926, p. 74. The statement is general in form, but seems to be based on observations in the Ukraine. 4 By a belated concession, assessments amounting to less than 1 ruble were cancelled, presumably as not being worth the trouble of collection. The sum involved was estimated at not more than 300,000 to 400,000 rubles. Stalin, Sakhinania, 7, 361 to 2. Middle peasants. Lastly, under the current system of assessment, much depended on the local authorities, and, at a time when complaints were frequently heard of the growing influence of kulaks in the local Soviets, it is not unlikely that this influence was sometimes brought to bear on the assessments. This was particularly liable to happen in the Ukraine and in the North Caucasian region, where the kulak was strongest. After the defeat of the opposition at the 14th Party Congress, the case for a drastic revision of the agricultural tax was no longer contested. In a report to Stowe on the shortcomings of the control figures for the current economic year, Gosplan attributed the troubles which had arisen to a new disproportion between agriculture and industry, and proposed that the single agricultural tax should be amended in 3 ways: by increasing the amount of the tax, by making it more steeply progressive, and by curtailing the period of payment. At the same time, Narkomfin was pressing for the inclusion of earnings from subsidiary agricultural occupations, wine growing, beekeeping, poultry keeping, etc., in the assessment of the tax, and the computation of assets for purposes of the assessment in terms of money, not, as hitherto, by conversion at conventional rates into arable land. At the beginning of March 1926, all these proposals were approved by Sobnarkom as the basis for the assessment of the tax in the forthcoming budget. It was still necessary to proceed with caution, when a writer blurted out in Pravda that what was needed was to double the receipts of the agricultural tax by raising them to at least 400 million rubles. Rykov protested against the tactlessness of the proposal degree, but, though party leaders still hesitated to speak openly in such terms, the logic of necessity was soon to drive party policy in this direction. The winter of 1925-6 saw a revival of the slogan which came Ni had deprecated at the Third Union Congress of Soviets earlier in the year. The industrialization of agriculture registered the primitive agriculture 343. 1. This will be discussed in part 4 in the following volume. 2. Planovye Hozyastvo, number 2, 1926, pages 41 to 260. 3. Na Agrarnom Front, February 1926, pages 11 to 19. 4. Pravda, March 6, 1926. 5. Izvestiya, March 3, 1926. 60 pages 292 to 3 above. 344. The economic revival character of the technical equipment of Soviet agriculture was notorious. The crux of current embarrassments in agrarian policy was the dependence of the state and of industry, in the present phase of development, on the grain surpluses of the kulak, who alone had the necessary tools for the job. Could not this dependence be overcome if the efficiency of peasant agriculture as a whole were raised by measures of mechanization, cooperation, and the encouragement of large-scale cultivation? In November 1925, the Journal of Gosplan published, in the form of a discussion article by one of its Ukrainian workers, a project for the industrialization of agriculture, i.e. the introduction of large-scale cultivation with machines on an American pattern. 3 circumstances, in the view of the author, made the project urgent: the transition in the Soviet economy from the period of recovery to a period of reconstruction, the difficulties experienced by the planners after the harvest of 1925 in controlling the production of a backward and fragmented peasant economy, and the growth of the kulak element in the countryside. An investment of 45 million rubles to purchase machinery would, it was calculated, make possible the complete industrialization of the Ukraine in 14 years. This far-reaching and utopian excursion into the future seemed too remote from current realities to be taken very seriously. No body had ever doubted the virtues of mechanization as a solution on paper of the agrarian problem. Asked by a British correspondent in 1919 what was agricultural Russia's greatest need, the then People's Commissar for Agriculture had replied in one word: tractors. About the same time, at the 8th Party Congress, Lenin had exclaimed that, if we could tomorrow provide 100,000 first-class tractors, the peasants would all be for communism. When NEP was introduced, a decree of T.S. Instruct TED state economic organs to treat the manufacture of agricultural machines as a matter of extreme state importance. But this was a vision of the future. In 1922 the whole country is said. 1. Planovye Hozyastvo, number 11, 1925, pages 33 to 50. 2. A ransom, 6 weeks in Russia in 1919, p. 100. 3. Lenin, Sakhinania, XXIV, 170. 4. Sobranio Zakonii, 1921, number 28, art. 157. E. Agriculture 345. to have possessed only 1,500 tractors, of which 25% were in working order. Imports began on a small scale in 1923 and 1924, when a few hundred American tractors were ordered. Most of these went to the North Caucasian region, where collective farming was strongest and manpower least abundant. At the beginning of August 1924, the prospect of a bumper harvest drew attention to the need for tractors, and Stowe authorized an emergency in sea order for 1,000 tractors from the United States. These were actually delivered in Novorossiysk before the end of September. Even the cautious and conservative People's Commissar for Agriculture of the RSFSR, A.P. Smirnov, expressed enthusiasm. The tractor is of extreme importance for collectivization. 80% of our whole number of tractors have provided an occasion for the formation of various types of cooperatives and collectives for their utilization. The tractor is undoubtedly one of the greatest factors in eliminating the habits of individual peasant production. If the tractor is linked with a cooperative and correctly utilized, it is not only an agricultural machine, but a new factor in the growth of the socialist element in the village. The tractor unites the poor peasants, in particular by raising their production and really preventing their exploitation by the Kulak. In the same year, the first attempts were made to produce tractors in Soviet factories. At the beginning of 1925, Gossel Syndicate was said to have repaired so old tractors for the use of Sarkozy, to have obtained an unspecified number of new tractors from the Kolomensky factory, and to have ordered a further 1,000 from the Gimza works. But these experiments were still on an insignificant scale, and seemed to have had little success. 1 Na Agronamfront, No 11-12, 1925, p. 225, L. B. Kursin, Voprosi. Vineshny I Torgofli, 1928, pages 222-4. 2 Ekonomikeskias Hizn, November 7, 1924. 3 Kamina claimed in May 1925 that in the last few months, after a series of failures, the Kolomna factory had begun to produce a tractor, which works quite satisfactorily, though the number produced was still totally inadequate. El Kamina, Stat I Rishi, 12 1926, 292, according to IDG Zaitaleti Yasovitskoy Vilastivik Cifruk, 1917-1927, 1927. P. 245,481 tractors were produced in the Soviet Union in 1924, and 815 in 346 the economic revival. It was only by slow degrees that this question began to attract attention in influential party circles. A decree of Stowe of August 5, 1925 attempted to eliminate the large discrepancy between the cost of foreign and Soviet tractors by laying down standard prices. A Fordson tractor from the United States and a Carr able product from the Putilov works were both to sell at 1,800 rubles, the lowest figure quoted. Sales were to be financed by the Central Agricultural Bank. Payments for foreign tractors might be spread over 2 harvests, and for Soviet tractors over 3. On October 15, 1925, Pravda published an article on the mechanization of the countryside headed by the quotation from Lenin. At the 8th Party Congress, Lenin pointed out that, whereas the poor peasant could be driven into the collectives by need, the middle peasant would have to be attracted by offers of tractors and electrification, so that his mouth may water and he may be speedily converted into a collectivist. On the eve of the 14th Party Congress in December 1925, Pravda published 2 more detailed articles by Mikoyan entitled On the Way to the Tractorization of Agriculture. Mikoyan claimed that 2,000 imported tractors were at work in the Soviet Union, mainly in the North Caucasian region. In the current year, 15,000 more tractors were to be imported, and funds had been assigned for the setting up of a Soviet tractor factory at Stalingrad, once it had been decided which of 3 types was best suited to Soviet conditions. Thus prompted, the Congress included the raising of agricultural technique, introduction of tractors, in its list of desiderata for the countryside, and this was the signal for a broad and rather 1925-6. At the end of 1926, the Putilov works in Leningrad were producing an extremely insignificant number of tractors at 5 or 6 times the cost of the foreign article. 15 Conferencia Visa Soyuznoy Communistiskoy. Party, B, 1927, pages 122-3. 1 Spornik Dekretov, Postanovlinii, Rasporyagini Prikasov Ponerod. Nomohozyisbio, number 23, 44, August 1925, pages 14-15. 2 Lerin, Rostkreskianskoy Obchesvenosti, 1925, p. 37. 3 Pravda, 17, December 18, 1925. 10,000 tractors were imported from the United States in the spring of 1926. Vyas Savtoy, number 23, June 6, 1926. Pages 12-13. Preparatory work on the Stalingrad factory began in 1926, but it was not expected to come into production before 1929. M. Latzis. Selskahozya Spenikonsessia 1926, p. 15. Agriculture 347. Desultory discussion. Krzyzanowski recorded in January 1926 that the demand for tractors is growing from month to month. Preobrazhensky recommended the provision of state tractors on a mass scale for the poor peasant as a step towards the divorce from small-scale production of those operations which lend themselves most easily to socialization. 2 Pravda published 2 articles on the electrification of the countryside. This would favor collective enterprise, since threshing, milling and rural industry generally could be carried on collectively with electric power. On this ground, electrification was said to be opposed by the Kulak, and cases of sabotage were reported. A Congress of Agricultural Organizations of the RSFSR met in Moscow at the end of February 1926 and discussed such matters as the provision of tractors and of technical assistance. Meanwhile, effective progress was so slow as to seem wholly illusory, and those who regarded such projects with skepticism or disfavor clung to Lenin's interpretation of the industrialization of agriculture. They pointed out that the development of an intensive agriculture, supported by an abundant drying, processing and refrigerating plant, was required to meet the conditions of an overpopulated countryside in the Ukraine and other parts of the Soviet Union, rather than an extensive mechanized agriculture of the American type. That the Sarkozy, as prototypes of socialist grain factories, had enjoyed little success, and least of all in densely populated areas, and that the industrialization of agriculture in the sense of mechanization was in the long run inseparably bound up with the industrialization of the whole national economy, which could alone provide the necessary machines and equipment, and could alone offer an outlet for the labor rendered superfluous by the mechanization of work in 1 G. Krzyzanowski, Sakhainadia, 3, 1936, 117. 2 E. Preobrazhensky, Novaya Ekonomika, 1926, p. 208. 3 Pravda, 12, January 13, 1926, the prospect of the availability of electricity in the countryside on any significant scale was so remote as to make the argument rather unreal. 4 Ibid, March 3, 1926, which reported the Congress, also carried an article stressing the importance of the supply of tractors and machinery to the agricultural cooperatives. 5 CP 293, note 1 above. HSS 27, OEOES 5. 348 The Economic Revival. 1. Equals. The countryside. Trotsky in his article Towards Socialism or Capitalism, in the autumn of 1925 had spoken of scientific methods of cultivation, electrification and technical improvements generally as conditions of a socialist agriculture, and added that the technical and socialist progress of agriculture is inseparable from an increasing preponderance of industry in the economic life of the country. Stalin, in his speech to the Leningrad Party organization in April 1926, made his contribution to the current theme. Agriculture itself cannot advance unless you give it in good time. Agricultural machines, tractors, products of industry, etc. It relies, and has already come to rely, on the direct development of industry. Later statistics put the production of agricultural machinery in the Soviet Union in the year 1925 to 6 at 70 million rubles at pre-war prices as compared with the pre-war figure of 67 millions. This indicated no startling development. The discussion petered out in an atmosphere of skepticism about the prospect of any early advance along these lines. But it revealed, even at this period, some acute appreciations of the far-reaching character of the only effective alternative to the current policy of the wager on the Kulak, and the revolutionary social changes which would be required to give effect to it. The meeting of the party Central Committee of 6 to 9 April 1926 was the first important party occasion since the 14th Congress in the previous December, and both sides uneasily awaited a renewal of the struggle. The tide was now setting strongly away from the policy of indulgence to the Kulak. A few days before the meeting, Yaroslavsky, reporting to the Central Control Committee on party work in the countryside, had referred indignantly to one articles on the subject appeared in Planovi Hozyastvo, number 4, 1926. Pages 120 to 27, number 5, 1926, pages 107 to 27, number 6, 1926, pages 112 to 21, and in Ekonomikosko Obozrenie, number 3, 1926. 2 Pravda, September 20, 1925, for this article CP 536 below. 3 Stalin, Sakhinania, 8, 119. 4 Control Night Cifrai Narodnogo Hozyastvo SSSRNA 1929 to 1930 God. 1930, P 437. Agriculture 349. The party workers who pretended that there were no poor peas, ants among whom they could work. Stalin, whose spokesman Yaroslavsky was, had made it clear that he would not give battle on that issue, and this rather took the wind out of opposition. Charges of a Kulak deviation. The main resolution proposed by Rykov was the work of a committee appointed 3 months earlier by the party Central Committee on a proposal of Trotsky. It was eclectic in character, and clearly represented an attempt to conciliate divergent points of view. Trotsky, taking an active part in the proceedings of the party organ for the first time for nearly 2 years, proposed a series of amendments which, in fact, constituted an alternative draft resolution. The debate proceeded on the 2 documents. Trotsky argued that a lack of balance in the economy fatal to the link between the proletariat and the peasantry might arise in 2 ways, either through the extraction, for investment in industry, of too large a proportion of the national surplus or through the extraction of too small a proportion of the surplus. The symptom of the former error would be a supply of industrial goods in excess of demand, of the latter error, in excess of demand over supply. Clearly it was the second error which was being committed. State industry is lagging behind agricultural development. In such circumstances even a good harvest may become a factor not hastening the tempo of economic development, but on the contrary disorganizing the economy. Trotsky's main recommendation in agricultural policy was a stiffening and steeper grading of the agricultural tax in order to secure the correct redistribution of accumulation in the national economy. He also desired to raise wholesale, though not retail. 1 Pravda, April 6, 1926. 2 This was stated by Trotsky in his speech at the Central Committee in April 1926. See the following note. 3 The proceedings of this session were not published, and Rykov's resolution is not available in its original form. Rykov's report on the session to a party meeting appeared in Pravda, April 23, 1926. Trotsky's speech and his amendments are preserved in the Trotsky archives, T 2982, 2983, salient passages from the amendments were quoted in 15 Conferencia Visaso. Unoi Communistical Party, B, 1927, pages 122, 126, 138. 4 parts of the debate bearing on industry see pages 379 to 81 below. Its significance for relations between Trotsky and the new opposition will be discussed in part in the following volume. PRNSE 350 The Economic Revival. Prices for industrial goods. 1 Kamina supported Trotsky, PAR, particularly in his prediction of the potential adverse consequences of a good harvest and in his advocacy of increased taxation for agriculture. When Kamina was once more blamed for his mistakes of the previous autumn, somebody, presumably Trotsky, retorted that this is not according to Marx, and it is obligatory to seek a class content for our economic difficulties. The ITY abuse between Trotsky and Kamina was so close that Stalin at one point called out ironically, "What's this? A block?" But, whatever the importance of the debate from the point of view of relations between the leaders, the discussion of issues of substance was largely shadowboxing. Stalin was not prepared either to fight for the Kulak or to resist the growing pressure of industrialization. While Trotsky's amendments were formally rejected, the resolution unanimously adopted at the end of the session bore the stamp of a compromise not unfavorable to the opposition. Its agricultural section referred to the struggle between different social groups in the peasantry, to the inevitable strengthening of the coup/acts in the present period of NEP, and to the struggle of Kulak elements to control the countryside. It drew the conclusion that the party should give material aid to the an unpublished article of April 2, 1926, preserved in the Trotsky archives, evidently written by someone closely connected with Gosplan. Possibly Smilgat, carried to its logical conclusion the argument of Osovsky's article, CP 340 above by guaranteeing through a change in price policy a flow of resources into industry in a measure sufficient for the normal expansion of production, we shall at the same time free ourselves from the need to feed it artificially. At the foundation of our price policy we should place the principles of a correspondence of price with the tempo of development which we consider necessary in this or that branch of industry, and not the principle of correspondence of price and cost at a given moment. Judging from his attitude, Trotsky was not fully convinced of the practicability of such a course. To this exchange was recorded by Reichhoff, Pravda, April 23, 1926. 3 Sozialistisches Westnik, Berlin, No. 10, 128, May 22, 1926, p. 15. Since this was reported before the block actually materialized, it is probably true. Dzerzhinsky in his speech at the committee openly coupled Trotsky and came as aiming at the creation of a new platform which would have approximated to the replacement of the recent slogan face to the countryside by the slogan fist to the countryside. F. Dzerzhinsky. Izbor Proizvedenia, 1957, 259. Agriculture 351. Poor peasant and seek a strengthening of the link of the proletariat and poor peasantry with the middle peasant in order to isolate the Kulak. More significantly, it enjoined on the party the task of carefully studying the experiment of the application of hired labor in the countryside and of the development of leasing. The most important passage in the agricultural section underscore dealt with the reform of the agricultural tax. It approved the assessment of assets in terms of money, the inclusion of revenues from subsidiary agricultural occupations as well as from rural industry, and a more progressive system of assessment, meaning complete exemption from tax of the poorest groups and a heavier assessment on the well-to-do and Kulak strata of the peasantry. The section of the resolution dealing with the cooperatives called for a complete guarantee within the cooperatives of the interests of the poor and middle strata of the peasantry, and a struggle against attempts to utilize the cooperatives by Kulak elements. By no means all these projects were destined to be carried out in the near future. The resistance of the Kulaks, and of the section of the party which supported them, was tenacious and effective. But, by the spring of 1926, industrial ambitions were in the ascendant, and the incompatibility of the policy of intensive industrialization with the policy of conciliating the well-to-do peasant was already becoming apparent. In addition to the general resolution on economic policy, the Central Committee, on a report by Kamina, passed a special resolution on the organization of the grain purchasing apparatus for the campaign of 1926-27. This was an attempt to get rid of the scandal of competing organizations which had complicated the marketing of the harvest of 1925 and inflated the costs of collection. It was now laid down that in principle all state purchases of grain should be made either by club of product or by the cooperative organizations. Mills and milling trusts might purchase only for their own requirements and only in the areas where they operated. Milling was to be brought under the control of Narkomterg. Gazbank might facilitate purchases outside the plan by credits or by transactions on commission. But its activity. 1 VKP, B, V. Rizoliatsiak, 1941, 2, 95-6. 2 see pages 316-19 above. 352 The economic revival AE2. As a purchaser of grain on behalf of the state would be confined to minimal proportions, and the remainder of its grain purchasing organs would be liquidated in agreement with Narkomterg. By these means, it was hoped to simplify and cheapen our grain purchasing apparatus. 1 VKP, B, V. Rizoliatsiak, 1941, 2, 97-100. Earlier editions attribute the report to Kamina, whose name was suppressed after 1936. The reform was reflected in the balance sheet of Gazbank, where investments, i.e., investments in commodities, primarily grain, fell from 89 million rubles on October 1, 1925, to 52 million on October 1, 1926 and 5 to 9 million a year. Later, the State Bank of the USSR, 1921 to 1926 Moscow, 1927, pages 31-2. 2 Stalin, Sakhaina, 8, 134. Chapter 6. Industry. The resolution of the scissors crisis in the winter of 1923-4 opened the way for a fresh advance of industry all along the line, thus defeating the gloomy prognostications of the opposition and illustrating once more the validity of the underlying principle of net that the revival of industry, like everything else in the Soviet economy, depended on a revival of agricultural production. In the period of steady economic recovery which ran from 1923 to 1926, agriculture and industry moved forward in step with each other. The efforts of the champions on both sides to create an antithesis between them proved unnecessary and futile. This miscalculation discredited the opposition of 1923, the official line, which maintained that increased prosperity in agriculture was the first condition of increased prosperity in industry, seemed to have been triumphantly vindicated. But, as the advance proceeded, fresh problems began to confront the makers both of agricultural and of industrial policy, and these problems sprang from the same source, the development both of agriculture and of industry, stimulated by net followed capitalist rather than socialist lines. In agriculture it meant the encouragement of the Kulak. In industry, it favored the growth of light industries working with limited capital for the consumer market and earning quick profits, rather than of the heavy industries which were, by common consent, the basis of a future socialist order, but required an initial volume of long-term capital investment. For this contingency the principles and practices of net made no provision. Hence the struggle in agricultural policy against the predominance of the Kulak, which began in 1924 and remained acute throughout 1925, was matched at the same period by a similar struggle in industrial policy centering on the requirements of heavy industry. The history of industrial progress between 1923 and 1926 falls into 3 stages. In the first stage, approximately corresponding to the economic year 1923-4, the spontaneous forces of recovery. 1 see the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 2, pages 314-15. I%, 7%. 354 The economic revival, stimulated by net, were still in the ascendant and light industries, continued to advance more rapidly than heavy industry. In the second stage, running from the autumn of 1924 to the end of 1925, a confused battle was fought with varying fortunes between conflicting policies and interests. In the third stage, which began with the 14th Party Congress in December 1925, the expansion of heavy industry became the predominant aim of economic policy. The revival of industry in the year 1923-4 was due to 2 immediately favorable factors. In the first place, the rationalization of industry through concentration, which was first undertaken on a serious scale in the summer of 1923, lowered the cost of production, and the reduction of prices of industrial products, and forced or stimulated by official action as a result of the scissors crisis, combined with the good harvest to expand the market at a rapid rate, so that the volume of production, as well as the Number of those employed in industry increased as prices fell. This expansion of production required little fresh investment of fixed capital. It was achieved primarily by bringing back into production labor power, premises, and plant which had lain idle during the years of stagnation. The second favorable factor was the easing of credit. The shortage of working capital had been acutely felt in the crisis of 1923, when the banks had forced down industrial prices by withholding credits from industry. The first consequence of the accomplishment of financial reform had been another constriction of credit, due to the excessive caution of Narkompan and the bankers, and to fears for the stability of the new currency, and this accounted for the hostility to the reform displayed by most industrialists. Point 5 But by the autumn of 1924, these fears had been dissipated, and the problem of working capital was no longer acute. 1. See the interregnum, 1923 to 1924, p. 127, note 4. 2 of it, pages 119 to 21. 3 of it, pages 105 to 7. 4 CP 506, note 4 below. 5 Socialistic Socialismo, number 3, 1924, p. 12, quotes a number of articles of the first months of 1924 expressing mistrust of the reform on these grounds. A year later Brinsky recalled the serious and obstinate campaign against the punctual carrying out of the reform conducted by our comrade managers, who had, however, since learned by experience underscore. Ibid, number 5, 1925, p. 11. E. ASEAN Industry 355. The stability of the currency had been established. Short-term credit flowed freely for concerns which could find a ready market for their goods. The total indebtedness of industry to the five principal banks rose from 161 million rubles on October 1, 1923, to 448 millions on October 1, 1924, and 953 millions on October 1, 1925. Moreover, the rate of circulation of capital had also increased, so that a given volume of credit was being more economically utilized. The only complaint was, once more, that a credit system based on market conditions favored the consumer industries, which yielded quick profits, and starved the heavy industries producing capital goods for long-term projects of reconstruction. These conditions had made the year 1923 to a year of steady progress in all branches of Soviet industry. Industrial production, excluding rural and artisan industries, which formed only a small proportion of the whole, had stood in 1922 to 3 at 1,950,000 pre-war rubles, representing about double the low level of 1920, and 34% of the production of 1913. In 19,234 it reached 2,570,000 pre-war rubles, or more than 2.5 times the total of 1920 and 40% of pre-war production. But the gains were unevenly distributed. In the major industries which came under the control of Byzanka, an average of only 36% of pre-war production had been reached, and this average represented a wide variation in achievement. The metal industry. 1 Promyshlenost SSSR VY 1925 to 26 Godu, Byzanka, 1927, p. 8. 2 Y Rosenfeld, Promyshlenaya Politika SSSR, 1926, p. 408, quotes the testimony of Piatakov on this point. 3 Shestoy SS Professional NYKH Soyuzov SSSR, 1925, pages 260 to 61. It was stated that at this time 60% of all bank credits went to light industry and less than 30% to heavy industry. Ibid, p. 271. 4 These totals are taken from Control Cifrai Narodnogo Hozyaistva. NA 1925 to 1926 God, 1925, p. 82. Slightly higher figures of industrial production for 1923 to 4 are found in Control Cifrai Narodnogo Hozyaistva NA 1926 to 1927 God, 1926, p. 321. Slightly lower figures in Promyshlenost SSSRV 1925 to 26 Godu, Byzanka, 1927, pages 20 to 21. The latter are apparently net figures, excluding half-finished products transferred from one industry to another. Such variants are characteristic of all statistics of the period. It is seldom clear whether the later figures represent corrections of the earlier ones, or have been reached on a different basis. But they are rarely important. Underscore enough to affect the general picture. E.j., which accounted for the major part of the output of capital goods, registered only 28 to 7%, and the textile industry, the largest consumer goods industry, 35%. According to another calculation made at this time, heavy industry, which in 1913 accounted for 22 to 6% of all industrial production, produced only 17 to 7% in 1922 to 3 and 17 to 4% in 1923-4. In the period of general recovery they continued to lag behind. The output of the basic iron and steel industries was lowest of all. In 1923 to 4 only 660,000 tons of pig iron, 990,000 tons of steel and 690,000 tons of rolled metal were produced as against 1913. Figures of 4 millions, and 3,500,000 respectively. The industrial recovery of 1923 to 4 meant that industry as a whole was for the first time earning profits. The conception of profit in Soviet industry was, and remained, to some extent arbitrary and uncertain. But, with the adoption of Ozersked, it became an essential feature of Soviet accounting, and the results, though subject to criticism in detail, provided a sound general barometer of progress. A calculation of the profit and loss account of state industry for 1922 showed a global loss for that period of 11 million rubles. The heaviest losses were sustained by the metallurgical, chemical and paper industries, the food, salt, and leather industries earned a substantial margin, the textile industries a bare margin of profit. The period of losses had now been finally left behind. The financial year 1922 to 3 was the first for 356 economic revival. 1 Control Cifrai Narodnogo Hozyaistva NA 1925 to 1926 God, 1925. p. 79. 2 Socialistic Hozyaistvo, number 1, 1925, pages 82 to 3. The term heavy industry, which normally comprised the fuel industries, coal and oil, and the chemical and electrical industries as well as iron, steel, and engineering, is here evidently confined to the metal industries. For the desperate condition of these in 1920 see the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 2, pages 123 to 4. For their slow recovery in 1923 see the Interregnum, 1923 to 1924, pages 127 to 8. In December 1924 Dzerzhinsky claimed that heavy industry as a whole had copyright reached 46% of pre-war production, Pravda, December 4, 1924. 3 Economico Abazrini, October 1927, p. 110, the 1913 figures are. From Control Night Cifra Nerad Nogo Hosias NA 1926 to 1927 God, 1926. p. 320. The writer in Economico Abazrini, to judge from his percentage calculations, used somewhat lower figures for 1913, probably owing to a different adjustment for territorial changes. For Socialistic Hosiaspo, number 2, 1924, pages 165 to 82. As R. Z. Which state industry purported to show a small profit, though this was probably achieved by making inadequate allowances for amortization, a problem whose importance was still unrecognized. Everyone agreed that industry earned profits in 1923 to 4, though the total figure varied widely with the authority making the return, the estimate of the industrial trusts themselves being 55 million rubles, while the Byzanka figure rose to 83 millions, and the figure of Narkompan to 102 millions. It was not difficult to detect an interest of the trusts in understating their rate of profit, or of Narkompan in overstating it. But all authorities agreed that the textile industries had been the most profitable, followed by coal and oil, and that the metal and timber industries were the only ones which had actually worked at a loss. A later Byzanka return put the total profits of industry for the year at 105 million rubles. The spontaneous and unplanned industrial recovery of 1923 to 4 served to mask for the time being the basic problem of the capital goods industries, to which Trotsky and the opposition had begun to draw attention in 1923. The revival of heavy industry was given a place in every important party pronouncement. The 13th Party Conference of January 1924, which condemned the economic theses of the opposition, nonetheless adopted the resolution drafted by the Scissors Committee which described socialist accumulation as a fundamental and decisive factor in the fate of the proletarian dictatorship under NEP, and firmly recommended that the metal industry should be advanced to the front rank and receive support of all kinds from the state. Point to the appointment of Dzerzhinsky in February 1924 as Industry 357. 1 Planovi Hosiaspo, number 9, 1925, p. 301. Dzerzhinsky, in a speech to Byzanka on December 2, 1924, Pravda, December 4, 1924, put the profits of industry at 4 million rubles for 1922 to 3, and 45 millions for 1923 to 4. 215 Conferencia Visa Sozno Komunistickskoy Party, B, 1927. p. 109. According to S. G. Stromilin, Okerki Sovetskoy Ekonomiki, 1928. Pages 166 to 7, trusts directly responsible to the Byzanka of the USSR showed a profit of 100 million rubles in 1923 to 4, after setting aside 130 millions for amortization, but trusts responsible to organs of the republics still failed to show profits. For the question of amortization, CP 367, note 3 below. 3C the interregnum, 1923 to 1924, p. 124. AES 77. 358 The economic revival. President of Byzanka was moved to make this recommendation effective. At the 13th Party Congress in May 1924, Zinoviev proclaimed that the moment had come for the revival of heavy industry and for the production of the means of production. But any practical step towards the achievement of these ends continued to encounter powerful opposition. Sokolnikov, speaking a few days after the end of the Congress, put in a caveat about the tempo of the development of state industry, and thought that the Congress had called a halt to excessive forms of enthusiasm for so-called socialist accumulation. A little later, a spokesman of Narkompan argued that it was the development of light rather than of heavy industry which was required to feed the peasant market, and that capital available for investment should go into industries processing agricultural produce for export. The view that the Soviet Union, instead of developing its own heavy industry, should expand its agricultural production for export, and import machinery and capital goods from abroad, was by no means dead. As the economic year 1923 to 4 came to an end, few signs pointed to radical changes in industrial policy in 1924. The situation in the autumn of 1924 offered little encouragement to the advocates of intensive industrialization. The harvest had partly failed. The party was seriously alarmed by symptoms of peasant unrest, and Zinoviev had proclaimed the slogan, "Face to the countryside." Trotsky had resumed his offensive against the party leadership, and the campaign against him was being built up around the charge of underestimating the peasant. Registered financial restraint and the conciliation of the peasant were the 1C the interregnum, 1923 to 1924, pages 152 to 3. 2 Economikeskias Hizn, June 5, 1924. When a few days later Nikov spoke in the same sense at the business club, Smilga asked in reply copyright whether the industrialists exist for the benefit of Narkompan, or Narkompan for the benefit of the industrialists. Smilga was at this time editor of the newly founded Vestnik Promyshlenosti, Transport I Torgofli, the journal of the Council of Congresses, the organ of the industrial managers. See the interregnum, 1923 to 1924, pages 50 to 53. 3 Socialistic Hosiaspo, number 5, 1924, pages 102 to 3. 4 CP 211 above. 5 The struggle in the party will be discussed in part 3 in the following volume. Industry 359. 2 main watchwords of current policy. It was in this atmosphere that the chief administration of the metal industry, Glab Metal, or GUMP, put forward in the autumn of 1924 a plan for the industry for 1924 to 5, which provided for output of a total value of 306 million rubles, an expansion of 55% or over the total of the preceding year. This proposal provoked an immediate crisis. During the first years of NEP, industry had been financed by advances from the budget. These took the form partly of direct subsidies for the restoration of fixed capital, and partly of advances under the head of working capital, mainly for the purchase of raw materials. From 1923 onwards, the policy had been to restrict these budgetary sources. In 1923 to 4, state industry received 82 million rubles in subventions from the budget, and to finance industry primarily through long-term and short-term credit from the banks. The difference was one of substance as well as of method. Banking credit was made available on the basis of tangible security and potential profits. It met the needs of consumer industries whose capital requirements were comparatively low, and whose products found a ready market and a quick turnover, but not of the metal industries which were still in course of construction or reconstruction, whose capital requirements were extensive, and whose profits lay far ahead in the future. If the program of Glab Metal for 1924 to 5, or anything like it, was to be approved, substantial advances from budgetary sources were indispensable. One Glab Metal and Glob Electro were the only Globki which survived from the period of war communism into NEP, Voprosi Historiae, number 7, 1953. P42, this was scarcely accidental, since they controlled two industries where private enterprise had no footing. 2 Socialistic Iskohosiaisvo, number 1, 1925, P81. 3C The Interregnum, 1923 to 1924, P16, Bukharin in his polemic against Trotsky in January 1925 complained that the opposition wished to use state subsidies as the center of gravity for financing industry, whereas the party wished industry to rely on bank credit, and Bukharin, Critica Economicaskoy. Platformi Oppositia 1926, P83. 4 Besides receiving advances, industry was, of course, also paying taxes. A. Table in R.W. Davies, The Development of the Soviet Budgetary System. 1958, P103, purports to show that in both the years 1924 to 5 and 1925 to 6, industry paid more than it received. Even so, the process was significant, since the tax on profits came mainly from light industry and the advances were made to heavy industry. Copyright. A. The clash of policies was sharp. Sokolnikov, in submitting his budget to TSIK in October 1924, reiterated his old thesis that the expansion of industry was dependent on the expansion of agriculture, industry was fettered to the condition of the peasant economy. This principle dominated the budget. Owing to the bad harvest, state assistance to agriculture was to be raised from 59 million rubles in the previous year to 88 million in 1924 to 5. Transport, which had received 50 million rubles to cover its deficit in the previous year, would be expected to balance its accounts in 1924 to 5. Industry would have to economize its subvention of 82 millions in the preceding year, now being reduced to 59 millions. Expenditure on electrification was cut from 46 millions to 37 millions. At the end of October 1924, Sokolnikov told the party Central Committee that we have rather overstrained the line of support for heavy industry, and stressed the alleged dangers of overdeveloping the metal industry. At the 6th Congress of Trade Unions in the middle of November, Rykov propounded the view, congenial to a trade union audience, that the growth of our metal industry is the criterion of the recovery of the productive backbone of our whole economy, both in industry and in agriculture. But he excused himself from giving definite data on the question of the prospects of the metal industry for the coming year, on the ground that the commission which was dealing with the question had not yet reported asterisk. The result was a compromise. The decision taken by Stowe few days later was for a 10% cut in the program put forward by Glab Metal. Production for the year was reduced from 360. The economic revival. 1. SSSR, Centralny Ispolitelny Komitet 2 Soziva, 2 Sessia, 1924. P136, for Sokolnikov's enunciation of the same thesis in 1922. See the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 2, P316. 2 SSSR, Centralny Ispolitelny Komitet 2 Soziva, 2 Sessia, 1924. Pages 150 to 51. 3 Ekonomikeskies Hizn, November 2, 1924. 4 Shistoy SS Professional NYKH Sozov SSSR, 1925, P239. Dealing. Gates of the metal workers and the railway workers spoke of the growing demand for the products of heavy industry. The whole production of Yugostal had been sold for a year ahead, and the repair of 3,000 locomotives was being held up for lack of material. Ibid. Pages 258, 273. The Congress passed a resolution stressing the significance of the metal industry, which at the present time still lags behind the development of other branches of the economy. Ibid. P 485. Industry 361. The planned total of 306 million rubles to 270 millions. At the beginning of December 1924, Kamina addressed the Moscow Soviet in terms which revealed the prevailing confusion of thought. He pointed out that in the past our metal industry rested not on rural demand, but on the orders of the railways, of shipping companies, on the military requirements of the Tsarist government. But he drew no moral for present conditions from this correct and pertinent observation, and, having quoted the figures of the decision of Stowe, he proceeded to invoke the same criterion as Bukharin and Sokolnikov. Can our basic consumer, the peasant, consume what our industry produces? At the same moment, Dzerzhinsky warned in all union conference of Bazin that shortage of capital resources placed a limit on the industrial expansion. The metal industries, in particular, were chronic ally in debt to the banks, and unable to meet their wages bills without further credit. The resolution of the conference damped down the recent emphasis on heavy industry, observing that the underscore development of industry must go hand in hand with the development of the peasant economy, and proceed from the requirements of that economy. Asterisk. The moral was pointed in a leading article in Ekonomikeskies Hizn of 11 December 1924, which applauded the resolution as a contribution to a Bolshevistically restrained economic policy and condemned the permanentist underestimate made of the peasant economy in our country. The check to the hopes of the industrialists was suddenly linked with the new crisis in relations between Trotsky and the party leadership. The fight with Trotsky was on, and every official pronouncement on policy at this time must add its quota to the weight of denunciation. No cause associated with Trotsky's name or with Trotsky's supporters could be allowed to receive any semblance of official corroboration. 1 Ekonomikeskies Hizn, 21, November 22, 1924, Pravda, December 2, 1924. The decision of Stowe is dated November 24 in VKP, V. Rezoliaci. Yak, 1941, I. 634. Dzerzhinsky later revealed that this decision was taken against his vote and by a majority of 1, F. Dzerzhinsky/Zbrny. Proizvedenia, 2 1957, 266 to 7. 2 El Kamina, Stat I Rishi, 11, 1929, 265 to 8. 3 Ekonomikeskies Hizn, 2, December 4, 1924. The resolution of the conference was reported in full. Ibid. December 7, 1924. H.S.R.I 17. It was, therefore, both significant and characteristic when the Party Central Committee, having in January 1925 administered a resounding reproof and defeat to Trotsky and his followers, and having relieved Trotsky of his functions as president of the Revolutionary Military Council, should once more have reversed the trend of economic policy. Now that there was no longer any immediate risk of strengthening Trotsky's hand by seeming to prove that he had not been entirely wrong, it was possible to resume the forward march of heavy industry, and his supporters could be made to feel that they had been tilting at windmills. The objections of Narkompin were brushed aside. The Central Committee authorized Bazinka to increase by 15% the program of production for heavy industry approved by Stowe in November 1924, thus more than restoring the cuts then made, and decreed a corresponding increase in budget allocations and an expansion of credit for industry. In more general terms, the Central Committee demanded the working out of a plan to restore fixed capital, to re-equip the factories and to erect new FAC. Tories to meet the needs of the whole economy. Special attention was to be given to the supply of metal goods to the countryside, and the production of lead and zinc, as well as the output of locomotives and wagons, were to be expedited. An explicit program for the expansion of heavy industry had for the first time received the endorsement of the highest party authority. While, however, the zigzags of Soviet economic policy in the winter of 1924-5 may be attributed in part to the exigencies of the struggle against Trotsky, deeper explanations are required of the ultimate victory of the industrializers. The most obvious cause was the extent and volume of the economic recovery, reflecting itself in the unexpected resilience of the public revenue. In spite of the poor harvest, receipts continued to flow into the treasury at a rate which reversed all the cautious prognostications of the previous summer, and called in January 1925 for a substantial upward revision of the budget. Since funds were available to finance industrial expansion on a more generous scale, Narkomfin was deprived of its most convincing argument. Yet this evidently 1 VKP, B, V. Rizoliadziak, 1941, I, 634-5. 2 for the CP 490 below. 362 The economic revival. A. Industry 363. Does not answer the question why these surpluses should not have been used merely to relieve the burden of taxation, or, if retained, should not have been directed to consumer industries rather than to the production of the means of production. The tenacity of purpose which in these years insisted on the maintenance and intensification, in face of every obstacle and opposition, of the program of development of heavy industry, requires explanation on a different level, and would appear to have derived both from the dynamic of national self-sufficiency which had been set in motion before the revolution and from the dynamic of Marxist socialism set in motion by the revolution itself. The Soviet economy advanced in the 1920s and 1930s under the inspiration of these two powerful forces. One particular factor brought the issue of industrialization to a head in the year 1925 and helped to shape the character of the decisions taken. Since the introduction of NEP, economic advance had taken the spontaneous and relatively uncontroversial form of economic recovery, of regaining lost ground. No new decisions, no influx of fresh capital, had been called for. Hitherto, it had been possible to promote a partial revival of industry by bringing back disused factories and plant into operation and by processes of rationalization. This did not involve any large investment of new capital. By the end of 1924, however, what could be achieved by this method had been achieved. It was officially estimated that existing factories and plant were being utilized up to 85% of capacity. 1 Makeshift expedients were no longer available. The next requirement, if industry was to expand further, or even to maintain its existing level of production, was the accumulation of capital resources, not merely to repair the damages and wear and tear of war and civil war and to make up for a long period of neglect, but to transform and modernize obsolescent factories, plant, and equipment. A large program of capital investment, such as had been envisaged by Dzerzhinsky at the 13th Party Congress in May 1924, had become indispensable. The party resolution of January 1925, while giving its blessing, 1 Economikeskiasism, February 25, 1925. 2 see the interregnum, 1923 to 1924, pages 152 to 3. To budget allocations as well as to an expansion of credit, had ignored the details of the financial problem, and it was round this that the battle raged throughout 1925. The situation was analyzed in a set of theses on the question of the restoration of fixed capital, now described as the central problem of industrial policy, which were adopted by Bazinka at the end of February 1925. What was at stake was no longer simple reproduction of capital, but an expansion of production through an increase of fixed capital. The obsolescent equipment of many enterprises must be renewed, and new industries must be created. The problem of the renewal of fixed capital must be approached with a plan worked out on an all-state scale. The first step was to ensure a planned allocation of amortization allowances on the basis of general state interests and not of particular economic interests of separate state undertakings. But these resources were not large enough for a policy of expansion. After everything possible had been done, by way of rationalization, increased rate of circulation and increased productivity of labor, and by the extraction of the savings of the population through taxation, it would be necessary to create an industrial fund, to be built up out of amortization allowances, state subsidies, and loans, for capital investment in industry. The fund was to be administered by the appropriate banks, Prombank and Electrobank, under the direction of Bazinka. Following the adoption of these theses, Bazinka convened a special conference on the restoration of fixed capital in industry, OSFIC, which remained active for the next 18 months, and marked an important stage in the history of industrial planning. Its initial recommendation for an industrial fund for long-term credit, to be administered by Prombank under the general supervision of Bazinka, contemplated a total investment for the year 1925 to 6 of not less than 300 million rubles. It was estimated that 80 millions could be provided by industry, and that 250 to 300 millions might be furnished from the budget. At the begin, 1 Economikeskiasism, February 25, 1925. 2 Among other functions, it published a series of works on different sectors of industry. G. Krzyzanowski, Sakynania, 1934, 296. 3 A report on the conference is in Planowy Hozjaistvo, number 6, 1925. Pages 269 to 72. A 7 TIOD is 364 The economic revival. BD. A. Me. C. E. Ning of May 1925. Gosplan set up a special commission on the question of fixed capital to coordinate the investigations of Bazinka and of other departments working on the same case. Meanwhile, Sto established a further special conference on the improvement of the quality of production, which continued to work throughout the year and with which Trotsky actively associated himself. The spring of 1925, when these ambitious projects were under active discussion, and when short-term credit flowed freely from the banks, was a period of intense optimism in industry, and especially in heavy industry. The 14th Party Conference in April, which wrestled uneasily with the Galak problem in agriculture, could console itself with the favorable picture drawn by Dzerzhinsky of the situation on the industrial front. It was, said Dzerzhinsky, the metal industry, its condition, and its level, which was decisive for the level, the dynamic and the line of Development of all other branches. Much remained to be done. While industry as a whole had attained in 1923 to 4 from 42 to 45% of pre-war production and was expected to reach 65 to 70% in the current year, the metal industry had attained only 30% in the previous year, and was estimated to reach only 47% in 1924 to 5. But the blast furnaces of the Ukraine were now being restored, automobiles and tractors were being manufactured for the first time in the current year, and the foundations of an aviation industry had been laid in the creation of an avia trust. In the current year 70 million rubles were being invested in the metal industry. Dzerzhinsky submitted a 3-year plan for industry providing for an 80% increase in present levels of production. He himself was more optimistic, and believed that this increase could be achieved in 1.5 or 2 years. A special resolution of the Conference on the Metal Industry. 1 Ibid, number 6, 1926, p. 253. 2 Decision of Sto of April 2, 1925 quoted in M. Sabliev, Directive VKP, B, V. Oblasti Hozyaispenvoy Politiki, 1928, p. 171, an address by Trotsky to the plenum of the conference was reported in Ekonomikeskiya. Zizm, August 18, 1925. 3-4 Credit policy at this time see pages 504 to 6 below. 4 Key Ternadzetak Konferencji Rossiyskoy Komunistiskoy Party. Bolshevikov, 1925, pages 151 to 80, 208. Industry 365. F. 366 The Economic Revival. Sanctioned a further increase in the program of 270 million. Pre-war rubles approved by Sto in November 1924, and raised to 310 millions by the Central Committee in January 1925, to a grand total of 350 millions. Greater efficiency and greater economy must be practiced everywhere, and those trusts which were still working at a loss must be set the rigorous task of making ends meet. Finally, a distinction was drawn between the long-term perspective plan for the metal industry and the new 3-year directive plan. The latter was specifically approved, and the construction of new factories was declared a priority task. The same atmosphere of enthusiasm dominated the Third Union Congress of Soviets in the following month. This, declared Rykov in his opening speech, was a turning point in the sense that we do not intend to stop at what we have already achieved, or at what was achieved by the Russian national economy before the October Revolution. Hitherto recovery had been the watchword. Lost ground had still to be made up. Now the prospect of fresh advances began to appear. Dzerzhinsky gave a somewhat broader and more popular view of industrial achievement than he had offered to the party conference. The Congress in its resolution called particular attention to the burning question of the moment, the organization of long-term credit for industry. This must be drawn, in the first instance, from the amortization reserves accumulated by industry itself, but industry was also encouraged to look both to the state budget and to the banks as sources of credit. The task of restoring the fixed capital of industry acquires the greater significance the more fully enterprises are loaded. 3. The spring of 1925 marked the turning point, first contemplated by Zinoviev a year earlier *, and often spoken of by party leaders. At this time, when recovery and restoration could be left behind, and a program of advance and new development taken in hand. But this automatically implied not only a measure of planning, but of planning for consciously chosen ends. It was time. 1 VKP, B, V. Rizoliatsiak, 1941, 2, 24-5. 2 Tretai SS Tsavtov SSSR, 1925, p. 52. 3 ID, Postanovlenia, 1925, p. 36. 4 C. The Interregnum, 1923-1924, p. 153. E. BRPON-***. IME. Industry 367. An industrial leader told the Leningrad Soviet to introduce considerations not of capitalist utility, but of our socialist utility. The problem of amortization was now seriously tackled for the first time, and began to enter into calculations of the profits of industry. Before 1921 destruction and wear and tear of plant and machinery had gone unchecked. Nothing but the most essential repairs could be thought of, and, though no detailed statistics are apparently available before 1923, it seems clear that funds set aside for amortization during the first 2 years of net were insufficient to keep pace with the continuing deterioration, so that the value of fixed capital in industry continued to decline. The first serious attempt to deal with the problem of depreciation was made in the year 1923-4, when the trusts working under the control of Byzanka of the USSR showed a profit of 100 million rubles after setting aside an allocation of 130 millions for amortization. In 1924-5, when complete figures were available for the first time, profits of all trusts reached 436 million rubles, in adding to an allocation of 271 millions to amortization. Though it is doubtful whether even this sufficed to balance the long-standing process of deterioration. It was not till 1925-6 that investment in industry effectively overtook depreciation, and that proper. 1 Leningradskaya Pravda, June 2, 1925. 2 See the table in Estromilin, Okerki Savitskoy Ekonomiki, 1928, pp. 166-7. The corresponding figures for 1925-6 were 614 million and 365 million rubles. 3 According to an article in Planovi Hozyaisvo, number 4, 1926, pages 146. 56. Amortization and fresh investment in industry did not overtake depreciation before 1925-6, though Estromilin, Okerki Savitskoy Ekonomiki, 1928, pages 164-5, gives reasons for contesting this calculation. Failure to adjust pre-war values to replacement values vitiated amortization figures. Before 1925-6, the profit of industry for the past period is largely fictitious, since in calculating amortization in 1923, 1924, and 1925 no account was taken of the change in the purchasing power of the Chernovitz ruble in comparison with the pre-war ruble. Torgova Promyshlenaya Gazeta, 18. March 1926, quoted in Sozialistisky Vestnik Berlin, number 6 124. March 31, 1926, p. 8. In the year 1925-6 fixed assets acquired before October 1, 1923 were revalued at replacement cost on October 1, 1925, and carried in the books at the new figure, Planovi Hozyaisvo, number 8, 1939. _p39. 368 The economic revival became effective in state industry. The revival of industry in 1924-5 was bound up with certain local conditions and influenced by local pressures. The disintegration of heavy industry, and especially the metal industries, During and after the Civil War had affected the two areas where they had been mainly centered, the Ukraine and Leningrad. The Ukraine, in particular, had been a seat of war, foreign occupation, and anarchy for a prolonged period, during which its former place in iron and steel production had been partly usurped by the more strategically located industry of the Urals. The first condition of a revival of Ukrainian heavy industry was a resumption of the largely disabled coal production of the Donbass region. This was a constant preoccupation from 1921 onwards, and by 1924, serious, even spectacular results had been achieved. At the beginning of the economic year 1923-4, an ambitious plan had been drawn up to raise 412 million PUTs of coal from Donbass. During the year, by January 1924, it had been possible to raise the target to a minimum of 450 or a maximum of 500 millions. By the end of the economic year, the total amount mined had risen to 540 million PUTs, a figure which for the first time exceeded 54% of the pre-war output of the region. Once, however, coal was once more freely available, the revival of Ukrainian iron and steel, organized in the Mammoth Trust Yugoslavia, followed most automatically, for the rival industry in the Urals, before the opening of the coal mines of the Karaganda Basin in the 19s. Accounting processes, with adequate amortization allowances, 30s, had no accessible supply of coking coal. Rivalry between Yugoslavia and the Urals was a burning topic at the 6th Trade Union Congress in November 1924. Some delegates thought the rivalry unhealthy and menacing, and drew from it an argument in favor of planning. Rykov, on the other hand, regarded it with official satisfaction. 1 El Kameni, Star I Rishi, 11, 1929, 139-40. 2 See the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917-1923, Volume 2, p. 307. 3 For the difficulties of iron and steel production in the Urals in this period and the rapid revival of production in the Ukraine. See Socialistics. Kohozyastvo, No. 5, 1924, p. 80, Promyshlenost. SSSRV 1925-1926. Goda, Vysenka, 1927, p. 12. A. Equals. Industry 369. One of the positive merits of our new economic policy consists in testing out our work in market conditions. We suffer not from an excessive amount of competition, but from too little competition in our state industries. Point 1. Since, however, a committee on state orders had been set up in October 1923 to regulate the proper distribution of state orders to the metal industries, and since these industries were entirely dependent on such orders, it is clear that the ultimate decision was one of public policy, and that the revived heavy industry of the Ukraine was a powerful factor in the crucial year 1925 in promoting an expansion of state support for heavy industry. The other former center of heavy industry which had suffered from the prolonged industrial eclipse was Leningrad. Here heavy industry had incurred less physical devastation than in the Ukraine, but had been subject to the same processes of decay. Political influences had protected it from the full consequences of rationalization, but at the cost of efficiency. Since Leningrad had been especially associated with the metal industries, the low level to which they had sunk had been a blow to its prosperity and prestige scarcely less severe than the removal of the capital to Moscow. No city had so much at stake in their revival. With the decision of January 1925 for an intensified industrial expansion, Vysenka set up a special commission to draw up a 5-year plan for the development of industry in Leningrad. Recovery had already set in. At one time, Zinoviev told the Leningrad Soviet in April 1925, Leningrad had been looked on as a city with a glorious past, but without present or future. Now, however, we have once more assembled in our factories the workers who had gone away. Degree in June 1925 particulars were published of the reports of the Vysenka Commission. At one time it had apparently been suggested that light engineering should be developed in one Chistoy SS Professional NYKH Soyozov SSSR, 1925, pages 263-4, 275, 287. 2 Vestnik TSIKA, Sobnarkoma Isto Soyoz SSR, 1923, number 8, Arts. 248, 256. 3 See the Interregnum, 1923-1924, p. 18, note 3. 4 Leningradskaya Pravda, January 27, 1925. 5 Ibid, April 12, 1925, for a further speech in the same vein. See Ibid, April 15, 1925. 370 The economic revival. Leningrad and heavy engineering should be removed elsewhere. But all thought of this was now abandoned. The Commission recommended an investment of 290 million rubles spread over the 5 years, of which 150 millions would be drawn from local and internal resources and 140 millions from the Union budget. On this basis it was estimated that industrial production in Leningrad at the end of the 5-year period would rise to 130% of its pre-war level, and that cost of production would fall from a present 175% to 122% of the pre-war level, allowing for a limited rise in real wages. At the same time, Dzerzhinsky made a speech in Leningrad in which he declared that the tasks laid down by the Third Congress of Soviets in connection with the problem of the restoration of fixed capital relate first and foremost to Leningrad, and attack the financial fetishism of dependence on finance as some kind of force lying outside ourselves. 1 A week later the Presidium of Vysenka gave its approval to the plan drawn up by the Commission, drawing particular attention to the need to expand the engineering and electrical industries, and raising the proposed total capital investment for the 5 years to 465 million rubles, of which, however, only 125 millions would come from the Union budget. The plan was a landmark in the revival of Soviet heavy industry and in the resuscitation of Leningrad. Throughout the summer of 1925 the question of long-term credit for industry was a burning issue. The project of an trial fund elaborated by Vysenka in the previous March had apparently undergone modification, and now appeared into alternative forms. The first was for a fund to be administered by Vysenka under the supervision of STO, and to be built up by allocations from the profits of industry, by grants from the bud, get, and by state loans and loans from the banks. This proposal encountered strong opposition, being branded as a return to Glavkism, i.e. to the financing of industry directly by Vysenka. 1 The recommendations of the Commission and Dzerzhinsky's speech are both in Leningradskaya Pravda, June 18, 1925. 2 Ibid, June 27, July 5, 1925. Discussions of the plan filled the columns of Leningradskaya Pravda through the first half of July 1925. 2. Instead of through the banks, the alternative proposal, endorsed by Gosplan, was to entrust the task of financing industrial expansion to Prombank. This raised the objection that the same Institutions should not be asked to handle both long-term and short-term credit. Point 2. By way of compromise, the issue of a state loan of 300 million rubles for the explicit purpose of financing industrial reconstruction was announced in the middle of Aug. UST*. This device was less helpful than it seemed. In spite of the official abandonment of the practice of forced subscriptions to state loans*, no funds were forthcoming for voluntary subscriptions, and state enterprises were required to take up their quota of the new industrial loan. Since subscribers were allowed to pay for the bonds by installments, and since they could only meet the installments by mortgaging the bonds with the state bank, the transaction merely made the state a partner in the indebtedness of industry to the banks without increasing its total volume degree and illustrated the fundamental dilemma of industrial expansion: inability to find in any part of the national economy savings to finance capital development. But, while it solved no problem, it was a signal of continued encouragement to industry to expand, and to the banks to pursue generous credit policy in aid of the expansion. The warning light of inflation was still ignored. Registered Industry 371. 1 Planowy Hozyaństwo, number 8, 1925, pages 23-5, for Glavkism. See the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917-1923, volume 2, pages 180-85. 2 Planowy Hozyaństwo, number 6, 1925, p. 254, Ekonomicko Obozrenie. September 1925, p. 18. 3 Sobranie Zakonów, 1925, number 53, art. 398. 4 CP 500 below. 5 In Sokonnikov's words, the loan rests on deposits accumulated in the banks and represents a form of state guarantee of the long-term debts of enterprises. G. Sokonnikov, Finansowy Polityka Rewolucji, 3, 1928. 211. Rudzyk at the 14th Party Congress taunted Sokonnikov with having supposed that by renaming short-term credits we can really raise a loan for economic recovery. 14 SSV Socialism Komunistyczny Party, B. 1926, p. 330. 6 For the financial aspects of the situation, see pages 504-11 below. Trotsky afterwards claimed to have given warnings on June 12 and again on 24 June 1925, in what form is not clear, that the drive for expansion in certain sectors of industry threatened to produce a financial and credit crisis, and that industry, or at any rate certain branches of it, is expanding beyond our means. See his speech at the Party Central Committee of April 1926. I. 372. The economic revival. Under the impetus of these powerful driving forces, the year 1924-5 was one of record achievement for Soviet industry. It consolidated the rapid recovery of consumer industries in the 2 preceding years. It laid the foundations of a correspondingly spectacular recovery in the capital goods industries, and it prepared the way for fresh development beyond the limits and levels of pre-war Russian industry. According to Gosplan calculations, the total value of the production of census industry in terms of pre-war rubles rose from 2,627 millions Indiana 19234 to 4,000 millions in 1924-5, an increase of 54%. According to the slightly lower returns of Byzanka, the production of consumer industries rose in terms of value from 788 million pre-war rubles in 1923 to 4 to 1,318 millions in 1924-5, and the production of heavy industry from 1,620 millions to 2,642 millions. Within this category, the production of capital goods rose from 820 millions to 1,312 millions. The production of iron and steel in terms of quantity almost doubled during the year, while, however, the increase in the production of capital goods had, for the first time, preserved in the Trotsky archives. Dizen, an official of Narkomfin, who regarded the loan with misgivings, wrote that the character of the loan and the possibility of placing it do not in themselves exclude the inflationary danger, but that in view of the impossibility of enlarging the fixed capital of industry in the normal way, the risk must be taken. Ekonomicko Obozrenie, September 1925, pages 16-17. Like most officials of Narkomfin, Dizen believed in normal methods of finance and regarded large-scale industrial expansion as impossible without foreign capital. Ibid. p. 22. 1 Control Cifry Narodnego Hozyaństwa NA 1926-1927 God, 1926. p. 321. Virtually identical totals are given by the Central Statistical Administration in IDG Zytilety Yasovitskoy Vlastivik Cifruk, 1917-1927, ND. 1927, p. 230. 2 These figures in our Promyshlenost SSSRV 1925-26 go to Byzanka. 1927, pages 15, 20-21. Other figures give similar results. A table in Socialis Tikitsko Hozyaństwo, number 5, 1925, p. 27, shows a rise in the production of state industry from 1,553 million pre-war rubles in 1923 to 4 to 2,524 millions in 1924-5, and in sales of state industry from 1,278 millions to 2,290 millions. Increases of 62,5% and 77.5% respectively. According to another calculation in calendar years and Chervonets rubles, the production of heavy industry rose from 4,660 million rubles in 1924 to 7,739 millions in 1925, the production of capital goods rising from 2,109 millions to 3,356 millions, and of consumer goods from 2,551 millions to 4,383 millions. Socialistic Iskustrovitelstvo SSSR 1936, p2. TEA. Kept pace with the increases in the production of the consumer industries. This did not mean that the legacy of past neglect had been overcome. The basic metallurgical industries still lagged far behind. In 1924-5, the volume of production of textiles had reached at 66% of the 1913 total, of salt, 57% of matches, 85% of cigarettes, 102% of coal, 55% of oil, 76%. In the same year, the production of iron ore was no more than 23 to 8% of the 1913 total, of pig iron, 31%, of steel, 43 to 8%, of rolled metal, 38%. It was in these conditions that Gosplan produced, in August 1925, its first control figures of the national economy for the ensuing economic year. Restrained optimism prevailed. A repetition of the phenomenal increase of total industrial production by 48% in 1924-5 could not be expected. The total increase for 1925-6 was set at 33%. But the increase was not uniformly spread. A more rapid rate of increase was predicted for Large scale, 46%, then for small scale, 26%, or artisan, 8%, industry, and the highest rates of all for heavy industry. Thus, while the production of textiles was to rise in 1925 to 6 by 42%, of salt by 15%, and of matches by 10%, the corresponding rates of increase for the metal and electrical industries were 63% and 73%. This would raise the total of industrial production for the year at pre-war prices to 89% of the 1913 level, the metal industries reach in 90% and the textile industries 92%. In the event, the global increase of industrial production forecast by Gosplan was attained, but the share of large-scale industry, and of heavy industry in particular, in that increase proved to have been overestimated. The spontaneous forces were still more powerful than the efforts of the planners. Industry 373. 1 Control Nike Cifra Nera no Go Hosias NA 1926 to 1927 God, 1926. P 320. Similar, though not identical, figures for pig iron, steel, and rolled metal are given in Economicus Abazrini, October 1927, p. 110, lower. Figures are apparently used for 1913, giving a less unfavorable percentage. For the later years, CP 356, note 3 above. 2 for the production of these figures and the reception accorded to them. See pages 531, 534 to 6 below. 3 Control Nike Cifra Nera no Go Hosias NA 1925 to 1926 God, 1925. Pages 17 to 18, 79. 4. 374 The Economic Revival. The production of the control figures was the high water mark of the wave of optimism which had swept over the whole Soviet economy in the first half of 1925. In the autumn, the results of the harvest called for the usual reappraisal of the economic situation and led to a strong reaction. The hesitations of the previous autumn were renewed, though the causes and symptoms were radically different. The baffling difficulties of the grain collection, the unmistakable signs of a credit and currency crisis, and the widespread skepticism and hostility provoked by the publication of so great a novelty as the control figures combined to create an atmosphere unpropitious to the claims of an expanding industry. Expedients continued to be canvassed. A scheme for a special bank to finance state industry was moved, and Narkomfin Pro Dujay to plan for a special department for long-term credit to be set up in Prombank. Zinoviev, swinging rapidly over to the side of industry, insisted that without a retooling of existing factories, or the construction of new factories, no further expansion was possible. Every usable bench is fully loaded. Kamina echoed that at the end of this year there will not be in Soviet territory a single factory, a single workshop, not working to full capacity, not a single enterprise not carrying its full pre-war load. But it had now become impossible to evade the basic issue of this hour. CES from which capital for investment in industry could be drawn, and, therefore, of the rate of investment in industry. Sokolnikov represented the natural reaction of Narkomfin to a policy which was placing an intolerable strain on financial resources and threatened the stability of the currency. In the autumn of 1925, the advocates of caution were not short of arguments. The cancellation of the export program for grain meant, as Sokolnikov explained at the beginning of October, a reduction in imports of raw materials, semi-manufactured goods, and consumer goods. And in connection with this we shall have to revise to some extent 1 Economicus Season, 3, October 4, 1925. The scheme originally emanated from an official of Narkomfin, Economicus Abazrini. September 1925, p. 18. 2 Economicus Season, October 27, 1925. 3 Leningradskaya Pravda, November 11, 1925. 4. 4 El Kamina, Stat I Rishi, 12, 1926, 571. Sent. IH. A whole series of our plans for the development of industry and proceed at a more cautious pace. Sokolnikov propounded a philosophy of restraint. Industry 375. The difficulties that have arisen on this path lead up to the general question of methods of planning. They show that, after all our measures, we should nonetheless avoid excessive enthusiasm. If the Soviet state disposed of large reserves, if we really already had far more solid ground beneath our feet, we could more boldly pursue a policy of economic development. But, as it is, we must appeal for greater caution. A few weeks later he attacked with still greater vehemence the demand for a further expansion of credit to meet the crisis. The proposal to cure the goods hunger by a further deterioration in our currency position could, of course, yield no positive results. And a whole series of our plans for the development of industry must be subjected to revision. A studiously vague note of warning was sounded on the prospects of the loan for industrial reconstruction. Even if there is no reason to doubt that it will be possible to realize it in its entirety in the current financial year, a certain elasticity will have to be introduced in the dates of fulfillment of the loan, in connection with which a partial postponement for a month or two of financing on the basis of the loan for economic reconstruction appears indispensable. In the period of uneasy uncertainty which preceded the 14th Party Congress, and so long as compromise between the leaders still seemed probable or possible, nobody was in a hurry to grasp its nettle. The 7th All-Union Congress of the Trade Union of Metal Workers, which met in Moscow on November 17, 1925, had evidently been planned as a demonstration of the new 1G Sokolnikov, Finansov I Politika Revaluatsiai, 3, 1928, 19. This article was first published in Vestnik Finansov, number 10, October 1925, pp. 3 to 22. 2G Sokolnikov, Finansov I Politika Revaluatsiai, 3, 1928, 40 to 43. This article, in its original form apparently a speech at an Narkomfin conference, was published in Vestnik Finansov, no 11 to 12, November-December 1925. Pages 3 to 15. 376. The Economic Revival. Drive for the supremacy of heavy industry, and received much publicity. But Dzerzhinsky, who made the major governmental speech, confined himself to eloquent platitudes, and Zinoviev, the only top-ranking leader to appear at the Congress, devoted the major part of his speech to the international situation. The opponents of industrialization seemed momentarily in the ascend. And Shinin, the Narkomfin professor, wrote an article which stated the case against industrialization in its extreme form. Industry, in Shinin's view, was developing too fast and also developing incorrectly. The current crisis arose from attempting to force capital development at a time when the demand for consumer goods still exceeded supply. The first essential of economic policy was to increase agricultural exports, and this end could be promoted by fostering those branches of production which serve agricultural export, i.e. processing industries and industries producing consumer goods but, Doshinins. Article appeared in the official economic journal as a discussion. Article without editorial endorsement, a speech delivered by Sokolnikov to officials of Gazbank revealed him as a convert to similar views. The more rapid development of agriculture in comparison with industry can in no way be a handicap to the economic development of the country. On the contrary, it is a fundamental condition of its more rapid economic development. Contradictions between the levels attained by industry and agriculture must be resolved by going to the foreign market and realizing the surplus of agricultural raw materials on the foreign market in order to organize the import of capital. Preobrazhensky broke silence with a pessimistic article in which he expressed the fear that the goods shortage would increase, and that, instead of seeking the fundamental cure of increasing capital accumulation in industry at the expense of the whole economy of the country, many would be found to advocate the line of least resistance and intensify imports of consumer goods. 5. 1. The opening of the Congress was reported in Pravda, November 18, 1925, Dzerzhinsky's speech on 22, November 24, Zinoviev's on December 1. 2 CP 339, Note 3 above. 3 Ekonomikosko Obozrenie, November 1925, pages 2540. 4 Pravda, December 1, 1925. 5 Ibid, December 15, 1925. M. Industry 377. As the 14th Party Congress approached, therefore, it seemed scarcely likely that the Congress would prove a decisive landmark in the process of industrialization. Stalin, now firmly in command of the powerful levers of the party machine, rallied to the support of the peasant against the attacks of Zinoviev and Kamina, the newfound champions of industry, and the advocacy of Trotsky continued to be compromising to policies about and out industrialization and comprehensive planning. Yet, in spite of these omens, the Congress earned its place in party history under the name of the Congress of Industrialization. The logic of socialism in one country compelled Stalin to call a halt to the policy of concessions to the Gulag and, almost in spite of himself, carried him over to the camp of the industrialists. In effect, this issue cut across the lines of division which had established themselves in the personal struggle. On one side, Stalin found allies in Bukharin, Rykov, and Kalinin, all of them supporters of the peasant cause. Bukharin's embarrassing attempt at the Congress to reconcile socialism in one country with his defense of the peasant by a theory of snail's pace industrialization was long remembered, and exposed him to much contumely and derision in later years. We came to the conclusion that we could build socialism even on this wretched technological level, that we shall move forward at a snail's pace, but that all the same we shall be building socialism, and shall build it. But on the other side the opposition was involved in still graver inconsistency. For it consisted not only of Zinoviev and KM, who were moving towards an industrialist policy, even at the price of a rapprochement with Trotsky, but also Sokolnikov, the only prominent figure in the party who openly advocated grain exports and imports of consumer goods, and relegated industrialization to an indefinite future. It was noticeable that Stalin, in his reply to the debate at the Congress, refuted the heresies of Sokolnikov with far greater vigor and conviction than those of Kamina and Zinoviev, reiterating his determination not to allow the USSR to be converted into an agrarian country for the benefit of any other country whatever, and to put it in a 114 SSV Soyuznoye Communistiskoi Party, B. 1926, p. 135. 378 The economic revival. Yen. Position to produce machines and other instruments of production. 1. The main resolution of the Congress announced the design as one of the fundamental propositions by which the policy of the Central Committee was to be guided, to conduct economic construction from the standpoint of converting the USSR from a country that imports machines and equipment into a country that produces machines and equipment, in order that the USSR may not, in the circumstances of a capitalist environment, be converted into an economic adjunct of the capitalist world economy, and may constitute an independent economic unit in course of construction on socialist lines. The resolution went on to record, as its first directives in the field of economic policy, the determination of the party and the government to give first place to the task of securing by every means the victory of socialist forms of economy over private capital, to ensure the economic independence of the USSR in such a way as to protect the USSR from becoming an adjunct of a capitalist world economy, and to pursue a policy aimed at the industrialization of the country, the development of the production of means of production, and the formation of reserves for economic man. Over everything in the execution of the policy remained vague and subject to controversy. But, after the 14th Party Congress, certain principles were fairly established in party doctrine and could no longer be openly contested. In the first place, the remedy for the disproportion in the Soviet economy was to be sought not through the development of agriculture, but through the expansion of industry. Secondly, industrialization was to proceed first and foremost through the development of the means of production, i.e. of capital goods industries as the broad basis on which consumer goods industries could be ultimately expanded. Thirdly, industrialization was to be financed out of internal resources, and had as its overriding purpose the conversion of the USSR into an economically powerful and self-sufficient unit. Industrialization was the economic corollary of socialism in one country. 1 Stalin, Sakhinania, 7, 355. The debates of the Congress will be decrypted in Part 3 in the following volume. Sent. 2 VKP, B, V. Rizoliatziak, 1941, 2, 48-50. Industry 379. If, however, the opponents of industrialization could no longer give battle on the issue of principle, its supporters showed no immediate eagerness to convert principles into practice. It was perhaps embarrassing that the only leading party figure to speak with enthusiasm of the resolution of the Congress on the growth of socialist state industry was Trotsky, who repeated that to raise the peasant without a rise in industry is impossible. Controversy now turned, not on the question whether to industrialize, but on what rate of industrialization was practicable and desirable. Tempo became the catchword of Soviet economic vocabulary. Narkompin proposed to reduce the total of the 300 million ruble loan, which had run into serious difficulties, to 225 millions. A compromise figure of 240 millions was eventually approved by Sto. On March 24, 1926, Sto fixed the plan of industrial production for the current year at a total of 5,050 million Chervonets rubles, or 3,020 million pre-war rubles. This was higher than the control figures of the previous summer, but apparently lower than had been foreseen in some intermediate projects. The writer of a leading article in the current number of the party journal Bolshoi Vic found it difficult to reconcile such adverse phenomena as rising prices and symptoms of inflation with the evident fact that our economy is in a state of expansion, not of decline, but club that the remedy lay not in Chinese agrarianization but in further industrialization *. The growth of this sum would be Wildered faith in the virtues of industrial expansion was characteristic of the new mood. The session of the party's Central Committee of 6 to 9 April 1926, while it appeared to be concerned primarily with agricultural policy, was strongly marked by the growing emphasis on indus. 1. Trotsky's speech to the Moscow Provincial Congress of the Textile Workers' Trade Union was published in Pravda, January 31, February 2, 1926. It was uncontroversial in tone. 2. Economikeskias Hisn, March 21, 1926. 3. Abid, March 25, 1926. This was said to represent a 40% increase on the previous year, but the different classification of industries makes precise comparison with the Gosplan figures of August 1925, CPP 372 to 3 above, impossible. 4. Bolshevik, number 5, March 15, 1926, pages 3 to 8, Fortune's article C. Underscore P 376 above. Trialization. Trotsky's reappearance on the party scene was significant of the trend. To finance the expansion of industry was the motive of Trotsky's demand for a stiffening of the agricultural tax, and he reproached Kamina for not seeing that the problem of differentiation in the countryside could not be solved except through progressive industrialization. There was some discussion of the grandiose project to construct a dam on the Dnieper, afterwards famous under the name Dnieprostroi, for the generation of electrical power. As president of the Commission on Electrification, Trotsky was an enthusiastic promoter of this project. Stalin came out on the side of caution, and made some remarks which Trotsky later published and held up to opprobrium. 380. The economic revival. The means required here are enormous, some hundred millions. We should be falling into the position of a peasant who had saved up a few kopecks and, instead of repairing his plow or renewing his stock, bought a gramophone and ruined himself. Can we fail to take account of the decision of the Congress that our industrial plans must correspond with our resources? Comrade Trotsky, however, evidently does not take account of this decision of the Congress. Trotsky's main speech and his amendments to Rykov's resolution revolved around the central theme that state industry is lagging behind agricultural development and that are funded. 1. Trotsky had expressed the same view in an introduction written in November 1925 for the English translation of his pamphlet, Towards Socialism or Capitalism. We have every reason to anticipate that, with proper guidance, the growth of industry will keep ahead of the process of stratification among the peasantry and thus neutralize it, creating a technical base and economic possibilities for a gradual transition to collective farming. L. Trotsky, Towards Socialism or Capitalism. 1926, p. 11. The argument evidently attracted attention. Trotsky recalled it in his letter of July 12, 1928 to the 6th Congress of Comintern, a copy of which is in the Trotsky Archives, translation in L. Trotsky, the Third International. After Lenin N.Y., 1936, p. 281. 2. Quoted from the unpublished records of the committee in Bulletin. Oppositii, Paris, No. 29 to 30, September 1932, p. 34. The speech is in correctly dated April 1927, Ibid, number 19, March 1931, p. 17, and number 27, March 1932, p. 3. Stalin in his speech at the Leningrad Party meeting after the session again used the simile of a peasant who bought an outsize gramophone instead of repairing his plow, but without specific mention either of Dnieprostroi or of Trotsky. Sakhinaya, 8, 130. 3 CP 349, note 3 above. E. PEG. AEP. AZ. A. Industry 381. Mental economic difficulties arise from the fact that the volume of industry is too small. His recommendations were familiar to make the agricultural tax more progressive and wholesale prices more flexible, to curtail unnecessary expenditure, remembering that we have not yet emerged from the stage of primitive socialist accumulation, to increase long-term credits to industry and capital investment in industry, to press forward with electrification, and to intensify the application of planning. The resolution, in its final form, went far enough in its support of industry to secure unanimous acceptance. It contrasted the first years of NEP, when the revival of agriculture had been the main concern, with the present period of disproportion in the growth of the economy, when the development of industry and, in general, the industrialization of the country is a decisive task, the fulfillment of which determines the further progress of the economy as a whole on the road to the victory of socialism. In spite of difficulties, a rosy picture was painted of the prospects of industry. Industry is growing far more vigorously than other branches of the economy of the USSR. The general production of industry in comparison with that of the previous year is being once more increased, approximately by 30 to 40%. For the first time in the present year, substantial investments are being made in industry for equipment and for new construction, which determines the possibility of the expansion of industry in succeeding years. The only specific decision on aid for industry was the endorsement of an unpublished and apparently otherwise unrecorded decision of the Politburo of February 25, 1926, on capital expenditure in industry, the state budget and the creation of a special reserve fund in the state budget. The moral was promptly driven home. Stalin, speaking on the results of the session to a Leningrad Party meeting, an audience which would be predisposed to welcome emphasis on industry, referred to the fundamental slogan of industrialization proclaimed by the 14th Party Congress. It was not enough, however, to speak of developing industry, even colonial countries. 1 VKP, B, V. Rizoliatsiak, 1941, 2, 91 to 7, for the sections of the Resolution on Agriculture and on Planning CP 351 above and P 544 below. H.S.R.18. 382. The economic revival had industries. What was essential was the development of heavy industry. The conclusions were to advance the industry of our country as the foundation of socialism and the driving force which carries forward the whole national economy, to increase the tempo of our social accumulation, and to ensure the correct utilization of the reserves which are being accumulated and establish the strictest regime of economy. Those who listen to such phrases must have assumed that the battle of industrialization had been won, and this was in part, though only in part, true. The problem of the rate of capital accumulation, and of the sources from which it was to be drawn, had become all important. But the leaders were no more eager than of old to face the issue. The struggle between agriculture and industry, and between different agrarian policies, which had marked the earlier stages of the controversy, was soon to be resumed in the new setting with abetted acrimony. Progress had, however, in fact been made. Industry continued to advance, while the same protagonists on both sides exchanged the same arguments about the tempo of industrialization. While the major problems of industrial recovery turned on large-scale industry working under direct state management, too, other forms of industrial production remained important. In the first place, state enterprises not directly operated by the state were leased to private individuals or cooperatives. These were included in the category of census industry. Secondly, outside the category of census industry, small private industrial concerns continued to operate in the towns. And rural industries played an extensive 1 Stalin, Sakhaninaya, 8, 119-22, 147. 2. The superficial optimism of the official line was well displayed in an address to the Communist Academy on April 27, 1926, by Milyutin, People's Commissar for Finance of the RSFSR, who rehashed the old themes, branding Preobrazhensky and Sokhonikov respectively as spokesmen of the two deviations, Vestnik Kommunistiskoy Akademii, 16-1926, 200, and 16-27. 3. The original limitation of private enterprise to concerns employing not more than 5 workers with mechanical power or 10 workers without, c. The Bolshevik Revolution, 1917-1923, Volume 2, p. 178, had been raised in 1921 to 20 workers, see Ibid, Volume 2, p. 300, according to a Vysenko report. Quoted in Chastny Kapital vy Narod Namhozhiyazv SSSR, ed. A. Ginsburg. 1927, p. 33, hundreds of private enterprises exceeded this limit. By W.V. / 4. E. For Industry 383. Part in the trade of the countryside, though this must have been extraordinarily difficult to evaluate with any approach to occur. AC. According to Gosplan statistics, the production of both these forms of industry continued to increase during the period of recovery, though the percentage of both in total production somewhat declined. A table prepared in Gosplan early in 1926 gave a comprehensive picture of industrial production in millions of Chervonets rubles, kissing face, rural, and artisan, state cooperative private industry, census industry, 1,668 5,414, 252 1,935 7,567, 291 2,322 10,214. Estimates. Thus, while the production of the cooperative and private sectors of census industry and of rural and artisan industry continued to rise, it declined relatively to total production, and this decline was more marked in the private than in the cooperative sector. The official attitudes varied from grudging toleration to active support. A commission of Vysenko set up in February 1926 to study the position of private capital in industry and trade reported that in the present position of the national economy the existence of a certain body of private industrialists and traders is decree of the RSFSR of May 1925. Private concerns were allowed in certain conditions to employ up to 100 workers. Y. Rosenfeld, Promyslenia Polityka SSSR 1926, p. 494. 1 Planovi Hozyaistvo, No. 2, 1926, p. 122. A table in IDG Zytaletia. Savitskoy Vlastivik Cifruk, 1917-1927, ND, p. 284, relating to census industry alone, gives somewhat higher totals, presumably owing to diff. For ranks of classification according to these figures, the proportion of state industry in terms of value produced remained constant in the years 1923 to 4 to 1925 to 6 at about 90% of all census industry, while the proportion of the cooperatives rose slightly at the expense of the private sector. 384 The economic revival. Unavoidable, and the task of the state is to utilize productive ELE_ ments in a practical way in the interest of a broadening and cheapening of production *. The leasing of industrial enterprises by the state to private individuals or cooperatives willing and able to exploit them had been practiced on a modest scale since the early days of NEP. According to the latest regulation issued by Vysenko on 10 September 1924, enterprises could be leased up to a maximum of 12 years. The same limit adopted for the leasing of land *. The leased enterprises were almost invariably small, so that their total weight in the economy was never significant. * Out of a total of 6,500 leased enterprises on March 1, 1924, it is not clear that all were in effective operation. 30% were in the food industry, 24% are in the leather industry, half of them were leased to private individuals, half of these being the former owners, the remainder to RT/S cooperatives or institutions. The origin of one such enterprise is recorded from the environs of Moscow. In August 1924, a new factory producing screws, bolts, and nails was started under the name Proletarsky Trud by combining 2 4 factories in the hands of lessees, possibly the previous owners of one of them. The project was approved by the Moscow Provincial Vysenko, by the Metal Workers Trade Union, and finally by the Provincial Planning Department, Govplan, before the necessary credits, amounting in all to 100,000 rubles, were granted. The lessees had to demonstrate that they were capable of restoring the factory to production and could do it more quickly and better than a state concern. The factory started in August. 1 Chastny Kapital vy Narod Namhozhiyazv SSSR, ed. A. Ginsburg. 1927, p. 35. 2 See the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917-1923, Volume 2, pages 300 to 301. 3 Y. Rosenfeld, Promyslenia Polityka SSSR, 1926, pages 499 to 500. 4 According to Estremilin, Okierki Savitskoy Ekonomiki, 1928. p. 179, they accounted, in terms of capital invested, for only 1 to 1% of all capital invested in industry in 1925, according to Y. Rosenfeld, Promi. Shlenia Polityka SSSR, 1926, p. 504, they employed less than 5% of all labor employed in state industry, but produced 8% of the output. These figures show that, as was to be expected, the proportion of fixed capital employed was far less in leased enterprises than in state industry. 5 Ibid, pages 502 to 3. Industry 385. 1924 with 192 workers, and in October 1925 was employing 653.1. This account is probably typical of the empirical and somewhat haphazard methods by which industrial production in small units was built up again after the collapse of 1918 to 21. Private industry had its share in the industrial revival of the middle 1920s. In 1925 it was employing 36% or more workers in the industrial region of Moscow than in the previous year, though this still accounted for only 12 to 17% of all industrial Workers in the region. In the long run, however, leased industries faced an awkward dilemma. If they were unsuccessful, they failed to earn profits and collapsed. If they were successful, they were sooner or later likely to be taken over by the state or the region. Rural and artisan industries, ranging from the part-time output of peasant households to small enterprises employing hired labor, or organized as artels or industrial cooperatives *, made a larger contribution than the leased enterprises to the sum of industrial production. Such industries, though they almost entirely escaped central control, had enjoyed official approval and encouragement since the early days of NEP, and had regained a measure of prosperity more rapidly than factory industries * industrial cooperatives, which represented the highest form of organization of artisans and rural workers, but covered only a fraction of them degree registered, were exempted by Article 57 of the Civil Code from the limitation on the number of hired workers imposed on private industrial. One supplementary bulletin issued with Planovi Hozyaistvo, number 12, 1925, pages 6 to 7. 2 Bolshevik, number 14, July 30, 1926, pages 36, 43. Workers in private FAC. Tories received higher wages than in state industry, but were politically more backward. Patriarchal relations were said to exist between employers and workers. Religious holidays were observed, and the workers were often stubbornly convinced that state industry would inevitably be beaten by private capital if the latter were given its head. Ibid. Pages 40 to 43. 3 Chastny Kapital Vy Narodnom Hozyaistvo SSSR, ed. A. Ginsburg. 1927, pages 31 to 2. 4 According to an article in Pravda, March 24, 1925, from 80 to 94% of rural industrial enterprises were either smithies or village mills. 5 See the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 2, pages 296 to 300, 309. 6 According to figures in Control Cifry Narodnego Hozyaistva N.A. Underscore 1928 to 29 God, 1928, pages 424 to 5, private enterprises in 1925 to 6 accounted. 386 The economic revival concerns, but never rivaled the agricultural cooperatives, still less the consumer cooperatives, in importance. In 1925 they were organized in the RSFSR in 4 large cooperative unions. A general all-Russian union of industrial cooperatives, which included leather workers, textile workers, metal workers, wood workers and builders, and special unions for forestry, fishing and hunting. The cooperatives organized in these unions were said to have about 600,000 members on October 1, 1925. Industrial cooperatives in the Ukraine had 65,000 members, and there were incipient industrial cooperatives with a few thousand members in White Russia, Transcaucasia, and Uzbekistan. These enterprises had from the first been regarded with jealous hostility both by the trade unions and by the spokesmen of large-scale industry. Like the agricultural cooperatives, the industrial cooperatives operating in rural industry were frequently accused of being merely a cloak for the revival of the type of petty capitalism especially associated with the Kulak *. It was logical that, at a moment when agricultural policy was moving in favor of the well-to-do peasant, these predominantly rural forms of industrial production should also have attracted renewed attention. On April 10, 1925, a decree was issued granting tax exemptions to workers in rural industries and to craftsmen and individual artisans in towns *. A leading article in Pravda on the following day described the falling off in rural industries as one of the causes of agrarian overpopulation, and hence of unemployment. At the 14th Party Conference in April 1925, for 19 to 9% of all industrial production and industrial cooperatives for 8 to 2%, since a considerable proportion of industrial cooperatives worked in census industry, see table on p. 383 above, the predominance of private enterprise in rural industries must have been very great. 1 CP 382, note 3 above. 2 These particulars are taken from a detailed, and obviously official, account of industrial cooperatives in Economikisko Obozrenie, April 1926, pages 134 to 46. 3 See Ibid, June 1927, pages 109 to 10, for a development of this thesis. According to a later source, 47% of all workers engaged in industrial cooperatives in 1926 were hired workers, A. Yevgenyan and B. Marcus. Rajvitai Savitskoy Economiki 1940, p. 209. 4 Sobrani Zakonoy, 1925, number 25, art. 168. E/S. Industry 387. With the defense of the Kulak usurping a central place in party pre-occupations, Rykov launched a campaign on behalf of industrial cooperatives and rural industries. Industrial cooperatives had been neglected because our economic organs have often regard, and even now still regard, industrial cooperation as a rival. It was important to develop them if only to employ the surplus population which would otherwise press on the cities and increase the reserve industrial army. Rykov denounced trade union jealousies of rural industries. Some of our workers in the trade union movement do not understand that the rural craftsman, whose whole budget consists of his earnings in rural industry, is certainly no further removed from the working class than the peasants who flock to the city for temporary work and are organized by the trade union *. The resolution of the conference demanded greater attention than hitherto to questions of rural industry and cooperatives of rural workers and craftsmen, who must not be treated as non-workers and deprived of electoral rights. State industry was to work in conjunction with rural industries, and not conclude oppressive contracts with rural workers. A few days later the Third Union Congress of Soviets passed a resolution in favor of assistance for small-scale and rural industry in the form of the granting of credit, the provision of raw materials, half-finished products, and material, the marketing of products of rural industry, the encouragement of workers' cooperatives, etc. * With such encouragement small-scale private industry continued to prosper and participated in the general recovery, though an absolute increase in production represented a relative decline in the proportion of private production to that of the state and cooperative sectors. 1 Key Ternadzatak Konferencja Rossiyskoy Communistiskoy Party. Bolshevikov, 1925, pages 93, 149. 2 VKP, B. V. Rizoliatsiak, 1941, 2, 19 to 21. 3 Tretai SS Tsavtoy SSSR, Postanovlenia, 1925, p. 26. Chapter 7. Labor. Tuesday labor situation of the middle 1920s showed in most respects a slow and modest, but undeniable, improvement. The worst wages scandals of 1923 finally disappeared with the stabilization of the currency. The drive for higher productivity, steadily and remorselessly pursued, achieved a measure of success, and laid the foundation for a progressive restoration and expansion Zion of industry, especially heavy industry, better labor discus. Decline as well as technical improvements contributed to this result. On the other hand, the wage structure, now no longer controlled by the state, remained chaotic and encouraged jealousies between different branches of industry and different regions. The Macindash area for the settlement of conflicts was overburdened and bruised in operation, and the trade unions found it to be more and copyright more difficult to combine their roles as loyal instruments of state and party and as representatives of the group interests of the workers. Above all, no solution was found, or appeared to be in sight, for the problem of mass unemployment, which continued without abatement through this period, and dominated the labor situation. Fear of dismissal still largely replaced other forms of discipline, and the abundance of manpower had the usual effect of concentrating attention on the increase of individual output, rather than on improvement of technical means of production. The number of unemployed rose steadily during the first half of 1924, those registered at 70 labor exchanges increasing from 754,000 on January 1 to 822,000 on July 1, corresponding to an estimated total of 1,240,000 registered unemployed on 1 January, and 1,340,000 on 1 July. At the 6th Trade Union Congress in November 1924, Schmidt repeated the familiar explanations which, however true, did little to mitigate the harsh realities of the problem. Of the numbers registered on July 1, 25% had never worked for wages at all, 17% had worked for less than 3 years, others were office workers or peasants recently. 1. Socialistic Socialismo, number 4, 1925, p. 413. OEA. Labor 389. Arrived from the country, only 300,000 to 400,000 were genuine unemployed industrial workers. In July 1924 the labor exchanges repeated the operation, already several times attempted, of purging the sham registrations. This, combined with the sea's own allowed flow for the harvest, produced a startling diminution in the figures for October 1, which showed only 473,000 unemployed registered at the same 70 exchanges, with an estimated total of 775,000. The Moscow and Leningrad exchanges were particularly zealous, reducing the numbers of unemployed on their books from 140,000 to 70,000 and from 170,000 to 13,000 respectively. 3. But these manipulations, which a trade union delegate compared with the practice adopted by Narkompan in the inflation period of revaluing the currency by striking off knots from the sum of rubles *, failed to keep down the numbers for any length of time. And, after the drastic reorganization of January 1925, which transformed the labor exchanges into voluntary organizations for the recruitment of labor *, the purging process was set in. Motion once more. In the first 3 months of 1925 the number of registered unemployed was reduced by 60%, or most of whom are said to have failed to present themselves for re-registration. On the other hand, the percentage of trade unionists among the registered unemployed rose, as a result of the operation, from 38 to 61, and this was taken as a sign that the lists were now more nearly representative of the bona fide unemployed registered in October 1925. Pravda quoted the official figure of unemployed on 1 September as 1,100,000 with the remark that, since registration at the labor exchanges was no longer obligatory, the real total might be nearer 1,300,000. 1 Chistoy SS Professional NYKH Soyozov SSR, 1925, p. 186. 2 See the Interregnum, 1923 to 1924, pages 62 to 3. 3 Socialistic Socialismo, number 5, 1925, p. 413, Chistoy SS Pro. Professional NYKH Soyozov SSR, 1925, p. 138. Even Schmidt admitted that the Leningrad figure was fictitious. 4 Ibid, p. 199. 5 For this reform see the Interregnum, 1923 to 1924, pages 72 to 3. An instruction was issued by the party central committee that party members who were unemployed should be registered at the labor exchanges. Spravachnik. Partina Gorabonica, v. 1925-1926, 251. 6 Y. Rosenfeld, Promyślenia Polityka SSSR, 1926, p. 321. 7 Pravda, October 14, 1925. 390 The economic revival. It was now becoming apparent that the problem of unemployed men in the Soviet Union differed in one fundamental respect from a similar problem in the West. The observation was justly made that, whereas in Western countries the curve of unemployed men varied inversely to the curve of employment, in the Soviet Union between 1924 and 1926 the numbers of unemployed and of employed workers were both rising. The number of workers employed in industry, which stood in 1913 at about 2,600,000, had fallen in 1921 to below 1,250,000, but thereafter had risen steadily, reaching 1,620,000 in 1923 to 4, and estimated totals of 1,900,000 and 2,300,000 in the 2 following years. As early as 1924 a critic noted that the country is once more throwing onto the town a reserve army of labor, and at the present time our industry is not in a position to digest all the labor power offered. The rapid expansion of heavy industry in the following year brought to light a new problem in the form of a shortage of skilled labor without diminishing the incidence of unemployed men as a whole. Thus, wrote Smilga, at this time, we have on one flank a shortage of labor power, and on the other an production of labor power. Industrial unemployment in the Soviet Union could, therefore, be clearly diagnosed as a reflection of the phenomenon of rural overpopulation to which attention had been drawn in the resolution of the Party Central Committee in April 1925. For the rapid natural increase of population combined with the growing pro. 1 Y. Rosenfeld, Promyślenia Polityka SSSR, 1926, pages 317, 319. The figures quoted were those of Gosplan. Other calculations were current. The number of workers in census industry was given as 1,190,775, including 1,110,539 in state industry, for 1923 to 4, 1,429,515, including 1,319,973 in state industry, for 1924 to 5, and 1,728,364, including 1,592,750 in state industry, for 1925 to 6, Planovi Hozyaispo, number 2, 1926, p. 132. A later calculation put the total of workers in large-scale industry for the 3 years in question at 1,795,000, 2,107,000 and 2,678,000 respectively. Socialistic Iskustrojitelstvo SSSR 1934, p. 306, ID 1936, p. 508. 2. Socialistic Iskohozjaispo, number 3, 1924, p. 218. 3. Planovihozjaispo, no 9 1925, p. 24. From the autumn of 1925 onwards, constant complaints are heard of lack of skilled labor. In February 1926, Gosplan reported to Stowe that the supplies of skilled labor on the labor market have been exhausted. Ibid, number 2, 1926, p. 53. 4. See pages 286 to 7 above. Aletae 7 EI2A4. Ud. Or. A. Cess of differentiation in the countryside to promote a continuous exodus of unskilled and unwanted peasants seeking employment in towns and factories. Labor 391. If we gave work to 2,000 Zinoviev, told the Leningrad Soviet at this time, very often at the same moment 10,000 new unemployed would arrive from the country seeking work and imagining that it was possible to find a tolerable livelihood in the town. You cannot empty this sea of unemployment with a teaspoon. Since the productivity of the worker in industry was many times greater than that of the worker in agriculture, this movement could only be regarded as in the long run potentially desirable. And, since the rationalization and mechanization of agriculture would tend to diminish the demand for rural labor, the ultimate solution of the problem of unemployment in the Soviet Union could only be to expand industry rapidly enough to absorb a growing rural population. Preobrazhensky was the first to insist that all attempts to solve the unemployment problem in a radical underscore way led to the problem of accumulation. Hundreds of millions in terms of value, he wrote in 1925, in the form of the unused labor of unemployed workers, in the form of idle factories with unused machinery or of uneconomic utilization of the factories that are at work. These hundreds of millions are being lost, and people are starving, simply because we are only just beginning to accumulate and are still achieving only minor successes in this field. But this analysis did not make the immediate issue any less embarrassing or any less painful. The trade unions were frankly unsympathetic to the mass of unemployed who weighed on the labor market. The unions, wrote the official trade union newspaper, have never made it their business to defend the interests of persons not earning wages. The mere intention to get a job and join a union is not enough. The unions fight for organized labor, for the organized securing of jobs, and, as a matter of course, for the employment of those already. 1 Leningradskaya Pravda, April 15, 1925. 2. According to a contemporary calculation, the net product of the industrial worker was nearly 5 times greater. Ekonomika Obozrini. October 1925, p. 80. 3. Preobrazhensky, Novaya Ekonomika, 1926, p. 240. 392. The economic revival. Organized. If the unions acted otherwise, they would lose their class character and deny their essence, the defense of their members' interests. Unemployed who are not union members will not agree with us on this, because they want to get jobs. Yet it must be stressed once again that the unions will not and cannot protect all those who are not wage earners asterisk, nor were the unemployed outside the trade unions entitled to unemployment benefit, as Bukharin said in a sympathetic analysis of the question at the 14th Party Congress. Since we do not now work on social security principles, the position of the unemployed is at present very grave. The complaint was constantly heard at the time that unemployment was falling more heavily on women than on men, and even that women were being driven out of industry. Here, too, the crisis displayed the same anomalous feature of a simultaneous increase both of employment and of unemployment. The number of women employed in industry rose steadily throughout this period from 414,000 on January 1, 1923 to 679,000 on January 1, 1926. The percentage of women employed fell from 29 to 5 on 1 January 1923 to 27 to 5 a year later, thereafter recovering slightly and remaining stationary at between 28 and 29.5. In spite of these figures, the evidence makes it clear that the turnover in female labor was disproportionately high asterisk, and that the prevalence of unemployment produced in some trade unions, especially among 1 Trud, July 1, 1925. 214 SSV Socialismo Komunistickoj Partii, B, 1926, p. 8153. For previous discussions of this question, see the interregnum 1923 to 1924. Pages 64 to 6. In the Ukraine, an unemployed person was allowed to exercise electoral rights only if he was registered at a labor exchange, or had a certificate from a regional executive committee, a village soviet, or the militia, or was a member of a trade union. Other unemployed were disfranchised. Zberniko Zakon and Taras Boryagin, 1924, number 34, R 235. This probi Zion seems to have been peculiar to the Ukraine. 3 official figures cited in International Labor Review, Geneva, XX. 1929, number 4, p. 518. Similar percentages are given in Togi Dzayatiletia. Savitskoy Vlastivik Cifruk, 1917 to 1927, ND 1927, p. 337. For a point to be noted in this context is the unusually high excess of females over males at this period in the Soviet population, especially in the age group from which the labor force would be mainly drawn, the disproportion being, of course, due to the war and the Civil War. The population. Labor 393. The metal workers, a movement to drive out women. The incompatibility of the state of affairs with Orthodox Party doctrine had been remarked by the 13th Party Congress in May 1924. In connection with the continual exclusion of women workers from production, the Congress insists that the maintenance of a female labor force in production has a political significance, and sets the party the task of intensifying the development of skilled female labor, and of drawing women, where this is possible, into branches of production in which female labor has hitherto not been utilized at all or insufficiently utilized. Plus, an awkward situation was created by the reluctance of managements to employ women owing to the limitations imposed by protective legislation and, perhaps also, to the objections of male workers to the special privileges and exemptions accorded to them. The whole issue was discussed at length, and a firm stand taken by the trade union leadership at the 6th Trade Union Congress in November 1924. Schmidt, the People's Commissar of Labor, dilated on the attempt to exclude women from industry. Women have always been the first to be discharged, and went on. A great number of our laws prohibiting the employment of women at night, or barring unhealthy occupations to them, must be revised. Where working conditions are onerous, legislation must be amended so as to facilitate the admission of women. Another delegate complained that the dismissal of women from enterprises has assumed a mass character. A woman delegate explained that the disinclination of managements to employ women was the result of protective legislation applying to them. For example, the prohibition of the employment of women on of the Soviet Union shown by the 1926 census consisted of approximately 71 million males and 76 million females. In the age group 25 to 9, the ratio of males to females was only 83 to 100. In the population above the age of 30, the ratio was 87 to 9 to 100. F. Lorimer, The Population of the Soviet Union. Geneva, 1946, pages 41 to 2. 1 VKP, B. V. Rizoliatsiak, 1941, I. 619. 2. An early case of collusion between management and workers to ignore the decree prohibiting night work for women is recorded in the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 2, p. 76. 394. The economic revival. Night work disorganizes production. Hence the clue was to relax these restrictions. It was better for a woman to have the possibility to earn a crust of bread as a worker than to go and sell herself on the boulevard. The only reason for not repealing the restrictions was fear of what they will say in the West. The Congress took the hint, recommended the removal of the prohibition on the employment of women in certain unhealthy occupations and on night work as leading to the exclusion of women, especially skilled women, from production, and instructed trade unions to combat the present tendency to replace women in production by men. No formal change in the law appears to have been made. But in April 1925 the Narkomtrud of the USSR issued a circular to the Narkomtruds of the republics confirming the necessity in future of allowing night work for women in all branches of production with the exception of those specially unhealthy industries where female labor is prohibited. Alto copyright. Together, pregnant women were to be put on day shifts. Women's wages at this time amounted to from 60 to 65% of those of men, the difference being due to the lower grading of women workers. 1 Chistoy SS Professional NYKH Soyozov SSSR, 1925, pages 185, 208, 222 to 3. 2 Ibid, p. 488. 4. 3 Spornik Dekretov, Postanov Linii, Rasporyagini I Brikasov Ponerot _ Nomohozyaisbio, number 19, 40, April 1925, p. 58. Article 129 of the Labor Code of November 1922, instructing Narkomtrud to draw up a list of especially heavy and unhealthy occupations from which women and young people were to be excluded, had not at this time been carried out in regard to work for women. A list of occupations closed to women was belatedly issued on October 30, 1925, Bulletin Finansovago I Hozyaispenago. Zakonodatelstva, number 1, January 8, 1926, pages 34 to 5. But exceptions, where they were justified by the local conditions of the industry, could be authorized by the Narkomtrud of the Republic concerned. The list of occupations closed to women included all underground work in mining. A German labor delegation which visited the Soviet Union in 1925 was shocked to find women working underground in mines, and questioned Tomsky about this. He did not attempt to deny the facts and specifically defended night work for women, objections to which rested on old bourgeois prejudices. Trud, August 20, 1925. For a ration, Zarabotne Platazie Vostanovitelny period Hozyaisva. SSSR, 1928, pages 140 to 1. ID Labor 395. Underscore a much more vexed question was the widespread unemployment among juveniles. This not only threatened to demoralize the workers of the future at the outset of their career, but deprived them of the practical training required to make them into skilled workers. Since May 1922 a decree had been in force obliging industrial enterprises to employ a certain percentage, the so-called ironclad minimum, of youths between the ages of 15 and 17 to give them training. But with the growth of unemployment, and with adult labor available in abundance, managements and workers conspired together to evade this visa. Cases occurred in which unemployed youths were given work in factories, ostensibly for training, without regular wages, and an order was issued to prohibit this abuse. At the 13th Party Congress in May 1924, 48% of juveniles wanting work in factories were said to be unemployed. At the 6th Komsomol Congress of July 1924, which debated the question of juvenile unemployment at length, the official spokesman admitted the existence of contradictions between today's rigidozerskit and the training of skilled workers in expectation of tomorrow's expansion of industry, and could only express the hope that the iron-clad minimum, which had been almost fulfilled in 1923, would be strictly observed in the current year. Another delegate complained that all employers, except a few of the most successful trusts, regarded the employment of juveniles as an overhead charge, and were waging a campaign against juvenile labor. The prohibition on the drafting of juveniles into unhealthy work also stood in the way of their employment and training. At the 6th One list of occupations from which juveniles were excluded had been published from time to time in accordance with Art. 129 of the Labor Code. The latest on February 24, 1925, is Vestiya Narodnogo Commissariata Truda, No. 11 to 12, 1925, pages 16 to 17. 2. Sobranio Zakonii, 1922, number 39, Art. 447, the obligatory percentage varied from industry to industry, and from a minimum of 2:5 to a maximum of 13. 3 Spornik Dekretov, Postanov Linii, Rasporyagini I Brikasov Ponerod. Nomohozyaisbio, number 12, September 1924, p. 59. 4 Trinatsat ISS Rossiyskoy Communistiskoy Party, Bolshevikov. 1924, pages 549 to 50. 5 Chistoy SS Rossiyskogo Leninskogo Communistiskogo Soyoza. Molodezi, 1924, pages 201, 206 to 8. 396 The Economic Revival Copyright. Trade Union Congress in November 1924 it was stated that juveniles formed only 2 to 9% of the total employed labor force, as against 3 to 7% 2 years earlier. Schmidt complained that as many juveniles were unemployed as were employed, and that since those who had never worked were not entitled to insurance benefit, their plight was desperate. The Congress resolution to mandate strict observance of the ironclad minimum of juveniles, in view of the necessity of training skilled workers. But the disappearance of the obligation to recruit labor through the labor exchanges made the stipulation difficult to enforce, though a party circular of February 1925 came out against the abolition or reduction of the wages of juveniles in industrial employment, stressing the need to maintain the ironclad minimum and to concentrate on training. The issue was still acute at the time of the 14th Party Congress in December 1925, when a Komsomol delegate announced proposals to lower the wages of juvenile workers, to introduce unpaid apprenticeships, especially among artisans, to convert factory schools from schools for the masses into schools for the training of highly skilled workers, craftsmen, etc., and to Deprive juvenile workers in unhealthy occupations of extra holy days. Bukharin replied in some embarrassment to this tirade that he personally thought that the old norms should be retained, but that the whole question was being considered by the party authorities. The Congress resolution pronounced it indispensable to maintain all fundamental legislative provisions about the labor and training of young workers registered. How far this victory in principle was translated into practice remains uncertain. In February 1926, the Central Committee of Komsomol called for E. 1 Chistoy SS Professional NYKH Soyuz of SSSR, 1925, pages 88, 184, 201-2. 2 Abid, p. 464. 3 Abid, p. 202, for the bypassing of the exchanges. See the interregnum. 1923-1924, pages 72-3. 4 Izvestiya Central Nogo Komitety Kommunistiskiskoy Party. Bolshevikov, No 13-14, 88-9, April 6, 1925, p. 14. 514 SS Visa Soyuznoy Kommunistiskiskoy Party, b. 1926, pages 829. 852. 6 VKP, b. V. Rizoliatsiak, 1941, 2, 78. Kranin Loelele. Labor 397. Measures to regulate and utilize the labor of juveniles on night work, to which they are not at present admitted, and to which they could be admitted on certain conditions. The official rapporteur at the 7th Komsomol Congress in the following month bravely enunciated the official doctrine. The socialist organization of the labor of youth means that the labor of juveniles in production is subject not only to economic tasks, not only to considerations of economic advantage, but also to tasks of instruction. But it was admitted at the Congress that not in a single branch of industry has the percentage fixed by government legislation for the employment of juveniles been fully maintained. 2 Complaints of chronic unemployment among juveniles were still being repeated at the end of the year. Asterisk. The question of training both for skilled factory work and for administrative posts continued to present an enormous problem. From 1921 onward, stipends had been granted on the nomination of the trade unions to students in higher educational institutions, technical schools and factory schools. Asterisk. From 1923 onwards, when unemployment first declared itself, industrial enterprises and Soviet institutions were required by decree to fill 1 and 2%, respectively, of their vacancies from graduates of universities or technical schools, but the campaign for economy in the budget reduced available funds. In 1923-4, 67,000 students were in receipt of state stipends of from 15 to 20 rubles a month, a rough approximation to the current wage of an industrial worker. In 1924-5 the number had fallen to 47,000, and the People's Com. 1 Trud, February 27, 1926. 27 SS Visa Soyuz Nigoleninskogo Kommunistikiskogo Soyuza. Maladezi, 1926, pages 32-3, 341. 3 Sedmoy SS Professional NYKH Soyuz of SSSR, 1927, pages 181-2. 217, 352. The following percentages of juveniles among workers in census industry were given for the years named: for 1923, 6-6, for 1924, 5-5, for 1925, 5-2, for 1926, 5-7, Statistikeski Spravochnik SSSRZ 1928 G 1929. Pages 532-3. 4. Sobranio Zakonii, 1921, number 56, art. 353, number 76, art. 621, Sobrani. Ozakonii, 1922, number 24, art. 270, number 35, art. 413. 5 Spranio Zakonii, 1923, number 49, art. 484, Sobrani Zakonov, 1925. Number 34, arts. 236, 237. The percentages were later raised to 125 and 2:5. Sobrani Zakonoi, 1926, number 44, art 320. 398 The Economic Revival. 5. JSE. Commissariat of Education was threatening to charge tuition fees in institutions under its control. At the 6th Trade Union Congress of November 1924, where these facts were stated, the plight of the students was painted in lurid colors. Many of them, unable to afford lodgings, lived in underground cellars or slept at the railway stations. A year later, at the 14th Party Congress, Book Aaron, in a gloomy picture of the plight of the young throughout the Soviet Union, spoke once more of the desperate material position even of those straight of our youth which stand on the top rungs of the educational ladder, students in higher institutions, factory schools, etc. Throughout this period, a series of decrees attempted to ensure that those graduating from technical schools and colleges should find occupation suited to their talents and training. They were to be employed, in general, as specialists, in posts appropriate to their qualifications. Nerkomtrad was given powers to direct them to such posts. Asterisk. But the very multiplicity of these decrees throws doubt on their effectiveness. In an age of chronic unemployment, manpower was still a cheap commodity, and flagrant waste of it at every stage of development a neglected evil. Throughout this period, the theory was maintained that the conditions of employment were freely determined by individual agreement or by collective agreements between trade unions and employers. State intervention was limited to the now almost entirely nugatory prescription of a statutory minimum wage, which was announced month by month. Asterisk. Wage questions, though still acute, occupied a less prominent place in the labor policies of the period from 1924 to 1926 than in the preceding years. In 1 Chistoy SS Professional NYKH Soyuz of SSSR, 1925, pages 112-13. 214 SS Visa Soyuznoy Kommunistikiskoy Party, b. 1926, p. 814. 3 Sobranio Zakonii, 1924, number 80, art. 801, number 90, art. 915, Sobrani. Zakonov, 1925, number 34, arts. 236, 237. 4 See the Interregnum, 1923 to 1924, p. 70, note 1. In the first half of 1924, the statutory monthly minimum varied from 6 rubles to 4.5 rubles according to zone, Spornik Dekretov, Postanovlinii, Razboryaginii. Prikasov Poner Nomohozyisbio, number 8, 1924, 2, 66, similar decrees. Recording slightly higher minimum rates appeared in the same publication. At intervals during 1925. E.g. NE, AE Rep Y2. BR Gate. I Labor 399. 1924, thanks to the financial reform, to the general rise in prose parity, and to increased industrial production, the position of the Worker had substantially improved. The acute labor discontent of the autumn of 1923 had been appeased, and the remuneration of the worker reached a level which at any rate enabled him to live and work. His wages were paid in a stable currency, which clubbed the repetition of past juggling with the price index, and the crying abuse of delayed wage payment, prompted in part by desire to take advantage of a falling exchange, had largely disappeared, though complaints of wages paid a month or 6 weeks in arrears were still heard, especially from the Ukraine and the Urals. In some places, only 40% of wages were paid in cash, and the balance in credit notes on the cooperatives cases were said to have occurred where the whole wage had been paid in credit notes. The Sixth Trade Union Congress in November 1924 refused to deprive the cooperatives of this factitious support by condemning the practice *, but it seems to have fallen into disrepute and gradually declined. * Protests, moreover, began to be 1. See the Interregnum, 1923 to 1924, pages 84 to 6. 2. Shestoy as Professional NYKH Soyuz of SSSR, 1925, pages 120, 255. 282. The position was summarized IP an article in Voprosi Truda, number 11. 1924, pages 56 to 60, on unpunctuality in payment of wages and the struggle against it. Employees carried on state budgets, and employees and workers in state enterprises, e.g. railways, were now, as a rule, paid punctually. Employees carried on local, i.e. provincial or county, budgets were less well placed, teachers, agronomists and doctors being mentioned as the worst sufferers. Workers in light industry were punctually paid, but there were still black spots in heavy industry, notably in the mining and metallurgical industries. In February 1926 delays of 3 or 4 months still occurred in payment of wages from local budgets. Economikeskiasism, 13. February 1926. As late as April 1926 complaints occurred of delays in wage payments by private persons or firms working on government contracts, and a decree required such firms, before receiving the sums due to them, to submit evidence that their wages bills had been paid. Sobrani. Zakhanov, 1926, number 25, art. 158. 3. Shestoy as Professional NYKH Soyuz of SSSR, 1925, pages 255, 629 to 30. 4. In the following year the Trade Union Central Council issued an order limiting the amount that might be deducted from wages in the form of credits at the cooperatives to a maximum of 15%. J-Rod, July 18, 1925, and the average of such deductions fell from 12 to 7% in March 1925 to 4 to 8% in September 1926. A ration, Zarabotne Platazier. Vostanovitalny period Hosiaisp SSSR 1928, p. 60. B. 400. The economic revival. D. Made against increasingly large deductions made from wages in the form of subscription to MOPR, the International Association for Aid to Revolutionaries, to OTVF, the Society for the Encouragement of Aviation, and Dobrachim, the Organization for the Development of Chemical Warfare. These were said to amount, in some cases, to 8 or 9% of wages. The Sixth Trade Union Congress passed a resolution that such deductions should not exceed 4% of total wages. Apart from these alleviations, it seems clear from the confused and admittedly unreliable statistics that wages rose throughout the greater part of 1924. Average monthly wages in industry in the quarter January-March 1924 stood at 36 to 2 chervonets rubles, or 20 to 39 conventional rubles. In October 1924 they had risen to 42:25 chervonets rubles, or 25:58 conventional rubles. *. 1. For MOPRC The Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 3, p. 402. 2. Shestoy as Professional NYKH Soyuz of SSSR, 1925, p. 520. 3. Average monthly wages for every quarter from October-December 1922 in conventional rubles, and from January-March 1924 in chervonets rubles, are given in a ration, Zarabotne Platazier Vostanovitalny period. Hosiaisp SSSR, 1928, pages 6, 11, monthly figures from October 1924. In conventional and in chervonets rubles are in Planovi Hosiaispo, number 2. 1926, p. 54, annual figures, in chervonets rubles only, are in control 9. Cifrai Narodnogo Hosiaisp NA 1926 to 1927 God, 1926, pages 376 to 7. For the basis on which the conventional ruble was calculated, C.S. Zagorski. Wages and Regulation of Conditions of Labor in the USSR, Geneva, 1930. Pages 191 to 3. Some uncertainty prevails about the precise definition of wages in this period for the purpose of wages statistics, and practice may not have been uniform. When NEP was introduced, the remuneration of labor lost the character of social maintenance which it had had under war communism, and became payment for value received. See the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 2, p. 319. The term wages was officially defined in 1925 to cover all forms of direct payment for labor, including overtime and bonus payments and payments in kind, but excluding social insurance, benefits, free housing, and other free services provided by the state, by local authorities, or by employer institutions. Sobrani Zakhanov, 1925, no. 14, art. 107. On the other hand, these indirect components of the workers' income were commonly referred to as the socialized part of wages by those who, for purposes of domestic or foreign propaganda, desired to prove that the worker was better off than he appeared to be, and industrialists, for a similar reason, treated the cost of social insurance and other benefits for the worker as part of their wages bill, combining both wages and expenditure on social insurance in their calculations under the same general rubric of cost of labor power. Planovi Hosiaispo, number 8, 1925. Labor 401. Official trade union spokesman at the Congress of November 1924 claimed that wages had now reached 109% of their pre-war level in Moscow, 90% in Leningrad, and 75% in the country as a whole. Another review of wages at this time, using the same general figure of 75%, recorded that in the food industry wages had reached 129 to 2% of the pre-war figure. In the textile industry 92 to 8%, in the metal industry 62:5%, and in mining only 48 to 6%. What is clear is that all statistics purporting to record average wage levels concealed great divergences between different industries, different regions, and different categories of workers. These, as Tomsky pointed out at the Sixth Trade Union Congress, were inevitable unless it was proposed to return to a system of state regulation. *. The highest wages were always paid in Moscow, followed closely by Leningrad. The Ukraine generally came next, and the Urals rated lowest. Among the great industrial regions broadly speaking, the more highly industrialized the region, the higher the wages, the differ. P36, where Strimmelin argues at length the case for keeping them apart. An example of this practice was a table in Economicus Co. Abosrini. April 1926, p. 115, where it was calculated that of all expenditures on labor and state industry in 1924 5-81% represented wages, approximately 75% are in cash and 6% are in kind, and 19% are social expenditures, including 12% are for social insurance and minor items, covering the cost of special clothing, cultural activities, hospitals, etc. Lodging for workers, commonly provided in the mining and oil extraction industries, and in other cases where factories were remote from urban centers, appears to have been generally treated as wages in kind. 1 Chistoyas as professional NYKH Soyozov SSSR, 1925, p. 98. A critic at the Congress, however, attacked these figures, alleging that they had been drawn exclusively from heavy industry and from factories employing at least 250 workers, whereas the average number of workers in a single enterprise was 14. He also attacked the pre-war statistics on which the percentages were based as unrepresentative. The official spokesman claimed in reply that the statistics covered the wages of 1,300,000 workers, ibid, pp. 138-40, 157. 2 Socialisticus Socialismo, number 5, 1925, p. 28. Similar figures with slight variations are quoted from a Gosplan publication in Y. Rosenfeld. Promyślenia Polityka SSSR, 1926, p. 348. 3 Chistoyas as professional NYKH Soyozov SSSR, 1925, pages 170-71. 4 detailed figures for different industries are quoted in a ration. Zarabotne Platazie Vostanovidal New Period Hosiasp SSSR, 1928. Pages 86-8, 95. H.S.R.I 402 The economic revival. It's being presumably offset in part by differences in the cost of living. The metal workers of the Ukraine and the Urals were said in 1924 to be receiving only 8 to 50 rubles a month, in conventional rubles, as against 18 rubles paid to their colleagues in Moscow. In the Donbass, wages were still at 50% of the pre-war level. In general, an official spokesman admitted that, while very few workers were drawing as much as 50 chervonets rubles a month, there was a fairly wide area of black spots, where workers received less than 10 rubles asterisk. More important was the vexed question of the discrepancy in remuneration between different grades of worker. After September 1921, when the egalitarian principle of leveling out wages had been officially abandoned, in the interests of efficiency, the spread between the wages of the skilled and unskilled worker increased rapidly. The wage scale recognized by the trade unions was divided into 17 grades, of which the first 9 represented manual workers and the remainder clerical and administrative staff. In the original scale of 1921, the spread between the grades was in the ratio of 1 for the lowest, 2 to 7 for the 9th, the highest grade of manual worker, and 5 for the 17th. By the end of 1923, the spread had increased to the ratio 1:3-5:8.3, but such differentiation, where it arose from differential wages for different grades of work, continued to shock party members and trade unionists. Reared in an egalitarian tradition, in the wages crisis of 1923, the plight of lower-paid workers was so desperate that it became difficult to resist pressures to allow them a somewhat larger share in a depleted wages fund. Asterisk the 6th Trade Union Congress confirmed the existing wages scale with its 17 grades in face of some. 1. Chistoyas as professional NYKH Soyozov SSSR, 1925, pages 117, 143, 294. In the spring of 1925, wages in the Gimza engineering works were less than 50% of the pre-war level, though this level had been exceeded in corresponding works in Moscow and Leningrad. Keter Nadsitav Ferenczi Rossiyskoy Communistiskoy Party, Bolshevikov, 1925. p. 203. 2 See the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917-1923, Volume 2, p. 319. 3 Trud, October 7, 1923. 4 See the Interregnum, 1923-1924, pages 81-8, the reference in the resolution of the Scissors Committee, ibid p. 124, to the necessity of bringing up low wages to the average level related, however, to the leveling up of low-paid industries, not of low-paid grades within the same industry. A. Opposition from those who demanded a still higher number of grades with a wider spread. But the most striking differences in wages received were henceforth due less to different categories in the wages scale than to differences in work done or in time worked. The further extension of piece rates in 1924, which, being primarily applicable to skilled workers, threatened to widen still further the gap between skilled and unskilled, was counteracted by a decision to extend a system of bonuses to unskilled workers as well as to administrative staffs. Between 1924 and 1926, the gap between the wages of skilled and unskilled workers continued to widen, but less rapidly and regularly than in the previous years. Period. Asterisk egalitarian principles were the foundation of party precept, and still served as some brake on contrary practice. It was still seriously expected at this time that, with the spread of general education and with the progressive elimination of the remaining bourgeois elements from responsible positions, differences of remuneration between different categories of workers would gradually be wiped out. This was a necessary part of the realization of socialism. Asterisk. It was a symptom of the strength of egalitarian sentiment that, whenever the wages issue came up for discussion during this period, the malcontents seized the opportunity to invoke the salaries of specialists as a standing grievance. Though the situation 1. Chistoyas as professional NYKH Soyozov SSSR, 1925, pages 463, 613-16. 2 Trud, October 16, 1924, further pronouncements of the Trade Union Central Council in 1925 and 1926 in favor of removing the gap in wages between time workers and piece workers, skilled and unskilled workers are quoted in a ration, Zarabotne Platazie Vostanovidal Period Haas. Yisp SSSR, 1928, p. 38. 3 figures for a number of industries are quoted in ibid pages 67-78. Skilled workers in 1925 earned on an average about twice as much as unskilled workers. 4 Preobrazhensky, who believed that wages in the Soviet economy had been in large measure emancipated from the law of value, nonetheless admitted that the system of differential wages has nothing, and can have nothing, in common with socialism. E. Preobrazhensky, Novaya Ekonomika. 1926, p. 176. The argument that differences of remuneration will disappear with the growth of socialism is also developed in a ration, Zara Botnaya Platazie Vostanovidalny period Hosiaisp SSSR, 1928, pp. 136-7. Labor 403. PEIE. 74 IBAS. FESI. 404 The Economic Revival. Shin had ostensibly been regularized by the decree of November 1923 fixing limits for individual or personal salaries falling outside the 17-grade scale of wage rates determined by collective agreements. The wide divergence between these salaries and the wages even of the most highly paid worker continued to attract attention, and in the wages crisis of the winter of 19,234, individual salaries were cut by 10 or, in the case of the highest salaries, by 20 per cent. But the agitation did not abate, and in May 1924 a new ceiling of 250 rubles a month was fixed for individual salaries, though once more with the saving proviso that salaries above this rate required the special sanction of Bizan. Another attempt was made to deal with the scandal of party members in receipt of high salaries. A decree was issued prohibiting party members from receiving salaries in excess of the ordinary wage rates of workers, except such as were required by their work to have dealings with representatives of bourgeois countries. But the new drive for productivity increased the influence of the red industrialists and made further attempts to squeeze the specialists inopportune. Not much was said on the matter at the 6th Trade Union Congress, though one delegate repeated the old complaint that specialists were unwilling to work outside the great cities, and the official spokesman, who claimed that the Trade Union Central Council had taken a very stiff line on the subject, resisted a demand to assimilate specialists rise to the ordinary wage scales. The Congress, in its resolution on incentives to increase productivity, specifically recommended bonuses to auxiliary and administrative staff in proportion to their productive achievements, and instructed factory committees to take special care to establish normal business and comradely relations between specialists and workers registered but all. 1 Sobranio Zakonii, 1924, number 11, art. 90. 2 Ibid, number 53, art. 525, number 64, art. 646. For these cuts see the inter. Regnum, 1923 to 1924, p. 125, note 1. 3 Spornik Dekretov, Postanoplinii, Rasporiaginii Iberkasov Ponerod. Nomohosiaisbio, number 8, 1924, 2, 66. 4, Ibid, number 10, 1924, 2, 86-7. 5 Shestoyas as Professional NYKH Soyozov SSSR, 1925, pages 103, 178. Underscore. 6 Ibid, pages 460-61. J. Labor 405. This did little to allay the bitter feelings that still persisted in trade union circles. Point 1. In the summer of 1925 the rising tide of prosperity, and the increasing indulgence to bourgeois elements in the economy, shown by the new attitude to the Kolak, led to renewed pressure to improve the position of the specialists. A decree of July 10, 1925 once more commended the principle of bonuses, tantiums, to members of the administrative and technical staffs in state enterprises or enterprises working with state capital, who had been responsible for raising profits or lowering production costs. Bizanko was instructed to make detailed proposals for the extension of this principle in heavy industry in view of the particular importance of this sector of production. 4 days later, an order of Bizanko explains that, with the new campaign for increased productivity, qualified higher staff was more than ever in demand, and that its remuneration still bore no relation to the value of its work in increasing output. Salaries should conform to the quality and results of work done, and bonuses should be paid for special services on a basis of percentage of salary. The percentage rates should be agreed with the trade unions. A further decree of August 1925 offered financial and other benefits to professional or administrative workers appointed to posts in the Archangel or Murmansk provinces and provinces or autonomous regions of the RSFSR in Asia. These concessions did nothing to appease the critics, and in the same month the question was sufficiently acute to engage the attention of the party central committee, which explained that it was necessary to guarantee normal conditions of work for specialists in industry, agriculture. One Economikeskayasis, November 29, 1924, replied to what was evidently a general attack on the specialists in Trud. A protest by a speaker at a Bizanko conference against bonuses for specialists is recorded. Ibid. December 6, 1924. 2 Sobrani Zakhanov, 1925, number 43, arts. 324, 325, according to Economy. CHESK is his, July 4, 1925, an agreement between Bizanko and the Trade Union Central Council preceded the issue of this decree. 3 Spornik Dekretov, Postanoplinii, Rasporiaginii Iberkasov Ponerod. Nomohosiaisbio, number 22, 43, July 1925, 2, 105-6. 4 Bulletin Finansovago Ihosiaisbin Nagos Econodatalspa, number 16. October 2, 1925, pages 24-5, for a further definition of these special posts see. Ibid, number 1, January 8, 1926, pages 32-3. 406 The Economic Revival. Transport and other branches of economic and state life. Recommendations were made to curb wholesale criticism of the specialists in the party and trade union press, and give them for their material incentives in the form of individual and collective bonuses for achievements in improving production. The resolution also pronounced in favor of a special salary scale for specialists in order to avoid the system of personal contracts. But this last proposal apparently proved too far-reaching, and was not carried out. However great the resentment of the workers at the exceptional status enjoyed by the specialists, the element of high and unregulated remuneration for outstanding managers and organizers was still a necessary incentive to production, an ineradicable remnant of capitalism in the mixed economy created by NEP. Pravda sensibly argued that the only fundamental remedy was for the regime to improve technical education and so build up its own cadres of red specialists. Rykov, in a speech at the Moscow Provincial Party Conference, tried to discredit the campaign against the specialists by treating it as part of the opposition attack on the so-called bourgeois degeneration of our state. And Tomsky explained to the 14th Party Congress that there was only one way, short of the militarization of labor, to induce scarce specialists to put their services at the disposal of the state, to offer them higher salaries. The agitation against the privileges of the specialists nonetheless continued. A decree of March 15, 1926, drawing attention to the variety of systems followed in the remuneration of specialists and to the need to establish uniform principles for the payment of tantiums, ordered a suspension of all fresh agreements for such payments it may be doubted. 1 Pravda, August 23, 1925, the text appeared in Izvestiya Central Nogo. Komitet Rossiyskoy Komunistiskoy Party, Bolshevikov, number 41, 116. October 26, 1925, p5, Inspirboshnik Partinago Rabonica, v. 1925, 1926. 306-7, and in VKP, b. Oprov Soyozak, 1940, pages 241-2, under the date. UA. September 18, 1925, which may be the date on which it was circulated as an underscore. Instruction to party organizations. 2 Pravda, November 29, 1925. 3 Abid, December 9, 1925. 414 SSV Socialism Komunistiskoy Party, b. 1926, p. 199. 5 Sobrani Zakhanov, 1926, number 22, art. 147 according to tables in A. Ration, Zarabatne Platazie Vostanabidalny period Hosias SSSR. Labor 407. Whether this attempt at restraint had much effect. 4. While the resolution of the party Central Committee of April 1926 avoided the question, Stalin in his subsequent report on the proceedings spoke severely of those who had nothing better to do than to slate the managers, accusing them of every mortal sin. In this, Try needed new recruits to management, and this required not the castigation of the managers, but, on the contrary, support for them in every way in the task of building industry. The prejudice against any state fixing of wages inculcated by NEP remained so strong in this period that it applied even to direct employees of the state. It was not till 1925 that a beginning was made in the creation of a civil service with graded staffs and uniform salaries. Before the budget of 1925-6, no real control was exercised by Narkompin over the way in which sums allocated to the departments were expended, and no uniformity imposed. Up to this time the People's Commissariats concluded collective agreements with trade unions covering subordinate staffs, and engaged responsible officials, like specialists in industry, on personal contracts. This naturally produced inequalities and anomalies. According to a table published at the time, the lowest salaries were paid by state departments, then, in ascending order, came economic administrations, state trading organs, cooperatives, and finally banks. A typist who received 13 goods rubles a month in a state department received 32 goods rubles in a bank. The corresponding figures for cashiers were 24 and 42, for secretaries 30 and 56, and so on. On January 2, 1925, Sobnarkom. 1928, pages 126-7, 547 directors who were responsible party workers were being paid in March 1926 at an average monthly rate of 187 to 9 Chervonets rubles, and 282, presumably non-party, directors at an average rate of 309 to 5 rubles. Of the latter, 17 to 4% received salaries of more than 400 rubles. Directors also generally received free and privileged living accommodation and transport, and sometimes other facilities. 1 Stalin, Sakhainania, 8, 139. 2 Ekonomikosko Obozrenie, November 1925, p.14, the system is described in Vestnik Finansov, number 4, April 1925, pages 130-31. 3 Planovi Hosiaispo, number 6, 1925, p. 266, a speaker at the 6th Trade Union Congress in November 1924 had complained that salaries in Gazbank and Prombank were many times higher than in Narkompin or in any other People's Commissariat, Shistoy SS Professional NYKH Soyozov SSSR. 1925, p. 143. An article in Voprosi Truda, number 2, 1925, pages 44-7, gave AEI-5, K3A, OE. 408 The Economic Revival. 7. Passed a resolution declaring it indispensable to establish a uniform nomenclature for posts in state organs and institutions, carried on the state budget, central or local, as well as in institutions working on Ozritsket, fixed salaries being assigned to these posts. In the following month the scale of salaries was fixed by decree for the 7 lowest grades of Soviet workers. These included chiefs of district police, people's judges, teachers, and presidents and secretaries of rural district Soviets. In June the foundations of a regular system were laid. A list of posts in every state institution and enterprise was to be drawn up with an authorized salary attached to each post. The numbers of staff were to be fixed by Rabprin and the Trade Union Central Council. Salaries by Narkompin, Narkomtrad, and Rabprin. A loophole was left for supplementary payments to individuals of particularly high qualifications and for the engagement of temporary staff. In July the opposition of the trade unions to the abandonment of collective contracts for Soviet workers was finally overruled, and a circular letter from the Trade Union Central Council gave its blessing to the reform. The new system seems to have become effective, at any rate in Moscow, by the autumn of 1925, and was later extended by decree of September 1926 throughout the copyright Soviet Union, though the trade unions continued to lament the passing of this aspect of wage control out of their hands registered. It was significant of the changing outlook that disputes about wages and salaries were no longer conducted, as they had been in instances of variations of 400 to 500% or in rates of pay for the same job in different institutions. 4. 1 Planovi Hosiaispo, number 6, 1925, p. 267. 2 Sobrani Zakhanov, 1925, number 9, art. 86, about 1/4 of Soviet workers were carried on the budget of the USSR, 1/2 on local budgets, and 1/4 on the budgets of state economic enterprises. S. Zagorski. Wages and Regulation of Conditions of Labor in the USSR, Geneva, 1930, copyright. p. 138. H.L. 3 Sobrani Zakhanov, 1925, number 42, art. 321. 4 Trud, July 18, 1925. 5 Sobrani Zakhanov, 1926, number 67, art. 514, the official date for the intro-5. Duction of the new system was October 1, 1926. 6 Sedmoy SS Professional NYKH Soyozov SSSR, 1927, pages 131-3, 152-3, 184, 242, 788. Add underscore. FOAE. $3 labor 409. The previous period, in terms of social justice or of the living standards of the workers, a new factor of overwhelming importance was now decisively invoked in every discussion: the need to raise the productivity of labor, the problem of stimulating the productivity of labor and the controversies to which it gave rise, the charge of Taylorism, opposition to peace rates, and resistance to the creation of a workers' aristocracy through differential rates of pay had been familiar since the first weeks of the regime. Lenin had emphatically asserted the principle in his Famous article of 1919 on Communist Saturdays. The productivity of labor is in the last resort the most important, the chief factor in the victory of a new social order. Capitalism created a productivity of labor unknown under serfdom. Capitalism can be finally conquered, and will be finally conquered, through the creation by socialism of a new and far higher productivity of labor. The foundation in 1922 of a Central Institute of Labor under the direction of Goldsman and Gastav to study the scientific organization of labor, Nationale Organisatie Truda, or NOT, had been followed by the formation of a countergroup led by Kerjenschaft, which also used the mystic initials NOT, and announced the institute for seeking to improve productivity not by better organization, but by increasing the pressure on the individual worker. The controversy came to a head in February 1924, when an all-Russian conference was summoned to discuss the scientific organization of labor. The directors of the Central Institute of Labor issued in preparation for the conference a manifesto in which they quoted Lenin's qualified approval of Taylorism, declared that it was incorrect and unprofitable to put the teaching of NOT on the basis of a polemic against Taylor and 1. See the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 2, pages 115, 119. 2. Lenin, Sakhinaya, XXIV, 342, for the article. See the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 2, p. 210. 3. See the Interregnum, 1923 to 1924, p. 93, Note 4. Both Gastav and Kerjenschaft were former workers in Proletkult, see pages 59 to 62 above. Kerjenschaft had been trade representative in Stockholm from 1921 to 1923, and in 1923, when he concerned himself with NOT, founded a League of Time, League of Remedy, with the journal Vremya, to inculcate the rationalization of work by measurements in terms of time occupied, which won Trotsky's approval. Trotsky, Sakhinaya, XXI, 70, 471 to 2. 7. Others, and proposed to send experts abroad to study foreign. 410. The economic revival. Techniques of the management and organization of labor. This manifesto provoked a strong counterblast from the Kerjenschaft group, whose platform of 17 appeared a week later in Pravda. They denounced the open appeal to capitalist methods, objected to piece rates for the individual worker for the individual job, and advocated what they called an objectively correct system of wages. Zinoviev came to the rescue of the Central Institute, and, reversing his attitude in the previous controversy with Goldsman in 1920, wanted to train party members among the workers as leaders and organizers, who by their personal example will raise production. Then Kerjenschaft wound up with a broadside in the trade union newspaper which had published the original manifesto. He accused the Central Institute of lack of faith in the workers, and of desire to civilize them from above, of an attempt to create an aristocracy of the working class, high priest of NOT, and a failure to recognize NOT as a class problem. The conference, which met on March 10, 1924, elected members of both groups to its presidium, and was clearly designed to bring about a compromise between them. It ended by approving a long set of theses put forward by Kubishev. Attempts to treat NOT as a complete system of the organization of labor were condemned as non-Marxist. On the other hand, NOT could be well as a means of improving the existing organization of labor by introducing improved means of production, mechanization, electrification, etc., by rationalizing conditions of production, and by raising the productivity of living human labor, raising of skills, intensification of labor, qualitative improvement of labor, etc. The first and fundamental task in the field of NOT in the USSR was the plan of electrification. All schemes which evaded this initial requirement were without substance. On the other hand, in the present economic situation, it is pure childishness, or lack of understanding of the tasks of the working class, or a disguised struggle against the proletarian dictatorship, to neglect questions of the raising of the productivity of living. 1. Trod, 5, February 6, 1924. 2. Pravda, 13, February 14, 1924. 3. Abid, February 17, 1924. 4. Trod, 20, February 22, 1924. AAA. Labor 411. Human labor in a country where, in virtue of weak technological development, this living labor plays a colossal role. But the fullest review of the problem of productivity at this time was contained in a report read by an expert of NERCOM to a conference of industrial managers in May 1924. The speaker started with the striking calculation that it took 3 Russian workers to produce as much as 1 American worker or 1.5 British workers. This could not be taken unreservedly as a proof of the relative inefficiency of the Russian worker or as a justification for his lower rate of wages. Other factors also helped to account for the catastrophic decline in the productivity of labor. Deterioration in plant and equipment, deterioration in the quality of raw materials, failure to keep factories working at full capacity, the maintenance of unprofitable enterprises for political reasons, the excessive number of employees and auxiliary workers, the 8-hour working day, and shortage of capital leading to inefficient organization of work. But, when all these factors had been taken into account, there remained 2 subjective reasons for the decline: the diminished skill of the workers, and the lower intensity of effort of the individual worker. The contrast between objective and subjective factors of productivity became a favorite cliché of the period. While nobody denied the need to remedy the objective shortcomings which were independent and of the worker, practical obstacles continued in many cases to make the remedy difficult, and it was therefore natural to concentrate on the subjective reasons residing in the worker himself, which might be eliminated by suitable policies of exhortation, instruction, incentives, and penalties. After all, Trotsky had insisted at the 12th Party Congress on the imperative need for 1. The conference was reported at some length in Trud, 11, March 12, 1924. Kubishev's theses were printed in Bulletin 2. Visa Soyuznoy Conferency I Po Not, 15 Martin 1924, pages 27 to 36. 2. Socialistikisko Hozyaistvo, number 4, 1924, pages 62 to 106. 3. A trade union writer in Planovi Hozyaistvo, number 5, 1925, p. 91. Attempted to counteract this tendency by quoting a passage from Marx's Wages, Price, and Profit. The productivity of labor depends on progressive improvements in the sphere of social productive forces, improvements resulting from a broadening of production, concentration of capital, combination and division of labor, introduction of machinery, rationalism. 412. The economic revival. Increased productivity as the workers' contribution to socialist accumulation. Throughout the summer of 1924, the campaign for increased productivity of labor gathered momentum with Dzerzhinsky as president of Byzanka, leading the attack. In June, Dzerzhinsky addressed an open letter to boards of syndicates and trusts and red directors instructing them to work out with the trade unions ways and means of drawing the masses of workers into consultation about the revival of industry and the need for increased productivity. But it was in the long run impossible to keep the question of productivity separate from the question of wages. Zinoviev, at the 13th Party Congress in May 1924, quoted some optimistic figures to show that the productivity of labor was rising pari passu with the rise in wages and had reached from 70 to 75% of its pre-war level asterisk, but this favorable estimate was flatly contradicted by Dzerzhinsky in an address to the Trade Union Central Council asterisk at the beginning of July. Byzanka of methods, utilization of chemical and other natural agents, contraction of time and space through means of communication and transport, and all those special contrivances by means of which science compels the forces of nature to serve labor, and with the help of which the social or cooperative character of labor attains its full development. But the argue copyright men cut both ways. Rykov on one occasion countered a claim that the rise in productivity had not been adequately reflected in a rise in wages with the argument that part of the rise in productivity was due not to any merit of the worker, but to improvements in organization and equipment. Trinad. Ksata Konferencja Rosyjskiej Komunistycznej Partii, Bolshevikov. 1924, p. 84. 1 see the Interregnum, 1923 to 1924, p. 93. 2 Socialistickiego Hozjajstwo, number 2, 1925, pages 451 to 3, printed a lengthy bibliography of pamphlets, speeches, and articles on the productivity of labor published in 1924 and the first months of 1925. 3 Ekonomikeskyism, June 18, 1924, on the following day Ekono-Mishiskayism published a leading article advocating the organization of mutual emulation, Sorovnovanie, among workers for this purpose. 4 Trinad Satyis Rosyjskiej Komunistycznej Partii, Bolshevikov. 1924, p. 83. 5 Ekonomikeskyism, June 24, 1924. At the 6th Trade Union Congress in November 1924, Dogadov confessed that statistics of productivity issued by different authorities differed as widely as heaven from earth. Shistoy SS Professional NYKH Sozo of SSSR 1925, p. 99, about the Labor 413, announced that it had set on foot, in agreement with the Trade Union Council, an inquiry into levels of productivity and wages. In a speech at the Kolomenskyi Works, Dzerzhinsky alleged that in this factory 100 units of production which before the war had cost 27 rubles in wages now cost 108 rubles, and that the productivity of labor was only 39% of the pre-war level. At the Sormovo Works it was still lower. One commentator described the discrepancy between the curve of productivity and the curve of wages as the new scissors which must be closed at all costs. From this time onwards, wages policy was unequivocally geared to production, a logical corollary of the adoption of the principle of Kayser-Sked. It became accepted doctrine that wages could not rise faster than the productivity of labor, or as fast, if capital accumulation was to take place, and wages policy was scrutinized more and more exclusively from the standpoint of its capacity to raise production. The campaign culminated in a resolution of the Party Central Committee of August 19, 1924 on wages and productivity. The past rise in wages, declared the resolution, had been unavoidable, and in general legitimate. It had been necessary to attain a certain level of satisfaction of the primary and indispensable needs of the workers. But the time had now come to revise this attitude. Between October 1922 and January 1924 wages were said to have increased by 90% or productivity only by 23%, or, while it was admitted that these figures had a conditional character, they correctly indicate the tendency of a rise in productivity to lag behind a rise in wages. The conclusion was that any further rise in real wages must be sought not by raising wage rates, but by reducing prices through increased efficiency in production. The duty of the trade unions was to make common cause with the same time. Dzerzhinsky admitted that the fall in industrial prices had tended to depress figures of productivity. Pravda, December 4, 1924. 1 Ekonomikeskyism, July 3, 1924. In a speech of December 2, 1924, Dzerzhinsky stated that, in the factories now controlled by Glabmetal, the number of workers employed was 99,000 in 1913 and 80,000 in 1923-4. The value of production for the former year was 173 million gold rubles, for the latter 62 millions. Pravda, December 4, 1924. 2 Y. Rosenfeld, Promyślenia Polityka SSSR, 1926, p. 360. A. 414 Economic Revival. State economic organs in the campaign to raise the productivity of the worker. The general opposition fairly often encountered between economic organs and trade unions must be overcome. Under the dictatorship of the proletariat, both Byzanka and the trade unions should look on the increase of productivity as their business. The resolution ended with a general injunction to increase productivity, not to allow any further increase in salaries, and to settle industrial disputes by established peaceful procedures. Asterisk. Koubyshev, now president of the Central Control Commission of the party, commented on this resolution at a conference of red directors. Among the measures required to increase productivity, he named electrification, mechanization, and the introduction of new technical processes and the more rational utilization of the installations at our disposal. But he also pointed out that, in a country where production was still technically at a low level, the labor factor was predominant, and he reminded his audience that even Lenin declared that the practical application of piecework and of everything which is scientific and progressive in the Taylor system is necessary. Kamina devoted the major part of a speech in the Moscow Soviet to the theme of the productivity of labor, asserting that in the metal industry productivity in 1924 was still only 30 or 40% of the 1913 figure, and ending with 1 VKP, B, V. Rizoliatsiak, 1941, I, 626-9. Varying estimates of the relation between productivity and wages current at this time for the most part reflected the prejudices of those who propounded them. A more careful calculation than most was made in Socialistickiego Hozjajstwo, number 4. 1925, pages 419 to 20. This showed that from October 1922 to October 1923, wages rose much more rapidly than productivity, that from October 1923 to October 1924 both increased more slowly, but pari passu, and that after October 1924, as the result of the campaign and the decision of the Central Committee, wages remained stationary and productivity rose steeply. These conclusions may be approximately correct for the period after October 1923, if not for the earlier period. A table in Ekonomikeskyism Obozrenie, April 1926, pages 109 to 10, showed that the proportion of expenditure on labor i.e. wages plus social service expenditure, to the total costs of production. In all, state industry fell from 27% in October 1924 to 23% in April 1925. To International Presse Correspondence, number 135, October 17, 1924, pp. 1787-9. Re. Labor 415. The quotation from Lenin to the effect that capitalism could be conquered by socialism only through a higher productivity of labor. In October 1924, the party journal carried a leading article by Molotov, which concluded, "Our path to socialism lies through the increased productivity of labor on the basis of electrification." A cautious plea from Leningrad for an increase of wages in the metal industry, supported by the argument that the mass entry of new workers into industry was bound to affect productivity. Adversely was a voice crying in the wilderness. When Larenkom plained that our managers had grasped the importance of rising the productivity of labor, but that the raising of wages had recently often receded further into the background of their consciousness than it should have done. It was party policy, which he was covertly attacking. The campaign dominated the 6th Trade Union Congress in November 1924. Zinoviev opened the proceedings in a conciliatory mood by admitting that the productivity of labor in no case results exclusively from personal intensity of work and that 50% depends on the state, on the managers, on all of us. To increase output merely by intensifying labor without fresh capital investment was to increase the ratio of labor to the capital engaged, and to encourage the retention of obsolete and uneconomic plant. But Rykov expressed what was plainly the general view. While the restoration of the fixed capital of industry was an important desideratum, the essential fact was that out of this whole chain of questions the one most susceptible of solution with our present resources is an increase in the productivity of the individual worker, and 2 delegates complained with some reason that the object of the campaign was to increase production. 1 El Camino, Stadii Irishi, 11, 1929, 134-45, the first sentence of the quotation from Lenin, for which CP 409 above, appeared as a banner headline on the front page of Ekonomikeski is his, November 7, 1924. 2 Bolshevik, No 12-13, October 20, 1924, p9. 3 Leningradskaya Pravda, October 24, 1924. 4 Vysarasiaskik Centralny Ispolitelny Komitet 11 Sozaiba, Vitoria. Sesia, 1924, p 108. 5 Shastoy SS Professional NYKH Soyozov SSSR, 1925, p 35. F. 416 Economic Revival. At the expense of the muscle power of the worker *1 some managers were said to be aiming at the abolition of the 8-hour day, at an increase of 20 to 25% in norms of output and at the dissolution of the factory committees, while another delegate quoted collective contracts recently renewed in which norms of output had been raised by 20 or 30% or with the consent of the workers. But, though there was some grumbling, nobody, except the permanent dissenter Ryazanov, who, under provocation from Tomsky, declared himself opposed altogether to raising the productivity of labor *, resisted the conclusion that the worker must produce more for the same money, and the Congress, in its resolution, formally admitted that a further improvement in the material position of the workers will depend on the development of our industry and agriculture, and accepted on behalf of the trade unions the obligation to assist the economic organs of the state in the practical work of raising the productivity of labor *. 2 well-tried expedients were discussed at the Congress. The first was an extension of peace rates. From the earliest days of the revolution, peace rates had been reluctantly recognized by the trade unions and had been widely applied *. The formal limitation placed on piecework by the labor code could always be overridden in exceptional cases and proved ineffective. The resolution of the Party Central Committee of August 1924 on increased productivity reverted to this topic, explicitly demanding the removal of limitations on extra pay for piecework, and the periodical revision of norms of output and of piece rates to take account of improvements in the organization of production, registered and underscore. The trade union newspaper embarked on a campaign in favor of piecework as an incentive to higher output. The official spokesmen came out strongly in favor of piece rates, and the resolution 1 Ibid, pages 115, 252, 257. 2 Ibid, pages 256-7, 281. 3 Ibid, p 166. 4 Ibid, p 438, a circular of the Trade Union Central Council emphasized that any further rise in wages was dependent on a rise in productivity. Trud. January 28, 1925. 5 See the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917-1923, Volume 2, pages 115, 201. 6 VKP, V. Rizoliatsiak, 1941, I. 628. 7 Trud, August 23, September 17, 1924. Yes. Of the Congress recommended an extensive use of incentive forms of wage payments by way of the introduction of direct and unrestricted remuneration of labor by piece rates. This recommendation, however, apparently excited more resistance than any other decision of the Congress, and a qualifying amendment moved by Ryazanov in the drafting commission was rejected by the narrow majority of 143 votes to 132.1. Secondly, while the resolution on wages policy enjoined in general terms a continuance of the struggle against the use of overtime, Schmidt SUC successfully resisted a specific amendment to his report as People's Commissar of Labor condemning abuses of overtime. Examples quoted by supporters of the amendment showed that in some factories as much as 60 hours overtime a month was worked, and that the legal requirement of a continuous 42-hour break at the weekend was being ignored. A year later, 20% of trial workers were said to be on overtime work. Here, too, as in the case of restriction on work for women, the urgent needs of the country were likely to override the concern for the individual worker which inspired the ideals and professions of international socialism. One result of the increased prevalence of piecework and of overtime was that standard wage rates came to play a less important part in the determination of wages actually paid. Wages actually paid were frequently double, or more than double, the rate laid down in the collective agreements under the 17-grade scale, especially in the higher grades of manual workers, where piecework and overtime were most prevalent. The 6th Trade Union Congress of November 1924 marked a 1 Chastoy SS Professional NYKH Soyozov SSSR, 1925, pages 296, 460. 596, 600 to 601, a statement in Voprosi Truda, number 11, 1924, p.7, that the Congress displayed striking unanimity in favor of piecework, only Ryazanov opposing it, was far from the truth. The campaign culminated in a Detailed order of the trade unions for the application of an unrestricted system of peace rates, Trud, February 4, 1925. Tushistoy SS Professional NYKH Soyozov SSSR, 1925, pages 464. 639 to 40. 314 SS Visa Soyoznoy Communistiskiskoy Party, B, 1926, p. 785. 4. See the detailed table in A ration, Zarabotne Platazie Vostanabidal. New period Hosiasp SSSR, 1928, p. 53. The proportion of actual wages to wage rates was highest among the metal workers, followed closely by the chemical and paper industries. Labor 417. A. Decisive stage in the gearing of wages to productivity. Since the August resolution of the Party Central Committee, what was virtually a wages stop had been in force. From the high point of October 1924, wages fell back sharply in November, then recovered a little and remained merely stationary for the rest of the winter. Point 1. Meanwhile, productivity increased rapidly, and this increase was due mainly, though not wholly, to increased intensity of labor. The relation between wages and productivity continued to be a burning issue. In February 1925, Stowe set up a commission to study it. Probably a device to appease criticism, rather than a prelude to any change of policy. And at the 14th Party Conference 2 months later, a trade union representative complained of the way in which norms of output were being constantly increased. In 1925, 53 to 4% of hours. 418. The economic revival. 1. The monthly averages were as follows. In conventional Inchervonets. Rubles. 1924. October 25 to 58 42:25. November 22 92 38 to 54. December 23 to 54 39 to 71. 1925. January 23 to 56 40-07. February 22 72 39 to 77. March 23 to 2 41 to 74. Planovi Hosiaspo, number 2, 1926, p. 54. 2. According to a calculation in Y.S. Rosenfeld, Promyslenia Politika SSSR, 1926, p. 361, the value of industrial output in terms of man days had increased in April 1925 by 32% or over the same period in the previous year, and for the whole year 1924 to 5 by 46%. 3. The Presidium of the Leningrad Provincial Trade Union Council in July 1925 held that increased productivity had been achieved through a intensity of the labor of the workers, and only in a small degree through an improvement in organizational techniques of production or an increase of technical improvements in the enterprise. Leningradskaya Pravda, July 26, 1925. 4. Sobrani Zakhanov, 1925, number 6, art. 35. 5. Keter Nadsata Konferenция Rossiyskoy Communistiskiskoy Party. Bolshevikov, 1925, pages 193 to 4. On RVG 2 OBEL. SS. Yeah. Labor 419. Worked in large-scale industry were paid at piece rates, and in 1926 the percentage had risen to 55 to 6. In the metalworking and textile industries nearly 2/3 of the hours worked were paid at piece rates, in coal mining about a half. Figures for March 1926 showed that of all wages paid in large-scale industry 4 to 2% were for overtime, and this percentage, which was said to compare with the corresponding percentage of 6 to 4 in 1914, rose to 5:8 in the metallurgical industry and to 7 to 7 in mining. In the winter of 1924 to 5, attention began to be drawn to a steeply rising accident rate in industry. The trade union newspaper reported that a circular had been sent out from Narkomtrod instructing labor inspectors categorically to resist the tendency in some quarters to diminish attention to questions of labor protection in connection with the campaign to raise the productivity of labor. But complaints continued to be heard. The head of the labor division in the Moscow Trade Union Organization cautiously pronounced that causes connected with the rise in the productivity of labor have a definite effect on the increase in accidents. In Leningrad, the number of industrial accidents had risen from 4,000 to 10,000. Proportional figures to the number employed were not given, the main causes being ignorance and pressure on the workers for increased quantity of production. In the Donbass, the number of accidents had doubled in the past year, and the number of fatal accidents increased by 40%. Articles in the press described the prevalence of industrial accidents as the scourge of the working class, a social calamity and attributed it partly to increasingly obsolete and worn-out plant and equipment, but mainly to the productivity drive degree. According 1. Socialistic Iskustrojitelstvo SSSR, 1934, p. 337. According to a ration, Zarabotne Platazie Vostanovintelny period Hosiaspa. SSSR, 1928, pages 33 to 4, the percentages of workers on piece rates, figures. For September of each year, were 45 to 7 in 1923, 51 to 4 in 1924, 60 to 1 in 1925, and 61:3 in 1926. This confirms that 1924 to 5 was the period of most rapid increase in piecework. 2. Ibid, p. 57, after March 1926 overtime began to decline. 3. Trud, January 9, 1925. 4. Ibid, February 6, 11, March 17, 1925. 5. Leningradskaya Pravda, August 2, 1925. 6. Trud, September 25, 1925. A. RN. 2. To official figures, the accident rate in mining increased from 1,095 per 10,000 workers in 1923 to 4 to 1,524 in 1924 to 5.1. 420. The economic revival. In the spring of 1925, this unremitting pressure for production led to a fresh wave of unrest among the workers. Large-scale strikes occurred, without the knowledge of the trade unions, without the knowledge of the party organs, without the knowledge of the economic organs, in the textile factories of the Moscow and Ivanovo-Vosnesensk regions. And these were only symptoms of a wider dissatisfaction. In the first half of 1925, 1 in every 6 trade unionists was involved in an industrial conflict, meaning a dispute which could not be settled by the local assessment and conflict commission, RKK. The precise causes of the trouble were difficult to discover. But the trade union newspaper did not hesitate to raise again the old complaint of collusion between unions and management. Indeed, what can be the relation of the workers to their union when their representatives in the assessment and conflict commissions, instead of defending the interests of the workers, are occupied in dismissing and fining them? What confidence can the worker have in his factory committee when, submitting to the influence of the economic organ, it confirms without any justification the lowering of an assessment or the raising of a norm? The Party Central Committee appeared to endorse this explanation. In July, it announced that the trade union organization must not be allowed to become an appendage of the administration. Underscore. With this end in view, the practice of electing factory committees on prepared lists must at the present time be abandoned, and new elections to factory committees were to be held, after careful preparation, in the Moscow province and in Ivanovo, Vosnesensk, where the strikes had been worst. 1 Sedmoy SS Professional NYKH Soyuzov SSSR, 1927, p. 382. F. 214 SS Visa Soyuznoy Communistiskoy Party, b. 1926, p. 722. 3 For these commissions see the interregnum, 1923 to 1924, p. 73. 4 Trud, June 16, 1925. 5 Pravda, July 17, 1925. The full text of the resolution does not seem to have been published, but the publication of extracts from it in Pravda was accompanied by a leading article drawing attention to its importance. The diagnosis of inattentiveness of the trade unions to the interests of the workers and of an unnatural block between trade unions, party, and Red Labor 421. IOAT plus, Lot 1E. AEP/EBGAG. Ulf. Yet, when the balance was struck, there was no doubt that low wages were the primary cause of the discontent of the workers. Some alleviations of their plight could no longer be refused. Under the impetus, partly of the strikes, and partly of the rapid expansion of industry and easy credit conditions, the wages stop imposed in the autumn of 1924 broke down. The 14th Party Conference in April 1925 had concentrated on the productivity of labor. As regards wages, it had merely repeated the old formula about bringing up wages in backward branches of industry and regions to the general level, but primarily on the basis of increased productivity. But the Third Union Congress of Soviets, in the following month, while still pressing for increased productivity and intensification of labor, cautiously conceded that, as a result of higher productivity, wages too must rise. The first official intimation for many months that a wages increase might be once more on the agenda. In fact, without any recorded formal decision, a general and substantial increase in wages, both nominal and real, took place in the summer of 1925. From an average monthly total of 23-02 conventional rubles or 41 to 74 share Bonet rubles in March 1925, wages rose to 25 to 24 conventional rubles or 45-05 share Bonets rubles in June, and to 30 to 6 conventional rubles or 51 to 14 share Bonets rubles in September. On 1 October 1925, the real wages of all industrial workers were from 5 to 10% or above the levels of a year earlier. Those of transport workers, the lowest paid category, had risen by as much as a third. These sharp, unplanned advances, conceded in response managers, was confirmed by the 14th Party Congress in the following December. 14 SS Visa Soyuznoy Communistiskoy Party, b. 1926. Pages 722 to 4, 729, 785. According to Tomsky, the strike in one factory began owing to the introduction of a new and unworkable method of feeding the yarn to the looms, Ibid, p. 734. Strikes were now a comparatively rare phenomenon. In 1924 there were 267 strikes, 151 in state enterprises, involving 42,000 workers. In 1925, 196 strikes, 99 in state enterprises, involving 43,000 workers, said Moy SS Professional NYKH Soyuzov SSSR. 1927, p. 90. 1 VKP, b. V. Rizoliatsiak, 1941, 2, 25. 2 Tretai SS Tsavtov SSSR, Postanoidalnaya, 1925, p. 20, Sobrani. Zakhanoi, 1925, number 35, art. 251. 3 The global monthly totals in conventional and Chervonets rubles are in Planovi Hozyaispo, number 2, 1926, p. 54, for more detailed particulars. 422 The economic revival to industrial unrest seemed to have taken everyone by surprise. In preparing its control figures for 1925 to 6 in the summer of 1925, Gosplan had foreseen a rise of 16% in wages for the forthcoming year, which would have brought wages to an average of 48 Chervonets rubles a month by September 1926. In fact, wages had already reached an average of 51 rubles by September 1925.1. By the end of the summer this wages increase was causing anxiety to the party leaders, both on grounds of substance and on grounds of party tactics. In the first place, it had an inflationary character, and fears of inflation, and of a potential threat to the currency, were now just beginning to be felt. Secondly, the effective pressure for an increase had come, not from the trade unions, which, under the leadership of Tomsky and Andreev, remained at this time unimpeachably faithful to the party leadership, but incongruously enough from Narkovin and Sto, Dollar, and Sokolnikov, the People's Commissar for Finance, and Kameny, the President of Sto, were already in the autumn of about different industries. See Ibid number 5, 1926, pages 280 to 81, Economikisko. Abazrini, March 1926, pages 112 to 13. According to figures in Economics, K.S. Hisn, November 14, 1925, wages at the end of September 1925 were 14% or above the level of the preceding year and had reached 95% of the level of 1913. Only in heavy industry and mining did wages still lag seriously behind, having attained 74 and 66% respectively of the pre-war level. The table in Economikisko Abazrini, April 1926, pp. 109 to 10, 113, showed a sharp rise in the proportion of expenditure on labor to total cost of production in state industry from 23% in April 1925 to 32% in July 1925. It fell back to 26% in September 1925. 1 Planovi Hozyaispo, number 1, 1926, p. 40. The calculation was complicated by the fact that Gosplan had mistakenly expected a rise in the purchasing power of the ruble, and had estimated that the rise in wages would amount to a 20% increase in real wages. On this basis a rise of nominal wages to 53 rubles would now have been required. Ibid, number 2, 1926, p. 54. Gosplan had, moreover, recommended that workers' rents should be raised by 3 rubles a month to provide a fund for repairs, and this recommendation had not been accepted, so that the Gosplan wages estimates should theoretically have been reduced by that amount. 2 CP 510 below. 3 An opposition delegate at the 14th Party Congress related that at one factory meeting at this time a manager declared, "I have just arrived from Moscow. I have been told there that a 10% increase can be given, and I am giving it to you." 14 SS Visa Soyuznoy Communistiskoy Party, b. 1926, p. 785. L. FAI oh my. A. Labor 423. 1925 coming out in more and more open opposition to the size not only of Bukharin, Rykov, and the party right, but of Stalin. It was Sokhonikov who had unexpectedly and ostentatiously raised the wages issue at a financial conference of June 15, 1925. Wages in the metallurgical industries, in the mines and on the railways were all, he declared, below their pre-war level, and it was time in the 8th year of the Soviet power to undertake the leveling up of these wages. Kamina, in his speech to the Moscow Party Organization on September 4, 1925, admitted that the rise in wages had fallen behind the growth in productivity, blamed the trade unions for having failed to maintain the link between the party leadership and the masses on this question, and put forward a tentative suggestion that a scheme should be devised to enable industrial workers to share in the profits of enterprises. That the new opposition of 1925, unlike Trotsky and the 46 in the autumn of 1923, was ready to exploit the discontents of the workers was a tribute to the growing strength and importance of the proletariat as industry expanded. In any case, it could not fail to annoy the trade unions and to alarm the party leadership, both of which had been caught unawares without any effective wages policy. That the strikers enjoyed a measure of sympathy in the party is shown by a speech of Uglanov, who deplored the participation of communists in unorganized conflicts of workers with the management, and threatened severe disciplinary measures, including even expulsion from the party, against those who offended in this way. Degree 1 Socialistico Hozyastvo, number 4, 1925, pages 18 to 19. 2 For the speech CP 314, note 3 above, Kamina reverted to the profit-sharing suggestion 3 months later in his speech at the Moscow Party Conference reported in Pravda, December 13, 1925. 3 See the Interregnum, 1923 to 1924, pages 334 to 6. 4 At the 14th Party Congress in December 1925, Andreevka announced Stokhonikov's behavior as an attack on the authority of the trade unions and proof of an irresponsible attitude towards the workers. XTV. SSV Socialism Communistiskoy Party, B. 1926, pages 795 to 6. Other speakers attacked it as demagogy, Ibid, pages 242, 296, 339, 500. Sokhonikov had touched a sensitive spot. Kamina's profit-sharing proposal also came under attack on the ground that it would unfairly favor workers in light industry, Ibid, pages 170, 196. 5 Pravda, October 4, 1925. Me. Out. In October 1925, with the 14th Party Congress looming ahead, and deep dissensions already threatened, the Party Central Committee skirted cautiously round the wages issue. The draft resolution on economic policy submitted to the session by NEB contained the following passage. 424 The economic revival. The Central Committee, while placing wages policy in direct dependence on the level of labor productivity, thinks indispensable a further pursuit of the policy of raising wages and of bringing back ward sections of industry up to standard asterisk. But the Kamina resolution was shelved, and the committee, in a carefully balanced resolution which reflected differences of opinion within it, showed itself mainly concerned to make the trade unions the scapegoat for the labor unrest earlier in the year. The unions were accused of having sometimes neglected their most important and chief task, the defense of the economic interests of the masses organized by them, though they were at the same time praised for their work in the matter of the restoration of the economy and of industry, and encouraged to pursue it. The injunction of August 1924 to cooperate with the economic organs asterisk was passed over in silence, and certain trade union organizations were convicted of a one-sided, called managerial deviation. The phrase was cunningly contrived to cover two apparently opposite errors: an unduly passive attitude towards managerial demands on the workers, and unduly active interference in questions of management, but it aptly characterized the growing tendency of the unions to make common cause with managements against the troublesome worker. 1 El Kamina, Stat I Rishi, 12, 1926, 371. 2 CP 328 above. 3 The account of differences between the leaders on this question in 14. SSV Socialism Communistiskoy Party, B. 1926, p. 201, is difficult to follow but shows that differences did exist. 4 See pages 413 to 14 above. 7. 5 For an earlier stage of this process, see the Interregnum, 1923 to 1924. p. 103. A leading article in Ekonomikeskiasism, October 22, 1925, called for a clearer differentiation between the work of the trade unionist and of the manager, and accused some trade unionists of regarding their work as subordinate and auxiliary to the work of the manager. Bolshevik, No. 21 to 2, November 30, 1925, p. 5, admitted that the worker takes a particularly negative attitude to the managerial deviation of the trade unions which labor 425. On the other hand, it was admitted that there had sometimes been too much interference by the party in trade union work and appointments. The resolution in effect registered a certain uneasiness, but left things where they were. Under cover of this resolution, the wages question seemed to have been gently pushed out of sight, almost by the way of an afterthought. The committee decided, on a report from the People's Commissar for Labor, to instruct the Politburo to work out the question of the possibility of some increase of wages in the most backward sectors of industry, and to review the declarations already made on questions of wages in particular front line sectors of industry. An instruction so cautiously worded clearly did not invite drastic action. A leading article in Pravda on October 10, 1925 recommended caution in the matter of a general rise in wages, while admitting that wages in heavy industry and transport must be allowed to catch up with the rest. A leading article in the official economic journal explained that, while some rise in wages was inevitable, the increase must not be either excessive in relation to the state of our industrial resources, or general, and Schmidt himself in an article in Pravda was still less encouraging on the prospect of a further advance asterisk whatever. The intention of the resolution of the Central Committee, its effect, was to call a sharp halt to the wage increases of the past 6 months. After a slight but general fall in October and November 1925, from which only the ill-paid transport workers were exempt, wages once more remained fairly stable throughout the winter of 1925-6. In the middle of November, the thesis on the trade occurs here and there, and that the content of trade union work comes with us to stand partially, in a certain limited sense, in contradiction with the demands of the working masses. 1 VKP, B. V. Rizoliatsiak, 1941, 2, 41 to 3. 2 Ibid, 2, 32. The instruction does not seem to have been included among the formal resolutions of the committee. 3 Ekonomikeskiasism, October 14, 1925. 4 Pravda, October 20th, 1925. 5 Planovi Hozyaistvo, number 6, 1926, p. 258. Since the purchasing power of the ruble declined during the winter, a fall in real wages was partly masked by stable nominal wages. The reference in the resolution of the Party Central Committee of April 1926 to measures taken to bring about a general increase in wages at the beginning of the economic year, VKP, B. H.S.R.I 426. The economic revival unions, which Tomsky was to present to the party Congress in December for endorsement, were approved by the Party Central Committee and published. But they added little to the October resolution of the Central Committee, and, apart from a passing allusion to the improvement in the material position of the workers, passed over the wages question in silence. Sokolnikov, nothing daunted, continued to harp on the task of restoring not only the plant and buildings, but the living forces of the working class, and of bringing back wages, where possible, to the pre-war level. Point 2. But Dzerzhinsky, on the eve of the Congress, roundly attacked the higher wages slogan as impracticable. All resources were needed for the indispensable purpose of building up basic industry, and these must be drawn from the only source of all wealth, namely, from the worker and the peasant. An intensive program of industrialization, which concentrated on the production of the means of production, was not compatible with an inflated wages bill which would increase the pressure on the already overstrained market for consumer goods. By the time the 14th Party Congress met in the second half of December 1925, all other issues had been overshadowed by the struggle between the party leadership and the Leningrad opposition. In the general debate, the wages issue was raised only in order to taunt Sokolnikov with demagogy and irresponsibility, and not seriously discussed on either side. The debate on Tomsky's theses on the work of trade unions took place at a late stage of the proceedings, when the main battle had been fought and won, and excited no strong interest. Tomsky, in his speech merely embroidered the text of his theses, which in turn repeated why Resolution 1941, 97, i.e. in October 1925, was peace rate, prompted by the desire to give the Central Committee credit for the wage increases of the previous summer, but the misstating was flagrant. 1. They were published in Pravda, November 21, 1925. 2. G. Sokolnikov, Finansovai Politika Revaluatsiai, 3, 1928, 230. 3. Ekonomikeskiy Sizn, December 18, 1925. 4. The whole passage C. F. Dzerzhinsky, Izbrani Proizvedenia, 2, 1957, 208-10. The speech was delivered on December 11, 1925, at the Moscow Provincial Party Conference. 4. 14 SSV Socialism Communistiskoy Party, B. 1926, pages 722. 47. 7. Labor 427. Most of the criticisms made in the resolution of the Party Central Committee 2 months earlier, the strikes of the past spring, had been evidence of a culpable inattention by the trade unions to the needs of the masses of workers. The correct desire of the unions to support all reasonable measures taken by the managers had sometimes led to a threefold block, a triple alliance, interjected Ryazanov, between management, party, and trade unions, which inevitably raised the question against whom this united front was directed. Contact with the workers should be fostered by making the conclusion of collective agreements less automatic. Tomsky spent some time praising and advocating the system of production conferences and production committees, Zions representing workers and management, which should be constituted not only for factories as a whole, but for separate shops within the factory. Point 1. But he added a warning not to exag. 1. It was apparently the 13th Party Conference of January 1924, which, in its endeavor to allay current industrial unrest, first recommended the trade unions to convene production conferences in the trusts, with the participation of representatives of the factory committees and of the directors of the enterprises, VKP, B. V. Resolution 1941, I. 539. And a system of production conferences and production commissions in all important industrial enterprises was prescribed in a joint circular of the Central Trade Union Council and of Rabprint of May 21, 1924, quoted in Y. Rosenfeld, Promyślenia Polityka SSSR 1926, pages 300 to 301. The project was once more commended by the 6th Trade Union Congress in November 1924, being specifically associated with the campaign to raise the productivity of labor, Shistoy SS Professional NYKH Soyozov SSSR, 1925, p. 462, and by the 14th Party Conference in April 1925. VKP, B. V. Resolution 1941, 2, 5-9. But a detailed resolution of the Party Central Committee of May 15, 1925, VKP, B. Oprov Soyozak 1940. Pages 236 to 40, admitted that the scheme had exhibited a number of substantial defects and had failed to cover really broad straight out the workers, and gave fresh instructions to bring it to life. It was not mentioned in the resolution of the Party Central Committee of October 1925 criticizing the managerial deviation in the trade unions, CP 424 above, and Tomsky's remarks at the 14th Party Congress show that the problem of reconciling effective production conferences with managerial powers and responsibility was as persistent in the Soviet Union as in capitalist countries. Molotov stated at the Congress that 371 conferences covering 34,000 workers had been set up in Moscow, and 204 conferences covering 36,000 workers in Leningrad. He put in a caveat against attempting to confine them to party members. 14 SSV Socialism Communistiskoy Party, B. 1926. p. 60. It may be doubted whether many existed outside the two capitals. E. 428. The economic revival generate the role of these conferences, or to get it into the head of the participants that their decision is final. Otherwise our managers will not be able to work, and we shall be faced with the worst form of collegiality. In a cursory general reference to strikes, Tomsky confined himself to the observation that in state enterprises strikes are theoretically admissible, but do not occur in practice, and that strikes were evidence of weakness, lack of preparedness, or abnormality in the work of the trade unions and the local party organs. 4. The debate on the report was perfunctory. Ryazanov mildly taunted Tomsky with having said nothing whatever about the two vital questions of the productivity campaign wages and the protection of labor. A spokesman of the opposition, E. number 8, at 6 features of the labor situation which pointed to a regime of state capitalism rather than of socialism, payment of wages at piece rates, relations between workers and management, the army of unemployed, methods of engagement and dismissal of workers, the frequency of industrial disputes, and the prevalence of overtime, amounting to an abandonment of the 8-hour day. And Drieve, defending the resolution, furnished a little further. Row A7. Pico writing to an article in Bolshevik, number 13, July 15, 1926, pages 45 to 58, they grew weaker in 1925, and were looked on with disfavor as encouraging the managerial deviation in the trade unions. 1. For the opposition between one-man management and collegiality, and the condemnation of the latter. See the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923. Volume 2, pages 190 to 4. It was now necessary to make it clear that production conferences did not infringe the principle of one-man responsibility in industry. 2. The resolution proposed by Tomsky and adopted at the end of the debate contained a separate paragraph on strikes in private enterprises. It quoted the statement from the resolution of the 11th Party Congress of 1922 that one of the chief tasks of the trade unions is an all-round and all-out defense of the class interests of the proletariat and struggle with capitalism, and required only that the struggle should be centralized to the maximum extent and conducted with the active support and leadership of the Central Trade Union Organs, VKP, V. Resolution, 1941, 2. 66-7. No strikes enjoying trade union support appear, however, to be recorded at this time, even in private enterprises. 3. 14 SS Visa Soyuznoye Kommunistiskoi Party, V. 1926, pages 780 to 1. 4 Ibid, pages 784 to 5. The controversy about state capitalism and socialism will be discussed in Part 3 in the following volume. OE to AE. Underscore. OS. Labor. 429. Information. Having admitted that the trade union question had been placed on the agenda of the Congress because it has acquired particular acuteness in the recent period, he repeated Tomsky's general criticisms on the inadequate defense by the unions of the material interests of the workers, on the managerial deviation, and on the weakening of the link of the trade unions with the masses. But on the wages question he was adamant. In apparent contradiction with the October resolution of the Party Central Committee, he came out strongly against equalization of wages. Wage differences reflected the specific weight of the industry and the degree of qualification of this or that section of the proletariat. They performed a necessary function and must continue. Peace rates and Drief described as an old capitalist device which must, nevertheless, be retained for the present, owing to our weak technical equipment. The theses were then unanimously adopted without substantial amendment. No doubt was allowed to remain as to the effect of this resolution on wage rates. A month later Schmidt, the People's Commissar for Labor, once again trounced the opposition for its demagogic pronouncements on the eve of the Congress. Some very responsible comrades were then incautious enough to say that in the current year we should attain the pre-war wage level or perhaps even surpass it. That was very rashly said. The trade unions have had to explain to the workers that we cannot reach this level in the present year. In February 1926 Tomsky addressed the Trade Union Central Council in similar terms. This year we must openly and honestly recommend all trade unions to tell the workers that no increase in wages can at present be expected. Starting from what we have, we must cut our coat according to our cloth. In the same month the Politburo passed a resolution in favor of bringing wages in coal mining and transport up to the general level asterisk, but in March 1926 a circular letter from the trade union. 1 Ibid, pages 793 to 6. 2 Trod, February 4, 1926. 3 Ibid, February 12, 1926 4. VKP, V. Resolution, 1941, 2, 97. 430 The Economic Revival. General Council once more insisted that no further wage increases were practicable except on the basis of increased productivity asterisk. Tomsky in a trade union meeting struck the patriotic note. If the Russian worker raises the question of the possibility of going more slowly, we don't want sacrifices, we will advance more slowly. Then he must ask himself another question, where shall we get to by this method? The answer is clear, we shall gradually fall behind in industrial Europe and become an agrarian colony. The Party Central Committee at its meeting in April 1926 firmly refused to reopen the wages question. It demanded decisive measures to raise the productivity of labor by means of the rationalization of production, in particular by the fuller use of plant, by an increase in the skill of workers, by an improvement of the organization of factories and workshops, as well as by the intensification of the working day, the strengthening of labor discipline, and the struggle with absenteeism, etc., and observed that the purpose of these measures was that the wage level already attained should be guaranteed. Further increase must depend on the expansion of industry and the rise of productivity. Stalin, in his report on the proceedings of the committee, advocated the campaign to get rid of absenteeism in the workshops and factories, to raise the productivity of labor, and to strengthen labor discipline in our enterprises. In May 1926 a lengthy decree of Stowe, which had a hortatory rather than a legislative character, demanded an all-round 10% increase in productivity before the end of the year. This was to be achieved by technical and organizational improvements as well as by greater intensity of work and increased labor discipline. In spite of the stubborn resistance to further wage increases, the workers could not fail to share to some extent in the rising prosperity of industry or to be conscious of some mitigations of the hardships from which they suffered. Social insurance was for the 1 Trod, March 25, 1926. 2 M. Tomsky, Izberny Stati Irishi, 1917 to 1927, 1928, pages 327 to 8. 3 VKP, V. Resolution, 1941, 2, 97. 4 Stalin, Sakhainania, 8, 137. 5 Sobrany Zakhanov, 1926, number 35, Art. 262. Labor 431 asterisk. First time becoming to some extent effective. At the 6th Trade Union Congress in November 1924 Schmidt claimed that 94% of those legally entitled to insurance, or 5.5 million workers in all, had been brought into the fund. Payments for temporary incapacity were now being punctually paid from the sickness fund. On the other hand, pensions for permanent disability were still being paid at half rates, and the highest rate for permanent disability was only 15 rubles a month. Some 50,000 workers, a small number, but a beginning, had been sent to sanatoria and convalescent homes. Difficulties in collecting contributions due from employers were still experienced. A large cancellation of arrears had taken place in April 1924.7, but here, too, the situation was slowly improving. It was an important step forward when, in February 1925, a Union Council of Social Insurance composed of representatives of the trade unions and of the departments concerned was established. This was not an independent body, and the representative of Narkom Trod, who presided over it, had a right of veto on its decisions subject to an appeal to Sovnarkom, but, subject to this control, it supervised the administration of the insurance funds and decided all cases of principle regarding them according to a report later in the same year. The number of insured persons on July 1, 1925 had risen to nearly 7.5 million. During the first 3 quarters of the financial year 1924-5, contributions had amounted to 314 million rubles, out of which 196 million had been paid out in benefits and 87 million paid to the health authorities for medical services. Unemployment relief continued to be the least satisfactory part of the system. The total of those receiving unemployment benefit on July 1, 1925 was 304,000. Of these, 24% were receiving 30% of the standard wage for their job, and the remainder 20% the niggardly treatment of the one Chistoy SS professional NYKH Soyozov SSSR, 1925, pages 189 to 92. 2 Ibid, p. 204. See also the Interregnum, 1923 to 1924, pages 63 to 4. 3 Sobrani Zakhanov, 1925, number 8, art. 74. An elaborate decree on the organization and control of the funds followed a year later. Sobrani Zakhanov, 1926, number 19, art. 124. 4 The report was printed as a special supplement to Planovi Hozyaisvo. Number 12, 1925, pages 20 to 2. Backslash. 432 The economic revival. Unemployed continued to be a matter of public policy, if not OU. Public necessity asterisk. Another long-standing grievance of the workers began to receive attention at this time: the question of housing. The Russian industrial worker, whether left to fend for himself or lodged, as was the common practice outside the large cities, in barracks provided by the factories, had never enjoyed anything but the most primitive living conditions. The best that could be said of them was that they were slightly more advanced than those to which the Russian peasant was still accustomed. Like other material conditions, however, they had deteriorated since 1914. The building and repair of dwellings had virtually come to a standstill before the revolution, and had not been resumed. Industrial concerns had no funds, and little incentive, to improve or maintain the housing of their workers. Houses in the cities had been transferred to the municipal authorities, but the rents paid for them, even when rents were reinstated under NEP, were for a long time nominal, and upkeep was neglected. In these conditions, nothing was done to mitigate the endemic evil of overcrowding, which became acute with the returning flow of population to the cities after 1921. A review of the situation in towns of copyright. The RSFSR in the autumn of 1925 showed that the urban copyright population had increased in the past 2 years by 7 to 5%, whereas living space had increased by 0 to 6%, and that the average space per head of population had declined by 6:8 per cent. In 1 pages 391 to 2 above. 2 see the Interregnum, 1923 to 1924, p. 77, note 1. In 1925 workers in Moscow were said to pay 5 to 6% of their wages, and in the provinces a 2:3% for rent and communal services, which before the war took 20 to 25%. Non-workers paid very high rents, but the number of these copyright was insignificant. Planovi Hozyaisvo, number 6, 1925, pages 45 to 6. In some industries a considerable proportion of workers, in coal mining and oil as underscore much as 72%, were still lodged by the enterprises in which they worked underscore. Statistika Truda, number 7, 1927, pages 12 to 13. 3 Sovetsko Stroitelstvo, number 5, December 1926, p. 113. In 1912 living space in Moscow was at the rate of 7:4 square meters per inhabitant, in 1920. Owing to the exodus of population, and in spite of deterioration and underscore destruction, it had risen to 9:3 square meters. From 1921 onwards it fell rapidly to 5:2 square meters in 1925. D. Broner, Okerki Ekonomiki Zilichnago. Hozyaisvo Moskvy 1946, p. 13. According to an estimate used by Labor 433. 1924 to 5 the capital value of dwelling houses throughout the RSFSR was estimated to have depreciated in the past 10 years by 48 million pre-war rubles. In May 1925 rents were raised, and out of 342 million Chervonets rubles collected in rent in 1925 to 6, 143 millions were spent on repairs, so that depreciation for the year was reduced to a figure of 4 million rubles. 1 According to another estimate, it was not till 1934 that deterioration of houses in Moscow was finally arrested. If these were the conditions in the capital, they were probably even worse in other cities, where urgent repairs were neglected. New construction was scarcely to be looked for. The first recorded attempt at self-help seems to have come from the cooperative movement, which in December 1923 summoned a Congress on housing with a view to the creation of building cooperatives, and brought into being an all-union bureau for the purpose. The issue was officially aired in the following month at the 11th All-Russian Congress of Soviets, which, at the end of a long general resolution on labor conditions, instructed Narkomtrod, in view of the critical housing situation, to work out and submit to Sobnarkom a scheme for the building and repairing of houses with state credits. The authorities in the Ukraine, where the problem was most acute of all, seem to have been the first to move, and in March 1924 issued a decree sanctioning the creation of building cooperatives. In May 1924 a decree of the USSR prescribed the establishment of Gosplan. At the beginning of 1925, the average living space of the Soviet worker was 9 square arshins, approximately equivalent to 5 square meters, as against an ideal minimum of 16 square arshins. Conditions in the Ukraine and elsewhere were worse. Planovi Hozyaisvo, number 6, 1925, pages 36 to 7. 4. Statistics showing wide variation between different towns. See Sovetsko, 1925, p. 226. All these calculations date from 1925, when attention was first seriously directed to the question. 1 Sovetsko Stroitelstvo, number 5, December 1926, p. 117. 2. D. Broner, Okerki Ekonomiki Zilichnago Hozyaisvo Moskvy. 1946, pages 64 to 8. 3. L. Pavlotsky, Cooperativno Zakonodatelstvo, 3rd ed. 1926, p. 232. 4. SSD Sovtov RSFSRV Postanobliniak, 1939, p. 295, also in Sobranio Zakonii, 1924, number 27, art. 262. 5. Quoted in L. Pavlotsky, Cooperativno Zakonodatelstvo, 3rd ed. 1926, pages 247 to 8. 434. The Economic Revival. DA Committee on Aid to the Cooperative Building of Workers' Dwellings to supervise the scheme, which was to be financed by a house tax on well-to-do tenants. The new policy received the formal endorsement of the 13th Party Congress, which recognized that housing was becoming the most important question in the material life of the workers, and instructed all Soviet organs to support the housing cooperatives. In August 1924, as the result of the deliberations of the committee, a decree was issued providing for the establishment of 3 types of housing cooperative. The first was to acquire houses from municipal authorities on 12-year leases, maintain them and rent them to their members. The second and third types were to undertake the building of houses, the former being confined to workers, the latter admitting all citizens, and also juridical persons, to membership. Schmidt assured the 6th Trade Union Congress in November 1924 that the indirect cities offered to building cooperatives under existing decrees would be equivalent to 39 million rubles in the current financial year, and estimated that the workers building cooperatives would be able during that time to build 16,500 dwellings for 95,000 workers. The resolution of the Congress confined itself to describing the increasingly acute housing crisis as one of the most important questions of the material life of the workers, and advising trade unions to support the building cooperatives. Ally set up by Stowe on July 5, 1924, Sobrani's Convoy, 1924, number 1, R22, and included a representative of the All-Union Organizing Bureau for Building Cooperatives. 2 VKP, B, V. Rizoliatsiak, 1941, I, 588. 3 Sobrani's Convoy, 1924, number 5, Art. 60. This was a decree of the USSR, decrees of November 1924 providing that house leasing cooperatives should have precedence over other applicants for houses, and workers building cooperatives precedence over other applicants for building land, and guaranteeing to builders cooperatives rebates in the cost of building materials, were decrees of the RSFSR, Sobranio Zakonii. 1924, number 89, Arts. 893, 900. As in many other matters, uncertainty prevailed as to the respective competence of Union and Republican authorities. Decrees of the Ukrainian, White Russian and Transcaucasian republics are on record. For Shistoy SS Professional NYKH Soyozov SSSR, 1925, pages 196-7, 490. 4. 1 Sobranio Zakonii, 1924, number 63, Art. 636, the committee was actu. Labor 435. By this time it was clear to all that the development of a serious housing program depended on the availability of funds. Housing for the workers was now an urgent priority, and specific measures came at last with the drive for industrial expansion, which gathered momentum in the spring of 1925. In January 1925, a special bank, the Central New Bank Communal Nogohas, Yispa Izhilich Stroitelstva, Chskom Bank, had been set up to finance municipal and other housing. It only remained to provide sources of credit. Decrees of February and March 1925 instructed state trading organizations, and then the state trial trusts, to set aside 10% of their profits American Samoa Welfare Fund. For the workers, 75% of these funds was to be devoted to workers' housing. At the beginning of April 1925 a municipal tax on dwellings was imposed for the specific purpose of financing the construction of workers' houses. 70% of the receipts were to go to the local authorities and 30% to a central building fund. A trade union delegate at the 14th Party Conference in April 1925 described these measures as inadequate to meet a desperate situation. Some workers were sleeping at the railway stations, others were paying peasants 20 to 25 rubles a month for a bed. The month following the conference was a period of great activity on the housing front. An all-union conference on housing and building was held at Gosplan. The statutes of a union of housing cooperatives, Zilzoyos, were duly approved. Degree and the Third Union Congress of Soviets approved of substantial state aid for the building of workers' dwellings, and voted a sum of 36 million rubles for the purpose in the budget. 1A Arnold, Banks, Credit, and Money in Soviet Russia, NY, 1938. P. 311. 2 Sobrani's Zakhanov, 1925, number 26, Arts. 176, 184. 3 Abid, number 26, Arts, 178, 179. 4 Keter Nadsata Konferenция Rossiyskoy Communistiskoy Partit. Bolshevikov, 1925, pages 204 to 5. 5 Its proceedings were published as Voprosi Savremenagos Hilichnago. I Promyshlenego Stroitelstva, 1926, reviewed in Planovi Hozyastvo. Number 4, 1926, p. 256. 6 Izvestiya Narodnogo Commissariata Truda SSSR, no 31 to 2, 1925. Pages 46 to 58. 7 Tretai degree as Tsavtov SSSR, Postanoblenia, 1925, pages 36 to 7. 436 The Economic Revival. 4. In July 1925 the Party Central Committee instituted a drive to support and develop the building cooperatives. Thanks to these efforts, the year 1924 witnessed a resumption of house building industrial, municipal, cooperative and private, on a substantial scale, which underwent a further spectacular increase in the following year. The sums expended on the building of dwelling houses by different authorities during these 2 years were shown in the following table, in millions of chervonets, rubles. 1924 to 5, 1925 to 6. Industry and transport is 110. Municipal and local cooperatives. Private. In Moscow 5 times as much living space was built in 1925 as in 1924, and twice as much in 1926 as in 1925.4 Gosplan in its control figures for 1925 to 6 recommended a capital investment in housing for the year of 375 million rubles, of which 200 millions would be required for the repair, renovation, or completion of existing houses and 175 millions for new construction, of which 70 millions would go for replacement and 105 millions for housing of new industrial population. Of the total of 375 millions, 135 millions would be furnished by industry, 100 millions from the budget, and the rest from the internal resources of the building industry and long-term credits. It was also proposed to cover part 1 Izvestiya Central Nogo Komitet Rossiyskoy Communistiskoy Party. Bolshevikov, no 29 to 30, 104 to 105, August 10, 1925, p. 8. 2 Control Nagcifrai Narodnogo Hozyaisv SSSRNA 1927 to 1928 God. 1928, p. 532, the total for 1924 to 5 was said to represent a 7% increase over 1923 to 4, the figure for which was not given. 3D Broner, Okerki Ekonomiki Hilichnago Hozyaisv Moskvy. 1946, p. 16. EIs equals labor 437 of the cost by raising workers' rents by 3 rubles a month. These ambitious plans were not carried out in full. The proposal to raise rents was too unpopular to be adopted. The allocation in the budget was restricted to 80 million rubles * even then the building programs proved too large for the available materials, and with rising prices, the sums allocated did not go as far as was expected. The Party Central Committee in April 1926 once more demanded intensive application to building, since the further growth of industry, the increase in the productivity of labor and the improvement of living conditions for the workers all come up against the housing crisis. 5 While 1924-5 was the year in which construction at last began to catch up with depreciation, the average space per head of population in all towns of the USSR is said to have actually declined from 6:1 square meters in 1924 to 5 to 6 square meters in 1926-7. But, miserable though the conditions were, the quality as well as the quantity of houses slowly improved, and for the first time the prospect of further improvement was real. Among the material conditions which, in the middle and later 1920s, made the increasing pressure on the worker for high productivity tolerable, and in part successful, the gradual amelioration in the housing situation probably occupied an important place. While the standard of living of the industrial worker and the efficiency of his work were rising painfully and by slow degrees, from the appallingly low level of the Civil War period and the first 2 years of NEP, the character and status of the trade unions were also subjected to a gradual process of change. After the outbreak of strikes in the spring of 1925, both party and trade union leaders had been surprisingly ready to detect a radical disease in one control Nixifry Narodno Hozyaistvo NA 1925 to 1926 God, 1925. Pages 28 to 30, 33. 2 For a discussion of this proposal see Planovi Hozyaistvo, number 9. 1925, p. 23. 3 SSSR, Central Nye Ispolitelny Komitet 3 Soziva, 2 Sessia, 1926. p. 44. 4 Planovi Hozyaistvo, number 2, 1926, p. 29. 5 BKP, B, V Rizoliatsiak, 1941, 2, 93. 6 Planovi Hozyaistvo, number 1, 1928, pages 123 to 36. 7 VS. 438 The Economic Revival. The movement, a breakdown of the link between the trade union leadership and the masses organized in the unions. The frank, almost ostentatious, avowal of its failure in the resolutions of the Party Committee in October 1925 and at the ensuing 14th Party Congress was no doubt in part a matter of tactics. To make the trade union leaders responsible for what had occurred was a way of exonerating the party and party policy. But the diagnosis invited further discussion of the disease. The growing rift could be explained either from below or from above, from the stand point of the changing character of trade union membership or of the changing status of the leadership. Both aspects were significant. In numbers and organization the trade unions had advanced steadily during the past 3 years. Between the 5th Trade Union Congress in September 1922 and the 6th in November 1924, the number of trade unionists rose from 4.5 to 6 millions, and on April 1, 1925, there were 6,900,000 and a year later 8,750,000. But the quality of the growth required scrutiny. Though the increase was due in part to the expansion of industry, only about a third of trade union members were workers in industry. Much of the large accretion of numbers was due to the success of the trade unions in organizing seasonal workers who had hitherto escaped the trade union net, notably the agricultural and building workers. Between January 1, 1923, and 1 October 1925, the membership of Sarabotsmils rose from 253,000 to 730,000 and of the Builders Union from 107,000 to 575,000 * 1 see pages 424 to 6 above. Tomsky's own admissions were not less sweeping. We often confuse our functions with the functions of the managers, he said in a speech of October 1925. M. Tomsky, Izbrani Stat Rishi. 1917 to 1927 1928, p. 298. Tu Shastoy SS Professional NYKH Soyozov SSSR, 1925, p. 87, 15 Con. Ferencia Visa Soyozno Communistiskoj Party, B, 1927, p. 267. 3 The numbers of industrial workers covered by collective agreements were 1,727,200 on January 31, 1924, 2,198,600 on January 31, 1925, and 2,747,000 on January 31, 1926. The proportion of industrial workers covered by collective agreements at these dates was 86.6%, 94 to 1%, and 96.4% respectively. A ration, Zarabotne Platazie Vostanabidal. New period Hozyaistv SSSR 1928, p. 30. 414 SS Visa Soyozno Communistiskoj Party, B, 1926, pp. 724 to 5. Labor 439. Moreover, not only the agricultural workers and the builders, but a large majority of the new recruits to factory industry were peasants fresh from the country who were totally strange to the demands and traditions of the trade unions, so that this rapid numerical growth represented, in the words of the resolution of the 14th Party Congress, an undue inflation of the unions, with non-proletarian elements and a conversion of union membership into a mere formality. The man with the trade union ticket. On the eve of the Congress, Bukharin spoke of the new straight-out population, the proletarianized peasant mass which is only just becoming working class, and of the gigantic task of educating these new straight-out the working class. The large influx into the unions of new and inexperienced members was used by Tomsky in his speech at the Congress as an argument for an unusual emphasis on cultural work, which he described as the most important branch of the work of the trade unions. The worker could not be expected to think only about the proletarian revolution and its problems. He needed also healthy recreation and healthy laughter. The workers' clubs must cater for these needs as well as for his political development and education. The advice was sensible, but the conception of the trade union as an organization whose most important function was to care for the political and cultural education of untutored masses of half proletarianized peasants was poles asunder from the conception of a trade union as an organization of class-conscious workers, combining to voice their grievances and to enforce a remedy of their wrongs, and implied a totally different relation between leadership and members. The character of a large part of the membership of Soviet trade unions in the middle 1920s made them very different from earlier organizations which had borne that name, whether in Russia or elsewhere. It was an INTE grow part of that legacy of backwardness in the Russian economic. 1 VKP, B. V. Rizoliatziak, 1941, 2, 62. 2 Pravda, December 10, 1925, the speech was delivered at the Moscow Provincial Party Conference. 314 SS Visa Soyuznoye Communistiskoye Party, B. 1926, pp. 736-8, in a previous speech of October 1925 Tomsky had pleaded that workers' clubs should be places of recreation as well as of instruction, M. Tomsky, Izberny Stat I Rishi, 1917-1927-1928, pages 300-302. 440 The economic revival and social structure which made the building of socialism in these conditions an uphill task. More important, however, than the changing character of trade union membership was the continued evolution of the trade unions towards complete integration in the governmental mock. The process of which the so-called managerial deviation was a symptom rather than a cause. Even in capitalist countries, the relation of the trade unions both to employers and to the state was soon to undergo a subtle change, of which the first signs were already apparent. In a socialist, or partly socialist, economy that relation could not be other than intimate. The formal independence conferred on the trade unions by NEP had, in practice meant not real independence, for that was impossible, but a less influential standing in the hierarchy of power. Once the proposition had been accepted and it could not well be rejected that the long-term interest of the worker was bound up with a total increase in production, trade union policy could not be divorced on any major issue from the policy of the government. The overriding aim to build up the national economy on socialist lines. Zinoviev, in his opening speech at the 6th Trade Union Congress in November 1924, reminded the unions that they were called on to pursue not a narrow trade union policy, but the policy of the working class in a peasant country. This was what distinguished Leninism, Bolshevism from trade unionism. It was no accident that Andreev, formerly a supporter of Trotsky's program for the statization of the unions, had risen to a commanding position in the trade union hierarchy, while Tomsky, having learned the lesson of his disgrace in 1921, for neglect of the party line was now a faithful advocate of conformity to state policy, and stood on all important issues on the right wing of the party. The guiding principle was once more enunciated in the resolution of the 14th Party Congress. 1 See the Interregnum, 1923-1924, pages 69-71. 2 Shastoy SS Professional NYKH Soyuzov SSSR, 1925, p. 29. The word trade unionism in English was used by Zinoviev, as by Lenin, see The Bolshevik Revolution, 1917-1923, Volume 2, p. 105, in a derogatory sense. 3 See Ibid, pages 223-8. 4 Ibid, pages 323-4. Labor 441. The growth and development of Soviet industry and the increase of its production, which are the real pledge of the durability of the achievements of general socialist construction, demand in the future, from the Communist Party, from the Soviet power and from the trade unions still greater attention and energy in strengthening and developing these achievements. In this triumphal progress towards the building of socialism, party, government, managers, and trade unions marched hand in hand. Yet such an alliance, whatever the intentions and whatever the professions, could not fail to widen and deepen the gulf between trade union leaders responsible for giving effect to this policy and the inarticulate masses of workers who were the instruments of its application. The virtual abandonment of the strike weapon, the waning interest of the trade unions in social insurance, and in the protection of labor, and the exclusion of the unions from any concern in the recruitment of labor, were all SYMP toms of the new attitude. The trade unions were no longer organizations representative of the special interests of the working class, since no such special interests were recognized, but organs for the performance of certain specific functions within a governmental machine which identified the interests of the working class with those of the community as a whole. Both the inertia of a large and active membership and the identification of the leadership with governmental policy helped to further the process of concentration of authority in the trade union organization. The trade unions, like the party, had always stoutly rejected any taint of federalism in their organization. The centralism of the trade union movement declared Tomsky at the 6th Congress in November 1924, the general leadership of the whole trade union movement from the center, remains and must remain the unshakable guiding principle of our movement, since any dispersal in our work, any independent policy on the part of separate organizations, is harmful and serves as a first step towards the breakup of the working class. 1 VKP, B. V. Rizoliatziak, 1941, 2, 64. 2 This was complete when the engagement of labor through the labor exchanges ceased to be obligatory in January 1925, see the Interregnum. 1923-1924, pages 72-3. 3 Shastoy SS Professional NYKH Soyuzov SSSR, 1925, pages 172-3. E.A. 442 The economic revival. As time went on, more decisions were taken by the Central Council, or by its presidium, less initiative was open to local branches or to individual unions, more emphasis was laid on trade union discipline which required the unquestioning acceptance of the decisions of the leadership. At the 14th Party Congress in December 1925, Tomsky issued a sharp reminder to trade unionists that all directives and decisions of all union congresses and of the Central Council, as the directing organ between congresses, which works under the immediate guidance of the Central Committee of the party and under its untiring observation, are binding, and must be carried out by local organs. An appeal against what was thought a wrong decision of the central organ was permissible, but democratic centralism makes it indispensable that the directives of the central trade union organs should be exactly carried out. The resolution of the Congress, having paid lip service to the need for independence and initiative in all domains of trade union work, instructed the party fraction in the trade union Central Council to maintain unswervingly the unity of the general line, the unity of action and unity of organizational structure of trade union organizations throughout the territory of the USSR. The most conspicuous example of the process of concentration and centralization was the now common practice of concluding collective agreements covering wages and conditions of employment for a whole industry between the trade union Central Council and the central administration of the industry in Moscow. This had the advantage both of securing a reasonable uniformity of wages throughout the industry and of facilitating the adoption of a coherent wages policy, and was for this reason strongly favored by industrial managers and by official economic organs. But the system sometimes led, as Dogadovi, the spokesman of the Central Council at the 6th Trade Union Congress, admitted, to the most extreme bureaucratism, agreements being concluded without any participation by local trade union organs and branches, and even without their knowledge, and this complaint was echoed in 114 SS v Socialismo Comunistico Party, B, 1926, p. 743. 2 VKP, B, v Resiliaziak, 1941, 2, 70. Pace. A. Harsher terms by other delegates. The resolution of the Congress spoke cautiously of the need for a certain decentralization in the work of concluding agreements by way of limiting the system of all union general agreements and an extension of the practice of local agreements supplementary to the general agreements. But little was achieved in face of official and managerial opposition. More than a year later at the 14th Party Congress, Tomsky reiterated the principle that a collective agreement ought to be open for discussion by those in whose name the collective agreement is written, but admitted that in practice the workers, on whose behalf the collective agreement is signed, do not know what is being signed on their behalf. It is difficult to imagine a procedure more likely to create among the rank and file of trade union membership a sense of separation from a remote and bureaucratic leadership. Relations between workers and trade union officials in the factories no doubt varied, and evidence about them is rarely available. The problem of the collection of trade union dues * was partly solved through the appointment of collectors specially selected from the mass of ordinary members, who had the duty of acting as transmitters of the influence of the union over the mass of its members, though a resolution of the 6th Trade Union Congress in November 1924 repeated the demand for a more rapid transition by the unions to the exclusively individual collection of members' dues, and a delegate admitted during the debate that many unions were still dependent on the office for the collection of dues * in the following year a decree was issued requiring state and private enterprises employing labor to contribute 1% of their wages bill to trade union expenses registered. A crucial link in relations between unions and industrial workers was pro labor 443. 1 Chastoy SS Professional NYKH Sozo SSSR, 1925, pages 101 to 2. 121 to 2. 2 Ibid, p. 462. 314 SS v Socialismo Comunistico Party, B, 1926, pp. 730 to 31. 4 See the Interregnum, 1923 to 1924, p. 69. 5 Chastoy SS Professional NYKH Sozo SSSR, 1925, pages 445, 449. 538. 6 Sobrani Zakhanov, 1925, number 77, art. 585. The Economic Revival. Divided by the factory committees, the intermediary organ, as Tomsky called them, which unites us with the broadest working masses. One witness referred to the factory as the collective father, to whom the worker turned for advice on his personal problems, including such questions as whether to divorce his wife or not, and argued that it was the factory committee far more than the party which had penetrated the daily life of the worker. But such model committees must have been very rare, and the status and character of the committees varied from FAC Tory to factory. In some cases, the committees were completely dominated by trade union nominees who were inhibited by party policy from criticizing the management, according to one dealing Gate at the 6th Trade Union Congress. The factory committees were simply transformed in the eyes of the workers into a department of the economic organ *. In other cases, the committees seemed to have asserted some measure of independence, so that they were regarded with as much distrust by trade union authorities as by the managements. But here, too, the authority of the trade unions and the power of the management tended to grow side by side at the expense of spontaneous and unorganized activities of the workers. We notice, declared the rapporteur on organization at the Congress, a tendency for practical union work to be concentrated in the hands of a narrow circle of professional workers. *. The same process continued to operate in another important field of trade union practice, the settlement of disputes. At the 14th Party Congress the complaint was heard that, where a dispute was not settled by the RKK, the managerial side, instead of resorting to the procedure of the conciliation court and the arbitral tribunal, carried it direct to the party county or provincial committee and there secured a decision. This, as Tomsky pointed out, was resented by non-party workers, and often placed the responsibility for an unpopular decision on the party. The Resolu. 1 Chastoy SS Professional NYKH Sozo SSSR, 1925, p. 90. 2 L. Trotsky, Voprosi Bida, 2nd ed. 1923, pages 142 to 3. 3 Chastoy SS Professional NYKH Sozo SSSR, 1925, p. 322. 4 Ibid, p. 320. 514 SS v Socialismo Comunistico Party, B, 1926, p. 7353. An interesting and significant implication of this grievance was that the Labor 445 of the Congress deprecated this practice, and demanded a strengthening of the RKK, the conciliation courts and the trial tribunals as the normal channels for the settlement of disputes. It proposed, however, only one substantive change: the unilateral right conferred by the Labor Code on the trade unions to demand reference to an arbitral tribunal without the assent of the other side, though apparently abandoned by a decree of March 1923, was now reasserted and extended to the economic organs, which were placed on the same footing for this purpose as the trade unions. It is unlikely that this change made much difference in practice, since the right to refer a dispute to compulsory arbitration was already vested in the state authorities, TSIK, Sobnarkom, or STA. But it became an item in the indictment of party policy drawn up by the opposition in the following year *. In effect, whatever the point of contact, the essence of relations between trade unions and state, or between trade unions and managers, was determined by common dependence on the party and subordination to its will. This was the core of the so-called managerial deviation, since a single party line was equally binding on the party representatives who controlled the trade unions, and on those who controlled industrial policy. Dzerzhinsky, in reply to a trade union critic at the 14th Party Conference in the spring of 1925, tried once again to establish a reasonable balance between the functions of the trade unions and those of the economic organs under his direction. We have a single line, but in practice there is a certain amount of pulling and hauling. We press from one side, they press from the other. Comrade Lutz insists that we should expand the economy, cheapen production, and at the same time not strain things. Manager had more chance than the trade unions of obtaining a favorable decision from the party authorities. 1 See the Interregnum, 1923 to 1924, p. 76. 2 VKP, B, v Resoliatsiak, 1941, 2, 66. 3 L. Trotsky, The Real Situation in Russia, NT 1928, p. 49. The Change is said, in rather exaggerated language, to have transformed the collective contract from a bilateral agreement into an administrative instrument. A. 446 The economic revival. Too far in respect of that element which determines everything, on which our politics and economics rest, and which is our base, i.e. the working class. We on the other side defend the interests of the economy against, perhaps, excessive pressure arising from the hard conditions in which our working class has to live *. But the balance was artificial and unreal. Whatever might be said about the long-term interest of the workers in industrial expansion through the accumulation of capital, their short-term interests necessarily ran counter to the campaign for increased productivity without an increase in wages. It was their short-term interests of which they were conscious, and which they looked to the trade unions in vain to defend. The relation between the claims of increased production and the claims of the workers was a major issue of policy. But the source of policy was in the party, not in the unions, and, as time went on, the trade union leaders appear to have had less and less importance in the framing of party policy. The same dilemma arose over the method of election of the trade union leaders and of important trade union officials. The famous resolution of the 10th Party Congress in March 1921, prescribing the dual principle of the choice of leading trade union personnel under the directing control of the party and the simultaneous application of normal methods of proletarian democracy, had led from the first to embarrassments of interpretation, which were not removed by official recognition of contradictions between different tasks of the trade unions. While party control grew in practice tighter and more effective, party doctrine continued to insist on the rule of election in filling all trade union posts. Andreev at the 14th Party Congress touched a sore spot when he reproached the organization with a too one-sided responsibility, insufficient responsibility of trade union officials to their electors, one-sided responsibility to higher trade union and party organs. The resolution of the Congress once more asserted the principles of election on a broad basis of one key turn adsata Konferenция Rossiyskoy Communistiskoy Party. Bolshevikov, 1925, pages 207 to 8. To see the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 2, pages 322 to 6. 314 SSV Socialism Communistiskoy Party, B, 1926, p. 794. Underscore IE. A labor 447. All trade union organs and of responsibility, public, simple and comprehensible to every worker, of elected officials to their electors. When Ryazanov said at the Congress that not only managers but trade union officials were put there by the party. Someone interjected, they are elected. But, when Ryazanov rejoined, elected, removed, transferred, that is all one to me. Everyone knew that he was telling the indiscreet truth. Point to nobody in the trade union movement was likely to forget that Tomsky's removal and reinstatement had been the work, not of his trade union constituents, but of the party. Nor could it be otherwise. Formulae could be found which appeared to reconcile every demand. Trade unions, declared Tomsky at the 14th Party Congress. Strongly welded, strongly linked with the masses, centralized, independent, enjoying the absolute confidence and authority of the MEM. Bears united in them, with communists at the head working under the general leadership of their party. There is the firm bulwark and guarantee for the carrying out of the policy of the party, for the broadening of its authority, for the extension of its unlimited influence over the broadest strata of the workers*. But the view of the trade unions as the transmission shaft from the Communist Party to the masses*, carried with it the requirement that the party should have the last word in trade union policy and in the choice of those appointed to carry it out. The will of the party was the synthesis in which every conflict or contradiction between trade unions and the political or economic organs of the state, between union officials and public administrators or managers, was ultimately resolved. 1 VKP, B, V. Rizoliatziak, 1941, 2, 63. 214 SSV Socialism Communistiskoy Party, B, 1926, p. 780. 3 of it, p. 741. 4. The phrase was first used in the resolution of the party Central Committee of January 1922, Lenin, Sakhaninaya, XXVII, 154, subsequently endorsed by the 11th Party Congress, VKP, B, V. Rizoliatziak, 1941. I, 423. IC. Chapter 8. Internal and Foreign Trade. A. Internal Trade. The closing of the scissors in the winter of 1923-24 ended a crisis, which never occurred in any comparable form. Never again did the Soviet economy suffer from a sales crisis in which purchasers could not be found for manufactured goods. The sales crisis of 1923 was succeeded in the spring of 1924 by a goods famine, which continued for many years, and could be accounted a natural symptom in a rapidly expanding economy. In 1923-24 the total trade turnover was estimated by Gosplan at 9,750 million Chervonets rubles. This compared with a total of 9,938 million rubles for the same area in 1913, and, allowing for the rise in prices, represented something like half the pre-war volume of trade. As trade increased, it also spread more widely. Turnover on the Moscow Exchange, which in 1922-3 handled 2/3 of the total trade of the country, rose in 1923-4 by 56%, but there was a corresponding rise of 137% in the turnover of the provincial exchanges, which now accounted for 1/2 of the total. This process of decentralization continued in the following year. Expanding trade was reflected in a fairly rapid rise in the incredibly low levels to which consumption even of the most one control Cifrai Narodnogo Hozyaistva NA 1926-1927 God, 1926. p. 373, for the 1913 figure CS Stromilin, Okerki Savitskoy Ekonomiki. 1928, p. 250. Idagidi Zaitileti Yasavitskoy Vlasti White Cifrik, 1917-1927. ND, pages 368-9, gives a total of 8,567 million rubles for 1923-4 for the European provinces of the RSFSR and the Ukrainian and White Russian republics, much higher figures emanating from Narkom Nudergar quoted. In Y. Rosenfeld, Promyshlennia Politika SSSR, 1926, p. 464. Figures 4 years before 1923-4 must be regarded as mainly conjectural, though there is no reason to doubt that trade expanded progressively after 1921. 2 SSSR, Centralny Ispolitelny Komitet 2 Soziva, 2 Sesia, 1924. p. 40, Y. Rosenfeld, Promyshlennia Politika SSSR, 1926, p. 466, slightly higher figures appear in Socialistic Hozyaistvo, number 5, 1924, p. 65. By a decree of Stowe of April 11, 1924, government departments, institutions, and agencies were required to register all commercial transactions at the appropriate exchange, Izvestia, May 7, 1924. 7. Internal and foreign trade 449. Primitive commodities had fallen in the period of the Civil War. Official statistics of the annual consumption per head of population in these years, of sugar, salt, matches and cotton textiles, offer a revealing picture of misery and gradual recovery plus. Sugar, salt, matches, cotton cloth. In pounds, in boxes, in arshins. Percentage. Of 1913. 1924 to 5. As. Percentage. Of 1913. But, in spite of the constant insistence of the party leaders at this time on the importance of the peasant market for industrial goods, the evidence appears to show that the expansion and rising wages payments of industry played a larger part in the increased demand for, and consumption of, industrial goods than the rising prosperity of the countryside. It was calculated that, whereas in 1913 the peasant consumed 66% of consumer goods market, his share in 1923 to 4 had fallen to a little over one-third. According to a further calculation, the value at wholesale prices of the goods received by the country from the town amounted in 1 Y. Rosenfeld, Promyślenia Polityka SSSR, 1926, p. 518. The figures for the years down to 1923 to 4, which were also quoted by Georgian Sky in his speech reported in Pravda, December 4, 1924, were apparently taken from the records of Byzanka, those for 1924 to 5 from Narkom. In Uterg, so that doubts may arise whether the basis of E has been identical, but they appear plausible. 2 Economikeskias Hisn, August 8, 1924. H.S.R.I 450 The Economic Revival. 1922 to 3 to 32% in terms of pre-war prices, or 62% in terms of current prices, of the value of commodities received from the country by the town, in 1923 to 4, when the scissors had been partly closed, the percentages were 44 in pre-war prices and 69 in current prices. The balance was made up by the large margin between wholesale and retail prices, especially for industrial goods sold in the countryside, and by the agricultural tax. In so far as the standard of living of the peasant depended on buying and selling and could be expressed in monetary terms, the decline from the standard of 1913 was greater in the country than in the town. For that larger part of peasant life which was still governed by the conditions of a natural economy, this comparison had little validity or relevance. But the extreme poverty of the country side was a barrier to every attempt of public policy to extract surplus resources from the peasant to develop and strengthen the economy. However low the standard of living might still be, and whatever comparisons might be made between town and country, the immense and progressive improvement of conditions throughout 1924 was not in doubt. The expansion of internal trade, the natural reflection of the expansion of agricultural and industrial production, seemed the reward and the justification of NEP, which had been designed first and foremost to clear the channels for the exchange of products. But, by the time the expansion was underway, the embarrassments of NEP had also become apparent, and policies of price regulation had been adopted which, if carefully scrutinized, were difficult to reconcile with NEP principles. From this time forward it became clear that the further development of trade depended not on the removal of obstacles and restrictions that stood in its way, but on positive measures taken to promote and regulate it. The control and direction of trade became an important element in economic policy, and this required an extension of state activity in the sector of the economy, and a curbing of the role of the private trader. The 13th Party Congress of May 1924, which coincided with the creation of the People's Commissariat of Internal Trade, NAR. 1 Planovi Hozyaistvo, number 2, 1925, pages 126 to 7. 2 See the Interregnum, 1923 to 1924, pages 120 to 22, 154 to 5. A. VAT, I. Equals internal and foreign trade 451. Computerg clearly indicated the two primary functions to be fulfilled by the new commissariat. The first was such organization of internal trade and such direction of the activity of state trade and of the cooperatives as will ensure their conquest of the market, and realize effective control of the state over the activity of private capital. The second was the regulation of all internal trade, and the establishment of firm prices. The internal trade policy of the ensuing years fell entirely under these two heads. The rivalry between state, cooperative and private trade was a constant theme of discussion in this period, and official statistics carefully distinguished between the three sectors, state and cooperative trade being sometimes grouped together as the socialized sector. The figures of trade turnover showed a steady advance of the socialized sector over private trade *. Trade turnover, in millions of rubles. State cooperative private. Trade. Absolute percent absolute. 1923 to 4 3025. 1924 to 5 4855. 1925 to 6 7760. 1 C Ibid. P 152. 2 VKP, B, V Rizoliatsiak, 1941, I, 582 to 4. 3 Estremlin, Okerki Savitskoy Economiki, 1928, P 273. These are Gosplan figures, slightly corrected for 1923 to 4 from those in Control 9. Cifra. Narodnogo Hozyaistv NA 1926 to 1927 God, 1926, P 373, which are said to have rested on an underestimate of the volume of private trade based on tax returns. The figures in Control 9 Cifra Narodnogo Hozyaistv. SSSR NA 1927 to 1928 God, 1928, pages 484 to 5, have been further adjusted upwards and give a less favorable view of the proportion of state trade. See the following table. Stremlin also attempts to make a distinction, not followed in the control figures, between private capitalist trade and simple goods exchange, the latter representing direct peasant trade not handled by any licensed trader or trading organization. Any estimate of this? 452 The Economic Revival. A somewhat different picture emerged when the percentages of state, cooperative and private trade were shown separately for wholesale and retail trade plus percentages of wholesale trade, state cooperative private, 1923 to 461 1722, 1924 to 560 30 10, 1925 to 655 36 9. Percentages of retail trade, state cooperative private, 1923 to 416 58, 1924 to 517 43, 1925 to 616 39. While these figures probably underestimate the volume of private trade, especially in the earlier years, the general conclusions are clear. Trade, both wholesale and retail, expanded rapidly in these years, though some of the increase in value in 1925 to 6 merely reflects rising prices. In wholesale trade, especially in industrial products, state trading continued to predominate, though it lost. Peasant trade was highly speculative, though the trade was probably quite large and continued to swell the private sector. Figures given for it in Planowy Hozyaństwo, number 11, 1925, p10, were apparently derived from Narkombuderg. They are also quoted in Y. Rosenfeld, Promyślenia Polityka SSSR 1926, p464. 1. The percentages for the two last years are calculated from the table in Kontrolne Cyfry Narodnego Hozyaństwa SSSR NA 1927 to 1928 God, 1928. Pages 484 to 5. The percentages for 1923 to 4 are quoted in Y. Rosenfeld, Pro. Myślenia Polityka SSSR, 1926, p479, from Narkombuderg figures, which may not be strictly comparable, though they are so treated in 15. Konferencja Socializmu Komunistycznej Partii, b. 1927, p129. 2. Statistics purporting to show the proportion of private trade in the marketing of the products of state industries in 1923 to 4 are in Planowy Hozyaństwo, number 4, 1925, pages 81 to 3. The proportion ranged from nil in the oil industry to 40% in the not very important starch industry. The overall proportion was 10%. Complaints were heard that state, internal and foreign trade, 453. Some ground to the cooperatives. In retail trade, the share of state trade remained consistently low, but the cooperatives gradually advanced at the expense of the private trader. Ever since the introduction of NEP, and still more since the scissors crisis, it had been a commonplace of party and governmental policy that private trade, however necessary and useful in the transitional phase of the Soviet economy, must ultimately give way to state and cooperative trade to develop and increase. These forms of trade was a constant aim, pursued with varying degrees of intensity from time to time. But this long-term purpose was not inconsistent with toleration, and even intermittent encouragement, of the private trader. The much advertised arrests of Nepman in December 1923 were not repeated, though the need to overcome the predominance of private capital in retail trade was a constant theme of propaganda. The 13th Party Congress noted the inadmissibility in the sphere of private trade of any measures which would lead to a curtailment of, or interference with, the general process of exchange of goods. In the autumn of 1924, the private trader showed his power to disturb official plans for the marketing of the harvest and to break the fixed grain prices which the government had attempted to enforce, and the alarm caused by the difficulties of the grain election produced a certain desire to appease so powerful an adversary. In November 1924, while credit was being tightened, and the program of support for heavy industry hastily curtailed, there was talk of a new trade policy directed to a cessation of the further liquidation of private trade and its potential utilization for the more active sale of industrial goods in the countryside. Industry sold its products to private traders, who resold them at a profit. Visa Rosyjskich Centralny I Soplatelny Komite 12 Sozyba, Vitoria. Sessia 1925, p. 497. 1. See the Interregnum, 1923 to 1924, pages 130 to 31. 2. VKP, B. V. Rezoliatsiak, 1941, I. 583. 3. See pages 316 to 17 above. 4. See pages 360 to 61 above. 5. Planowy Hozyaństwo, number 4, 1925, pages 77 to 92. The article from which the phrase is quoted contains the fullest available account of a brief and little publicized episode. The conclusion was that, once state and cooperative trading were fully established, there would be no room for the private trader, but that he was temporarily useful as a supplement to the basic 454. The economic revival. This was a natural corollary of the policy of concessions to the peasant implied in the face to the countryside slogan. Came Nebe, in a considered pronouncement as president of Sto, argued that the growth of trade had outstripped the capacities of the state trading organs and the cooperatives, and concluded that a new tolerance must be extended to the private trader. The private trader may have benefited indirectly from the restriction of credit to state industry and to the cooperatives, but little positive action was taken to assist him. A decree of Sto of March 31, 1925, which was primarily concerned to provide much needed capital for the cooperatives, made some attempt to hold the balance. It recognized the desirability of attracting private capital to play its part in financing the expansion of trade, especially retail trade. The practice hitherto followed by state industry of demanding cash payment in full from private traders, and of insisting on the so-called obligatory selection of goods, meaning that the purchaser had to take goods which he did not want in order to obtain those which he wanted, was to be abandoned, and tax concessions to private traders were to be considered. The resolution of the 14th Party Conference in the following month noted that cooperatives and state trade cannot handle the increasing turnover in the countryside, and that a significant place is left in the sphere of trade for the participation of private capital. An unusual feature of the campaign was a large public meeting in Moscow at which Steinman, the People's Commissar for Internal Trade, and other Soviet notabilities addressed an audience of Nepman in the hope of attracting private capital into work of the state and cooperative chain. A later writer in Economicus Co. Obozrini, October 1925, p. 161, applied the term new trade policy to the whole policy of pressure on the private trader inaugurated at the beginning of T924, and described the interlude of November 1924 March 1925 as a certain change of course which did not, however, have time to find X-rays Zion in concrete measures. 1. Planowy Hozyaństwo, number 1, 1925, pages 10 to 12. This was an introductory article to the first issue of the monthly journal of Gosplan. 2. For this apparently well-established practice see Ibid number 3, 1925, pp. 49 to 50. It did not disappear in 1925. 3. For this decree CP 461 below. 4. VKP, B. V. Rezoliatsiak, 1941, 2, 15. Oi for AE. ENES. IAPNEA Gone. MTS. Trade. This was followed by a circular from Gazbank to its branches and agencies throughout the Soviet Union, which explained that, in view of the observed growth in the purchasing power of the population and the significant expansion of our industrial production, private as well as state trading institutions were needed to take part in the work of distribution, especially in Areas where state and cooperative trading organs were weak. Credit should therefore be given for such purposes, though the interest charged on advances to private merchants might properly be from 3 to 5% per annum higher than the rate to state enterprises or cooperatives, a figure of 12 or 15% are being suggested. But thereafter these official gestures of conciliation seem to have petered out, and the normal pressures in favor of state and cooperative trading were resumed. Throughout the period of the Nepman was exposed to alternate bouts of official encouragement and official denunciation. But neither in his capacity as a private trader nor in his capacity as a private capitalist did he at any time constitute a serious menace. The essential problem of Soviet economic policy was, and remained, the backwardness and obduracy of the peasant who was required to bear the brunt of the burden of industrialization. The Nepman was important only insofar as, by providing the peasant with a market which escaped official control, he reinforced peasant resistance to official policies. The developments of 1923-4 placed a new emphasis on the cooperatives as instruments for the conquest of the market and as antidotes to the menace of the private trader. The 12th Party Congress in April 1923 described the cooperatives as the trading organ which must increasingly link state industry with agriculture, and the basic intermediary between state industry and agricultural production. When the scissors crisis brought home to the party leaders the impossibility of giving free rein to the operations of one. The meeting was reported in International Press Correspondence. Wakanoscopy, number 19, May 9, 1925, pages 527-8. 2 Spornik Dekretov, Postanwelnii, Rasporia Prikasov Ponarodno. Muhozyaisbio, number 22, 43, July 1925, pages 32-3. 3 For a detailed study of private trade at this period see Chastny Capital. Why Narodnam Hozyaisb SSR, ed. A. M. Ginsburg, 1927, pages 111-54. 4 VKP, B. V. Rizoliatziak, 1941, I. 482. Internal and Foreign Trade 455. 456 The economic revival. The market, and intervention in one form or another was clearly inevitable. The cooperatives provided one of the most obvious and least invidious channels through which such intervention could make itself felt. The passage from Lenin's last article in which the growth of the cooperatives was treated as a symptom of the growth of socialism was quoted with wearisome reiteration in party literature and in the press. The resolution of the Scissors Committee of the autumn of 1923 adopted by the Politburo, and subsequently by the 13th Party Conference in January 1924, declared that every extension of the cooperatives and of state trade meant the extension of a socialist economy, and relied on this to overcome the private trader in conditions of open competition. Point 1 At the same time the cooperatives were accorded certain exemptions from income tax and industrial tax which gave them an advantage over the private trader. The increasing attention to problems of trade automatically brought back the consumer cooperatives into the center of the picture. This new reliance on the cooperatives led to a further move to restore their original status and prestige. Since April 1918, membership of consumer cooperatives had in theory been universal and obligatory. All distinction between members and non-members had been lost. No immediate change was made in the situation when the cooperatives regained their formal independence and their property after the introduction of NEP*, but membership of producer cooperatives had, in the nature of things, remained voluntary, and the spirit of NEP appeared to require that membership of the consumer cooperatives, as of the trade unions, should once more be placed on a voluntary basis. The principle of voluntary individual membership seems to have been established in practice before the legal situation was altered. 1 VKP, B. V. Rizoliatziak, 1941, I. 550. For this resolution see the Interregnum, 1923-1924, pages 122-5. 2 Sobranio Zakonii, 1924, number 16, art. 150. 3 See the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917-1923, volume 2, pages 125-6, 336-7. 4 A speaker at the 6th Trade Union Congress in November 1924 said that the cooperatives had gone over to the principle of voluntary membership even before the special decree on the subject was issued. Shistoy SS. Professional NYKH Soyozov SSR 1925, p. 302. According to the same source, 62% of industrial workers belonged at this time to consumer BIOS. S. 7. Underscore first official move was a decree of December 28, 1923, on the reorganization of consumer cooperatives on the principles of voluntary membership, and a resolution of the party Central Committee in April 1924, was followed by an extensive decree issued on May 20, 1924, on the eve of the 13th Party Congress, which was afterwards freely quoted as the Charter of the Cooperatives. It placed consumer cooperatives on a voluntary basis, while limiting the entrance fee to 50 kopecks and the annual subscription to a maximum of 5 rubles. All citizens possessing voting rights under the constitutions of the republics were eligible for membership. Non-members, however, might also be served. The consumer cooperatives were surprisingly allowed or encouraged to impinge on the preserves of the flagging industrial, agricultural, and credit cooperatives. They could not only sell, but collect and work up raw materials. They could act as agents for the sale of produce on behalf of their members, and supply their members with tools or raw material for their work, and they could engage in credit operations. Internal and Foreign Trade 457. Cooperatives, the percentage reached 90 in some districts, but fell to 50 in Moscow, where there were plenty of shops and private traders. Ibid. pp. 302-3. 1 Sobranio Zakonii, 1924, number 17, art. 173. 2 Economikeskias Hisn, April 24, 1924. 3 The formal distinction between workers' cooperatives and all citizen cooperatives, which had been invoked at an earlier period in order to split the cooperative movement and break its independence. See the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917-1923, volume 2, pages 237-9, was still maintained. Workers' cooperatives continued to exist, and had their own separate organization within the movement. For a resolution of the Party Central Committee of August 1922 had rather grudgingly sanctioned mixed forms of cooperatives, especially if these were formed around consumer cooperatives. VKP, B. V. Rizoliatziak 1941. I. 462 Later such composite cooperatives were banned. 5 Sobranio Zakonii, 1924, number 64, art. 645 This was the first decree of the USSR on the cooperatives, being issued jointly by Sovnarkom and TS1K. Most of the decrees on the cooperatives were issued by the republics. concerned. See, for example, the decree of the RSFSR, Ibid, number 89, art. 894, the cooperatives were responsible, according to their various functions, to Narkomterg and Narkomfin, which were unified commissariats, and to the Narkoms of the republics. The constitutional situation was ambiguous. L. Pavlotsky, Osnovny Nakola Kooperativnogo Prav SSSR. 1925, pages 7 to 19, argued at length, against claims by the Ukrainian Co. 458 The economic revival. The encouragement accorded to the cooperatives in this decree copyright was reinforced by the proceedings of the 13th Party Congress, the first since 1920 which had considered it necessary to devote a separate discussion and resolution to the cooperatives. Kameny, in his report on internal trade, described the cooperatives as not only a weapon in the struggle against the divergence between wholesale and retail prices, but at the same time a weapon of our social policy in the countryside, of the organization of the poor and middle strata of the peasantry round the proletariat and against the coup/axe. Andreev, in his special report on the cooperatives, drew the familiar distinction between their role under capitalism and their role under socialism, though he reproached them with being more interested in making profits than in supplying the needs of their members. The resolution began by defining the role of the cooperative as that of a middleman between state industry, which accounted for 90% of all industry, and the predominantly peasant consumer. It was anomalous in a proletarian state to leave this role to the private trader. The cooperatives were instructed to apply firmly the rule of voluntary membership, and not to disperse their efforts in order to serve the whole population at the expense of the organized consumer. Attempts at fusion of agricultural and consumer cooperatives were now declared to be incorrect. The peasant as consumer and the peasant as producer should be organized separately. At a time when wages were still not high enough to cover fully all the needs of the worker, the cooperatives could help by reducing prices, offering discounts, and granting credit. State industry should extend maximum favors to the cooperatives, both in offering them the best choice of goods, and in terms and conditions of credit. State trade should confine MWN, AE, and PAPE operatives, that, while the cooperatives were not named in the Constitution, the USSR had the constitutional right to lay down the basic principles of cooperative law. This view seems to have prevailed in practice. Centro Soyuz combined its old position as the central organ of the consumer cooperatives of the RSFSR with its new position as central organ for all cooperatives of the USSR. L. Pavlotsky, Kooperativno Zakonodatelstvo. 38 RD at 1926, p. 99. 1 Trinad ISS Rossiyskoy Communistiskoy Party, Bolshevikoy. 1924, pages 416, 436 to 7, 442 to 3. LSELE. Ilpan. Yes. Itself to the wholesale and wholesale retail markets. In the summer of 1924 a further attempt was made to rectify an old grievance by instructing Bazanka to return to agricultural, industrial and credit cooperatives the buildings, warehouses and other property taken over by it. In spite, however, of the success of the cooperatives in securing a growing share in the rapidly expanding internal trade of the Soviet Union, the path was still beset with difficulties. Internal and foreign trade 459. Once again, said Kameny, at this time we began to look at the cooperatives, but, when we really took a look at them, it appeared that, as a weapon for carrying out our task of reducing prices, they were very, very feeble, that the cooperatives were very, very little adapted for the real struggle against private capital. 6 months after the 13th Party Congress it was claimed that, as the result of a desperate struggle between the cooperatives and retail traders, cooperative prices were now fully competitive and, for certain standard commodities, lower than those of the private trader. But shortage of working capital was a constant handicap. On the one side, the cooperatives could only take goods from the manufacturers on credit. On the other side, they attempted to obtain advances from purchasers, and gave priority to purchasers who were able to pay in advance. What was needed, declared the official economic journal, was systematic work to conquer the national market, and this could not be achieved without increasing the working capital of the cooperatives. This policy, however, 1 VKP, B. V. Rezoliatsiak, 1941, I. 584-8. 2 Decree of July 26, 1924, Izvestiya, September 10, 1924, whether this order was any more effective than the previous decree of October 1921, see. The Bolshevik Revolution, 1917-1923, Volume 2, pages 336-7, is very uncertain. Another grievance, which was only slowly remedied, was that former property of the credit cooperatives had been handed over to the consumer cooperatives. Keter Nadsata Konferenция Rossiyskoy Communistiskoy Party, Bolshevikov, 1925, p. 133. 3 El Kameny, Stat I Rishi, X, 1927, 294. 4 Shistoy SS Professional NYKH Soyuzov SSSR, 1925, pages 301-2. 308. 5 Leading article in Ekonomikeskiasism, October 23, 1924, a further article, Ibid, January 25, 1925, pointed out that many cooperatives had increased their turnover threefold or fourfold, while their working capital had increased by only 10 to 12%. 460 The economic revival met with keen opposition. The rivalries and jealousies which had marked earlier relations between the cooperatives and state economic organs were still very much alive. At the 6th Trade Union Congress in November 1924, Rykov depicted the credit hunger of the cooperatives in unusually caustic terms. The cooperatives expected unlimited credit, and came to town with Lenin's brochure on the cooperatives in their hands as sufficient proof of their creditworthiness. Backward in collecting subscriptions copyright from their members, they already owed hundreds of millions of rubles to trusts and industrial concerns, which could no longer deplete their working capital for this purpose, and would be obliged to sell to private traders who could pay cash. The spokesman of the cooperatives in his reply could make out a strong case. Workers' cooperatives trade in conditions which preclude any accumulation of capital out of profits, and may for a long time have to trade without being able to accumulate capital out of profits. We must say that a certain amount of credit will have to be given to the cooperatives. This must be done in view of the national utility of their economic work. But at a time when industry itself was hard pressed for credit and its programs of expansion were subject to curtailment, little tenderness was likely to be shown towards the needs of the cooperatives. These difficulties were symptomatic of the acute shortage of capital throughout the Soviet economy, which was a continuing factor of the net period. The battle continued throughout the winter of 1924-5. As a result of the general restriction of credit by the banks, the trusts, and syndicates, themselves hard-pressed from above, began to withhold credit from the cooperatives and to demand a larger. 1. See the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 2, pages 337 to 8. 2. That the attack was something of a surprise is suggested by subsequent references to it at TSIK, where Rykov was said to have driven a stake through the cooperatives, and his speech was described as having fallen like a spark in a powder barrel and almost blown up our cooperatives. SSSR, Central Nye Izvolitelny Komitet to Soziva, 3 Sessia 1925. Pages 81, 121 to 2. 3 Shistoy SS Professional NYKH Soyozov SSSR, 1925, pages 249 to 50. 283 to 4. 4 Ibid, p. 315. Internal and Foreign Trade 461. Portion of payment in cash for their consignments, with the result of a large increase in the volume of protested bills and a curtailment of retail trade owing to lack of funds. But the cooperatives were not without powerful support. The Leningrad Provincial Party Conference of January 1925 denounced the attempt, noticeable in recent months on the part of some economic organizations to curtail their transactions with the cooperatives by setting harder conditions of sale and purchase in dealings with the cooperatives, restriction of credit, etc. In the end, the forces which overcame the resistance to the expansion of heavy industry also scored a victory for the consumer cooperatives. At the session of TSIK in March 1925, a resolution was passed to vote 8 million rubles from the budget of the USSR to increase the working capital of the cooperatives in the form of a long-term advance * Gosplan, campaigning hotly in favor of credits for industry * also took the consumer cooperatives under its protection. Pointing to the imminent danger of a general contraction of trade, it argued against the fallacy of supposing that private capital could fill the gap in credits, and proposed that the state subvention to trading organizations, including the consumer cooperatives, should be increased from 8 million rubles to 25 millions in the current financial year *. The sequel to these proceedings was a long decree issued by Sto on March 31, 1925, which reflected the general rise in prosperity and put the consumer cooperatives on their feet. It raised to 10 million rubles the sum to be advanced to the cooperatives by way of a long-term credit from the budget to reinforce their fixed capital. Of this, 4 millions were to go to the consumer cooperatives, 4 millions to the agricultural cooperatives, and the 1 Ekonomikeskiya Sizn, March 1, 1925, Planovi Hozyaistvo, number 3. 1925, pages 40 to 51, number 5, 1925, p. 111. The cooperatives at the end of 1924 had protested bills to the total of 20 million rubles. El Kamina, Stay Rishi, 11 1929, 283 to 4. 2 Leningradskaya Pravda, January 31, 1925. 3 4 Kubishev's report on the subject CSSR, Central Nye Izvolitelny Komitet to Soziva, 3 Sessia, 1925, pages 195 to 7. For the resolution. CIT, Postanovlenia Yacht, 1925, p. 15, Sobrani Zakhanov, 1925, number 17, art. 125. 4 CP 371 above. 5 Planovi Hozyaistvo, number 3, 1925, p. 276, number 5, 1925, p. 300. 462 The economic revival. Remainder to industrial cooperatives, including those engaged in rural industries. The decree laid down not only that the credits granted by state industry to the cooperatives in the past should be continued, but that the conditions of credit and settlement of accounts for the cooperatives in their dealings with industry should be made easier. But these solid concessions were accompanied by some sharp words to the cooperatives. Henceforth they must rely for any further increase of their capital on the subscript ions collected from their members and on the profits earned by them in course of business, both profits and a reduction in prices should be achieved by cutting overheads and rationalizing their work. At the 14th Party Conference in the following month, the place of honor was given to the agricultural cooperatives, but the consumer cooperatives also received some attention. Rykov sang the praises of the principle of voluntary membership, and claimed for the consumer cooperatives a membership of 8 millions a total which, according to Kinhuk, the president of Centrosoyos, included a large number of dead souls. Complaints that all the leading posts in the cooperatives were occupied by party members, and complaints that the cooperative organs were full of anti-Soviet people and had inadequate links with the party, appeared to cancel one another out. The conference resolution extended its blessing to cooperative organizations of all types, but insisted on a strict delimitation of functions between them, especially requiring that agricultural and consumer cooperatives should be kept apart. As regards consumer cooperatives, the resolution endorsed in vaguer and more guarded terms the main provisions of the decree of 1. The decree was published in Pravda, April 2, 1925. 2 see pages 301 to 3 above. 3 Key Ternats attack in Frenzy Rossiyskoy Communistiskoy Party. Bolshevikov, 1925, pages 90 to 91, 128. 4 Ibid, pages 98, 101, 127. On September 1, 1924, 11% of the workers and 19 to 4% of the responsible workers in the headquarters organization of Centrosoyos were party members. A year later the respective percentages were 13 to 6 and 28 to 2. Of members of boards of administration of cooperative 71,5% were party members on September 1, 1924, and 66,9% a year later. Partanyi, Professional Naya Cooperativny. Organia Goseparat, K14 SS Duar KP, B, 1926, pages 184, 188. E. A. AEAESAAE. OO. Internal and Foreign Trade 463. March 31. The tolerance shown to the continued participation of private capital in retail trade enhanced rather than diminished the role of the cooperatives, which were promised more decisive support from the party and the state, and better conditions of credit and of settlement of accounts, though they were also told to overcome their inner shortcomings. The final revision of the budget by the Third Union Congress of Soviets in May 1925 brought a further token of official goodwill, the sum assigned to credit for the cooperatives being once more increased to 12 million rubles. The decree of March 31, 1925 and the resolution of the 14th Party Conference consolidated the position of the consumer cooperatives, which was not again seriously challenged. In full enjoyment of the support of the party and of the government, they began step by step to us the private trader * the turnover of the Consumer cooperatives rose from 2,000 million rubles in 1923 to 3,500 millions in 1924 5 asterisk, but friction continued for some time between them and the industrialists. As long ago as 1921 it had been laid down that state economic organs and enterprises, including the industrial trusts, should offer their products in the first instance to the cooperatives and, only if these declined to handle them, to private traders. This rule was specifically reiterated in the resolution of the 14th Party Conference of April 1925 copyright when, however, in the summer of that year the effort was made to enforce its observance by the trusts and syndicates. Some of these pleaded the commercial independence con. 1 VKP, B. V. Resolutsiak, 1941, 2, 15-16, 18, 21. 2 Sobranizakonov, 1925, number 40, art. 290. 3 A source not biased in favor of the cooperatives gives an account of the transformation in a rural district in the province of Tver. When the consumer cooperatives resumed operations in 1923, there were 2 private shops, which outbid the cooperatives by offering better and cheaper goods and having smaller overheads. In the 2 following years the cooperatives progressed so rapidly that by 1926 all that was left of private trade was confined to 2 wretched wooden booths conducting petty transactions at a few kopecks each. A. Balshakov, Savitsky Durinya, 191 July 1927. Pages 121-6. 4 Ekonomikosko Obozrenie, December 1925, p. 202. 5 See the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917-1923, Volume 2, pages 337-8. 6 VKP, B. V. Resolutsiak, 1941, 2, 21. We. 464 The Economic Revival. Fared on them by the Statute on Trusts of April 10, 1923. A curious instance of an attempt to carry the principles of NEP to their logical conclusion, and a further intervention by Stowe was required to overcome this resistance. Even this did not end the difficulties. In January 1926 Dzerzhinsky, as president of Bizon, Ka, and Kinhuk, as president of Centrosoyuz, issued a joint appeal to the organs of state industry and to the cooperatives for friendly collaboration, and agreed to set up a joint commission to which differences and disputes could be referred for settlement. This time the complaints do not appear to have been all on one side. Kinhuk admitted that some cooperative organs had fixed their margins too high. One of the purposes of the agreement was to limit the percentage which the selling organizations might add to the wholesale prices. Asterisk an opposition critic in the Journal of Copyright. Gosplan protested against indirect measures of compulsion applied to industrial organizations to sell their products to the cooperatives on favorable terms. This form of favoring the cooperatives and protecting one economic organization at the expense of another was resented by industry as a weight that slows up its progress. Asterisk. The control of prices had been introduced in the autumn of 1923 to overcome the scissors, and the adoption of this policy was the most important motive for the creation of Narkombuderg in the spring of 1924. The new commissariat at once set out to strengthen the machinery of control established 3 months earlier by Stowe and Kombuderg. Asterisk. Throughout the ensuing period the battle for price control was a central point in all economic issues. It was recognized that price control was not at the present stage uniformly applicable to all commodities, though this was the ultimate goal of a planned socialist economy. In the summer of 1924, it was assumed that control of the prices of manufactured 1 See the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917-1923, Volume 2, p. 308. 2 The complaints of the cooperatives and the ruling of Stowe were recorded in Ekonomikeskias Hizn, July 31, 1925. 3 Abid, 13, January 19, 1926. 4 Planovi Hozyaistvo, number 2, 1926, p. 119. 5 Sobranio Zakonii, 1924, number 62, art. 620, for the February decrees. See the Interregnum, 1923-1924, p. 148. Internal and foreign trade 465. Goods presented no great difficulty. This proposition was formally correct, since a preponderant proportion of manufactured goods of all categories was produced by state industry, and it seemed to have been confirmed by the experience of 1923, when prices of industrial goods had been forced down in accordance with the dictates of public policy at a time when the instruments of control were far weaker than they were a year later. The control of agricultural prices was subject to different considerations, and required different methods from the control of industrial prices. But this, too, in the autumn of 1924, seemed to be well within the scope of Narkombuderg, which was charged by TSIK in October with the task of supervising the disposal of the harvest and of bringing the prices of agricultural products on the one hand and of the products of industry on the other into a healthy relation, and maintaining maximum stability of prices. Asterisk. The fall in industrial prices, which began in October 1923, and was responsible for closing one blade of the scissors, continued without interruption, though at a decreasing rate, throughout the year 1924, with greater efficiency in organization, largely in increased volume of production and the introduction of a stable currency. The policy of official control of wholesale prices worked smoothly and successfully. The scissors had opened to their widest extent, and industrial prices had reached their highest level on October 1, 1923. By December 1, 1924, industrial prices had fallen, according to official figures, by an average of 27 to 4%, though even these lower prices were, with few exceptions, from 50 to 100% or higher than the prices of 1913. Dzerzhinsky, in his speech at Byzanka of December 2, 1924, was enabled to pass somewhat delicately over the decision to slow down industrial expansion, by dwelling with justifiable pride on the successes of price policy. He embarked on one of the rare excursions of this period into a theory of price control. The crisis operated with mathematical precision and forced us to consider the question of the interests of industry and of the national economy as mutually dependent. We became convinced that the 1 Posta Noblenia TSIK Soyuz SSR, 2 Sessia, 1924, p. 13. 2 See the Interregnum, 1923-1924, p. 127. 3 Y Rosenfeld, Promyślenia Polityka SSR, 1926, pages 438-9. 466 The Economic Revival. Cost of production does not always determine the price, but that, perhaps in our own country the price should determine the cost of 7. Production, for the reduction which had to be effected in prices showed that the cost of production is not an absolute, but may be divided into elements dependent on the goodwill of the working class and on that of the economic authorities. He claimed that between October 1, 1923 and October 1, 1924, wholesale prices of industrial products had fallen by 29% or In the metal and foodstuffs industries the fall had amounted to 35%, in the leather industry to 33%. On October 1, 1923, the ratio between the agricultural price index and the price index for textiles had been 1:4°8. By October 1, 1924, it had fallen to 1:1-8. Moreover, the decline in industrial prices and the process of closing the scissors were still continuing. One blot remained, however, on this record of a successful price policy. Even when complete confidence was felt in the ability of the government to control wholesale prices, the control of retail prices was still a serious crux. If, wrote Sturmelin in one of his pleas for planning, we can dictate not only wholesale, but retail prices both to the producer and to the mass consumer, the task of overcoming that will be resolved. This dream was far from realization. Throughout this period retail prices had fallen much less sharply, and had been less amenable to control, than wholesale prices. In some standard commodities, such as paraffin, salt, and sugar, the first commodities over which retail price control had been attempted, the margin between wholesale and retail prices had been kept relatively stable. In October 1924 Lazava, the then People's Commissar for Internal Trade, assured TSIK that fixed uniform prices for the main staple articles of mass consumption, paraffin, sugar, matches and tobacco had been 7. Rata. 1 Dzerzhinsky's speech, CP 361 above, was published in Pravda. December 4, 1924, Bukharin explained about the same time that, whereas the policy of the opposition in the autumn of 1923 had been to maintain high prices and high profits, the official policy now was minimum profit per unit of merchandise, combined with an increased volume of production. And Bukharin, Critica Ekonomической Platformy Oppositia 1926, p. 83. 2 Ekonomические Hisn, November 7, 1924. 3 See the Interregnum, 1923-1924, p. 122. Equals internal and foreign trade 467. Established throughout the Soviet Union. But these were only partial exceptions to the general rule. In spite of a fresh order requiring shopkeepers to exhibit prices of price-controlled goods, the margin of retail over wholesale prices which, on April 1, 1924, stood at 33 to 5%, rose by November 1924 to 45%, or this being from 2 to 2.5 times as great as in 1913.3. The predominance of private capital in the retail sector largely neutralized official attempts at control. This was a recognized and admitted problem. Kamina spoke of the divergence between wholesale and retail prices of manufactured goods as the new scissors which cut in pieces both our industry and our good relations with the peasantry, and the peasant began to ask why the state should control the price of grain but not the price of cotton cloth, but, with growing success in the control of wholesale trade, the solution could, it was felt, not be far distant. Throughout the year 1924-5, the consumer cooperatives worked hard to reduce their margins on consumer goods registered in the summer of 1925. The average margin between wholesale and retail prices was said to have been brought back to 33 per cent. The problem of agricultural prices, which had at first been regarded as secondary, now emerged as the real stumbling block. Down to August 1924, when the new harvest came in, the rising trend of agricultural prices had been welcomed as a further token of the closing of the scissors. When the harvest was not followed by the expected fall in prices, Narkom Guterg attempted to hold them down by fixing maximum limits, well in excess of those of the previous year but below the level to which the market had. 1 SSSR, Centralny Ispolitelny Komitet 2 Soziva, 2 Sessia, 1924. BN 272. 2 Spornik Dekretov, Postanoblenia, Rasporia I Prikasov Poneridno. Muhozyaisbio, number 13, October 1926, pages 18 to 19, for the original order see. The Interregnum, 1923 to 1924, p. 148. 3 Y Rosenfeld, Promyślenia Polityka SSSR, 1926, p. 453, Planovi. Hozyaispo, number 10, 1925, p. 68. 4 El Kamina, Stat I Rishi, 11, 1929, 226. 5 Savshanipovo Prozamsovitsko Gostrovitelstva 1925 G, Yanber. 1925, p. 143. 6 Ekonomicsko Obozrini, April 1926, pages 120 to 24. 7 Y Rosenfeld, Promyślenia Polityka SSSR, 1926, p. 453. SI. 468 The Economic Revival. Carried them in August. The attempt failed, and by November and December 1924 the policy of grain collection at fixed prices had completely broken down under competition from the private market. But this mishap, however disconcerting, was attributed to the accident of a bad harvest. No immediate conclusions as to the feasibility of a policy of price control were drawn from it. Grain prices continued to rise in the ensuing months, while in this trial prices remained stable or fell, thus completing the closing of the scissors of 1923. At midsummer 1925, a pound of rye would buy, on an average, approximately the same quantities of manufactured goods of mass consumption as in 1913.7. This was the period when party and governmental policy was most firmly committed to support of the well-to-do peasant, so that rising grain prices were not felt as a cause for serious alarm, and even industry continued to expand under the stimulus of abundant copyright credit. It was once more assumed so great and so lasting was the impression which the scissors crisis had left behind that the principal danger ahead was a collapse of grain prices after the harvest. Fixed prices for agricultural products were now discredited, but directive prices were to be employed to keep prices at reasonable levels. The sequel to the harvest shattered these expectations, and agricultural prices rose steadily, and sometimes steeply, from September 1925 into the following summer. But the situation was now radically different from that of the previous year. Industrial prices, for the first time since the summer of 1923, also began to rise even more rapidly than agricultural prices, so that it was possible to speak of a partial reopening of the scissors. On a long view the whole process could now be seen as one of a decline in the purchasing power of the ruble due to the first stages of a 1 see pages 208 to 9 above. 2 Ekonomicsko Obozrini, February 1926, p. 31. A similar result is obtained from statistics of sales by consumer cooperatives covering a larger range of agricultural products, IBID, April 1926, pages 124-7. 3 see pages 313 to 5 above. 4 Kamina used the phrase in his abortive report to the Party Central Committee in October 1925, being careful, however, to point out that the Phenomenon now related especially to retail prices. El Camino A. Star 2. Rishi, 12/19/26, 359. 3 internal and foreign trade 469. Underscore credit and currency inflation asterisk, but the immediate symptom was a renewed sharp increase in the margin between wholesale and retail prices, which, after reaching the low level of 33% in the summer of 1925, began to rise again in August. In October 1925 the margin once more stood at 47%, and the situation seemed critical. An order of Byzantium to all economic organs, signed by Dzerzhinsky, was published in the press demanding that an end should be put to the bacchanalia of the rise of retail prices, together with an instruction to the OGPU, also signed by Dzerzhinsky, to assist in enforcing the order by rigorous action against speculators. But, with the growing signs of inflation, retail prices were soon completely out of hand. Grain prices are high, wrote a commentator in January 1926, but industrial underscore prices in the villages are higher still. That is the crux. Asterisk Pravda said. The shortage of industrial goods and the high prices of agricultural products side by side as the principal economic difficulties of the moment, and spoke openly of inflation. Asterisk a conference at Nuremberg in March 1926 decided on the establishment of a central price commission, with local commissions working under it, to deal with rising retail prices, though its powers and still more important its policy seemed to have been undefined. Registered in the spring of 1926, retail prices were said to exceed wholesale prices by an average margin of 60%, or with resulting high profits for those engaged in trade. 1. For the beginning of this phenomenon and first attempts to diagnose it, see pages 510 to 15 below. 2. Y. Rosenfeld, Promyślenia Polityka SSSR, 1926, p. 453. 3. Both were published on the front page of Leningradskaya Pravda. October 31, 1925, Pravda published a leader on the subject on October 30, 1925, but does not appear to have printed the documents. Both are printed in F. Dzerzhinsky, Zbrani Proizvedenia, 2, 1957, 169-72. 4. Ekonomikeskiy Sizn, January 14, 1926. 5. Pravda, February 18, March 4, 1926. 6. Ekonomikeskiy Sizn, 18, 21, March 23, 1926, for the decree constituting the Commission. See Sobrani Zakonoy, 1926, number 32. Art. 207. Kamina was appointed president of the Commission, Ekonomikeskiy Sizn, April 13, 1926, for the amalgamation of the people's commissariats of internal and foreign trade to form a single people's commissariat of trade, Nuremberg, in November 1925, cp. 481 below. 7. Ekonomikesko Obozrini, May 1926, p. 52, the unpublished memo. FC. 0. C. 470. The Economic Revival. The Party Central Committee at its session early in April 1926 made a perfunctory attempt to wrestle with the problem. It noted both a rise in the general price level and a sharp divergence between wholesale and retail prices. These were attributed partly to the rise in demand for manufactured goods in the countryside, following the good harvest, the reduction in the agricultural tax and the high prices of agricultural products, partly to the increased demand in the towns, due to the rise in wages and the increase in the number of industrial workers, especially through the development of heavy industry. The basic difficulty was thus the rate of investment in heavy industry, which produced no immediate counterpart in the form of consumer goods to balance the rising wages bill. But the diagnosis was, as usual, easier to find than the remedy. The resolution could do no more than insist on the indispensability of achieving a decisive reduction in retail prices, and urge that the attention of trade unions, state industry, state trading organs, and especially cooperatives should be concentrated on this task. 1. A few days later, Rykov in a speech at TSIK echoed the current opinion when he described the excessive rise of retail prices as the chief danger menacing our economy. But the notion of deliberately using prices as an instrument to promote accumulation and change the shape of the economy was still confined to a few visionaries or extremists, and these cries of alarm merely pointed to the perennial problem of the Soviet economy without advancing a solution. B. Foreign trade. The first year in which any coherent plan of policy for foreign trade was achieved was the year 1922-3, when the Good Harvest Random of April 2, 1926 on economic policy in the Trotsky archives, c. p. 350 above, estimated profits from trade at 210 million rubles for 1923-4, 435 millions for 1924-5, and 800 millions for the current year. 1 VKP, B. V. Rizoliatsiak, 1941, 2, 94, 97. Dzerzhinsky in his speech at the session fiercely attacked the inefficiency of the state and cooperative trading apparatus. F. Dzerzhinsky, Zbrani Proizvedenia, 2 1957, 263-4. 2 SSSR, Central Nieispolitelny Komitet 3 Soziva, 2 Sessia, 1926. p9. J. Internal and foreign trade 4711. Underscore made modest exports of grain possible for the first time since the revolution, and the preparations for the stabilization of the currency kept Narkompan keenly alive to the importance of a favorable trade balance. During the year a plan was drawn up providing for exports to the value of 210 million goods rubles, and this was carried out, though with many deviations in particular items. Recalculated in terms of pre-war prices, however, the total value of these exports reached only 133 million rubles, or less than 10% of the pre-war figure. Agricultural products accounted for 65% of the total, timber and timber products for 16 to 8%, and oil for 11 to 4%. Other items were negligible. Exports exceeded imports for 1922-3 by 23 million rubles, though, if the figures were recalculated in pre-war prices, when grain prices were lower and prices of manufactured goods higher, they showed a deficit of 14 to 15 millions asterisk of imports in this year. 53% were absorbed by industry and 11 to 7% by railways, posts and telegraphs asterisk. Altogether 70% of imports for 1922-3 represented supplies required by industry, this being a great advance on the previous year when 60% of imports had consisted of supplies for the consumer market, including foodstuffs asterisk. For the following year 1923-4, an export and import plan was, for the first time, adopted before the beginning of the economic year, i.e. on September 7, 1923, and was twice revised in the course of the year in February and June 1924. In its final form it provided for exports to the value of 428 million rubles and imports to the value of 334 millions, the favorable balance being in Important factor in the policy of currency stabilization. Both. These figures were substantially exceeded, exports reaching 522 millions and imports 439 millions. Copyright the maintenance for the 1. Socialistic Socialismo, number 2, 1924, pages 184 to 6, number 1, 1925. Pages 197 to 8. 2. Socialistic Socialismo, number 1, 1924, pages 147, 160. 3. Elkerson, Vneshnaya Turgovlya SSSR, 1924, p10. 4. Socialistic Socialismo, number 5, 1924, p352. 5. Elkerson, Vneshnaya Turgovlya SSSR, 1924, p10. 6. Ekonomическo Obozření, February 1926, pages 66, 72. The final results are confirmed in Kontrolní cifry Národního hospodářství NA. 1926 to 1927. God, 1926, pages 296 to 7. The Gosplan totals are expressed in 3. Denomina. EJ asterisk 32. 472. The economic revival. Second year running of an active trade balance was an important psychological factor in the stabilization of the currency. Of the exports 75% were agricultural products asterisk these included substantial exports of grain, mainly rye. Not till 1932 was the Soviet Union again to export so large a quantity of grain, timber, products and oil were once more the largest non-agricultural items. Of the imports nearly 75% were absorbed by industry, mainly in the form of raw materials and semi-manufactured products. The pattern of Soviet foreign trade was plainly set in these years. Imports went to supply the most urgent current needs of industry and of the consumer market. Re-equipment in the form of new machinery had scarcely yet begun. The exports required to finance these imports and to maintain the balance of payments consisted primarily of agricultural products and were therefore dependent on favorable harvests. This was the precarious situation which Kherson had vainly hoped to remedy by a policy of compromise with foreign capital. But, after the failure of Kherson's plea at the 12th Party Congress in 1923 the case underscore for a foreign loan was no longer treated as practical politics. The policy of foreign concessions was pursued, but not on a scale sufficient to affect the balance of trade. Imports had to be paid for by exports. Plans for the year 1924-5 were made in a mood of rising optimism. With the currency stabilized, and production rapidly at pre-war prices, at current prices in goods rubles, at current prices in Chervonets rubles, the last being the denomination in common use. This sometimes confused Soviet statisticians as well as those who followed their calculations. For example, Socialistic Socialismo, number 1, 1925, p198, quoted a figure of 370 millions as the total of exports in copyright goods rubles, whereas the table in the control figures for 1926-7 quoted above makes it clear that this is the total calculated at pre-war prices. 1. Kontrolní cifry Národního hospodářství NA 1926-1927 God, 1926. Pages 296 to 7. 2. Socialistic Socialismo, number 5, 1924, p352, Ekonomické Obozření, December 1925, p228. 3. See the interregnum, 1923 to 1924, p28. Kherson was still pleading for long-term foreign loans in 1925, extracts from a pamphlet of that year. Why foreign loans are necessary to us, are reprinted in L. Kherson, Voprosi. Vneshny I Turgovly 1928, pages 354 to 73, but was by this time virtually without support in party circles, even from Sokolnikov. 7. Rat internal and foreign trade 473. Expanding, foreign trade would also expand, increased supplies of raw materials and equipment for industry would be paid for by increased agricultural exports. The partial failure of the harvest administered a shock to these expectations. Grain exports in 1924-5 fell to less than half the value of the previous year, and, though the deficiency was made up by increased exports of flax, timber, oil, and manganese ore, the prices for flax and timber on the world market had slumped, and the total value of exports rose only from 522 million rubles in 1923-4 to 558 millions in 1924-5. Meanwhile, an inflated import program was further swollen by the necessity for emergency imports of grain and sugar in the first months of 1925, and total imports for the year rose to 720 million tubles, leaving a passive balance of 162 millions. Among the imports, machinery and tools for industry reached the modest figure of 48 millions, and agricultural tools and machinery 40 millions. Both were more than 3 times the figure for the previous year. The modest rise in the value of foreign trade even in the bad harvest year 1924-5 encouraged hopes of far more spectacular progress after the expected good harvest of 1925, and the planners, who issued the first control figures of the national economy in August of that year, gave full rein to those hopes, restricting themselves to trade with Europe and the West. Figures for trade across Asiatic frontiers were still incomplete and unreliable, and estimating actual exports for 1924-5 at the unduly low figure. 1. The totals are in Kontrolní cifry Národního hospodářství NA. 1926. 1927 God, 1926, pages 296 to 7, more detailed but incomplete figures. 4. European frontiers only, are in Ekonomické Obozření, December 1925. Pages 224, 228. Exports of rye were resumed in July and August 1925, when tariff of February 1922, Sobrania's region, but not to other Asiatic frontiers. Isha. The prospects of a bumper harvest were apparent, Ibid. March 1926, p43. But for this last-minute recovery the deficiency in exports would have been still more serious. 2 CP 531 below, the importance attached in Gosplan to foreign trade, and by the regular appearance of a detailed bulletin on world trade in the monthly journal Planovi Hospodářství. 3 official figures for foreign trade from 1918 to September 1923 related exclusively to trade over western or maritime frontiers. Vneshnaya Turgovlya SSSR ZA20 let, 1917 to 1937. 1939, p6. The Soviet Customs Akonii, 1922, number 24, art. 259, was a customs tariff for European trade. It was extended to the Far Eastern in September 1923, Sobrani. H.S.R.I22. 474 The economic revival. EE of 462 million rubles. They forecast for 1925 to 6 an increase to 1,100 millions, of which 950 millions would be agricultural exports, or more than 2.5 times the corresponding figure for 1924 to 5. This would allow for a rise in imports to 950 millions and, at the same time, wipe out the passive balance incurred in the previous year. These apparently extravagant figures were justified by comparisons with the pre-war record. In 1924 to 5, when industrial production had reached 70% and agricultural production 71% of pre-war values, foreign trade had reached only 24%. The cautious Kritson pointed out that the discrepancy was due partly to a general decline in international trade, and partly to the decreased proportion of Soviet grain which came to the market, but believed that the gap could be narrowed. The Gosplan figures for 1925 to 6 still represented less than half the foreign trade figures for 1913, whereas both agricultural and industrial production were expected to reach about 90% of the totals for that year. They proved nonetheless fallacious. Unexpected difficulties in the collection of grain by state organs * limited the quantities available for export, and a fall in world prices in September and October 1925 made exports unprofitable. Sukhanikov, as the custodian of financial orthodoxy, made himself the spokesman of those who insisted on reduced imports to match reduced exports, and urged, even at this unpropitious moment, the need for an active trade balance to replenish depleted gold reserves. The argument seemed irresistible. Import programs were drastically cut, and the plan scaled down to Uzakonii, 1923, number 83, art. 803, trade with Eastern countries will be dealt with in Part B in a subsequent volume. 1 L. Kritson, Voprozi Vineshny I Torgofli, 1928, pages 156-8. 2 Control Nike Cifrai Nera Nogo Hozyaisp NA 1925 to 1926 God, 1925. Pages 52-3, Planovi Hozyaispo, number 2, 1926, p.58. These calculations were accepted and repeated in the resolution of the Party Central Committee of October 1925 on foreign trade, which spoke of reaching 60% of the pre-war level of foreign trade. For this resolution CP 480 below. 3C pages 315-19 above. 4 Ekonomikosko Obozrini, number 2, 1926, p. 123. 5G Sokhanikov, Finansovai Politika Revaluatsiai, 3, 1928, 19, 41-2. At the end of November 1925, however, Sokhanikov still counted on a total export of the value of 800 million rubles, IBID, 3, 231. A. Internal and foreign trade 475. Totals of 720 million rubles for exports and 685 millions for imports. In the final result, exports failed to achieve this reduced target, reaching only 670 million rubles while imports rose to 735 millions. The adverse balance of 65 million rubles, though less than half that of 1924 to 5, remained substantial, and made its contribution to the weakness developed by the currency in the spring and summer of 1926.3. The organization of foreign trade was a constant theme of controversy in these years. Lenin's emphatic and successful defense, in the last months of his active life, of the monopoly of foreign trade secured that institution from any open renewal of the attack on it. But acceptance of the monopoly of foreign trade did not preclude increasing inroads into the exclusive right of the People's Commissariat of Foreign Trade, Vineshturg, to conduct commercial business with foreign traders. As early as March 1922, Centrosoyuz had secured formal recognition of its right to conduct foreign trade operations. The claim of other economic organs, within the general framework of Vineshturg policy, to conduct trading operations direct with foreign buyers and sellers, had been conceded in principle by the decree of October 16, 1922 registered. A month later conditions were laid down for the granting of licenses to the cooperatives, as well as to mixed companies with foreign capital, to engage in foreign trade. In the following month, Trotsky, in the course of rebutting the general attack on the monopoly of foreign trade, argued against a more limited proposal to accord separate representation abroad to trusts and syndicates registered. 1 Na Agrarnomfront, number 4, 1926, p. 5. 2 Control Nike Cifrai Nera Nogo Hozyaisp NA 1926 to 1927 God, 1926. Pages 296-7. 3C pages 515-18 below. 4C The Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, volume 3, pages 459-81. 5 Sobranio Zakonii, 1922, number 24, art. 266. 6C The Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, volume 3, pages 458-9. 7 Sobranio Zakonii, 1922, number 76, art. 945 For the special role of the cooperatives in early Soviet foreign trade, see The Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, volume 3, pages 161-2, 166-7, for the mixed company, see IBID, volume 3, pages 351-2, 366-7, 423. 8 Note from Trotsky to Lenin of December 12, 1922, in the Trotsky Archives. Since the early days of Vineshturg, a clear distinction had been drawn between its administrative functions, which were similar to those of other people's commissariats and presented no particular problem, and its operational functions, which required the employment of technical staff experienced in trade and business. Vineshturg, like other union commissariats, had its plenipotentiary area attached to the Sovnarkom of each of the union republics, and the functions of buying and selling on the home market were entrusted to state trading establishments, Gostorgi, set up in each republic under the supervision of these representatives. Vineshturg was represented in every important foreign capital by a trade delegation, Turgovo Predstavitelstvo, or Turgpred. A similar distinction was drawn between the administrative and operational sections or departments of Turgpreds, and, though this distinction may not have been practically effective in the smaller Turgpreds, the departments were kept strictly separate in the two most important of them, those of London and Berlin. No exception was taken to the administrative and policy-making aspects of Vineshturg's work, but its control over the business of buying and selling was widely and constantly challenged. The main argument was that trusts and syndicates handling particular commodities were better qualified to negotiate the purchase or sale of their specialties than the general trading organs of Vineshturg and the Turgpreds, which carried the inevitable stigma of bureaucracy. Give us the possibility to travel abroad and buy what we need no bureaucratic organs, was the plausible 1. The Statute of Wienestrg approved by TSIK in November 1923 is in Systematisches Gesobrenediges Wijschikszakanov SSSR, I, 1926. 88 to 96, the Gostworks were officially described as state organs immediately subordinated to the People's Commissariat, but in their organization, approximating in many respects to share companies and working on the principle of Ozrsket, with separate capital balance sheet and separate accounting. L. Kurtzen, Voprosi Wieneczni I Turgofli 1928, p. 76. 2. For a fairly full account of the organization see the report of it, pp. 64 to 72. The operational section of the London Turgpred was registered as a company under the name of Arcos, the Berlin Turgpred with its trading section had in 1925 a staff of 800, the London Turgpred with Arcos slightly fewer, ibid, p. 116. Much general information about the work of Wienesch Turg and its organs is also given in L. Kurtzen, Wieneczni Turgofli SSSR, 1924, which is said to be a revised and enlarged version of the same report. 476. The economic revival. Underscore. Ha asterisk. My ad a. I. We. A. AE internal and foreign trade 477. Underscore plea of many comrades who stand close to production. If pressed to its logical conclusion, this argument ran counter to the whole principle of the monopoly. But, couched in moderate terms and with lip service to the overriding authority of Wienesch Turg, it carried conviction, and could be supported by innumerable stories of incompetence on the part of Wienesch Turg and its agents. The campaign was helped by Kurtzen's isolated position in the party, especially after Lenin's death, and by the prejudice easily excited against him as a man of bourgeois and Western habits of life and an advocate of concessions to the capitalists. The swollen staffs of Wienesch Turg, the total number of whose employees rose from 18,900 on May 1, 1924 to 24,700 on 1 October 1925, came under attack. The Turgpreds abroad became, in particular, a target for gossip and scandal. Posts in them were currently believed to be coveted by the gilded youth of the party and by especially favored Nepman, to be filled largely through nepotism asterisk and to provide unrivaled opportunities for indulgence in bourgeois tastes, as well as for more direct forms of corruption. Handicapped by its low rating in party circles and by the SUS Pishin which easily attached to its activities, Wunschturg was engaged throughout its career in a running battle to maintain the integrity of the monopoly and of the principle of planning in foreign trade against the encroachments of other trading agencies, even outside the restricted circle of those authorized to transact. 1 L. Neve, Stat I. Rishi, 12, 1926, 464, Regional Economic Councils were given the right to appoint representatives to Turgpreds, Sobrani. Ozakonii, 1923, number 42, art. 453. 2 Partanyi, Professional Cooperative Organi Goseparat, K14. SS to RKP, B, 1926, P 134, on the first day 15 to 5%, on the second, 18 to 1%, of those employed were party members. 3 According to Sozialistische Westnik, Berlin, No 17 to 18, 135 to 6. September 18, 1926, P 12, important posts in the Turgpred in Berlin. Had recently been held by a brother-in-law of Reichhoff, a brother-in-law of Joff, and a brother of Lazowski. Such reports, whether true or not, were symptomatic. Koobishev referred, at the 14th Party Congress of December 1925, to an investigation, recently undertaken by the Central Control Mission of Wienesch Turg and all its foreign delegations, especially those in London and Berlin, 14 SS Visa Soesno Communistische Party, B. Underscore 1926, P 546. Cato. 478. The economic revival. Business with foreign firms, independent action by powerful Z. Interests was difficult to prevent. In 1920, when the transport situation was still acute, a railway mission headed by railway engineer, Lomonosov, visited Western Europe, placing orders, as Kurtzen afterwards complained, to the value of tens of millions of gold rubles without any previous coordination with the plan or with the resources of the state, grossly prejudicing the interests of our industry, and sometimes, as in the order for rails, on very unfavorable terms. In the winter of 1923-4, Nogin, the director of the Textile Trust and an energetic and influential member of the party, traveled to the United States, where Wienesch Turg had as yet no representative, made extensive purchases of cotton, and established in New York a share company with Soviet capital, called the All-Russian Textile Syndicate, without consulting either Wienesch Turg or Narkomindel. T. Kurtzen continued to deny that even from the point of view of the technical execution of this or that operation there would be any sense in transferring it into the hands of particular state or economic organs. He argued that, as individuals, representatives of these organs were no more inherently likely to be competent than representatives of Wienesch Turg, and, finally, that the hatred which the monopoly of foreign trade inspired in capitalist circles was the best proof of the importance of maintaining it intact. By 1924 even mixed companies with foreign capital had lost their usefulness, Wienesch Turg itself, and the cooperatives are more and more masters of the technique of foreign trade asterisk. The increasing importance of foreign trade in the national economy, the prospects of a bumper harvest for 1925 giving every hope of its further expansion, the campaign for the development of heavy industry, and the new emphasis on the principle of planning, made it more and more difficult to tolerate the ambiguity of Wienesch Turg's position. The complaint was also heard that trading organizations were making profits from foreign transactions, thus further raising prices asterisk. During 1924-5 an attempt was made to revise the list of organizations licensed by Stotu. 1. L. Kurtzen, Voprosi Wieneczni I Turgoili, 1928, pages 100 to 101. 2 Ibid, pages 71, 90, 99. 3 Ibid, p. 61. 4 Vestnik Finansoi, number 8, August 1925, p. 13. My word. IRRLENEMAAET. Internal and foreign trade 479. Underscore engage in foreign trade, Domagol, Azneft, Grosneft, and gum were removed from it, and Liso export, created on the analogy of club export, and Maslot Center added to it. One it seems to have been Kurtzen who felt the necessity of bringing the issue to a head. At the end of July 1925 he drew up a set of theses which constitute the summary exposition and defense of the principles and policies upheld by Wienesch Turg. The theses cunningly connected the attacks on Wienesch Turg in the White Guard emigration and the foreign press with similar attacks by rising Kulak elements in the Soviet Union engaged in a struggle against the Soviet power, and associated Wienesch Turg firmly with the supporters of planning. The monopoly of foreign trade presupposes a single state import Export plan of the Union, worked out by the planning organs of Venesterg with the participation of all interested departments, confirmed by Gosplan and by Sobnarkom, and welded together on the basis of a calculation of the needs of the whole national economy, as well as of the resources of the Union in export goods and in valuta. For this reason the partition of its functions among other departments would in fact mean a refusal to give effect to the monopoly of foreign trade. At the same time there was nothing inconsistent with this principle in allowing subordinate organs of Venesterg to carry out commercial operations on its behalf independently, and on a commission basis, provided steps were taken to prevent competition between such organs as buyers or sellers on the foreign market. Greater discretion in the matter of prices and the conclusion of bargains must be left to the Torgpreds and trading organs in foreign centers. This document was presented to the Party Central Committee in September 1925 and provoked what was evidently a lengthy discussion in the committee on October 5. A draft, prepared by Kubyshev, the president of the Party Central Commission, who was emerging at this time as a safe party man, on controversial financial and economic questions, was adopted as the basis of a decision, and referred for further elaboration to a commission. 1 God Rabati Providals SSR 1924-1925, 1926. P. 447, the decree of Sto authorizing mass lot center to engage in foreign trade is in Sobrani. Zakhanov, 1925, number 2, art. 26. 2 Elkerson, Voprosi Veneshni I Torgofli, 1928. Pages 121 to 37. 480 The Economic Revival, consisting of several members of the Central Committee, local party workers, and the heads of Venesterg. The final text of the resolution as drafted by this commission was approved by the Politburo, and published in Pravda on 6 November 1925 *. The resolution confirmed the need to conduct foreign trade through a specially created organ, Venesterg. It drew attention to the importance of foreign trade both for agriculture and for industry. A large number of important branches of agriculture at the present time, cultivation of wheat, barley, maize, flax, dairy products, poultry, livestock, can undergo a further substantial development on condition that they are assured of an expanding demand on the world market. On the other hand, the extension of the problem of basic capital for our industry is closely bound up with the further development of foreign trade. Trade had, however, become more specialized, and more specialized treatment was required. In order to handle important items of export or import, the formation of special companies, associations or syndicates was desirable. The organization of such companies should be undertaken by Venesterg and confirmed by 3 Sto. This was the most important innovation in the resolution, and gave some satisfaction to those who called both for the decentralization and for the commercialization of foreign trade. But it made no radical alteration in existing practice, and, though couched in terms designed to conciliate all interests, adequately safeguarded the position of Venesterg*. It did not, however, end Kurtzen's anxieties. These were expressed in a long article which appeared in the Journal of Sto on the day after the publication of the resolution, the coincidence being probably accidental. Kurtzen admitted that the principle of the monopoly of foreign trade was treated as sacrosanct, but the 1 VKP, V Rizoliatsiak, 1941, 2, 32-8. 2 according to G. Klenau, New Siberian, 1928, p. 390, the result of the decision in the Siberian region was to place the Gosborgs under the control of the regional authorities, which thus scored a victory over the central trading organs of the RSFSR. E. 3 An obituary article on Kurtzen a year later in Planovi Hosiaispo. Number 12, 1926, pages 14 to 24, treated the resolution of October 1925 as a triumph for Kurtzen's policy, but this was only in part true. Z equals Veal. Internal and foreign trade 481. Uncontested recognition of the principle conceals within itself great dangers of various devious and masked movements and maneuvers. One of these maneuvers quickly came to a head. On November 18, 1925, a decree was issued amalgamating the 2 trade commissariats into a single People's Commissariat of Foreign and Internal Trade, Nerkomter. It was a logical reform which Gosplan had advocated ever since the creation of a People's Commissariat of Internal Trade *. The official explanation of the change dwelt on the growing importance of foreign trade in the economy and on the need to coordinate the requirements of foreign with those of internal trade. Lazava, a former People's Commissar for Internal Trade, added that it was a safe guard against an export deviation, a determination to export at all costs regardless of the needs of the community *. If some commercial interests hoped that the amalgamation would lead to the extension of private enterprise to the sphere of foreign trade, in foreign trade such hopes were doomed to disappointment. The most obvious consequence of the change was to deprive Kurtzen of his post in Sobnarkom, see Europe, of becoming the new People's Commissar for Trade with the former Commissars for Foreign and Internal Trade, Kurtzen and Scheinman, as his deputies. Copyright Kurtzen, who had been palpred in France since October 1924, and was now transferred to London, would spend the remaining 12 months of his life abroad. But this was no novelty. Since Lenin's death, Kurtzen had been too little in sympathy with the party leaders to play any role except in issues of foreign trade, and even here his authority was contested. But if Kurtzen's enemies regarded the suppression of a separate 1 L. Kurtzen, Voprosi Veneshni I Torgofli, 1928, p. 42. 2 Sobrani Zakhanov, number 78, art. 590. 3 A resolution of Gosplan supporting the amalgamation in July 1923 is in G. Krzyzanowski, Sakhainania, 2, 1934, 281, Krzyzanowski. Once more urged it in an article in Ekonomikeskias his, January 13, 1924. 4 statements by C. Europe appeared in Pravda, November 20, 1925, by Rykov, Ibid, December 9, 1925, by Lazava in Ekonomikeskia. Citizen. 21, November 23, 1925. 5 An article in Vyast Savtov, number 49, December 6, 1925. Pages 1 to 2, was directed against this interpretation of the decree. 6 Ekonomikeskia Citizen, November 19, 1925. PTOEE. 482 The Economic Revival. Commissariat of Foreign Trade as the prelude to a radical change of policy, they were disappointed. The foundations which Kurtzen had laid in Venesterg between 1920 and 1925 proved too strong to be disturbed. The loss of his governmental office, and his death, a year later in London, were followed not by weakening, but by a strengthening of the monopoly which he had worked to establish and administer. A month after the amalgamation of the Ms. Soviets, the 14th Party Congress confirmed the drive for industrial development and the decision to make the Soviet Union, in Stalin's words, an independent economic unit, and this in the long run implied support not only for the principle of planning, but for more rigorous control of export and import copyrights and policies. A resolution of the Politburo of January 21, 1926, ordered the accumulation of reserves of staple commodities of copyright foreign trade as a protection against price fluctuations and the undue influence of market conditions. In existing conditions of scarcity, the project was utopian, but indicated a new awareness of the problems of foreign trade. Finally, in April 1926, the Party Central Committee adopted a resolution on economic policy, which, while introducing no innovations in the field of foreign trade, contained an unequivocal recognition of its importance. D. 7. N. The tempo of the expansion of fixed capital and of the re-equipment of industry, as well as the technical improvement and intensification of agriculture, depends in the greatest degree on the successful development of our export operations and on the import from abroad of necessary equipment, raw material and semi-finished goods for our industry and of agricultural implements for the cultivation of the land. Therefore the development of export is an indispensable condition for the industrialization of the country and for quickening the tempo of industrial development. 7. The battle for the consolidation of the monopoly of foreign trade had been finally won when the 14th Party Congress voted for self-sufficiency and intensive industrialization. 1 Stalin, Sakhainania, 7, 299. 2. The resolution does not seem to have been published, but was referred to and endorsed in the decision of the Party Central Committee of April 1926. VKP, B. V. Rezoliatsiak 1941, 2, 97. 3 Ibid, 2, 92. Internal and foreign trade 483. The theoretical problems arising out of the expansion of Soviet foreign trade did not attract much attention in this period. Whether or not the capitalist belief in the economic advantages of the international division of labor applied to relations between capitalist countries and a country aspiring to create a socialist economy, it was indisputable that the rapid building of socialism in the Soviet Union was dependent on extensive imports of capital equipment from more advanced industrial countries, and therefore also on finding lucrative markets in those countries for Soviet products. It was Trotsky who, in his article Towards Socialism or Capitalism, in the autumn of 1925, first noted the unexpected community of interest between capitalist countries and the Soviet Union in maintaining a general level of prosperity. A commercial and industrial depression in Europe, and still more a world depression, might lead to a wave of depression in our country. Underscore conversely, a commercial and industrial boom in Europe would at once be followed by a demand for essential raw materials for industrial purposes, such as timber and flax, and for grain, the consumption of which would increase with the increasing prosperity of the European peoples. We thus reach a position where, as an economic state unit, it is to some extent, at any rate, in our interest to see improved conditions in capitalist countries. Trotsky refused to be embarrassed by the striking example of the inconsistencies inherent in our so-called new economic policy, which at home and abroad involved a certain amount of collaboration between socialism and capitalism as well as an intensification of the struggle between them. He did not examine the potential influence of this collaboration on Soviet foreign policy, nor was anyone else eager to pursue this issue. For the present it was enough that foreign trade was making an important contribution to the progress of industrialization. Much attention was given in this period to the establishment of machinery for the granting of concessions to foreign capital. A Chief Concessions Committee attached to Stowe had originally 1 Pravda, September 22, 1925, for this article CP 536 below. A 484 The Economic Revival. A LS. Been set up in April 1922 in preparation for the Genoa Conference, and neither the failure of negotiations with the Western powers nor the dramatic rejection of the Iroquois concession in the autumn of that year ended hopes for the ultimate success of the policy. In 1923 the committee was put under the direct authority of Sovnarkom, and special concessions commissions were attached to the trade delegations in Berlin and London. The year 1925 saw a recrudescence of interest in foreign concessions. Concessions commissions were attached to the Turkpreds in Paris and in Rome, and a standing committee was attached to the Chief Concessions Committee in Moscow to verify the carrying out of concessions agreements registered. This was the year of the two most spectacular achievements of the concessions policy: the Lena Goldfields concessions and the Harriman Manganese concession in the Caucasus. Foreign concessions never fulfilled the extravagant hopes which had at first been placed on them, or played a significant role in the Soviet economy. A review of the situation in the spring of 1925 gave figures for the 3 preceding years. Proposals agreements received concluded: 1921 to 338.18, 1923 607.44, 1924 311.26. 1 Sobranio Zakonii, 1922, number 28, art. 320. 2 See the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, volume 3, pages 427 to 30. 3 Sobranio Zakonii, 1923, number 20, art. 246, for its statute approved. In August 1923 see Systematischke Sobranie Действующих Zakonov. SSSR, I, 1926, 43 to 5. 4 Ibid, 1923, number 23, art. 259, number 26, art. 307. 5 Sobranie Zakonoi, 1925, number 21, art. 139, Spornik Dekretov, Posta. Noblinii, Rasporiyagini I Prikasov Ponerad Nomohosiai number 24, 45. September 1925, pages 24 to 5. 6 Sobranie Zakonoi, 1925, number 52, art. 394. 7 These concessions, as well as the general relation of the concessions to foreign policy, will be discussed in Part B in a subsequent volume. EAEETB Omenau. N. Einse. Cone W. E. Or Bed. JT, SAEHT. Internal and foreign trade 485. As against this, only 30 proposals had been received, and only 3 agreements concluded, in the first 4 months of 1925. Germany held the first place on the list with 43% of proposals and 24 to 2% of agreements concluded, followed by Great Britain, the United States of America and France. About 40% of the concessions were classified as industrial, including mining and forestry, the remainder being devoted to agriculture, transport, or trade. 1 Wide discrepancies exist between different statements of the capital invested in concessions and the income derived from them. According to one authoritative account, state revenue from the concessions amounted to 14 million rubles in 1923 to 4. But Kamini, in the latter part of 1925, estimated the income for the current year at no more than 4 millions, of which 1,200,000 were to come from the Harriman concession. The endorsement by the 14th Party Congress of the policy of intensive industrialization on the basis of national self-sufficiency coincided with the growing recognition of the failure of the concessions policy to attract any significant volume of foreign capital on terms acceptable to the regime. 1 Bolshevik, number 8, April 30, 1925, pages 46 to 60, G. Jerskyny, Daikon. Sessions Politik Sojatrusslands, 1926, pages 123 to 4, using Soviet press sources. Gives the number of concessions in operation at the beginning of 1925 as 90, including 22 German, 17 British, and 8 American. Of these, 26 were classy 5 as trading, 17 manufacturing, 13 mining, 13 agricultural, 12 transport, 6 forestry, and 3 other. 2 Bolshevik, number 8, April 30, 1925, p. 57, El Camino, Star I Rishi. 12, 1926, 473. Chapter 9. Finance and Credit. The currency reform marked the culmination of NEP in the financial sphere. It was the logical corollary of the return to free DOM of trade and to a monetary economy, the advantage of which could not be fully enjoyed in the absence of a stable currency. It also crowned the policy of concessions to the peasant, who had borne the major share of the consequences, direct and indirect, of headlong currency depreciation. Its immediate effects, like those of NEP itself 3 years earlier, were almost wholly salutary, and quickly silenced those who had at first regarded it with mistrust or disapproval. It created fresh confidence all round, paved the way for a remarkable recovery both in agriculture and in industry, and for the first time made planning a serious possibility. At the same time, it was significant that, at the moment when a stable currency based on the universal gold standard, and therefore immune from manipulation by the state, was being introduced, the state had been compelled to restore its control of prices of essential commodities. The forces which made it possible to maintain a regime of free market prices would eventually prove fatal to the regime of free exchanges and a free currency on a fixed basis. But these difficulties still lay ahead. For the moment, immense pride was felt in the magnitude of the achievement and equally strong determination to take any measures, however irksome, which might be necessary to maintain it. During the first year of the reform, preoccupation about the stability of the currency was the dominant factor in financial policy. The establishment of a stable currency had immediate repercussions on the state budget. Indeed, the prospective difficulty of balancing the budget in the new conditions had been the chief argument used by the opponents of the reform. The budget for 1923 to 4 was estimated to balance at approximately 1,900 million rubles. Of the receipts, 17 to 8% came from direct taxation, 16 to 5% from indirect taxation, excise, customs, and other duties, 40,7% came from non-tax revenues, more than 7 Indian, pence itl and leapsol. Dash asterisk st ad. Percent for 3/4 of this being, however, accounted for by transport, which was self-supporting and was included in balancing items on both sides of the budget, and 25% came from extraordinary revenue, the largest single item of which consisted of profits from currency emission to the amount of 180 millions, a substantial figure, though only half that of the previous year, since no corresponding resource would be available in 1924 to 5, and any budget deficiency would have to be made good out of the unresponsive market for state loans. The utmost restraint was required in drawing up the budget. When Sukhanikov addressed a financial conference in July 1924, he was in a cautious mood. Finance and Credit 487. The question of the dimensions of our budget, he said, depends in a large measure on the dimensions of the tax burden on the peasant, i.e., on the question of the proportional relation between state economy and peasant economy. Following the prescriptions of Comrade Lenin, following the general line of our party, our task, the task of our financial apparatus, is to protect and maintain the possibility of developing the peasant economy. It is on the basis of this growth of the peasant economy that the market for our industry can develop in the future, and on the basis of the growth of the peasant economy that our state budget can also develop. Sukhanikov did not believe that the country, that is to say, the peasantry, could bear an increased burden of taxation, and fixed 2,100 million rubles as the maximum budget total for the coming year. This was a 10% increase on the previous year. Working within these limits, Narkompin now produced so-called control figures, or preliminary estimates, for the 1924 to 5 budget. These were submitted to Sovnarkom in the first 10 days. 1 SSSR, Centralny Ispolitelny Komitet 2 Soziva, 2 Sessia, 1924. p. 137. Final figures quoted in R.W. Davies, The Development of the Soviet Budgetary System, 1958, p. 82, show a substantially higher total of 2,300 millions, a slightly higher percentage, 12 to 6, for non-tax revenue other than transport, and a much lower percentage, 5:4, for profits from currency emission. 2 Socialistico Socialismo, number 5, 1924, pages 12 to 13. 3. The significance of these control figures was explained in Socialistico Socialismo, number 5, 1924, p. 46. They were a general outline which provides directives for the people's commissariats in drawing up their estimates. They were indicative, but not imperative. 488. The economic revival of the new financial year, approved by it on October 14, 1924, and copyright submitted to TSIK by Sukhanikov later in the same month. Though these estimates did not yet constitute a formal budget, they were in advance on anything yet attempted in the unimpressive history of Soviet public finance. Sukhanikov could boast that, for the first time since the revolution, we have the possibility of looking ahead at the beginning of the budgetary year. It was also the first budget covering the whole territory of the USSR. Asterisk of the budget total of 2,100 million rubles, 843 millions were AC, counted for by balancing entries for transport and communications, which were maintained only for formal reasons on the state budget. The principal revenues from taxation, amounting to 46% of all revenues, or more than 70% if transport and communications were excluded, were 250 millions from the agricultural tax, 70 millions from the income tax, 120 millions, of which, however, only 66 millions were included in the union budget. The remainder being taken by local budgets, from the industrial tax, and 300 millions from excise * direct taxation still therefore provided the largest source of revenue. Our Soviet system, said Sokolnikov, has definitely taken its stand on the path to the 1 SSSR, Central Neispolitelny Komitet 2 Soziba, 2 Sessia, 1924. Pages 136-8, the budget for 1923-4 had been the first budget of the USSR. But in that year the Transcaucasian SFSR and the Far Eastern Territory, the temporary successor of the Far Eastern Republic, had for technical reasons retained their separate currencies and separate budgets. 2. It is difficult to say why the whole budgets of the People's Commissariats of Communications and Posts, i.e. current receipts and expenditure, were retained in the state budget, whereas all other industrial enterprises were independent for accounting purposes, only profits or losses being ultimately transferred to the state budget. Sokolnikov defended the practice on the ground that communications and posts were still working at a loss. G. Sokolnikov, Finansovai Politika Revaluatsiai, 2 1926, 161-2. But the same was true of other enterprises. The precedent of the pre-revolutionary period, when communications and posts had been the only A.L.X. nationalized enterprises and had been carried on the budget for that reason, was probably the decisive factor. 3. The preliminary estimates as submitted to Sovnarkom and TSIK in October 1924 are in Socialistic Hozyaispo, number 5, 1924, pages 52-4. Sokolnikov's speech on their presentation to TSIK is in SSSR, Central Neispolitelny Komitet 2 Soziba, 2 Sessia, 1924, pages 135-96. Finance and Credit 489. Development of direct taxes, and he repeated the axiom that direct taxation is class taxation. The largest items of expenditure were 400 million rubles for the administrative organs of the Union, central and local, and 378 millions for defense. Other noteworthy items were 59 to 6 millions for industry, 40 millions for agriculture, besides 46 millions for relief to sufferers from the bad harvest, and 37 to 9 millions for building and electrification. Estimated expenditure exceeded estimated revenue by 120 million rubles. It was proposed to cover this deficit by receipts from the issue of silver and copper coinage, estimated at 80 millions, and by state loans. TSIK approved these control figures, and instructed Narkompan to prepare a formal budget based on them, for resubmission to Sovnarkom and to a later session of TSIK. It also issued a new decree reforming the income tax. Peasants paying the agricultural tax and workers earning less than 75 rubles a month, which included nearly all manual workers at this time, were exempt from income tax altogether. Other incomes were classified in 17 categories. The lowest, covering incomes of less than 500 rubles a year, paid 10 rubles in tax. The highest, covering incomes of 8,000 rubles a year and upwards, paid 1,500 rubles plus 300 rubles on every 1,000 above 8,000.7. The property tax, which had formed an integral part of the original income tax, was now abolished. When the tax was introduced in 1922, pains had been taken to bring within its scope those members of the former ruling class who had no income, but lived by selling their possessions. This class had now virtually disappeared, and receipts from the property tax were too insignificant to be worth the cost of collection *. The decision approving the preliminary figures for the budget for 1924-5 was an occasion of some importance. It was accompanied by the issue on October 24, 1924 of a statute on budgetary rights which was designed to bring departmental expenditure 1 Ibid, p. 139. 2 Post and Oblinia TSIK Soz SSR, 2 Sessia, 1924, pages 17, 32-42. Sobrani Zakhanov, 1924, number 20, art. 196. The tax had been attacked by Lerin at the Second Union Congress of Soviets in January 1924 as not being steeply enough graded. Viroy SS Tsovtov SSR 1924, pages 154-60. 3 SSSR, Central Neispolitelny Komitet 2 Soziba, 2 Sessia, 1924. Pages 142-3. We 490. The economic revival. Under the strict control of Narkompan and ensure that it was kept within the limits of revenue. The principle of the balanced budget was now firmly established in Soviet practice. It was the function of Narkompan to examine the estimates submitted by the departments on the basis of the original control figures, to bring them into line with the estimates of revenue, and to combine them with the budgets of the republics, themselves the product of similar procedure at the Republican level, into a single union budget, which, together with the observations of Gosplan on it, was submitted to Sovnarkom, and eventually to TSIK, for final approval. The Soviet Union now had not only a stable currency, but a regular budgetary system. The irrepressible Lerin described it as the highest moment in the history of Narkompan, and suggested that the time had come when finance could lay down its dictatorship. Like most of Lerin's comments, it exhibited a certain prescience. The buoyancy of revenue from excise, especially on sugar and vodka, and an improvement in receipts from transport, all indices of an increasing prosperity, soon justified an increase of the budget estimates. It was afterwards explained by a spokesman of Narkompan that the original control figures had been prepared in the summer of 1924 before the beneficial effects of the currency reform had been fully felt. * Pressure from the spending departments, and the less pessimistic view now taken of the consequences of the poor harvest completed the process. The estimates were raised by 180 million rubles to 2,280 millions *, but the mood was still cautious, and it was only after long debates that the Party Central Committee in January 1925 gave its sanction to an expansion of the budget *. Another decision of some importance was taken at this time. It was a symptom of the shifting balance of power in the Soviet. 1 Sobrani Zakhanov, 1924, number 19, art. 189, for the financial relations between the Union and the republics as laid down in the statute. See note B. The budgets of the republics, pages 564-9 below. 2 SSSR, Central Neispolitelny Komitet 2 Soziba, 2 Sessia, 1924. Pages 294-5. 3 IT, 3 Sessia, 1925, p. 169. 4 Planovi Hozyaispo, number 1, 1925, pages 57-8. 5 BKP, B, V Rizoliatsiak, 1941, I, 634. Anit NAGTPTENPRREPEB Temnet, Me SIE. Finance and Credit 491. E. 2. Machine, and the first overt blow struck at the supremacy of Narkompan. In 1923 the 12th Party Congress had approved a Reorganization of the People's Commissariat of Workers and Peasants Inspection, RABCRIN, in the form of an interlocking arrangement with the Party Central Control Commission. And Kobyshev, the People's Commissar for RABCRIN, also became President of the Control Commission. Since both RABCRIN and Narkompin exercised rights of supervision over the activities of other departments, it is not surprising that the reorganization of RABCRIN should have been followed by a dispute with Narkompin on the respective control functions of the two organs. At a moment when orthodox finance was still in the ascendant and the prestige of Narkompin at its highest, the dispute was settled in favor of Narkompin. RABCRIN received extended disciplinary powers in the way of checking the efficiency, regularity, and honesty of the administration, but was relieved of all functions of financial control, which were vested exclusively in Narkompin. The powers of Narkompin now seemed unchallenged. When the Statute on Budgetary Rights was adopted on October 29, 1924, provision was made for the establishment in each of the Union republics of a budget commission attached to the TSIK of the Republic. It was noticeable that no such commission was created for the USSR, where the commission responsible for drafting the budget was a departmental body working within Narkompin. This situation at length gave Kobyshev, who was a Stalin man and had the weight of the Secretariat behind him, the opportunity to recoup himself for the exclusion of RABCRIN from financial affairs. In January 1925, the Party Central Committee decided that a commission for the budget of the USSR should be set up and attached to TSIK in order to assist that august body to carry out its hitherto formal function of supervising the budget. The decision was embodied in two decrees of the Presidium of TSIK. 1. See the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 1, p. 234. 2. Vestnik Finansov, Number 10, October 1925, pages 35 to 44. 3. See the Statute of RABCRIN of November 1923 and Systematischko. Sobranie Wojciechczykanov SSSR, I, 1926, 189 to 93. 4. The decision was not published, and rests on the authority of V. Dyachenko, Sovetskiy Finanzy Vyperpławy Zrazhvataya Sovetskogo. Kosuk. Darstva, I, 1947, 426, which is, however, likely to be reliable. 492 The Economic Revival Yen. And of March 7, 1925, which named the 56 original members of the Commission. The statute was drawn up later in the same month. The functions of the Commission were to review the draft budget, approved by Sovnarkom, to make any other recommendations regarding the budget, and to prepare a report on it for eventual adoption by TSIK. A decree formally appointing Kobyshev President of the Commission, he had occupied the position from the start, followed shortly afterwards. A year later the membership of the Commission had increased to 96, of these 15 were representatives of the USSR, and the remainder representatives of the Union republics in proportion to population, 47 being drawn from the RSFSR*. It at once became apparent that a new power had been created, and the financial monopoly of Narkompin broken, though this did not imply any immediate change in policy or outlook. The session of TSIK in March 1925 was held in Tiflis. Sokolnikov significantly did not make the journey, being represented by his deputy Bryukhanov, and Kobyshev automatically assumed the role of principal spokesman on the budget, reporting to TSIK at length on behalf of its new commission. The commission proposed further minor increases which carried the budget total to the new height of 2,360 million rubles. But the most important points in Kobyshev's speech related to the future. He asked that the budget should be approved not, as in previous years, as a directive budget, but as a firm budget, binding on those whose business it was to execute it, and he expressed the significant hope. R.A. 7. 1 Sobranie Zakhanov, 1925, number 17, Arts. 127, 128, number 71, Art. 520. 2 Ibid, number 38, Art. 282. 3 SSSR, Centralny Ispolitelny Komitet 3 Soziva, 2 Sessia, Pos. 10 Oboliny Yacht, 1926, pages 16 to 18. 4 In December 1924, a conference of budget experts of Narkompin and of the Union republics had passed a resolution declaring that the budget of 1925-6 was to be no longer a collection of estimates subject to modification from month to month, but a firm budget for the year. Vestnik Finansov. Number 1, January 1925, p. 96. One important purpose of the introduction of a firm budget was to do away with the system of block grants to departments, over the expenditure of which Narkompin exercised no control. A firm budget implied budgetary discipline, sums being expendable only for the specific items for which they were allocated, and uniformity of administration being thus assured. Ekonomikosko Obozrini, November 1925. 7 EE 7. EAK equals I finance and credit 493 J that future budgets would be able to rely to a larger extent on non-tax revenues. TSIK duly adopted a resolution amending and confirming the budget. Stalin at a party meeting commented enthusiastically on these successive increases, and drew a significant moral for the policies just beginning to shape themselves in his mind. You know that 3 times in the course of the past half year we had to change our state budget in view of the rapid growth of budget revenue items unforeseen in our original estimates. In other words, our budget estimates and budget plans did not keep pace with the growth of state revenues, so that surpluses appeared in the state treasury. That means that the springs of the economic life of our country are gushing forth with irresistible strength, upsetting all and sundry scientific plans. Underscore of our financial specialists. That means that we are experiencing a not less, perhaps even more, powerful economic and productive drive than took place, for example, in America after the Civil War. Next, the budget came before the Third Union Congress of Soviets in May 1925, and once more underwent a process of upward revision, being finally approved at a total of 2,558 million rubles, with a specific authorization to the Presidium of TSIK to proceed to a further revision if conditions justified it. The Congress also endorsed for the future the principle of firm annual budgets. Finally, in June 1925, the Presidium of TSIK, using the authority given to it, lifted the total of the budget to 2,876 million rubles, the principal increases in revenue being from excise and from the industrial tax, and increased allocations being made to agricultural credit, to the cooperatives, and to the electrification and building programs. Never was a budget of the USSR so long, so frequently, or so exhaustively debated in public as that of underscore pages 13 to 15. How far these results were achieved in Practice is another. Question. 1 for Kobichev speech CSSR, Centralny Ispolitelny. Komitet. 2 Soziba, 3 Sesia, 1925, pages 189 to 203, for the Resolution ID, Postanov. Linia, pages 13 to 17. 2 Stalin, Sakhinania, 7, 128 to 9. 3 Tretai SS Sovtov SSSR, Postanov Linia. 1925, pages 30 to 31. Sobrany Zakhanov, 1926, number 35, art. 250 The detailed figures of the budget. Our Investnik Finansov, number 6, June 1925, pp. 170 to 75. 4 Sobrany Zakhanov, 1925, number 48, art. 347. 494 The Economic Revival. 1924 to 5, the first stable currency budget of the Union. Rarely has any budget inspired so much enthusiasm and optimism. It was an important factor in the rising self-confidence of the summer of 1925. When later the balance of the financial year 1924 to 5 was struck, the results bore witness to the rapid recovery of the national economy and of state finances. Even after these repeated upward revisions, the final estimates were exceeded. Revenue just topped 3,000 million rubles, leaving a surplus of 32 millions over expenditure. While direct taxation contributed about the same proportion of revenue as in the previous year, the share of excise had risen from 10.4% to 16 to 9%, thanks mainly to this increase. Taxation now yielded 44 to 2% of revenue as against 33 to 9% in the previous year. The self-balancing item of communications, which for the first time paid their way without subsidy, accounted for a slightly higher proportion at 35 to 8%, and non-tax revenues, principally profits from state industry and state forests, rose from 12 to 6% to 13 to 4%. On the other copyright hand, revenue from currency issues had disappeared altogether from the budget, and revenue from loans and credit was negligible. The state was for the first time paying its way. On the expenditure side, the major increases were in subsidies to agriculture _. Due to the crop failure of 1924, these eventually reached 171 million rubles, in subsidies to housing, in the cost of social services, including education, and in grants to local budgets. Subsidies to industry and cost of administration remained stationary, and there was a 10% advance in defense costs. The chief aim pursued and achieved in the budget of 1924 to 5 was financial stability to meet essential requirements out of current revenue. The budget was not yet being consciously and deliberately framed to promote economic or political ends. The budget of 1924 to 5 was the last of which Narkompin was the main or sole artificer. Peles. A. N. A. We aim even before the budget of 1924 to 5 had been finally approved. Plans for the budget of 1925 to 6 began to be laid. A mood of far. T. 1C tables in R.W. Davies, The Development of the Soviet Budgetary System, 1958, pages 82 to 3. Finance and Credit 495. Flung optimism had been engendered by the economic recovery of the past 12 months. The budget of 1924 to 5 was balanced with out severe strain at a level 1/3 above the original estimates. Further progress was confidently expected in the coming year. Heavy industry was clamoring for increased funds from the budget to finance the policy of expansion fostered by the party and by the government. At a conference of the People's Commissars for Finance of the Union Republics in April 1925, Sokolnikov sounded a note of moderation. At a time when the budget for 1924 to 5 had still not reached 2,500 million rubles, he set a figure of 3,000 millions as the target for 1925 to 6. A formal decree of July 3, 1925 instructed Narkompin to submit the draft of a firm budget for 1925 to 6 to Sovnarkom, and Gosplan to present its comments on the draft, not later than 1 October 1925.1. The most contentious issue was now the source of future revenue. A long-standing party tradition, going back to the Second Party Congress in 1903, hymned the virtues of direct taxation, and had been endorsed by Lenin since the revolution. Nevertheless, substantial inroads had already been made on it. The need for new tax revenue after the introduction of NEP had quickly led to a restoration of excise on matches, candles, tobacco, wines, coffee, sugar, and salt, the tax on salt being especially resented, since it had been abolished by the Tsarist regime as long ago as 1881 *. The amount raised in excise increased from year to year *. In 1923, excise duties were imposed on textiles and on rubber galoshes registered, and the vodka monopoly was reintroduced registered. In 1924 to 5, excise yielded over 500 million rubles, against an original estimate of 300 millions, out of which the vodka monopoly, throughout this period a bone of contention, accounted for. One Spornik Dekretoi, Postanov Linii, Rasporyagini Prikasov Ponerod. Nomo Hozyaistvio, number 22, 43, July 1925, p. 35. 2C The Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 2, p. 145. 3 For the Salt Tax Sobranio Zakonii, 1922, number 19, art. 211, it was abolished in March 1927, Sobrany Zakhanov, 1927, number 17, art 186. 4 An account of the restoration of excise duties is in Planovi Haas. Yaistvo, number 1, 1926, pages 98 to 103. 5 Sobranio Zakonii, 1923, number 17, art. 214, number 41, art. 436. 6C The Interregnum, 1923 to 1924, p. 43, note 5. 496 The Economic Revival. 178 millions.1 At the end of 1924, an article in the Journal of Narkompin called for a further tightening up of existing rates of excise, especially on articles of mass peasant consumption, explaining with unusual frankness that this was the only way of taxing the poor peasant. In practice, it is infinitely difficult to reach straight-out population which have minimum surpluses by direct taxation. Here only sufficiently refined methods of more or less universal indirect taxation can help. In the spring of 1925, the policy of appeasing the well-to-do peasant and the pressure to reduce the agricultural tax could point to only one conclusion. Zinoviev, still at this time the main champion of face to the countryside, did not hesitate to draw it. We are approaching a time when, in one way or another, the peasant must be freed from direct taxes. It would be incorrect to repeat any longer the social democratic catchwords and say that a progressive income tax is justice and better than an indirect tax *. Sokolnikov continued to fight a delaying action. We must, he Declared, defend the system of direct taxation, as taxation which guarantees the possibility of a class approach, a class policy. Anything else would be a betrayal of the fundamental principles of socialism. But at the Third Union Congress of Soviets in May 1925 he bashfully admitted that revenue from vodka played a 1G Sokolnikov, etc., Soviet policy in public finance, Stanford, 1931. P. 189. Stalin in a letter of 1927 referred to an alleged discussion in the party Central Committee in October 1924 when certain members of the Central Committee objected to the introduction of vodka without, however, indicating any other sources from which it would have been possible to draw funds for industry, and 7 members of the committee, including himself, made a declaration reporting statements made by Lenin on several occasions in the summer and autumn of 1922 defending the introduction of a vodka monopoly as necessary for the maintenance of the currency and the support of industry. Stalin, Sakhinaya, 9, 192. This looks like a misstating of the debate on the original introduction of vodka in January 1923, see preceding note, but there may have been some further discussion. In October 1924. 2 Vestnik Finansov, number 11, November 1924, pages 69, 77. 3 Leningradskaya Pravda, March 10, 1925, reporting a speech of the previous day in the Leningrad Soviet. 4 Ekonomikeskiy Sizn, April 9, 1925. Idea. Finance and Credit 497. Fairly substantial role in the budget, though he intended, in future years strictly to limit the production and consumption of alcohol. Now that specific commitments had been taken by the 14th Party Conference in April, and confirmed by the Congress of Soviets in the following month, to make a drastic reduction in the agricultural tax, no alternative seemed open. It would have been quixotic in the present stringency to neglect so buoyant a source of revenue. The rise in the price of vodka was to be rendered less unpalatable to the consumer by an improvement in quality. The limitations on Rykavka had been quickly abandoned. The alcoholic strength of vodka had been raised from 20 degrees to 30 degrees in 1924, and was now raised to 40 degree. When, therefore, in June 1925 Sokolnikov offered to a professional audience of workers in Narkompan a preview of the budget for 1925-6, it was found to combine optimism with realism. A budget total of 3,560 million rubles, representing an increase of nearly 1,000 millions on the current estimates for the previous year, was now contemplated. This would provide, in addition to increased allocation for defense and costs of administration, 140 millions for agriculture, 85 millions for industry, 60 millions for electrification and housing, and 25 millions for the cooperatives. On the revenue side, direct taxation would account for 568 millions. This allowed for a reduction of receipts from the agricultural tax from 442 millions to 390 millions, indirect taxation for 870 millions, including an increase in excise from 500 millions to 750 millions, and customs for 130 millions. Non-tax receipts were estimated at 1,748 millions, of which transport and communications would account for 1,250 millions. Even before such an audience, the rise in estimated revenue from vodka, from 173 millions to 298 millions, was evidently the item which required most explanation. Nobody intended, said Sokolnikov, to resuscitate the drunken budget of Tsarist Russia, but, whereas the 1 Tretyi SS Tsovtov SSSR, 1925, p. 474, 2G Sokolnikov, etc., Soviet Policy in Public Finance, Stanford, 1931. Pages 189 to 90, 194 to 6, for Rykavka see the Interregnum, 1923 to 1924, p. 43. Note 5. Kamina announced the impending decision to produce 40 degrees spirit to the Moscow Soviet on April 10, 1925, defending it on the ground that it was the only way to stop illicit distilling. El Kamina, Stat I Rishi. 12. 1926, 145 to 6. H.S.R.I 23. AEY. 4. EEI. 7. 498 The economic revival. Production of spirit had in the current year been not more than 5% of the pre-war figure. It might rise in the following year to a firm limit of 15%. It was better, since it is impossible to prohibit drunkenness, in any case to compel those who drink to pay something to the state budget. Nevertheless, it was, as Sokolnikov admitted a few weeks later, a step backwards, a forced step backwards. In accordance with these prognostications, the budget for 1925-6 submitted to Sovnarkom by Narkompan in the autumn of 1925 balanced at 3,778 million rubles. By this time the usual upward pressures were at work, especially in the form of urgent demands for the expansion of heavy industry, and, after a long and intensive examination, the budget was approved by Sov. Narkom in January 1926 at a total of 4,000 millions. The increase was covered on the revenue side by raising the cost of vodka to 1 degree 5 rubles per vidro, equivalent to 2,70 gallons, and by higher railway and postal tariffs. In the revenue eventually collected in 1925-6, excise receipts rose to 840 million rubles, of which receipts from the alcohol monopoly accounted for 364 millions. Consumption of vodka increased fourfold in this year. In the crisis of the winter of 1925-6, after the unexpected difficulties of the grain collection, the size of the budget inspired some anxieties, and it was in this cautious period that it came up for final examination at the session of TSIK in April 1926. After lengthy speeches by Bright Hanov, who had succeeded Sokolnikov in January as People's Commissar for Finance, and by 1 Socialistic Hozyastvo, number 4, 1925, p. 15, 6 months later, Stalin defended the policy at the 14th Party Congress with the remark, twice repeated, that it was impossible to build socialism in white gloves, and that it was better to get revenue from vodka than to go cap in hand to foreign capitalists. Sakhinaya, 7, 340-41. According to figures in Planovi Hozyastvo, number 11, 1925, p. 150, budget receipts from vodka in 1924-5 amounted, after adjustment to the change in values, to 16 to 2% of the 1913 figure. 3. The full figures are in Vestnik Finansov, no 11-12, November. December 1925, pages 190-92, for an analysis of them see Ekonomikeskoye Obozrenie, November 1925, pages 21-4. The control figures of Gosplan for 1925-6 had contemplated a budget of from 3,750 to 3,850 million rubles. 4 Planovi Hozyaispo, number 2, 1926, p73. NMTE trademark. Finance and Credit 499. Underscore Kobyshev, the president of the Budget Commission of TSIK. The budget was finally approved at a total of 3,900 million rubles. Tax revenue was estimated at 1,900 millions, including 1,150 from indirect taxation, non-tax revenue at 2,000 millions, including the item of transport and communications. Bryukhanov once more apologetically admitted that the decline in the proportion of direct taxation meant a retreat from the symbol and principle of class, but saw no alternative. On the expenditure side, industry was to get 155 millions, including 107 millions for heavy industry, as against 98 millions in the previous year, agriculture 157 mil. Lions as against 147 millions. The implications of the budget were clear, though it would have been inconvenient to avow them. Underscore openly. A beginning had been made in financing the large-scale expansion of heavy industry in the only way in which, foreign loans being excluded, it could be financed, namely, by drawing upon the earnings of the peasantry. But, in view of the commanding position of the well-to-do peasant in the economy, and his resistance to any substantial increase in direct taxation, it was necessary to rely primarily, in defiance of socialist principles, on indirect taxation which bore equally on all groups of the peas. Entry. The budget of 1925-6, which eventually balanced at 4,000 million rubles asterisk marked the highest point of the influence of the Kulak on fiscal policy. The almost complete lack of liquid capital resources, and the consequent weakness of credit, was a serious handicap to public finance. State loans throughout this period were no more than an alternative method to direct taxation for drawing into the trees. As large a proportion as possible of the earnings of state or private enterprises. Attempts to attract the savings of individuals, and thus mop up surplus purchasing power, were unlikely to suc. 1. The Commission had a large number of sittings to discuss the budget. These were summarily reported in Ekonomikeskias March 31, 1, 4, 5, 7, April 11, 1926. 2. The speeches are in SSSR, Centralny Ispolitelny Komitet 3. Soziba, 2 Sessia, 1926, pages 18 to 97, the resolution approving the budget in ID, Post and Oblinia, 1926, pages 3 to 13. 3. R. W. Davies, The Development of the Soviet Budgetary System, 1958, pages 82 to 3. BF. 500. The Economic Revival BT. Seat on any significant scale or without some form of compulsion, which once again assimilated such levies to direct taxation. 4. Growing in kind. The grain loans of 1922 and 1923 disappeared. With the currency reform, the introduction of the stable currency had been followed in February 1924 by a new 8% gold loan, the bonds of which were placed exclusively in large denominations with government organs and institutions and were not negotiable, and in the following month by a 5% peasant loan in denominations from 1 ruble upwards, repayable by drawings between November 1924 and December 1926. In April 1924 a second 6% lottery loan repayable by annual drawings over 5 years was issued. But this, too, enjoyed little spontaneous success, and soon became the subject of forced placings. Some 60 million rubles had been subscribed in this way before February 23, 1925, when a further decree once more placed a veto on the practice of obligatory subscriptions. It was a common practice for those who were compelled or were persuaded to purchase bonds to deposit them at the banks as security for advances, so that it was no exaggeration to write at this time that government bonds remained for the most part sitting in the banks. Asterisk. At this time state loans changed hands on the open market at not more than 40% of their nominal value registered. The only loan which appears to have had some popularity was the peasant loan, of which a second installment was issued in the spring of 1925. But peasants were attracted to it entirely by the availability of the bonds for tax payments and did not hold it beyond the limits of the season, otherwise it seems to have become a minor vehicle for small savings in the towns. The total. 1. See the interregnum, 1923 to 1924, p. 44. 2. Sobranio Zakonii, 1924, number 34, art. 311, number 45, art. 421, number 55, art. 536, for a list of all these loans, with the amounts realized by them, see. Sadiki I Perspectivy Goskreditovi SSSR, ed. Dilovetsky, 1927, p. 12. For the original lottery gold loan see the interregnum, 1923 to 1924, p. 109. 3. Sobrani Zakonov, 1924, number 15, art. 155. 4. Sadiki I Perspectivy Goskreditovi SSSR, ed. Dilovetsky, 1927. p. 62. The decree is in Sobrani Zakonov, 1925, number 13, art. 105. 5. Ekonomikesko Obozrini, December 1925, p. 129. 6. Ekonomikeskias January 10, 1925. 7. G. Sokonikov, etc., Soviet Policy in Public Finance, Stanford, 1931. p. 263. p. Finance and Credit 501. Amounts realized by state borrowing were still very small. Net revenue from loans in the budget of 1924 to 5 was only 64 to 3 million rubles, and in the budget of 1925 to 6 28 to 4 millions. A further 1 year 5% loan for 10 million rubles was issued in April 1925, and a second lottery loan in the autumn of the same year. Persistent efforts to restore the habit of small savings were successful on a minor scale. The State Workers' Savings Banks, Gosidarstvenny Trudovy Sparagatelny Kasi, established in 1923, gradually expanded and attracted confidence, but never became during this period a serious factor in financial policy. Between October 1, 1924 and September 1, 1925, the number of such banks or offices increased from 5,000 to 9,000 and their deposits from 11 million to 29 million rubles, but of the deposits, 48% came from institutions, 25% from employers, and only 7 to 5 and 1 to 8% respectively from workers and peasants. A decree of November 27, 1925 regulating their status was a symptom of their growing importance. Asterisk. On December 1, 1925, there were 10,000 banks and offices, 7,700 in the RSFSR, 870,000 depositors, 713,000 in the RSFSR, and deposits, amounting to 42 million rubles, 34 millions in the RSFSR. They had scarcely yet penetrated the countryside, and in the remoter Underscore regions they were still unknown. Asterisk one factor which is said to have discouraged savings in the country was that the local authorities look on the depositor as a well-to-do element, an object of tax. Asian copyright. The development of bank credit had begun slowly and painfully. Underscore with the foundation of Gaz Bank in 1921 and of Prom Bank and a number of other specialized banks in the following year. The 1 R.W. Davies, the development of the Soviet budgetary system, 1958. P 126. For other calculations see the sources there quoted and Planovi. Hosiaispo, number 11, 1925, P 148. 2 Sobranis Zakhanov, 1925, number 13, Art. 100, number 68, Art. 505. 3 Planovi Hosiaispo, number 10, 1925, P 108. 4 Sobranis Zakhanov, 1925, number 81, Art. 612. 5 Planovi Hosiaispo, supplement to number 12, 1925, P 14, C Vestnik. Finansov, number 6, June 1925, pages 126 to 35, for an informative account of it. Savings banks. 6 Economikisko Abazrini, October 1925, p. 211. 7 See the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, volume 2, pages 354 to 5. ELE. Creation of an agricultural bank was surprisingly delayed. It had been moved at the 9th All-Russian Congress of Soviets in December 1921, but the decision then recorded was not carried out. It was in February 1924 that the Second Union Congress of Soviets finally decided to establish a central agricultural bank, Centrosal Bank, to facilitate the provision of credit for agriculture. Its statutes were approved by the TSIK of the RSFSR. In the following month, its foundation had actually been preceded by the foundation of an agricultural bank for the Ukraine in November 1923, and was followed by the foundation of similar banks for the other constituent republics, ending with an agricultural bank for the RSFSR in February 1925. Asterisk the banks of the republics were in effect branches of Centrosal Bank, asterisk and credit was channeled through them to local credit societies, including the credit cooperatives, which at first formed part of the agricultural cooperatives, but later became independent entities. The system of agricultural credit depended mainly on the provisions of funds from the budget in the form of subventions or from Gaz Bank in the form of advances. The party central committee decided in April 1925 that 10 million rubles should be assigned to Centrosal Bank from the budget in addition to an equal sum advanced by Gaz Bank. Registered only 15% of the resources of Centrosal Bank, and its subordinate organs came from shareholdings and deposits. The organization of credit through the bank soon presented fresh problems. In 1923 Sokolnikov had stoutly maintained that credit policy was the independent preserve of the banks, immune from the introduction of obligatory planning and the safeguard. 1 Sobranio Zakonii, 1922, number 4, Art. 41, SSD Sovtov RSFSR. 1939, p. 209. 2 Sobranio Zakonii, 1924, no 29 to 30, Art. 275, 2, number 11, Art. 31. 3 Na Agrarnom Front, number 11, 1926, p. 140. 4 For the statutes of the Ukrainian Agricultural Bank C. Sobrani. Zakhanov, 1926, 2, number 4, Art. 28. 5 For the relations between agricultural and credit cooperative C. Pages 302 to 3 above, a detailed description of the growth and organization of agricultural credit is given in an article in Encyclopedia Gosudrstva. Prava, 3, 1925 to 7, 829 to 36. 6 VKP, B, V Rizoliatsiak, 1941, I, 646. 7 Bolshevik, no 9 to 10, May 30th, 1926, p. 64. 502 The Economic Revival. Finance and Credit 503. Of the market principles of NEP. At first sight this view might seem to have been reinforced by the financial reform. Among the prerequisites of stable and independent currency was a sound and independent credit policy. In reality, however, the autonomy of finance was no longer compatible with the more positive view of the economic functions of the state which had emerged in the aftermath of the scissors crisis. Neither in agriculture nor in industry could credit policy be guided any longer by purely financial considerations. In agriculture, the sound credit policy, which accorded a natural preference to the well-to-do peasant, could not withstand a change of the party line designed to support the middle and poor peasant. In industry, the practice by which bank credit was virtually reserved to light industries working at a profit, and the revival of heavy industry which could not expect to earn quick profits was left to subventions from the budget, could hardly survive the new party directive to concentrate on the expansion of the metal industry. The banks, as public institutions, would be called on to play their part in furthering the new policy. Underscore the first corollary of this new conception of the role of the banks as instruments of policy was to bring order into the banking system. A halt had to be called to the haphazard creation of a multiplicity of banks of varying and often ill-defined functions, sometimes pursuing different policies and competing with one another, and sometimes uniting to contest the supremacy of Gaz Bank. At the end of April 1924 the party central committee, in the course of a resolution mainly concerned with the regulation of internal trade, touched on the question of the control of credit. It is indispensable to organize a committee of banks, whose task should be the organization of bank credit and the avoidance of duplica. 1 See the Interregnum, 1923 to 1924, pp. 117 to 18. 2 In November 1925 an article in the Ukrainian Party journal Communist, quoted in Leningradskaya Pravda. December 2, 1925, argued that support for the poor peasant was incompatible with earlier party directives for a sound credit policy, objected to the regularization or popularization of special privileges for the poor peasant in obtaining the services of agricultural credit, and demanded the elimination of any social service conception from credit policy. 3 See the Interregnum, 1923 to 1924, p. 17. Fixing of coordinated discount rates, and the appropriate distribution of banking facilities among different regions and branches of industry. A leading article in Economikeskias is pointed the moral. The decision meant a deepening of the principle of planning, and put an end to the controversy whether planned credit was possible or necessary. Point 1 The committee was constituted by a decree of Sovnarkom of June 24, 1924. The banks belonging to it, apart from Gaz Bank, were Prom Bank, Visko Bank, Miskor Bank, Moscow Municipal Bank, Centrosal Bank, Veneshterk Bank, the Bank of Foreign Trade, and the Association for Mutual Credit. In 1925, the number of banks engaged in financing the development program was increased by the creation of a joint stock bank for electrification, and Nationalny Bank po Elektrifikacji or Electrobank, and of a central bank for communal economy and housing, Centralny Bank Komunalnego Hozjaństwa. Zjednoczonego Stroitelstwa Urzędowego Bank. This expansion of banking facilities provided the organizational framework for an extraordinarily rapid expansion of credit to meet the needs of expanding production, loans and discounts. In the accounts of the state bank rose from 312 million rubles on October 1, 1923 to 598 millions on October 1, 1924 and 1,425 mil. 1. Ekonomический Socialism, 24, April 25, 1924. 2. C. A. Arnold, Banks, Credit and Money in Soviet Russia, NY, 1937. p. 266, the list of banks is taken from an announcement in Ekonomический Socialism, August 22, 1924. For the origin of Bienestert Bank C. A. Arnold. OPCIT, pages 313 to 16, it was at this time still commonly known by its former name of Roscom Bank, Russian Commercial Bank, for the other banks see copyright. The Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 2, p.355. The Association for Mutual Credit was the central organ of a number of mutual credit associations throughout the country, which catered for the netman and the private trader, and relied for their funds on private deposits. These grew steadily. Deposits are said to have risen in 1925 by 14 million rubles. Ekonomическое обозрение, January 1926, p7. On October 1, 1925, there were 167 such associations, of which 91 were in the RSFSR and 65 in the Ukraine, with 57,000 members and balances amounting to 67 million rubles. The rate of interest on advances varied from 4 to 10% per month. IBID, March 1926, pages 146 to 53. 3 details of the increase in the number of banks and of their branches in 1924 and 1925 are in A. Arnold, Banks, Credit and Money in Soviet Russia. NY, 1937, pages 284 to 504. The Economic Revival J. The preliminary examination of directive plans of credit, the OE. Finance and Credit 505. Lines a year later. 1 Advances from other banks and credit institutions swelled in about the same proportions. The stream of agricultural credit flowed from Gazbank through Centrosel Bank to the agricultural banks of the republics, and thence to credit societies and local agricultural or credit cooperatives. Rates of interest on advances to peasants are said to have fallen from 8% for long-term and 12% for short-term credits in 1924 to 6 and 10% respectively in 1925.2 of advances to peasants, 27% were for purchase of implements, 23% for purchase of working animals, and 9% for purchase of seeds. Credits were also given for land improvement, electrification, development of specialized forms of agriculture and purchase of equipment for processing agricultural products. Prombank and Electrobank distinguished in their accounts between discounts, loans against commodities, and earmarked, i.e. long-term, loans. This last category became important only after the autumn of 1925. Up to that time nearly all bank lending was on a short-term basis. Visco Bank, Misker Bank and the Association for Mutual Credit were alone depend. 1. The State Bank of the USSR, Moscow, 1927, pages 31 to 2. A. Arnold. Banks, Credit and Money in Soviet Russia, NY, 1937, pages 252 to 3, on the basis of material published in various issues of Vestnik Finansoy, attempts to break down the loans and discounts into different categories of borrowers, with state enterprises heavily predominating, followed by cooperatives and credit institutions, advances to private firms and to agriculture, which was, however, heavily represented in advances to cooperatives and to other credit institutions, were negligible. The State Bank of USSR was not at this period, in the technical sense, a central bank, i.e., a bank primarily concerned in financing other banks. It conducted all forms of banking business on its own account. In 1925, 75% of its business was transacted not by its central office, but by its branches, numbering 400 or 500, throughout the country. Planowy Hozjaństwo, number 5, 1925, p. 289. A list of industrial and commercial trusts and enterprises, IBID, number 11, 1925. Underscore p. 27, shows that many of them obtained credit simultaneously from 3 or 4 banks, of which Gazbank was one. Gazbank was the chief credit institution competing with other banks, IBID, number 11, 1925, pages 31 to 2. 2 Na Agronomfront, number 1, 1926, pages 145 to 6, slightly higher rates are quoted in Planowy Hozjaństwo, number 11, 1925, p. 79. 3 Na Agronomfront, number 3, 1926, p. 54, Planowy Hozjaństwo, no. 41, 1925, p. 80. 4. Between October 1, 1924 and October 1, 1925, 90% of all credits to industry came from Gazbank and Prombank, the former predominating. E. 506. The Economic Revival. And largely on deposits, they also received some credits from the State Bank. Centrosel Bank and Skom Bank, both founded for specific purposes of state policy, were financed mainly from the state budget. All contributed to the rapid increase of finance and credit. In the summer of 1924, even Sokolnikov was a convert to a constructive view of the function of credit, and announced it as his aim, starting from real financial plans, to proceed to real economic plans. In January 1925, Kamina described central underscore I's credit as this new commanding height which we have created practically out of nothing, and as the decisive factor in the regulation of the economy, the factor which introduces decisive correctives, and is capable both of causing and of preventing crises. And Krzyzanowski, who still mistrusted the hieroglyphs of banking accountancy and the backstage secrets of banking concerns, was nonetheless ready to welcome credit and the plan as blood brothers in a single system of socialization. The expansion of credit called for a corresponding expansion of the note issue, and this occurred in full measure. The total value of notes in circulation on January 1, 1924 was 237 million rubles. After a period of comparative restraint following the financial reform, the banknote issue rose rapidly throughout the autumn. Ekonomическое обозрение, December 1925, p. 132, Gazbank made only short-term advances. 1. Figures for all these banks are collected in A. Z. Arnold, Banks, Credit and Money in Soviet Russia, NY, 1937, pages 289, 294, 298, 304, 309, 311. 314 to 15, A Brief History of Prombank is in Ekonomическое обозрение. November 1925, pages 139 to 49, of Sberbank Investment Finansov, number 3. March 1925, pages 145 to 50. To Socialisticое hozяйство, number 5, 1924, p. 23. It appears from an exchange of penciled notes between Trotsky, Pyatakov, Kurtson and Sokolnikoy at a meeting of STO on July 2, 1924, preserved in the Trotsky archives, that the three first were mistrustful of the credit policy of Gazbank, and of its then president Chineman, and wanted to clean up, Sanarovani, of Gazbank's portfolio of bills. Sokolnikov promised to undertake this, but wished to avoid a formal intervention by STO. 3 Planovi hozяйство, number 1, 1925, pages 19, 30 to 31. For the mood of caution engendered by the financial reform brought about a temporary cessation of the expansion of credit in the spring of 1924 and a slackening of trade, this phenomenon, which lasted about 3 months, is discussed at length in Socialisticое hozяйство, number 5, 1924, pages 94 to 103. Underscore. A. Finance and Credit 507 to 346 million rubles on October 1, 1924, and to 410 millions on January 1, 1925. After a slight reduction in the early months of 1925, plus the total issue soared rapidly in the summer and autumn, touching 651 millions on October 1, 1925, or nearly double the figure of the previous year, and 719 millions on November 1. The rise was still more substantial when the total of small denomination treasury notes and silver and copper coinage, 490 million rubles on October 1, 1925, compared with 280 millions a year earlier, was added to the account. At the time of the introduction of the financial reform, the note and currency issue had been covered to the extent of more than 50% by gold and foreign currency. On October 1, 1924, the cover was 38% and on October 1, 1925, 23% since the Act of Foreign Trade BAL. Ants of 1923 to 4, which had made possible the building up of strong reserves of gold and foreign currency, was followed by the passive balance of 1924 to 5. There was no immediate prospect of adding fresh reserves to cover the increased currency emission. Towards the end of 1924, the rising rate of currency emission, the contraction of the note issue in the winter months after the realization of the harvest, and its expansion in the late summer and autumn, was a long-standing and familiar feature of Russian finance. To the following table, in millions of rubles, is taken from Nashtin S. No Obrashini, ed. L. Yurovsky, 1926, pages 154 to 5, and Control 9. Cifrai Narodnogo hozяйства NA 1926 to 1927 God, 1926, pages 382 to 3, where there is a misprint in the figures of treasury notes for October 1, 1925. Benoist treasury notes and coinage. October 1, 1924 346 degree 5 280 to 7. January 1, 1925 410 to 8 331 to 9. April 1, 1925 402 to 4 363 to 3. July 1, 1925 460 to 1 386:0. October 1, 1925 652 to 0 490 to 9. January 1, 1926 726 degree 6 542 to 7. April 1, 1926 693 to 4 510 to 8. 3 Nashtin as no Obrashini, ed. L. Yurovsky. 1926, pages 132 to 3. The legal cover of 25% related only to banknotes, and was not at this time in danger. B. Attracted the attention of professional observers, some of whom were not unwilling to invoke the bogey of inflation. But the situation was sufficiently unlike that of the earlier inflation to make it easy to dismiss these fears as misguided or exaggerated. In the long run, it may have mattered little whether an excess of expending over revenue in the national economy was expressed by Nancy ally in the form of a budget deficit or of an expansion of credit through the banks. These were alternative means of attaining the same end, and both had the same inflationary consequences. But for contemporary observers, faced with unfamiliar contingencies, the superficial differences obscured the fundamental identity. Before the reform of 1924, paper currency had been issued in order to enable the state to pay its way in a period of chaos and acute economic crisis. Now the budget was balanced, the MAC-in area of public finance was in good order, and the economy was expanding at a rapid rate. It was precisely this expansion of real values which demanded the expansion of credit and of the currency. If the amount of currency in circulation had enormously increased, so also had its uses. The single agricultural tax was being paid for the first time in cash. The payment of wages in kind had virtually ceased. Everywhere the last vestiges of a natural economy had given place to a money economy. The argument was not groundless, though it was not realized that, once this adjustment had been made, the rapid and painless absorption of an expanding currency would not continue indefinitely. At a discussion of the question among workers in Gosplan in January 508, the economic revival. An article in Ekonomическое, November 23, 1924, opened with the remark that a definition of the limits of the banknote emission becomes ever more topical, and attacked the involuntary inflationists of Gosplan. In the same month, Vestnik Finansov, number 11, November 1924, pages 79 to 86, detected symptoms of a quasi-inflation in the unwillingness of the peasant to market his grain, the shortage of industrial goods and the discrepancy between official and free prices, and argued that an increase in the note issue would merely aggravate the crisis. Prices should be left to find their own level. A more moderate article in Ekonomическое, January 14, 1925, ended with the recommendation of an energetic policy of development of credit relations not involving the issue of new monetary tokens. But this stated the dilemma without resolving it. A brief comment on the controversy from the side of Gosplan appeared in Planovi hozяйство. Number 1, 1925, pages 289 to 91. A. Finance and Credit 509. Underscore 1925 Stremlin argued that the present rate of currency emission underscore gave no cause for anxiety. What mattered was the proportion of currency in circulation to trade turnover. Stremlin purported to show that, if currency emission were to increase as rapidly as trade turnover had done since October 1, 1924, the total would reach 884 million rubles by May 1, 1925, on which date the actual Figure was only 780 millions if trade turnover continued to increase at the same rate. The total amount of currency in circulation could rise without danger to 1,254 millions by 1 January 1926.1. These conclusions seem to have been generally accepted. Underscore pressure for credit expansion, which must sooner or later carry with it an expansion of the currency issue, became irresistible. In a report to Stowe on March 30, 1925, even Socialism conceded that, while the principle of credit rations would not be formally abandoned in the coming quarter, the possibility of discounting bills in excess of the established credit ration need not be excluded, and suggested that our stable currency can to a far greater degree than hitherto be put to the service of an expansion of our economy. A few days later the president of Gazbank announced a certain relaxation in credit policy. Socialism now seemed reconciled to the principle of planning, coining the phrase, to plan is to dispose of reserves, and declaring that the utilization of credit reserves could now proceed without fear of inflation. In the spring of 1925 all the symptoms appeared to justify an almost reckless optimism about the future of the share bonet. In spite of the large increase in the currency issue, the slight general rise in prices did not seriously invalidate Socialism's boast at the Third Union Congress of Soviets in May 1925 that the purchasing power of our money in the domestic market has been completely stable throughout the year. Down 1 Planovi Socialismo, number 5, 1925, pages 115 to 35, gives the substance of Stremlin's argument at the Gosplan meeting in January 1925 brought up to date in May 1925. 2A signed article by Socialism in Economikeskias is, April 4, 1925, was a slightly revised version of this report. 3 of it, April 16, 1925. 4G Socialism, Finansovai Politika Revaluatii, 3, 1928, 248. 5 Tretai SS Sovtov SSSR, 1925, p. 422. In a later passage of his speech Socialism uttered a warning on the limits of credit expansion. But, U8. 510 Economic Revival. To March or April 1925 both foreign currency and hoarded gold, mainly gold coins of the Tsarist period, were being freely offered in Moscow in exchange for chervontsy, a striking tribute to the general confidence in the currency. The first break came in or about May 1925, when an unusually persistent demand for foreign currency in exchange for chervontsy began to be experienced. This was attributed, partly to state enterprises making purchases abroad. The concentration of the execution of such transactions in the hands of Beneštěk was at this period still not complete, partly to illicit imports, and partly to speculators on what was currently known as the American market, or the Black Bourse. But the dimensions of the crisis were not at first recognized. At the financial conference in June 1925 Socialism, tacitly endorsing Stremlin's estimate of the previous January, forecast a further 50% increase in the note issue, from 800 million to 1,200 million rubles, by January 1, 1926, and the financial authorities were content throughout the summer to gamble on the belief that the fact of a favorable harvest and the continuously progressive development of industry are creating in this respect also favorable conditions for us. In July a leading article in the official journal cautiously in the mildest terms, here we must maintain a firm line, and shall try to maintain it, though it is sometimes hard going, since we are pressed on all sides. Ibid. p. 445. 1 Planovi Socialismo, number 5, 1926, pages 97 to 8. 2 illicit imports of textiles, clothing, and luxury goods were smuggled into the Soviet Union at this time on a fairly extensive scale, mainly over Asiatic frontiers. 4 particulars of this trade, including lists of contraband goods confiscated in 1924 to 5, see Ibid, number 5, 1926, pages 92 to 4, it was considered impossible to stop it entirely. Trotsky wrote of a contraband trade in small articles which is.at present draining the country of millions of rubles of gold currency. Pravda, September 22, 1925. 3. One explanation given at this time of the revival of currency speculation was that the private trader, being driven by us on the one hand out of the grain trade and on the other out of trade in industrial goods, has forced his way into the Black Bourse and into valuta operations, undermining the exchange rate of our currency. Planovi Socialismo, number 2, 1926, p. 29. For the American market, see Ibid, number 2, 1926, p. 90, Economikesko. Abazrini, January 1926, pages 7 to 9. 4G Socialism, Finansovai Politika Revaluatii, 3, 1928, 207. 5 Planovi Socialismo, number 9, 1925, p. 39. A. I. Pam WSI. HS Finance and Credit 511. Kate the view that the struggle against inflation was a struggle with imaginary opponents, and pointed out that conditions in the Soviet Union were too different from those in capitalist countries for capitalist precedents to have any value in fixing the limits of currency emission. But no specific conclusion was recorded. A decree of July 1925 prohibited payments in foreign currency except for foreign trade transactions or other purposes provided for by law. A new stage was marked by the publication in August 1925 of the Gosplan control figures of 1925 to 6. Boldly pursuing the line of rapid industrial development, Gosplan argued that in the current period the volume of money should grow more rapidly than trade turnover, and credit more rapidly than the volume of money. On these principles it forecast that the volume of currency in circulation would rise from 1,157 million rubles on 1 October 1925 to 1,973 millions on October 1, 1926, an increase of 78% as against an increase of 97% in the preceding year. That deposits and current accounts in the banks would rise in the same period from 1,067 millions to 2,400 millions, and loans and advances from 1,900 millions to 3,800 millions. These figures provoked sharp opposition from spokesmen of orthodox finance. One critic described incursions of the planners into the sphere of monetary policy as inadmissible in principle. Another made a frontal attack on the view implicit in the control. 1 Vestnik Finansov, number 7, July 1925, pages 3 to 12. In the following issue, an article was published in the form of a discussion article which argued that hoarding of foreign valuta was irrational, and that the need for such a reserve would decline. Ibid, number 8, August 1925, pages 9 to 12. In the next issue, another discussion article by a Narkompan professor reviewed at length foreign theories of currency and inflation, and reached the sound conclusion that, since under the monopoly of foreign trade the exchange rate does not play the same role as under a free trade system, a divergence between the Exchange rate and the price level can in these conditions be maintained for an indefinite period of time. Ibid. Number 9, September 1925, pages 30 to 66. The confusion of mind on these issues in official circles was evidently great. 2 Sobranes Ekonov, 1925, number 45, art. 530. 3 Control Nike Cifrinera no Gohosias NA 1925 to 1926 God, 1925. Pages 33 to 5, for the preparation and fate of the control figure see pages 531 to 6. Below. 4 Economicus Abazrini, October 1925, pages 28 to 38. 512 The Economic Revival. Figures that credit was something that can be created by the state, and prolonged his argument into a general critique of planning. The single fact that the market for money capital is closely bound up with a stable currency, and that it has a definite price which is dent both on the internal market for capital and on the price of capital on the world money market, shows that the limits and possibilities of planning are fairly restricted. For, as is well known, the foundation of our credit, our stable currency, depends both on a balanced budget and on an active balance of foreign payments. Thus one of the most powerful sources of spontaneity in our economy is money capital asterisk. Even more moderate critics, who refrained from raising the issue of principle, still saw in the Gosplan figures the danger of inflation. Sokolnikov, reverting to an earlier attitude, accused Go's plan of holding that the policy of monetary circulation should be subordinated to the policy of the development of credit, and called this a formula of inflation asterisk. The optimism of Gosplan could have been justified only by a rapid and progressive growth of economic activity following the harvest. In a situation where the expansion of the currency had already outstripped the expansion of trade, the refusal of the peasant to bring his crops to the market hastened the inevitable crisis. In November 1925, Gosbank had for the first time to throw significant quantities of gold and foreign currency onto the market in order to keep the exchange stable asterisk, though the fact that the Chervonets was still not quoted on any of the world's major exchanges asterisk registered made this operation easier than might have been expected. Thanks to these efforts, the official price of gold, which had 1 Socialistic Iskohosiasvo, number 5, 1925, pages 15 to 16. 2 Economicus Abazrini, October 1925, p. 40. 3 Economikeskias Hizn, September 24, 1925. The attack occurred in the course of Sokolnikov's comments on Gosplan's control figures for 1925 to 6, cp 534 below. 4G Sokolnikov, Finansovai Politika Revaluatii, 3, 1928, 2353. Planovi Hosiasvo, number 5, 1926, pages 98 to 9. 5 Since April 1925 it had been quoted in Rome, Economikeskia. Zizn, April 23, 1925, but on no other exchange in Central or Western Europe. Risen in September was kept stable at the higher figure for the remainder of the year. But transactions on the American market more than doubled in volume between October and December 1925, and the demand for gold remained persistent. The reappearance, 18 months after the consummation of the currency reform, of unmistakable symptoms of inflation provoked no drastic reaction in party circles. This was due, in part, to the preoccupation of the leaders at this moment with the internal party struggle, and, in part, to the obscure and esoteric character of the problem presented. Questions of currency and credit, in the words of a report of Gosplan to Stowe in February 1926, belong to the most complex and least studied sphere of the national economy asterisk Sokolnikov, in a pamphlet apparently written in October 1925 under the title Autumn Hesitations and Problems of Economic Expansion, started from the consoling platitude that goods hunger has arisen in the USSR only as a result of lack of correspondence between the mass of money in circulation and the degree of development of the circulation of goods, and concluded that it was still possible to overcome the elements of disorganization in the market, and to bring the monetary circulation into complete order, though he cryptically added that the maintenance of a stable currency is a problem which passes out of the sphere of economics into that of politics asterisk. At this time it could still be pretended that what was wrong was not an excess of money but an insufficiency of goods asterisk, with the implication that continued currency expansion would promote continued expansion of production. But this lighthearted attitude was soon overtaken by events. In a speech to a party meeting at the end of November 1925, Sokolnikov, admitting for the first Finance and Credit 513. 1 Vestnik Finansov, No 11 to 12, November-December 1925, pages 175 to 8. 2 Economicus Abazrini, January 1926, p. 5. 3 Planovi Hosiasvo, number 2, 1926, p. 64. 4. The pamphlet was reprinted in G. Sokolnikov, Finansovai Politika Revaluatii, 3, 1928, 31 to 47, for the quotations in the text see pages 38, 45, where it bears the date November 1925. Internal evidence suggests that it was written not later than October. It is full of derogatory references to planning evidently provoked by the September discussion of the Gosplan. Control figures, see pages 534 to 5 below. 5 Economicus Abazrini, November 1925, p. 114. /I. Time that the reserves of Gosbank were being drained to support the currency, reminded his audience that the currency was guaranteed by a gold cover. About this we have somehow forgotten, and proposed an import of gold to build up depleted reserves. But the speech was not published, and in a public speech at Gosbank a few days later Sokolnikov asserted with complete confidence that our present seasonal economic difficulties do not, and cannot, inspire any alarm for the fate of our stable currency. It was left to Bukharin, at the Moscow Party Conference in December 1925, to speak openly of the danger of fluctuations in our valuta, and to add that this danger even now hangs over us asterisk in the heat of the 14th Party Congress, which occupied the second half of the month. The obscure and distasteful problem of the currency and of the danger of inflation was not mentioned by any of the leaders. The issue was, however, like everything else in the Soviet economy, decisively affected by the basic decision of the Congress to press forward with the policy of industrialization, for financial policy hinged on the demand for expanding credits for industry. The outstanding novelty of the past 12 months had been the flow of credit into heavy industry. This credit, while it created consumer demand by expanding salary and wages bills, produced no corresponding immediate output of consumers' goods, thus leading directly to the classic inflationary situation of too much currency chasing too few goods. The solution of the problem was, however, hard to find. The financial reform had taken away the resource through which the recovery of industry had at first been financed, the use of the printing press, and had not provided an Alternative. In November 1925, Gazbank had reacted to the Carr copyright Renzi crisis in what might be called the orthodox way by restrict underscore in credit to industry. During the next 3 or 4 months long term, credit to industry remained stationary, while short-term credits were actually reduced. A halt was called to the rapid expansion of industry, asterisk, and these measures, which helped to promote 1G Sokonokobi, Finansovi Politika Revaluacji, 3, 1928, 232-3. 2 of it, 3, 257. The speech was published in Ekonomikeskias December 1, 1925. 3 Pravda, December 10, 1925. 4 see pages 374-7 above for the setback. 514 Economic revival. Finance and credit 515. The contraction of the currency normal in the winter months gave a momentary impression that the inflationary tendencies were under control. But these appearances were deceptive. The situation had changed radically since the last occasion when, in August 1923, Gazbank had called industry sharply to order by a restriction of credit. The power of industry and its role in the economy had increased enormously, and the moment when the 14th Party Congress had just proclaimed intensive industrialization as the prime goal of party policy was not a propitious one for attempting to curb or curtail it. Starved of credit by the banks, the big industrial trusts proved strong enough, by dint of enforcing cash payments on their customers and by a large increase in their holding of bills, to provide for their own financial needs. During the period of restriction of bank credit, their cash holdings increased by 55% or their portfolios of undies counted bills by 53% or and their current accounts at the bank by 24% or. The restriction of currency was met in part by a largely increased circulation of bills. In these circumstances, the contraction of credit proved in large measure fictitious. Point 3. The inflationary tendencies of industrial expansion, not BAL, and by savings in any other sector of the economy were still at work. What had hitherto been thought of as a temporary rise in prices now began to be seen as a fall in the purchasing power of the ruble, and this fall continued at an accelerated rate throughout the winter of 1925-6 *. These developments provoked a lively controversy among economists. Gosplan, being above all concerned not to interrupt the process of industrialization, was on the defensive and inclined to attach too much importance to fears for the currency. Preobrazhensky openly attacked the Narkompan policy of Sup. 1. The total of banknotes in circulation declined from 1,269 million rubles on January 1, 1926, to 1,204 million on April 1, 1926. Economics. K.S. April 16, 1926. 2. See the Interregnum, 1923-1924, pages 105-8. 3. Planovi Hozyaispo, number 6, 1926, pages 110-11. 4. The value of the Chervonets fell in terms of the Gosplan price index from 536 pre-war rubles on September 1, 1925, to 4 pre-war rubles on February 1, 1926. Sadiki I Perspectivi Goskreditovi SSSR, ed. Deloibet. Underscore Sky 1927, p. 54. 516 Economic revival. Porting the Chervonets, and accused those responsible for it of monetary fetishism. In a country which has no gold circulation and is obliged in the sphere of economic control to replace the spontaneous reason of gold as a regulating instrument under the law of value, by a planned policy of allocating resources between means of production and means of consumption through the medium of a paper currency, they systematically appeal to the golden reason of the black horse and, in the event of a divergence between the paper Chervonets and its gold equivalent, fall into panic alarm, and engage in unnecessary gold interventions, at a loss to the state, permitting netmen to exchange their paper Chervoncy into gold asterisk. Smilgat, speaking at the Communist Academy on February 2, 1926, admitted that knots of inflation existed, but attributed them principally to speculators, and thought that a consistent policy of the industrialization of the country was the only remedy. He was prepared to maintain that the regime of a stable currency has not been shaken, and that the currency emission could safely continue at, or near, its present rate, and attacked both those who wanted deflation by credit restriction and the inflationists who proposed either to alter the gold parity of the Chervonets or to detach it from gold and restore the goods ruble. A memorandum addressed about the same time by Gosplan to Stowe issued a strong warning against a deflationary policy, a contraction of the volume of money in circulation. Such a policy would strike at industry, the sector which at the present time needs the greatest support asterisk. It is not surprising that representatives of Narkompan were more acutely conscious of the embarrassments of the status quo, as well as of the cost of intervention to sustain the sagging exchange value of the Chervonets. Brinsky, now an official of Narkompan, put the blame squarely on the unwarranted expansion of credit. Credit inflation is the cause of the rise in prices both of agricultural and of industrial products. It brings about a depreciation of the currency. 1. E. Preobrazhensky, Novaya Ekonomika, 1926, pages 201-2. The passage is taken from a paper read to the Communist Academy in January 1926. Listed as item 4, in p. 225, note 2 above. 2. Planovi Hozyaispo, number 2, 1926, pages 29, 35, 38. 3 of it, number 2, 1926, p. 77. Finance and credit 517. Increases the effective demand of both town and country, makes export difficult, and provokes the critical symptoms of a goods famine. Bryak Hanov, the newly appointed People's Commissar for Finance, admitted that our miscalculations in the autumn had led to a danger of inflation, but expressed determination to resist the inflationary blandishments of a few of our comrade industrialists. Bukharin cryptically informed the Komsomol Congress that current financial policy was engaged in two contradictory operations: the curtailment of credit to trading organs in order to restrict currency emission, and an expansion of the flow of goods to the market. Mulyudin touched on an aspect of the case which it was fashionable to ignore when he attacked the inflationary expansion of agricultural credit through subsidies from the budget. The banks reported unanimously against any further expansion of the currency in existing conditions, and advised a contraction of anything from 25 to 100 million rubles in the current quarter. In this predicament, some Narkompan professors, apparently supported by some workers in Vyazanka and Gosplan, wished to devalue the Chervonets and stabilize at a lower level. The more orthodox view in financial circles was that such a step would provide only the most fleeting of remedies for the disease. This was true enough. But, beyond a vague injunction to renounce inflation and correct the inflation which was allowed to occur last autumn, these stalwarts had no practical course to recommend. Registered 1. Socialistic Hozyaispo, number 1, 1926, p. 24. 2 Pravda, February 5, 1926. 37 SSV Socialism Leninskogo Kommunistického Sojuza. Mladezi, 1926, pages 252-3. 4 Na Agronome Front, number 3, 1926, pages 100-104. 5 Ekonomическое obozření, February 1926, p. 44. 6 The Orthodox Financial View was set out at length in 2 articles by Shinin Planovi Hozjaistvo, number 2, 1926, pages 93-103, number 5, 1926, pages 91-106. The second article, though not published till May, seems to have been written shortly after the first, which was published in February. Among those who suggested a devaluation of the Chervonets was Stetsky, a disciple of Bukharin. See his article in Pravda, February 6, 1926. An anonymous article of April 2, 1926, in the Trotsky Archives, CP 350, note 1. Above, puts the point more bluntly than any published document of the period. Perhaps accumulation within our whole national economy was so. 518 The economic revival. Out of this confusion of policies and ideas, in which harassed party leaders showed no inclination to intervene, a solution gradually imposed itself. It had been pointed out in the course of the controversy that the conditions which affected the purchasing power of the currency on the domestic market were different and separate from those which threatened its exchange value in relation to foreign currencies, and that its convertibility in terms of gold was the only factor which linked these two elements together. It was unthinkable that the provision of the credit and currency necessary to further industrial development should be suspended or hampered. It was impossible to continue indefinitely to squander gold or foreign currency in order to protect the exchange value of the currency against speculators. The part played by the Chervonets in foreign trade transactions was negligible. These were nearly all conducted in foreign currency. From this it was a short step to the conclusion that we are not in the least interested in the quotation of the Chervonets on the American market, and that there is no connection between the purchasing power of our money and the gold exchange rate of the Chervo copyright nets. Once this point had been reached, the rest followed. In March 1926 the Treasury, apparently without any formal decision or announcement, ceased to offer gold and foreign currency at gold parity for the Chervonets, which thereupon gradually began to decline in value on the black bourse. At the same time retail prices rose. Rumors of a serious curtailment of industrial production began to circulate, and created, according to one observer, a certain panic in the capitals. In fact, no such curtailment was, or could have been, contemplated. The resolution of the 14th Party Congress in favor of intensive industrial underscoreization stood as the cornerstone of policy. Financial orthodoxy melted away in face of its requirements. Insignificant that we could effect the expansion that was necessary only by the artificial method of lowering the rate of the ruble, i.e. by something in the nature of a tax on all holders of money. One the bewilderment in party circles was reflected in a leading article in Pravda, February 21, 1926, which displayed anxiety for the fate of the currency, but had no positive recommendation to make. 2 Planovi Hozjaistvo, number 2, 1926, p. 91. 3 Ibid, number 6, 1926, p. 36. 4 Finance and Credit. 519. Simultaneously with the tacit abandonment of the Chervonets to its fate, a settlement was announced in the lengthy controversy on the means of providing long-term credit for industry. The Vizanka scheme for an industrial fund independent of the banks was not revived, but the decision taken to create within Prombank a special department of long-term credit for industry with separate accounts of its own, thus separating the organization of long-term credit from that of short-term credit. The decision indicated the intention of resuming a more generous credit policy. In April 1926 the party Central Committee, momentarily turning its attention for the first time for 2 years to the question of credit and currency, pronounced on the necessity over the coming months of achieving a balance between the volume of money in circulation in the country and the turnover of commodities, and of allowing an expansion of the currency emis. Zion only insofar as successes are achieved in raising the purchasing power of the ruble asterisk, but this was a counsel of perfection, and an empty token of unwillingness to recognize officially that the basis of the currency reform of 1924 was being abandoned. Exchange transactions now became criminal and counter-revolutionary. Much publicity was given in the press of May 6, 1926 to an announcement that 3 officials of Narkompan had been shot, and some others condemned to imprisonment, for speculating in gold, currency, and state securities, thus raising the demand for gold and foreign currency and adversely affecting the exchange. The process was completed by a decree of July 9, 1926, prohibiting the export of chervoncy. Thereafter all chervoncy offered abroad were treated as contraband, and no further obligation accepted to redeem them. This act formally sealed the abandonment of the short-lived attempt to maintain a Soviet currency. One it was, however, being discussed in Ekonomический as late as March 5, 1926. 2A Arnold, Banks, Credit, and Money in Soviet Russia, NY, 1937, p. 292. 3 VKP, B, V. Rezoliatsiak, 1941, 2, 97. It may have been a coincidence that, on the day when the resolution was published, Pravda carried prominently an article on the need to increase the production of gold. Pravda, April 13, 1926. 4 Sobrani Zakhanov, 1926, number 48, art. 348, A. Arnold, Banks, Credit, and Money in Soviet Russia, NY, 1937, p. 263. 520 The economic revival, based on gold and linked by its gold parity to the international monetary system. Several morals could be drawn from the failure of this enterprise. The first was that the national finances were not strong enough, as they had not been in 1923 and 1924, to sustain the weight of a managed currency, and no longer required a gold backing to create confidence in its stability. The tradition of the flight from the ruble, endemic in the years of the great inflation, had been overcome, though it was significant that no official admission was ever forthcoming that the gold basis of the currency had been abandoned. The second moral was that a fully planned economy, on which the Soviet regime was just about to embark, was incompatible with the submission of so vital an element in the economy as its currency and credit policy to the laws of the market. What had, in fact, led to the abandonment of the gold basis of the currency was the inability, so long as that basis was maintained, to drive forward the process of industrialization at a rate which seemed practicable and desirable to the directors of Soviet policy. Finance was no longer to play the role of a quasi-autonomous regulating factor in the economy, but was to become an instrument of policy in the hands of the planners. The third Moral was the tenuous nature of the link between the Soviet economy and that of the capitalist world. Foreign trade played no great role in the Soviet economy, and the role of trade with the Soviet Union in the world economy was altogether insignificant. The Chervonets, for all its gold backing, had never really won for itself a place on the world money market. It had always been more convenient to conduct Soviet foreign trade in other currencies. Nor in 1926 was there any prospect of a change in this respect. The Dawes Plan and its sequel had merely emphasized the financial isolation of the Soviet from the integrated capitalist world. The abandonment of the gold basis of the Chervonets, coming at this moment, might serve as an unconscious reflection or symbol of the movement towards socialism in one country. One as late as October 1927, Sokhonikov asserted that the system of gold circulation has been replaced by a system of gold guarantee, G. Sokol-Nikov, Finansovai Politika Revaluatsiai, 3 1928, 290, a gross travesty of the situation. 2. J. Ull. Chapter 10. Planning. Underscore the spring of 1924 was marked by a cautious advance in the party towards acceptance of the principle and practice of planning. The prospects of planning after Lenin's final collapse in the spring of 1923 seemed by no means reassuring. The loudly advertised association of Trotsky and of the opposition group of the 46 in the autumn of 1923 with the demand for more planning made it impossible for the triumvirate to espouse the same cause, a speci ally in view of Lenin's well-known opposition to the more extreme ambitions of the planners. But, as so often happened throughout this period, underlying economic forces continued to operate, and to impose on the leaders courses of action which they had condemned when originally proposed by others, so that the defeat of an opposition by no means always implied the ultimate rejection of its policy. The condemnation of Trotsky and of the opposition at the 13th Party Conference of January 1924 was unexpectedly followed by a series of measures which for the first time gave planning a central place in economic policy, the appointment of Europa as president of Gosplan with the concurrent appointment of deputy president of Sovnarkom, the instruction of the Central Control Commission and Rabprin to Gosplan to establish a general perspective plan of the economic activity of the USSR for a number of years, 5 or 10, and above all the new attention now being given by the party to the revival of the metal industry. All these steps betokened a conscious or unconscious change of attitude to planning. Much, however, remained to be done before the conception of centralized planning was established and accepted. Down to this time, in spite of official pronouncements in favor of the single economic plan, the practice of planning consisted mainly in the drawing up of plans for particular industries by Vysenko with the general advice and assistance of Gosplan. A first 5-year plan. 1. See the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 2, p. 373. 2. For these measures see the Interregnum, 1923 to 1924, p. 153. HLS.R.I. 24. The 522. The economic revival for the metal industry, the prognostications of which were to be far exceeded, was drawn up in 1922-3. Such projects often reflected a sudden crisis in a particular industry or a crucial demand for its products, and recalled the appeals for udarnishstvo or shock work in the days of war communism. In more orderly times, they were found to create confusion and one-sided development. The first general industrial plan prepared by Vysenko in 1923 was no more than an attempt to amalgamate a group of such individual plans. In the autumn of the same year, Narkomzum, with encouragement from Gosplan, began to work on a 5-year plan for agriculture, and a pamphlet under the title Foundations of a Perspective Plan of the Development of Agriculture and Forestry appeared at the end of 1924. But this was still little more than a series of specific plans: a plan for land survey and reclamation, a veterinary plan, a forestry plan, and so forth, representing in statistical terms the desiderata which it might be hoped to achieve copyright. By 1928. Krzyzanowski's complaint in the summer of 1924 that after 3 years of work of Gosplan, we still lacked a single economic plan was well justified, and an instruction of the Central Control Commission and Rabprin that the planning functions of all other organs should be transferred to Gosplan, and that the people's commissariats, not merely their planning commissions, should be accountable to Gosplan registered was a dead copyright letter. Nevertheless, several causes contributed to the rapid practical advances in planning made at this time. In the first place, the scissors crisis, by revealing the untoward consequences of exclusive reliance on the spontaneous working of the market, had made many unwilling, and sometimes unconscious, converts to Plan B. F. 1. Socialistic Hozyaństwo, No. 1, 1925, p. 82. 2. See the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 2, pages 218 to 19. 3. Planowe Hozyaństwo, No. 3, 1926, p. 91. See also an article by Krzyzanowski in Ekonomический Sezon, April 19, 1923, on Gosplan after 2 years' work, and an interview with Him.I and the same issue stressing the importance of the single economic plan. 4. Osnowy perspektywnego planu rozwoju selskiego elesnego hozjaństwa. 1924. 5. G. Krzyzanowski, Sokonia, 2, 1934, 155. 6. For this instruction see the Interregnum, 1923 to 1924, p. 152. A.E. Planning 523. The control of prices, wholesale and retail, was accepted as an empirical necessity, though its implications were not recognized, and even explicitly denied. Yet much could be said for the thesis that the adoption of price control represented an ending of the economic retreat and a revision of NEP. Once the state intervened to alter the terms of trade by controlling prices, no sector of the economy could ultimately escape from its influence. And, consciously or unconsciously, intervention must be governed and shaped by some broad view of ends to be pursued. In other words, by a general plan for the economy. Specific plans directed to particular objectives were no longer adequate or relevant. The interdependence of all sectors of the economy was once more demonstrated. It was a significant move when Gosplan decided in December 1923 to set up a conjuncture council, with the trade SEC underscoration attached to it, to study the fluctuations and working of the market. This now seemed the necessary starting point of any serious attempt to establish a comprehensive planned control over the economy. Just as NEP, originally conceived as a license to exchange products in market conditions, had gradually extended its sway, by a logical chain of development, over every branch of the economy, reshaping each in turn to the pattern of a free market. So now an apparently limited and empirical decision to re-establish the balance between town and country by controlling 1. See the interregnum, 1923 to 1924, p. 122. 2. The decision was taken by the Presidium of Gosplan on December 13, 1923, G. Krzyzanowski, Sakynania, to 1934, 191. A report of Gosplan on the new institution throws light on the economic thought of the period. Gosplan has recently created, by way of addition to its already functioning sections, special organs in the form of a conjuncture council with the trade section attached to it, and side by side with this has laid the foundation for an active control of the operations of our banks. We believe that the AP apparatus of Gosplan is now strong enough for us to regard the first stages of its work, which were naturally directed towards what is the basis of every economy, towards production, as already passed. Now we can undertake a far more active intervention in the distributive mechanism, in the processes of the circulation of goods. Here we approach the secrets of the whole monetary capitalist system, quoted in Planovi Socialismo, number 4, 1926. Pages 14 to 15. The conjuncture institutions of Gosplan were established under the influence of the great sales crisis of the autumn of 1923. At the end of 1924, regional conjuncture sections had also been created. Ibid. Number 4, 1926, pages 59 to 60. EK 524. The economic revival slash the prices of certain basic commodities led by a gradual and an EVI table process to the extension of control to other sectors of the economy, and finally to the adoption of an all-embracing plan. The 5 years that passed between the scissors crisis and the inception of the first 5-year plan covered the history of this process. Secondly, it was no accident that renewed emphasis on plan ning should have coincided with the decision, also registered by the 14th Party Conference, to promote the metal industry to the front rank for attention and support, and should have been followed by the mandate to Dzerzhinsky to give effect to the decision. Recognition that the expansion of heavy industry, of the production of the means of production, was a condition of the advance to socialism was a commonplace in all party discussions. The only alternative to this proposition was offered by those who believed that the Soviet Union should revert to the status of Tsarist Russia as a large exporter of grain and agricultural products and import its major requirements of industrial goods, and this willingness to allow the country to become a colonial dependency of the capitalist world was never shared by any influential sector of party opinion. Yet the conditions of NEP did, yes, nothing to foster the expansion of heavy industry, and were indeed inimical to it. In the primitive and predominantly agricultural Soviet economy it was true, and long remained true, that the development of heavy industry meant planning, and that planning meant, first and foremost, the development of heavy industry. Heavy industry was the first, as agriculture was the last, section of the economy to become amenable to the procedures of planning. A third factor which emerged in the middle 1920s to add fresh urgency to planning was the persistence of mass unemployment and the recognition of a rapid population increase as one of its determining causes. An unemployment crisis had swept over much of the capitalist world in 1920 and 1921, but a recovery had set in with the so-called stabilization of capitalism in 1923 and the succeeding years. In Soviet Russia, unemployment had been endemic since the second year of NEP and was still steadily rising. About 1924 it began to be realized that this was a different one. See the interregnum, 1923 to 1924, pages 124, 153. SE. E. Planning 525. Underscore phenomenon from that of industrial unemployment in developed capitalist countries. It was in that year that Preobrazhensky drew attention to the colossal concealed unemployment in the countryside, and Rykov attributed the unemployment crisis to the influx from the village into the town. So long as the natural rate of population increase stood at nearly 2% per annum, nothing but the traditional antidotes of war, famine, and migration underscore could prevent the unlimited pressure of surplus labor power on the industrial labor market. When the country had turned its back on war and civil war, and had recovered from the famine of 1921-2, unemployment quickly became an acute problem. Foreign outlets for emigration were closed. Greater efficiency in agriculture would on the whole mean the employment of less, not more, manpower on the land migration from the land-hungry provinces of European Russia to the relatively uncrowded and uncultivated steppes of Asiatic Russia was tried, but required too much capital to make it a practicable solution on any significant scale. In 1924 and 1925 the drive for the expansion of industry, now beginning to achieve spectacular results, presented the last hopes of absorbing at any rate some part of the surplus, and this laudable purpose seemed one of those which planning could be invoked to serve. In the winter of 1924-5, as the machinery of planning was being brought slowly into action, a new controversy arose, not a controversy about the relative interests of agriculture and industry, but a controversy among the planners themselves about fundamental methods. Bolshevik theorists who had concerned themselves with future economic organization had always assumed that the economic laws which governed capitalist society would have no application to the new social order. In his Economics of the Transition Period, published in 1920, Bukharin proclaimed that the end of capitalist commodity society will be at the same time. 1. See the interregnum, 1923 to 1924, pages 57, 153. 2 CP 289, note 2 above. 3 Groman, in drawing attention to this point, pessimistically observed that 10 Americas would be necessary to absorb this rapid accumulation of unused labor forces. Planovi Socialismo, number 8, 1925, p. 129. 4. See pages 556 to 63 below. TE 70S. 526 The economic revival slash the end of political economy, since political economy was the science of a social economy based on the production of commodities. ICE. The science of an unorganized national economy asterisk. Trotsky in the same year declared that as time goes on, political economy will more and more have only historical significance. And Preobrazhensky later spoke of the conflict between the law of value and the element of planning, and predicted that the law of value would die away with the transition to socialism asterisk. But how, in the light of these preconceptions, was the task of the planners to be interpreted? Were they, in computing the control figures which were to serve as a beacon light for socialist construction, to take as their starting point the calculations and methods of the capitalist past? This hypothesis appeared to admit that the laws of political economy had validity and significance for the building of socialism. Or were the planners to be guided solely by some inner vision of the potentialities of a socialist future? This hypothesis appeared to treat planning as a matter of intuition rather than of science. Neither conclusion was free from embarrassment. The controversy was brought into the open by 2 articles in The first two issues of the regular Journal of Gosplan in January and February 1925 under the title On Certain Regularities Empiri, Cali discoverable in our national economy. They were the work of Groman, one of the most distinguished economists of Gosplan, who, by the way of refuting the skepticism and indeterminism of the Reichhoff school, endeavored to establish certain economic laws or regularities in the national economy which justified prediction about future trends. To understand these regularities, and to extrapolate the data derived from them into the future development of the economy was the essence of planning. 1. N. Bukharin, Economica Prokotinico Perioda, 1920, pages 7 to 8. 2. Trotsky, Sakhainadia, 12, 141. 3. Preobrazhensky, Novaya Economica, 1926, pages 28 to 9, 36 to 7. This continued to be orthodox doctrine for 20 years, the standard textbook of the 1920s, Lapidus and Ostrovityanvoy, Politisheskia. Economica, 1928, started from the assumption that political economy and its laws related to the spontaneous workings of a capitalist economy and not to a planned economy, and that the law of value was in process of dying away. Planning 527. Even if wrote Gronin we proceed at the very beginning to a concise transformation of society, the methods and forms of such a transformation are dictated by the objective tendencies of development inherent in it. The challenge was quickly taken up by those who were more ready to dwell on the conscious element in planning. The Economic Journal associated with Stowe published an article inquiring what economic categories were held to justify the extrapolation of data from the pre-revolutionary economy into the economic curves of the revolutionary period. Were the economic laws and categories of capitalism still to be accepted as valid? Did not the period of transition to socialism call for a special system of economics of its own? In the Journal of Gosplan and other economists attacked Groman's diagnosis of objective tendencies in inherent in society as reflecting the view of the historical school, and boldly declared that any attempt at planning had to some extent the character of intuition. The dispute between what came to be known respectively as the genetic and teleological conceptions of planning was not free from an element of unreality. The resolution of the 12th Party Congress drafted by Trotsky had recommended an approach to planning which combined economic prediction and the instruction of the appropriate economic organs in regard to these or those phenomena which will inevitably or in all probability arise in a given economic situation, with the maximum concretization of such prediction for separate branches of industry or regions, with model-dated directives in regard to the measures necessary to turn the expected situation to advantage. It was not denied by the teleologists that scientific prediction on the basis of ascertained facts was an essential part of planning. Nobody insisted more vehemently than the superindustrialist Preobrazhensky on 1. Planowy Hozyaistwo, number 1, 1925, pages 88 to 101, number 2, 1925, pages 125 to 41. Groman spoiled a sensible argument by an eccentric attempt to demonstrate that agricultural and industrial output for the market had reverted in the recovery period to a pre-war ratio of 63:37. This exposed him later to the unjustified charge that he had treated this ratio as unalterable. 2. Economicus Obozrini, March 1925, pages 63 to 71. 3. Planowy Hozyaistwo, number 7, 1925, pages 151 to 66. 4. VKP, B. V. Rizoliatsiak, 1941, I. 479. 528. The economic revival. The economic laws whose consequences are dictated to us with an externally compulsive force, and in turn dictate to us inter alia definite propositions for the alienation of the surplus product of the countryside for the purposes of expanded socialist reproduction. It was not denied by the geneticists that conscious and purposeful direction of the economy was possible and the discovery of a profound political antipathy between the two standpoints, the identification of the genetic approach with a Menshevik attitude to the revolution, and of the teleological approach with a Bolshevik attitude. All this still lay in the future. The issue partly turned on the character of the period. So long as policy was directed primarily to the task of recovery, to a restoration of a level of production and efficiency already attained in the past, the genetic approach satisfied practical requirements. But so soon as the period of recovery gave place to a period of fresh advance, the need for a teleological conception of planning became difficult to refute. It would be unfair and misleading to confuse the geneticists among the planners with the skeptics who questioned the practicability of planning. Even if they sometimes found themselves in apparent agreement with the skeptics in preaching caution to their bolder colleagues, they were committed more deeply than anyone to a belief in the validity of economic prediction as the basis of planning, which was precisely what the skeptics denied. It was only when the skeptics had been rooted, and the main battle of planning won, that the rift between geneticists and teleologists became really acute. A certain difference of emphasis between the two schools on concrete issues of policy did indeed make itself felt quite early. It was natural that the geneticists should be those who stressed most strongly the problems presented to the planners by the predominant influence of a backward agriculture on the economy, and the teleologists those who most loudly demanded priority for the expansion of industry. The report of Narkomzam on planning put the issue clearly and fairly. 1. Bolshevik, No. 15 to 16, August 31, 1926, p. 73. 2. Groman's Menshevik past was constantly brought up against him. In a speech of October 1924, Kamina referred to a little corner of Mensheviks in Gosplan, El Kamini, Stat I Rishi, 11 1929, 202. Portor Alire. And Ha. A. P. Planning 529. In a plan of development for agriculture, where a mass of decentralized, dispersed, isolated households exists, where the elemental factors of development have a predominant influence, the role of teleological constructions obviously diminishes and has a subordinate importance, and the role of genetic elements correspondingly increases. And the spokesman of Narkomzam who later presented the report to Gosplan explained, we considered that it was necessary to establish first of all the peculiarities of agriculture and the direction in which it is evolving in order to make clear to ourselves how it is practically possible to reconstruct it. Therefore, without refusing to set definite goals for the reconstruction of agriculture, we kept these goals linked with the actual size of agricultural evolution. We do not aspire, and do not think it possible in 5 years, to bring about a complete revolution in agriculture, or to realize within that time all the tasks that confront us. In taking note of them as a goal, we at the same time investigate the evolutionary tendencies of agriculture and its concrete conditions, and thus try to make clear the limits of that revolutionary action which the state power can successfully apply to it within a given period. Therefore our method was basically genetic, though it also contained Logical elements. Dzerzhinsky, speaking for heavy industry at the 14th Party Conference in April 1925, tactfully tried to bridge the gap in non-theoretical terms. If we think that we can introduce communism by sitting in an office, surrounding ourselves with books and drawing up an ideal plan, we know for certain that with such a plan we shall fail. Our plan is a process of bringing into the open the interconnections of our state, industry and its parts with one another, and of each of these parts with our market, with those for whom we work, i.e. the peasantry. This one novi perspective nago plan Rajvatai Selskogo Elesnigo Hozjai. Stva, 1924, p6, for this report CP 522 above. 2 Planovi Hozjaistvo, number 8, 1925, pages 100 to 101. The speaker added. However, at a later stage of the discussion, Groman recommends us to study the process of recovery and to frame our plan on the basis of the regularities of this process. But we cannot wait till these regularities finally become clear, since we are bound in practice here and now to assist the process of recovery and the process of development. Ibid, number 8, 1925. P 140. And RVCAE, 530. The economic revival process is not yet perfected, not yet completed, and for us, for heavy industry, which unites a few million workers as against the hundred millions of the peasantry, the task of bringing it into the open, in order to work out this plan which leads to communism, it is for that we must live, for that we must struggle, for that we must solve a whole series of problems. The question of the rate and extent to which pressure could be applied to the economy as a whole, and to its predominant agri-cultural sector, in the interest of investment in heavy industry, underlay every political issue, and every theoretical controversy about planning. The summer of 1925 witnessed a great outburst of planning activity, reflecting the mood of optimism inspired by the rapid development of the past year in every branch of the economy. In February 1925, Narkom Nuderg established a trade planning mission, V Nuderg Plan, to draw up annual and prospective plans for the internal trade of the Soviet Union. In March 1925, the Central Statistical Administration produced an abstract of a projected balance sheet for the whole economy in the economic year 1923-4. In July 1925, the Narkomsum of the RSFSR presented its 5-year plan to the Presidium of Gosplan, and provoked a substantial debate on agricultural planning, later in the year. 1 Key Ternadzatak Konferenция Rossiyskoi Communistiskoi Party. Bolshevikov, 1925, p. 212. 2 Sobrani Zakhanov, 1925, number 13, art. 106, the drawing up of a general perspective plan of development of the trade turnover of the USSR and its coordination through Gosplan with the general plan of the national economy of the USSR was one of the functions assigned to Narkom Nuderg in the decree establishing it 9 months earlier. Sobranio Zakonii, 1924, number 50, art. 473. 3 Ekonomikeskiasism, March 29, 1925. This abstract was reviewed belatedly and rather grudgingly in Planovi Hozjaistvo, number 2, 1926. Pages 254 to 6. The instruction to prepare the balance sheet by October 1, 1924, was given by Sto on July 21, 1924, S.G. Stremlin, Okerki Savitskoy. Ekonomiki, 1928, p. 311. The delay in carrying it out was a source of constant complaints by Gosplan. The full balance sheet was eventually published as Trudik Central Nogo Statistikiskogo Upravilnaya, XXIX, in 1926, by which time interest in it had evaporated. 4 For the plan CP 522 above, for the discussion reported in Planovi Hozjaistvo, number 8, 1925, pages 100 to 40, see pages 528 to 30 above. 5. Euro. If. Planning 531. The Narkomsum of the Ukrainian SSR, not to be outdone. Pro. Dujait a 7-year plan for agriculture. In July 1925, Vazinka, advancing from its previous practice of framing plans for particular industries or regions, issued a comprehensive report on pros. Pecs of industry for the economic year 1925 to 1926.2 on 14. August 1925, Sto issued 2 decrees which gave the impression, though this turned out afterwards to be somewhat premature, of a wholehearted conversion to the principle of planning. The first instructed Vazinka and the other commissariats concerned with the development of industry to prepare and submit to Gosplan, not later than September 5, 1925, production and financial plans. On the basis of the general Gosplan figures for 1925 to 6, these SEC, national and regional plans were then to be collated by Gosplan into a general industrial plan. The second decree looked forward to the next series of control figures for 1926 to 7, which were to be drawn up by Gosplan not later than 1 August 1926.3. Finally, on August 20, 1925, Gosplan submitted to Sto and published its control figures of the national economy for the year 1925 to 1926, on which it had been at work since the beginning of the year. The term control figures was borrowed by Gosplan from Narkomfin, which had used it for the preliminary estimates issued in advance of the formal budget. The control figures of Gosplan bore the same relation to the plan of campaign of the national economy for the coming year as the control figures of Narkomfin had borne to the firm budget. As Smilga cautiously explained in submitting the figures to Sto, they had no binding. 1 Ibid number 3, 1926, p. 23, G. Krzyzanowski, Sakhainadia, 2, 1934. 191. The plan was published under the title Perspektivny Plan Poselskimu. Hozjaistvo Lizospi Polzia Ukraini, Kharkov, 1925. 2. The report was reviewed and summarized in Planovi Hozjaistvo. Number 10, 1925, pages 309 to 11. The document itself has not been available. 3. Sobrani Zakhanov, 1925, number 56, arts. 422, 423. 4. Planovi Hozjaistvo, number 5, 1926, p. 59, Krzyzanowski gave a forecast of the general form of the control figures to a session of the Presidium of Gosplan on June 23, 1925, comparing them with the Goloro plan of electrification in 1920, Ibid, number 7, 1925, pages 9 to 28. The essence of the new plan was, however, as Krzyzanowski later explained, that it combined productive technique, economic analysis, and a financial program. G. Krzyzanowski, Sakhainadia, 2 1934, 335 to 6. 5 see pages 487 to 9 above. 532. The economic revival character. What Gosplan said to the departments concerned was, make your plans by taking our control figures into account. The control figures were in the main the work of the 3 leading economists of Gosplan, Groman, Stremlin, and Bazarov. Since Groman was the leading exponent of the genetic, and Stremlin of the teleological approach. It is clear that the difference between the two views was not at this time a barrier to agreement. The opposition, which all planners, whatever their school, were fighting to overcome, came from the skeptics who more or less openly doubted the practicability of planning. The introduction to the slim volume of 96 pages in small format, which contained the whole of the control figures of the national economy for the year 1925 to 1926, explained that three methods had been used in arriving at the figures. The first, defined as the method of dynamic coefficients, was based on the extrapolation into the future of certain statistical trends of the years of recovery since 1921. It was a reasonable assumption that, other things being equal, the forces making for recovery during these years would continue to operate in the same proportions or in proportions governed by the same laws of development. The second method, that of expert estimates, was the utilization of the calculations of officials and managers concerned in different branches of production. This was a rough and ready empirical method, the value of which depended entirely on the skill, knowledge and acumen of those consulted. The third method, described as the method of control confrontations with pre-war data, consisted in checking against corresponding pre-war figures the results arrived at by the two first methods. This was a natural expedient to adopt at a time when the attainment of pre-war standards was still an ideal and a convenient measuring rod. 1 Plano Hozyaispo, number 8, 1925, p. 13. 2 Ibid, number 7, 1925, p. 105. Groman himself wrote of the control figures. We united both elements, the elements of the objective tendency of development, and the teleological element, the goals which the state sets for itself. We said that the control figures were an organic synthesis of prediction of objective development and of consciousness of those goals which the state sets for itself. We said that the statistical expression of economic processes is organically connected with a definite system of economic policy. Ibid, number 5, 1926, p. 60. Paste space Sina Patti Ani Hypenke Patella Linatecto Araelemira. GT copyright. EOEN. A. 4 Planning 533. Though the authors of the plan apologetically explained that it was underscore to be treated not as a standard, not as a model for perspective. Underscore calculations. These introductory remarks were followed by a section containing the totals of the current year and estimated totals of 1925 to 6 for agricultural and industrial production, for the volume of trade, for price movements, for export and import, for wages, for building and transport, for capital investment, for monetary circulation and credit, and for the state credit. Then came a section of policy recommendations of a somewhat general character necessary for the realization of the plan. These were intended as the foundation for an operational as opposed to a prospective plan. They included the maximum forcing of export, the lowering of prices, the raising of wages, the increase of the number of horses and, especially, of tractors employed in agriculture, and an expansion of money and credit. Finally, the second half of the volume was occupied by detailed tables of the figures on which these calculations rested. All the basic figures of production were expressed in three denominations: in pre-war tubble prices, in price index rubles at contemporary prices, and in underscore Chervonets rubles at contemporary prices. Judged in retrospect, the Gosplan control figures for 1925 to 6 were a remarkable achievement, and were to a substantial extent borne out by results. The figures of industrial production record at the end of the year asterisk showed a slight excess over the Gosplan estimates in pre-war prices and a somewhat larger excess in Chervonets rubles, reflecting the unexpected rise in prices. Agricultural production was also estimated with considerable underscore accuracy. The prospects of the harvest could be gauged when the figures were compiled. The three major errors, all on the side of undue optimism, admitted a year later by Gosplan, were an underestimate of the difficulties connected with the realization of the harvest, an exaggerated figure of proposed currency emission, and an exaggerated figure of exports and corresponding. 1 Control Nike Cifrai Narod Nogo Hozyaisv NA 1925 to 1926 God, 1925. Pages 9 to 15. 2 Ibid, pages 15 to 46. 3 Control Nike Cifrai Narod Nogo Hozyaisv NA 1926 to 1927 God, 1926. Underscore pages 288 to 9. 534 The Economic Revival. J. Imports. At the moment, however, so striking and important a novelty as the control figures of the national economy of the year 1925 to 1926 was unlikely to escape criticism. It had been produced by the unaided resources of the workers of Gosplan. The cooperation of other departments had not been secured. By whose fault is not clear. The time of its presentation turned out to be unfortunate. When the figures were compiled in June and July, and even when they were submitted to Stowe on August 20, 1925, optimism and self-confidence still reigned supreme. Within the next few weeks, rain damaged the last stages of the harvest. First, reports of difficulties in the grain collection began to come in, and there was a sharp reaction against the generous flow of credit, which industry had enjoyed since the spring. These changes of fortune, and the controversies and recriminations provoked by them, created an atmosphere inimical to the ambitious projects of Gosplan. The core of the opposition was to be found in Narkomfin. Sokolnikov had apparently repented his momentary conversion to planning in the spring. And at NAR Compin conference on September 10, 1925 delivered a massed attack on the control figures. Gosplan has not succeeded, were his opening words in its first attempt to furnish control figures in the strict sense of the term for the national economy of the USSR. The figures of Gosplan have only an auxiliary perspective significance, and cannot, of course, be accepted as a practical directive. He was particularly indignant at the claim of Gosplan to trespass on the preserves of Narkomfin. The size of the budget could not. 1 Ibid, pages 4 to 5. 2 G. Krzyzanowski, Sakhainania, 2, 1934, 336. 3 J. M. Keynes, who was on a visit to the USSR when the control figures appeared, said in an interview, if you have a good harvest 2 years running, the economic situation of Soviet Russia will change incomparably. So much so that the increase of wealth in Soviet Russia will be greater than the largest credit which you will obtain or can obtain abroad. Leningrad. Skia Pravda, September 8, 1925. 4 C. pages 313 to 19, 514 above. 5 CP 509 above. The phrase which he had coined on that occasion, to plan is to dispose of reserves, was twice repeated by him in the autumn of 1925. G. Sokolnikov, Finansovai Politika Revaluatsiai, 3 1928, 33, 217. but now with the implication that this made planning impracticable. 6 GMB. A. For planning 535. Be made to depend on the volume of production or of its market. Able part. The currency issue might rise in the coming year to 1,600 or 1,650 million rubles, but not to 1,900 millions, as goes. Plan predicted. Socialism repeated his favorite argument that the development of industry could be assured only through the development of agriculture. Since foreign credits for the import of machinery and equipment were unobtainable, the only able course was to aim at the rapid development of agricultural exports. A rather more technical article in the official journal of Narkompin attacked all three methods used by Gosplan in computing its figures, and, as regards the third method, comparison with pre-war figures, remarked severely that figures calculated in this way cannot be satisfactory, especially in relation to the get and, a fortiori, to monetary circulation and credit. Underscore the first set discussion of the control figures took place at a meeting of STO under the presidency of Kamina on 18 September 1925. Pyatakov, on behalf of Bazinka, thought that the potential rate of industrial development had been understated, and the amount of grain which could be brought to the market underscore overestimated. Svidersky, speaking for Narkomzom, and Sokol Nikov, speaking for Narkompin, both complained that too much attention had been given to industry and the interests of agriculture neglected. Sokolnikov was once more particularly hostile, describing the practical usefulness of the control figures as minimal and decrying the possibility of an organized and planned utilization of all resources, since an enormous number of elements lie outside our planning. Will the usual argument of the skeptics. The Gosplan figures of currency emission were, he declared, a formula of inflation. Kamina summed up cautiously, but not very favorably. He agreed with most other speakers in thinking the Gosplan control figures too optimistic. He also, more puzzling charge, thought them too unsystematic. They offered rows of figures instead of a system of figures asterisk the 1 ibid, 3, 63 to 6. The statement ibid, 3, 347, that this speech was printed in Economikeskias September 24, 1925, is incorrect. It was the speech of September 18, see below, which appeared there. 2 Vestnik Finansov, number 9, September 1925, pages 116 to 18. 3 accounts of this meeting appeared in Pravda and Economikeskias September 24, 1925, and Planovi Hozyastvo, number 2, 1926, pages 31. 536. The Economic Revival 4. Meeting ended with the appointment of a commission under Kamina as presidency to study the importance of the figures and draft an appropriate resolution. But this proved to be merely a polite way of shelving the discussion. The commission never met asterisk. One of the Narkompin professors, referring a little sarcastically to this new tableau economic, expressed satisfaction that, as the result of the decision of STO, the Gosplan figures had lost their quality of control, and had been recognized as merely a working hypothesis, the statistical expression of which cannot underscore bind departments in their planning work asterisk. A few days after the meeting of STO, Pravda published in 2 installments a long article written by Trotsky, then on vacation in the Caucasus, under the immediate impression of the publication of the control figures. It bore the title Towards Socialism or Capitalism, and opened with a dithyrambic eulogy of the dry columns of figures drawn up by Gosplan, in which Trotsky discerned the glorious music of the rise of socialism. Their publication was an event which should be celebrated in the Soviet calendar. The statisticians of Gosplan were not in the position of astronomers who try to grasp the dynamics of processes completely outside their control. They were the active leaders of economic policy, for whom every figure was not merely a photo. Me. E. 44. Kamina's speeches in El Kamina, Strati Rishi, 12, 1926, 344 to 6. Leningradskaya Pravda, September 18, 1925, the day of the meeting. Published Kamina's earlier speech of September 4 on the economic situation, see pages 314, 321 above, with a note by Kamina that he had quoted Gosplan figures as they were the only ones available, though they probably contain mistakes. The campaign against the control figures had evidently been worked up in the intervening fortnight. One members of Gosplan continued to complain of this treatment. P/Anno. Vohozyaisvo, number 2, 1926, pages 31, 44, 84. Constant references occur in the literature of the period to the unwillingness of other departments to cooperate with Gosplan. Control Nike Cifrinark Nago Hozyaisv N.A. 1925 to 1926 God, 1925, was circulated with a note inviting economic departments and organs to send their corrections of any figures in the report, but none of them responded. Planovi Hozyaisvo, number 1, 1926, p. 40. Relations between Gosplan and the Central Statistical Administration continued to be abnormal. Ibid, number 2, 1926, p. 57. Jealousy among the older commissariats of the pretensions of an upstart department certainly played a negative, though minor, role in the early history of planning. 4. 2 Economikisko Abazrini, October 1925, p. 28. Equals. E. Planning 537. Graph, but a command. The figures represented a dialectical coupling of theoretical precision with practical circumspection, i.e. of a calculation of objective conditions and trends with a subjective definition of the tasks of the workers and peasants. State asterisk in the autumn of 1925 the support of Trotsky's lone voice was an embarrassment rather than an asset. Praise from this quarter did nothing to commend the innovation of the control figures to the party leadership. External factors soon arose to encourage a revival of the campaign against planning. Disillusionment over the results of the harvest weakened and not very solid faith in the value of economic forecasting. The crisis over the grain collection was used to discredit not merely particular estimates which had been based on the assumption of falling grain prices after the good harvest, but the whole principle of planning for a peasant economy. Ryhoff explained once more that, so long as the country was subject to such crises as harvest failures which bring with them the ruin of millions of peasant households, so long would deliberate planning remain ineffective. The disappointment over the harvest of 1925 came as a reminder of the lack of correspondence between plans and the real processes of life. The Greek Kamini at a party meeting pointed the same moral. Our plans for the development of industry, built on the calculation of a good harvest, have already undergone modifications. The peasant element has introduced a series of modifications into our plans. Kamina concluded with a franker avowal that had hitherto been made of the nature of the dilemma. It turned out that our plan and the peasant's understanding of his interests did not 1 Pravda, 20, September 22, 1925, a passage in the first article states that it was being written on August 28, just a week after the publication of the figures. The articles were republished as a pamphlet and in English. Translation appeared early in 1926 with a special preface, dated Kislovodsk, November 7, 1925. Stalin, a year later, Sakhainania, 8, 275-6, Poke Fun. At Trotsky's grandiloquent phrase about the music of the rise of socialism. 2. This argument emerged from a leading article in Ekonomikeskia. Citizen, October 1, 1925. 3. Izvestia, October 4, 1925, Ekonomikesko Obozrenie, October 1925. p.8. 538 The Economic Revival. Coincide. A few days later Rykov developed the same theme. The plan of Gosplan, Rykov, and Kamina had been upset by the plan of the peasant household. Hitherto the state had extracted grain from the peasant, first by requisitions, later by the agricultural tax. Now for the first time the peasant had entered into economic relations with the town and the factor as a kind of equal power. The result had been disconcerting. We are facing the first test of a free economic exchange of goods between town and country, and at the moment we are not standing up to it very well. Sokhonikov followed the same line. When it came to carrying out the plan of grain collection, the peasant plan spontaneously took the field against Gosplan. And, when the two plans clashed, Gosplan had to retreat before the peasant plan *. As the credit crisis grew, the opposition of Narkompan to Gosplan and its control figures became more outspoken. In November 1925, Sokhonikov made a speech at the business club which was described as not merely against the control figures, but against planned economy in general, and reverted to the old view that salvation could come only through the greatest possible forcing of agriculture in order to make large surpluses of agricultural products available for export *. All that could be expected of Go's plan, wrote Prensky about the same time, was an approximate explanation of the direction of development of the most important and branches of the national economy. This would facilitate an adaptation of our economic activity to the spontaneous forces of the national economy. The antipathy of the financial authorities towards planning seemed to some to reflect bureaucratic exclusiveness, according to Krzyzanowski. Scheinman, at this time president of Gazbank, looked on planning as an end. One speech of October 16, 1925, in Pravda, October 20, 1925. 2. The speech was published, with a misprint in the date which should be October 22, in N.A. Agronomfront, number 10, 1925, pages 3 to 16. 3. G. Sokhonikov, Finansovai Politika Revaluatsiai, 3, 1928, 47, for this. Article CP 513, note 4 above. 4. Planovi Hozyaistvo, number 1, 1926, pages 33 to 4. 5. Socialistikisko Hozyaistvo, number 5, 1925, pages 25 to 6. V. Underscore. A. Planning 539. Encroachment on the independence of the financial organs. The People's Commissar for Agriculture of the RSFSR declared that the miscalculations of the grain collection had been due not to the supposed ill will of the Galak, but to paper plans out of touch with reality, too casually and hastily drawn up. Throughout the autumn of 1925 the climate remained unpropitious to the cause of planning, and the control figures received little or no attention from the party leaders. When the party Central Committee met at the beginning of October 1925, Kamina's report on the economic situation was shelved by the device of referring to the Politburo * and the controversial issues raised by Gosplan were avoided. A leading article in Pravda made it clear that the question of the control figures remained intact. The final assumptions of our calculations for the forthcoming year will probably become apparent in December, at the time of the party Congress. For this reason the plenum of the Central Committee decided not to bind the party by any final appraisal of the economic situation, preferring to reserve this for the party Congress and leaving in force for the present the general orientation expressed in the control figures *. But this could scarcely be regarded as a victory for planning. No operational plan based on the control figures had been adopted, or even considered. At the end of the calendar year neither Vazimka's industrial plan, nor the budget, nor the credit plan, for 1925-6 had yet been approved. Degree at the all-important 14th Party Congress in December 1925. Stalin's report contained no more than the conventional references to planning. The subject was once more kept in the background, and was not mentioned in the resolutions of the Congress. This silence notwithstanding, the 14th Party Congress was a decisive landmark in the progress of Soviet planning. The issue between the supporters and the antagonists of planning, between the enthusiasts and the skeptics, was the issue which underlay every economic, and almost every political, problem of the Soviet regime, the relation of industry to agriculture, of the state to the 1G Krzyzanowski, Sakhainania, 2, 1934, 289, note 1. 2 A. P. Smirnov in Pravda, December 22, 1925. 3 C. pages 328 to 9 above. 4 Pravda, October 15, 1925. 5 Planovi Hozyaistvo, number 2, 1926, pages 7 to 8. 540 The Economic Revival. Peasant. If the Soviet Union was to seek to advance along the line of peasant agriculture, developing agricultural exports and copyright, importing industrial products in the ultimate hope of a gradual and painless development of Soviet industry, then planning would remain an insignificant and ineffective factor. The commanding heights of the Soviet economy would be subject to the vagaries of the climate, of the powerful and unorganized individual peasant, and of the world market. On this hypothesis, Sokolnikov and Rykov, to name only the most prominent and outspoken of the skeptics, were perfectly right. If, on the other hand, the Soviet Union was to seek to advance, through the intensive development of heavy industry, towards a position of self-sufficiency, both economic and military, and to regard the rate of this development as limited only by the extent of the strain which the proletariat, and, above all, the peasantry could be compelled to bear, then comprehensive planning became the fulcrum of all Soviet economic policy, for, as had been shown over and over again, it was only in a planned economy that heavy industry, the production of the means of production, could be developed and fostered. The victory for planning was really won when the 13th Party Congress of May 1924 pronounced, through the mouth of Zinoviev, that the expansion of the metal industry was now a principal party objective. But the meaning of the decision was still not realized, and the desultory battle over planning continued to be fought with varying results over the next 18 months. The victory was consummated, though once more, with a full understanding of what was involved when the 14th Party Congress of December 1925, through the mouth of Stalin proclaimed its intention to make our country an economically independent country, and to preserve our country from economic dependence on the system of world capitalism, and declared that it was the fate of the countryside to march behind the town, behind heavy industry. It was no accident that one in a Western country, as a Soviet commentator remarked, public copyright, control of heavy industry, transport, and foreign trade, such as the Soviet government exercised, would amount in practice to control of the whole economy. In the USSR this did not hold good. Vestnik Finansov, number 7. July 1925, p7. 2 Stalin, Sakhinaya, 7, 299-300, 311. N.I. So. E. E.Y. 3. Planning 541. Sokhonikov, whom Stalin attacked as the principal promoter of the policy of keeping Soviet Russia an agrarian country depend and on imports of industrial goods from abroad, should also have been the principal enemy of planning. The 14th Congress of December 1925 came to be known in party history as the Congress of Industrialization, while the 15th Congress just 2 years later was the Congress of the 5-year plan. In fact, they marked successive stages of the same road. The decision to industrialize was the foundation on which the 5-year plans rested. It was some time before these consequences of the 14th Party Congress could make themselves felt. The first 3 months of 1926 were a period of continuing anxiety about the currency, of further attempts to restrict credit for the expansion of industry, and of muted interest in the advance of planning. It was no doubt by an unconscious stroke of irony that Sokhonikov, deposed in January 1926 from his office as People's Commissar for Finance, was appointed a deputy president of Gosplan. But it showed that Gospian was not yet thought of as one of the key positions in the economy. In February 1926, Gosplan submitted revised figures to take account of the less favorable economic prospect. Since the control figures had been drawn up 6 months earlier, opposition still centered around Narkomkin and Smilga, while deprecating the extreme view that the Soviet economy could already afford to defy economic laws, and while willing to underscore that left enthusiasts exaggerated the capacities of planning and ignored objective conditions, complained that some elements of the state apparatus, and the apparatus is also in large measure a heritage of the old order, are against the plan in general. At the beginning of March 1926, Sokhonikov seized the occasion of an all-union Congress of Planners for a further expression of skepticism about planning and about the potentialities of industrial expansion. 1 Ibid. 7, 354-6. 2. The reshuffle of offices after the 14th Party Congress will be discussed in Part 3 in the following volume. 3. Planovi Hozyaistvo, number 2, 1926, pages 30, 41-2. 4. G. Sokhonikov, Finansov I Politika Revalyatsia, 3, 1928, 69-81. The speech, delivered on March 12, 1926, is incorrectly described Ibid. 3, 347, as a speech to the Presidium of Gosplan. Lage. 542. The Economic Revival. Z. What was officially described as the first all-union Congress of planning organs, central and regional, met in Moscow on 10 March 1926. Its importance was marked by a leading article in Pravda on that day. Rykov, more supple than Sokhonikov, AP, appeared at the Congress with a speech of welcome to the delegates, which was in effect a somewhat naive recantation of his earlier views. The country was entering the so-called period of recon copyright construction, and to realize the work of this period without a plan is, of course, impossible. Krzyzanowski, after giving some details of the organization of Gosplan, presented to the Congress a simplified sketch of the process of planning as conceived in Gosplan at this time. The control figures of Gosplan begin to play the role of a core around which planning work is organized. In future, of course, the procedure ought to be that the control figures of Gosplan anticipate the working out of annual operational plans by the departments in charge of economic business. The material thus worked over will return to Gosplan to be combined into a single annual operational economic plan for the country. The control figures in their turn will also be subjected to revision, thus making a second appearance, no longer as a preface, but as a conclusion. The control figures should finally be converted into the legal balance sheet of the annual operational plan, i.e. of the executive working blueprint of economic activity. This annual plan must, however, inevitably appear merely as a section of the prospective plan which looks forward to a cycle of work. For, say, a 5-year period. The prospective 5-year plan will, in its turn, fall into its right place only if it is accompanied by a properly drawn up general operational plan for the national economy. Krzyzanowski went on to divide the work of Gosplan into 3 branches: a general plan, a prospective 5-year plan, and annual operational plans with a corresponding system of control figures. Gosplan was at the moment in the period of preparation. 1. The stenographic record of the Congress under the title Problemi Plani Rovania, IDGI Perspectivi, 1926, has not been available. But the Congress was fairly fully reported in Economikeskiasism, 11, 14, 16, 17, 18, 20. March 1926, and in Planovi Hozyaistvo, number 4, 1926, Krzyzanowski's underscore speech is reprinted in his collected works, Sakhinaya, 2 1934, 286-301. 2. Planovi Hozyaistvo, number 4, 1926, p7. A. M. Planning. 343. Underscore of control figures for an economic perspective. Plan of the country for the coming quinquennium. More detailed reports followed. Stremlin brought the 5-year perspective plan, which was his special concern, into line with new party and governmental policy and with the teleological conception of planning. Asterisk. We set ourselves as our fundamental task the industrialization of the country on the basis of electrification and the expansion of the whole economy, so far as possible without crises, and with an annual reinforcement of its socialist outposts at the expense of a corresponding contraction of the elements of a private economy. It goes without saying that all these general regulative principles and the planning directives which correspond to them must find some kind of statistical expression in our 5-year plan, which represents in this way a systematic conspectus not only of our forecasts, but of our prescriptions. Stremlin went on to present detailed estimates in rubles and in underscore percentages of the development of industry, agriculture, transport, and construction for the 5 years from 1925 to 6 to 1929 to 30 in underscore close of the first concrete 5-year plan for the whole Soviet economy. This was followed by some discussion whether such 5-year plans were necessary, whether it was not better to stick Simply to general plans asterisk in such a gathering the more ambitious view was likely to prevail. Groman presented a report on the work. Underscore of the conjuncture department and complained of the inadequacy of the statistical material. In a further speech he drew attention to what was to become a significant change in the history of underscore planning. The control figures for 1925 to 6 had been based on the conception of 100% utilization of all existing productive forces. The control figures for 1926 to 7 would have to take account of the necessity of intensifying capital investments asterisk hitherto it had been assumed that the task was to rebuild up to the level already attained before 1914. Now that it was possible for the first 1 G. Krzyzanowski, Sakinadia, 2, 1934, 286 to 301. 2 Planowy Hozjaistvo, number 4, 1926, pages 31 to 58. Underscore 3. G. Krzyzanowski, Sakinadia, 2, 1934, 337. 4 The report is in Planowy Hozjaistvo, number 4, 1925, pages 59 to 70. The speech in Ekonomikeski is his, March 17, 1926. 544 The economic revival. Time to think in terms of an advance beyond that level. New case. Sions of policy arose and planning took on a new significance. The issue of capital investment emerged more clearly than ever as the crux of planning asterisk. The resolution of the party Central Committee in April 1926, which sought to give effect to the decision of the 14th Party Congress on the advance of industrialization, made a number of pronouncements on planning. It demanded the reinforcement of the planning principle and the introduction of planning discipline into the activity of all state organs, as well as a struggle for the suppression of separatism in planning and slovenliness in the composition and execution of plans. Industrialization and planning were firmly marked as aspects of the same process. X. GMIT Gayo, 69. In an increase of accumulation, in the practical utilization of accumulated resources, and in a realization, far more rigid than hitherto, of the planning principle, must be found the current tasks of the coming period of economic development. A few days later, at the session of TSIK, Reichhoff, in his new role as the champion of planning, described it as a mighty weapon for the practical and most effective utilization of our resources. He spoke of the indispensability of planning discipline, tested that sometimes one province set up a new sawmill without inquiring whether the neighboring province did not already possess a suitable one, and explained that now, when our economy has come up against an inadequacy of resources for investment in industry and agriculture, every kopeck spent unnecessarily is a crime. This change of front indicated the defeat of the long rearguard action fought by Narkompan to maintain the ascendancy of sound finance as the controlling lever of the national economy. The factors which brought about a sharp change in the official attitude towards planning were the same factors which won the unpublished memorandum of April 2, 1926, preserved in the Trotsky Archives, CP 350, note 1 above, remarked that the chief defect of the 1925 control figures was the absence of any estimate of actual or potential capital appreciation. This would have to be remedied in the 1926 figures. 2 VKP, B, V Rezoliatsiak, 1941, 2, 93. 3 SSSR, Central Ni Ispolitelny Komitet 3 Soziva, 2 Sessia, 1926. I. P10. Planning 545. Were soon to lead to the abandonment of the uphill struggle. 2. Maintain the effective gold parity of the Chervonets, and, by implication, to the relaxation of the restrictions on credit for industry. In pursuance of the decision of the 14th Congress, the expansion of industry, beginning with the production of the means of production, and leading to the development of an independent and self-sufficient national economy on a socialist foundation, was henceforth the central focus of economic policy, and this carried with it a recognition of the supremacy of planning over the forces of a free market and an international currency. From the spring of 1926 Soviet economic policy was firmly set on this path. The questions which still provoked controversy were how rapidly, and by what means, the advance could proceed along it. By the middle 1920s planning had come to connote the preparation of annual or quinquennial projects by Gosplan, covering the whole national economy. But the specific plans out of which this comprehensive planning had arisen were not forgotten. Though progress had at first been slow, by the spring of 1926 almost the whole of the original Goloro plan of electrification had been carried out. 5 new generating stations had been built in various parts of the Soviet Union, and the Moscow station had been enlarged, accounting for a total new production of 100,000 kilowatts of electric power of the original Goloro projects. 1 CP 518 above. 2 Planowy Hozjaistvo, number 9, 1925, P18, G. Krzyzanowski, Sachi. Niniya, 2, 1934, 277 to 8. According to later statistics, generating capacity grew very slowly in the 1920s, though the amount of energy actually generated increased somewhat faster. Energy generated. Ania PHE1s, in thousands of millions. In millions of kilos, of kilowatt hours. Underscore, Sovetsk Stroitelstvo Z 1935 G, 1936, P97. H.S.R.I25. 546 The economic revival. Only the largest, the construction of a hydroelectric station at Fokhovstroy in the neighborhood of Leningrad, with a capacity of 54,000 kilowatts, was still outstanding. The first plans for this project had been drawn as long ago as 1913. It had been approved by the provisional government, and once again in 1918, before it was embodied in the Goloro plan of 1921. Even then shortage of funds postponed the beginning of work till 1924 when it benefited from the great industrial drive of that year. By September 1925, when it was officially inspected by a government commission, the constructional work was virtually complete. The electrical equipment had been received mainly from abroad, the turbines and generators from Sweden, and the production of the first current was scheduled for May or June 1926.1. This estimate proved optimistic, and the Fokhovstroy station was eventually put into service on December 19, 1926. As the first important project in the Soviet Union for generating electricity from water power, it obtained wide publicity, and was hailed as a symbol of the great industrial development of the future. But, throughout the 1920s, the Soviet Union continued to produce the greater part of its electricity from coal, including lignite, wood and peat. Meanwhile other large-scale projects were being actively canvassed, the most ambitious being the construction of a canal to link the Volga with the Don and the building of a giant hydro-electric station on the Dnieprostroy. The Volga-Don canal had a long history behind it, having first been moved in the optimistic days of 1918. An estimate by Gosplan in the spring of 1925 put the cost at 140 million rubles, and it was decided to postpone the canal in favor of the more urgent Dnieprostroi project. Interest in this was naturally strongest in the Ukraine. The 9th All-Ukrainian Congress of Soviets in May 1925, which was attended by Comina, made mention in its general resolution of the task of posing the question of a rapid beginning of work on the construction of the Dnieper hydroelectric station and on the damming of the Dnieper, and reverted to the project in its 1 Leningradskaya Pravda, 24, September 25, 1925. 2 Malaya Sovetskaya Encyclopedia, 2, 1934, 646-7. 3 Planovi Hozyaispo, number 4, 1925, pages 315-16. Planning 547. Special Resolution on Industrial Development. In the late summer of 1925, a technical commission visited the site, and a representative of Gosplan argued against further postponement of the scheme. Trotsky wrote enthusiastically of a combine uniting a powerful electrical station with a range of industries and transport concerns needing cheap power. It may well have been Trotsky's advocacy which inspired Stalin to refer to the project as late as April 1926 with mistrust and contempt. But the real obstacle was lack of resources. The scheme was too ambitious to be undertaken at this stage without foreign technical aid and foreign financial support. It was not till 1927 that these were eventually forthcoming, and the work begun. The conception of planning in Russia had always been mixed up with the conception of regionalism. In the WIT period, it had been assumed that a reorganization of the Russian economy would have, as one of its essential features, a new subdivision of Russia into economic regions and a development of the special economic resources and potentialities of different regions. In the Soviet period, the advocates of planning were the foremost exponents of new schemes of regionalization. Though the theorists of planning had from the first spoken in terms of a single economic plan for the whole country, planning in practice began further in the form of partial plans, not only plans for particular industries, but plans for particular regions. This tendency was facilitated by the constitutional division of the new country into national units, and further encouraged by the new process of regionalization. Between 1923 and 1925, the Ukrainian, Trans-Caucasian and White Russian SSRs, and finally the RSFSR, established their own Gosplans, with varying degrees of autonomy or subordination to the central Gosplan of the USSR registered degree at 1 for these resolutions CP 290 note 4 above. 2 Izvestia, September 8, 1925, Leningradskaya Pravda, September 9, 1925. 3 Pravda, September 22, 1925. 4 CP 380 above. 5 These will be discussed in part 4 in the following volume. 6 As was to be expected, the Ukrainian Gosplan was the most active of these organs. Its program of work for 1923-4 was confirmed by the Central Gosplan in December 1923, Ekonomikeskiasizn, December 8, 1923. 548 The Economic Revival. The beginning of 1926, the Gosplan of the RSFSR alone employed 950 workers and had an annual budget of over 2 million rubles. Subordinate to it were 3 Gosplans of autonomous republics, and 12 regional, 42 provincial, and 43 departmental planning commissions. Of the newly created regions, the Ural region was not only the first in the field, but the most advanced in its development of planning. By the end of 1923 it had no less than 3 planning organs at work: a central plan for the region, NJ. Plans for the Perm and Uman provinces, and the problem had arisen of fusing them into one. The Ukrainian, Transcaucasian, and Ural regional Gosplans all published independent plans for 1924 to 5.3. A Siberian section of Gosplan was planning the economic development of the West Siberian region on the basis of a link between the coal of the Kuznets basin and the industry of the Urals. Elsewhere, the impetus to regional planning had to come entirely from the center. In 1925 an expedition was sent from Moscow to investigate the natural resources and economic potentialities of the Karachivo-Cherkasyan autonomous region in the North Caucasus. In spite of the emphasis at this time on the regional aspects of planning, Gosplan's first control figures for 1925-6 were entirely inspired by the conception of the single economic plan for the whole USSR, contained no regional figures, and made no an account of the beginnings of planning in the Ukraine was given by the president of the Ukrainian Byzanka in December 1924. Under the influence of the trade crisis of the autumn of 1923, the Byzanka of the Ukrainian SSR set itself the first task of seeking methods of planned forecasting for the prevention of similar crises. About the middle of 1924, this task was to some extent accomplished. We created a general industrial pen, which gave us the possibility to put into operation a planned leadership of Ukrainian industry, IBID, December 5, 1924. A plan for Domagol, the Ukrainian Coal Trust, for 1923-4, which was overfulfilled and led to an excessive accumulation of stocks, is also mentioned. Planovi Hozyaispo. Number 4, 1925, p. 315. The decree creating the Gosplan of the RSFSR was dated February 13, 1925, Sobranio Zakonii, 1925, number 20, art 140. 1 G. Krzyzanowski, Sakhinania, 2, 1934, 286. 2 Ekonomikeskias Hizn, December 11, 1923, the establishment of the Ural region will be described in part 4 in the following volume. 3 Ekonomikesko Obozrini, March 1926, pages 189-92. 4 Planovi Hozyaispo, number 10, 1925, p. 259. 5 Its report is in Planovi Hozyaispo, number 1, 1926, pages 288-309. T. Planning 549. Attempt to break down totals into their regional components. Even if such an analysis had been desired, adequate regional statistics were not available, and those that were available, having been compiled by different regional authorities on their own initiative, can scarcely have been uniform or comparable. At the conference of planning organs at Gosplan in March 1926, it was decided to remedy this defect and include in the control figures for 1926-7 figures for union and autonomous republics and for regions. But again, the material was not available, and when the control figures appeared in September 1926, they contained regional figures only for 2 republics, the Ukrainian and White Russian SSRs, and for 2 regions, the northwestern region, from which the Karelian autonomous region and the Murmansk province were omitted for lack of figures, and the Ural region, for which only summary figures were forthcoming. The experiment was, however, not repeated in the following year. The control figures for 1927-8, while the introductory text contained a chapter Turn on the economy of the regions, produced no regional figures. Nor was this failure accidental. While regional initiative played a notable part in the early history of Soviet planning, and while the development of the specific resources of different regions, SPSI, ally those hitherto accounted backward, continued to be an important aim of the planners, it became obvious as time went on that planning was essentially a centralizing factor in the direction of the economy. Planning meant, in the last resort, the taking of major decisions of economic policy by a single authority. Local planning organs must submit their statistics and their estimates in accordance with a uniform prescribed pattern, and must be ordinate to the central organ in the execution of policy. Since, moreover, the essence of Soviet planning lay in the expansion of industry and provision of the capital necessary for such expansion was entirely dependent on decisions of policy taken in Moscow. The power of decision in the hands of regional planning authorities was restricted to matters of detail. Regionalism in planning involved a measure of administrative devolution, and a one control like Cifrai Narod Nogo Hozyaisp NA 1926 to 1927 God, 1926. Pages 223 to 4, 238 to 43, Ukraine, 254 to 7, White Russia, 258, 268 to 72, North. Western region, 282, Ural region. The economic revival. Particular attention to the development of the resources of ward regions. But, even before the period of the first five plan was reached, the authority of Gosplan over local plans organs was absolute. No substantial difference of status could be discerned between the Gosplans of the Union and autonomous regions. ID regions, all were, in effect, local agents of the Cent Gosplan. Notia. Migration and colonization. A byproduct of the agrarian policy of these years was a revival of the process of internal migration and colonization, which had been a striking feature of the last phase of Tsarist Russia. For 2 centuries before the emancipation of the serfs, the expansion of Russia had followed the military pattern proper to a feudal order of society, occupation by military garrisons and the settlement of quasi-military Cossack colonies. The emancipation shattered the old order and, in giving fresh impetus to the traditional land hunger of the Russian peasant, opened the possibility of new outlets. For the first time the peasant was free to wander over the face of the vast Russian Empire in search of virgin soil to till. And for the first time the authorities were inclined to encourage him in the search. Here, as in the process of industrialization, the results of the emancipation did not develop fully till the last decade of the century. The years from 1861 to 1890 witnessed a movement of peasants, on a small scale and mainly unorganized, from the overcrowded central provinces, first to the Volga region, and the northern Caucasus, later to Siberia. In the 1880s peasants were crossing the Urals into Siberia at the rate of 27,000 a year. This was the beginning of a new movement. Hitherto, the European population of Asiatic Russia had consisted mainly of political or criminal deportees, of whom more than 1 million were said to have entered Siberia in the years before 1914, agents, military and civilian, of the Russian government, and merchants seeking to exploit the natural riches of the country and to profit by trade in primitive conditions with the native population. Now for the first time the foundations were laid of a considered policy designed, on the one hand, to relieve the population pressures of European Russia and, on the other, to open up for cultivation new and fertile tracts of land in one statistics quoted in G. von Mend, Study and zur Kolonisation inter. Sovietunien, 1933, p. 11. This is the best available study of the subject. There. The economic revival. Asia. This was the specifically Russian version of the expansion of Europe. The policy came to a head when the construction of the Trans-Siberian Railway began in 1891, a measure, like the whole policy of industrialization, dictated primarily by strategic motives and dependent for its inception on European example and European capital. In 1892 Wood formed a committee for the Siberian Railway, which had among its other functions that of promoting settlement and colonization in the territory to be served by the railway, and in 1896 this function had been far enough developed to be handed over to a special department of the Ministry of the Interior. From this time migration to Siberia began to be organized as a large-scale operation receiving substantial subsidies from public funds. In the 20 years from 1885 to 1905 about 1,885,000 peasants migrated across the Urals. In the years from 1906 to 1913 the total number recorded was 3,274,000. The census of 1,897 returned the population of Russia in Asia at 13,506,000. An official estimate of 1915 put it at 21,632,000. Annual expenditure, which started in the 1890s at 2,5 or 3 million rubles, had risen by 1912 by 26 millions. Most of the funds were spent on reclaiming land for settlement and on subsidies to the settlers. Stolypin was an enthusiastic supporter of the scheme, which fitted in well with his policy of basing the economy of rural Russia on prosperous individual peasant agriculture. In 1910, shortly before his assassination, he made an official visit to Siberia together with Krivoshein, the Minister for Agriculture, and the account of the visit published on their return is an important official apologia for the policy. The conclusion had by this time been reached that the emigration does not cover half the natural increase in population, and that, however seductive the idea may be of using migration to solve agrarian questions in European Russia, one must completely renounce this idea. The emphasis. One convenient summary of this migration with tables of statistics is in Encyclopedический словарь Ruskiego Bibliografического Instituta Granit. XXXI, 2nd at 1933, 531 to 48. During the period 1906 to 14 more than 3 million Russian subjects emigrated to North and South America. A large majority of these, unlike the migrants to Asiatic Russia, belonged to national minorities, including Jews. Yen migration and colonization 553. WW was now laid on the constructive purpose of developing Asiatic Russia asterisk. The process of migration and colonization was primarily directed to Siberia and inspired by the building of the railway. Of the total number of migrants between 1896 and 1914, 2 NA. Quarter million settled in Siberia west of Lake Baikal and 350,000. In the Far East, these two contingents amounting to over 74. Cent of the whole. The remaining million migrants established themselves in the fertile regions of the Asian steppe hitherto occupied exclusively by nomad Kazakhs, or Kyrgyz, as they were still at this time officially called. These attempts were resisted, and presented an issue between immigrant Russian settlers and native nomads in possession which was defined in the report of Stolypin. Underscore and Krivashine with exemplary clarity. 7. Underscore the essential is to organize not the Kyrgyz themselves, but the Kyrgyz steppe, and to think not of the future of individual nomads, but of the future of the whole steppe asterisk. Underscore the Kazakh revolt of 1916, which was officially attributed to Re. Underscore resistance to the imposition of military conscription on the Kaz. Underscore Ox was certainly not unconnected with the peasant invasion. Underscore projects were also made to develop other areas of Asiatic Russia. Underscore by migration from European Russia. Visits by Krivashine to asterisk 4.pa Stolypin and A.B. Krivashine, Decolonization Siberians. German translate 1913, pages 99, 100, and 1. 2. The figures are in G. von Mand, Study and zur Colonization in der Soviet equals. Union, 1933, p. 60, note 6. Of the small number of migrants officially recorded as settling in Turkestan, a high proportion went to Semirakia, which, though politically part of Turkestan down to 1924, belonged geographically to the steppe region, the later Kazakhstan. Migration to Turkestan proper, where pressure of existing population was unfavorable to settlement by Russian peasants, was negligible. 3. For the nomenclature see the Bolshevik Revolution, 1917 to 1923, Volume 1. p. 321, note 2. 4. Pa Stolypin and A.B. Krivashine, Decolonization Siberians. German translate 1913, p. 112, the government circular of 1912 quoted in Encyclopedический словарь Ruskiego Bibliografического Instituta Granit. XXXI, 2nd ed. 1933, 532, describes the motive of migration to Kazakhstan. Underscore as being in order that the Orthodox may have predominance over the natives. 1. 554 The economic revival. Turkestan and Transcaucasia for this purpose took place in 1912 and 1913 respectively. The movements of population caused by the upheaval of the war left few lasting effects, though a certain number of prisoners of war transported to Asiatic Russia remained there and were ultimately absorbed into the population. The advent of the Soviet regime with its insistence on the self-determination of the lesser nationalities of the Russian Empire, and the unpopularity of everything that had been done under the Tsars, brought a strong reaction against colonizing policies in Asia, and recent Russian settlers in Turkestan, Kazakhstan, and the northern Caucasus were apparently driven out or in some cases murdered. Belief that the land hunger of the peasant could be satisfied by distribution of the landlord's estates momentarily removed the impulse to further migration, even if the Civil War had not intervened to make it impossible. The end of the Civil War and the famine of 1921 once more set in motion the process of migration from Russia in Europe to Russia in Asia. But these were fugitives rather than settlers, and many of them later returned to their homes. While these chaotic movements flowed and ebbed, it was some time before organized migration could be undertaken. As early as 1922 an Institute for Scientific Inquiry into State Colonization, Goskolanet, was established. The Agrarian Code of the RSFSR of December 1922 contained several articles, Articles 222 to 6, signed to regulate migration from the overpopulated to the unoccupied regions of the RSFSR, power being reserved to VTSIK to declare particular areas open or closed to settlement. But migration was treated as a free and voluntary process. One source is quoted in G. von Mand, Study and zur Colonization in der Soviet equals. Union, 1933, pages 32, 35 to 7. 2. According to official figures quoted ibid, p. 30, the total of migrants copyright for 1920 was 85,000, including 59,000 to Siberia and 25,000 to Kazakhstan. And for 1921, 72,000, including 52,000 to Siberia and 17,000 to Kazakhstan. 3. The decolonization of Western Siberia resulting from the outflow of these returning refugees engaged the attention of the authorities, and a commission was sent to investigate it in 1923, G. von Mand, Study and zur Colonization in der Sowjetunion 1933, p. 30. 4. For an account of its early work see Trudigo Siderstyaniko Kolo. Nizachenoggo Nochnoisil Obatelskogo Instituta, I, 1924, 299 to 341. 5. Sobranio Zakonii, 1922, number 68, art. 901. F. Q. Migration and colonization. 555. Undertaken at the cost of the migrant, only in exceptional cases of forced migration were state funds to be drawn on. The first attempt at official organization of migration was outlined in Narkomzom's 5-year plan for agriculture, which provided for the migration of 630,500 persons to unoccupied territories in the Volga and Ural regions and in Siberia in the 5 years beginning with 1923 to 4. The plan recognized for the first time that large funds would be necessary to finance the operation, and estimated for an expenditure of 26 million rubles in the 5 years. But it proposed to derive only 1/3 of the sum from the state budget, the rest being raised by contributions from various sources, including levies on the population of the region from which the migrants came. These hopes proved fallacious. In 1923 to 4 the state advanced the trivial sum of 500,000 rubles to promote migration, and in 1924 to 5 only 1,500,000 rubles, and no funds were available from other sources. In these circumstances little could be done. Out of 107,000 would-be migrants who registered in 1923 to 4, 15,000 actually migrated, and virtually all of these were voluntary migrants traveling on their own initiative and their own resources. It was some time before this confusion of policies was cleared up. The well-to-do peasant who could help himself rarely desired to migrate, especially as he could claim no compensation for the land abandoned by him. At the other end of the scale, the batrak usually lacked the initiative to move at all, and the potential migrant was generally the middle or relatively poor peasant who could not move without provision for his journey and resettlement being made by the government. In the summer of 1924 goes Kolanet pessimistically recommended that any extension of the star 1 Osnovi perspective nago plan Rajvatai Selskogo Elesnigo Hozyaisva. 1924, pages 59 to 61. For this plan CP 522 above, Economikisko Abazrini. Number 3, 1929, pages 146 to 8. 2. Unpublished report quoted in G. von Mand, Study and zur Colonization in der Sowjetunion, 1933, p. 35. 3. Economikisko Abazrini, number 3, 1929, pages 146, 152 to 3. 4. Na Agrarnomfront, number 10, 1926, p. 73. 5. Lenin, in the Development of Capitalism in Russia, published in 1899. Noted that those who move out from the emigration regions are mainly peasants of the middle category, and those who remain at home are mainly The extreme groups of the peasants, Lenin, Sakhaninaya, 3, 133. 556. The economic revival. Agricultural colonization of Siberia should be abandoned as a Carr rent task of the immediate future, since the accommodation of further migrants must depend on the development of local resources. A decree of the RSFSR of August 7, 1924 warned voluntary migrants that they would be exposed to great hardships on reaching their destination and could not count on government help. 2 days later, a further decree encouraged the formation of migration societies of would-be migrants on a basis of voluntary self-help. In the summer of 1925, the Siberian provinces of Omsk, Novomikolayevsk, Tomsk, Irkutsk, and Yeniseisk were declared open for free migrants, but such measures touched only the fringes of the problem. In 1924-5, most of the small number of migrants were still voluntary. Moreover, up to this time, the number of eastward migrants was almost balanced by those who returned to the old homelands. The proportion of returners to migrants was said to be 93% in 1923-4 and 79% in 1924-5. Decolonization was still proceeding nearly as fast as colonization. It was only from 1925-6, when state funds were available on a substantial scale, that the planned settlement of migrants in the eastern borderlands and in Asia really became effective. The first step towards a coherent migration policy seems to have been a decree of Stowe of October 17, 1924, which also represented the first intervention of the organs of the USSR in the question. Hitherto, migration had been treated as an expedient to relieve population pressure in the hungry and overcrowded regions of European Russia. The new decree defined the purpose of migration as being to bring uncultivated land into production, and so increase the agricultural and industrial output of the one true Spendago kolonizaciono national Davidal. Skogo Instituta, I, 1924, 353-5. 2 Sobranio Zakonii, 1924, number 68, Arts. 679, 681. 3 Sobranio Zakonii, 1925, number 49, Art. 371. 4 Economikisko Abazrini, number 3, 1929, p. 153, gives a total of 111,000. For this year, of whom 80% were voluntary, but the total is almost certainly exaggerated. A contemporary source counted 12,500 planned and 57,000 voluntary migrants. Planovi Kordiaistvo, number 12, 1925, pages 232-3. 5 Economikisko Abazrini, number 3, 1929, p. 152. The high figure for 1924-5 is, however, contradicted by other sources. C.G. von Mand. Study and zur Kolonization in der Sowjetunion 1933, p. 94. Migration and Colonization 557. Country. Having this end in view, it set up a colonization committee attached to VTSIK with the ambitious mandate to carry out the settlement of nomadic peoples, the settlement of migrants who had moved into unoccupied lands on their own responsibility, and finally the colonization by organized migration of land still unoccupied. 6 months later, an executive organ was set up in the form of an all-union migration committee, Visa Soyuznik, Parisalankeski Komitet or VPK, to draw up annual and prospective migration plans, and to superintend the movement and settlement of migrants. It consisted of 23 members, including representatives of the Union Republics, nominated by VTSIK, and its working organ was a presidium of 5. This creation of institutions was accompanied by ambitious estimates of what could be immediately achieved. Early in 1925, Gosplan made plans for a migration of 130,000 peasants in the current year to the Volga region, 50,000, to Siberia, 50,000, and to the far east, 30,000. And this target was raised to 165,000 after a discussion in the Third Union Congress of Soviets in May of that year. The 7-year agricultural plan of the Narkomzom of the Ukraine contained proposals for the resettlement in the southern Ukraine of 350,000 peasants from the northern Ukraine, and the Narkomzom of the RSFSR had a 3-year plan to settle 800,000 persons in the Volga region, the North Caucasus, the Urals, Siberia, and the Far East. Later in the year, still more. One quoted by Jiklanow, New Siberian, 1928, p. 261, from a special collection of decrees which has not been available. It is also quoted as a decisive pronouncement in Economikisko Abazrini, number 3, 1929, p. 146. Its omission from the general collection of decrees was probably accidental. 2 Sobrani Zakonoi, 1925, number 30, Arts. 193, 194. 3 Planovi Hozyaispo, number 3, 1925, p. 274. 4 Na Agronamfront, number 9, 1925, pages 143-4. On the other hand, the official decree of July 6, 1925, Sobranio Zakonii, 1925, number 49, Art 371, reverted to the figure of 130,000. 5 Na Agronamfront, no 5-6, 1925, p. 92, for the report of the NAR. Komsom of the RSFSR submitting its plan to Gosplan CP 529 above. For the Ukrainian plan CP 431 above, plans for settlement in the steppe region of the southern Ukraine apparently foundered on the opposition of the local Kuyaks, who succeeded in renting, on short leases, the land originally designed for settlement of migrants. Na Agronamfront, number 9. Underscore 1925, p. 18. 558. The economic revival. Utopian plan looked forward to the settlement of 1,200,000 migrants in Siberia and an eventual settlement of 4 million asterisk. These were symptoms of the growing popularity of planning in administrative quarters and of the wave of optimism which swept over the country in the summer and autumn of 1925. Under the impetus of such projects, and with the help of the newly created organs, the year 1925-6 saw the first practical results of the policy inaugurated by the decree of October 1924. But the institution of managed migration and settlement raised many problems not susceptible of rapid solution. A decree of August 1925 recognized for the first time the need for organization, not so much at the center as in the regions where the migrants were to be settled. District, Rain, migration administrations were established. Lisht at Rostov for the North Caucasian region, in Sverdlovsk for the Ural region, in Novosibirsk for the Siberian region, and in Khabarovsk for the Far Eastern region. These administrations were formally responsible to the Narkomzom of the RSFSR. But, since more than 70% of the cost of migration and settlement were borne on the budget of USSR, the authority of VPK doubtless remained paramount. More realistic estimates also prevailed of the number of migrants who could be successfully Fully settled. The decree of August 1925 fixed the number for the Siberian region at 35,000, and this was modified by a further decree of March 1926 which left the fixing of the total to the discretion of the Narkomsum of the Union Republic concerned. In virtually all cases, the RSFSR. In fact, the number of migrants in 1925-6 was said to have reached 120,000, of whom more than half were planned and aided. The number of returners sank to 22,000. The two motives which inspired official encouragement of migration to relieve population pressures in central Russia and to develop productive resources in the eastern territories were closely intertwined. By 1924 the effects of war and famine had been overcome, and population was again increasing throughout. 1 Ibid, number 12, 1924, p. 233. 2 Sobranisa Convoy, 1925, number 57, art. 453. 3 Economikisko Obozreni, number 3, 1929, p. 148. 4 Sobranisa Convoy, 1926, number 20, art. 153. 8. NE. AF Migration and Colonization 559. The country. No less than 1,600,000 persons were said to have moved from the country to the towns during that year, and the growth of unemployment made it impossible for the towns to absorb the surplus. A circular of the Narkomsum of the RSFSR of March 1925 referred to pressure from provincial authorities to drain off surplus population as a motive for organized migration, though it added that more rational agricultural methods were the best remedy against rural overpopulation. About this time the problem of surplus population began to figure in party and Soviet resolutions. The Third Union Congress of Soviets in May 1925 decided, in order to give the peasantry of regions with little land the possibility of migrating to free lands, to press on with the preparation of such lands for settlement and to supply me grants with the necessary inventory, increasing the grant of state funds for these purposes. In 1924-5, 35% of the migrants came from the central region of the RSFSR and 22,6% from the middle Volga region. Degree these proportions fell to 17,8% and 14 to 5% in 1925-6 and lower still in the following. 1 Na Agrar Front, No 5 to 6, 1925, p. 86. A table in Osnovi Dvor. Spektivnago Planarajvitaya Selskogo Elesnego Hozyaispa, 1924, p. 24. Showed a rapid increase of density of population between 1916 and 1923 in the western regions, i.e. White Russia, in the Ukraine, and in the north, eastern, northwestern and central regions of the RSFSR, population had been stationary in the Volga regions, doubtless owing to the famine of 1921-2. A report of Goskolana treated the rural population as liable to indefinite expansion, since it was limited only by the physiological level of existence. Using alternative calculations of 4 or 5 deciatins of land to every full agricultural worker, Goskolana reached figures of 14 and 19 millions, respectively, of surplus population in the 4 central and western regions of European Russia in 1923. Trudy Gosudert Svenago Kolonizacinogo. Nachnoisel Davidalskogo Instituta, 3 1926, 535 to 6, 549. The calculations have an artificial element about them, especially as non-agricultural earnings were apparently excluded, but indicate something of the magnitude of the problem. 2 Quoted in G. von Mand, Study and zur Kolonisation in der Sowjetunion. 1933, p. 37. 3 CP 289, note 2 above. 4 Tretai SS Sovtov SSSR, Postanovlenia, 1925, p. 26. 5 These and the following percentages in this paragraph have been calculated in G. von Mand, Study and zur Kolonisation in der Sowjetunion. 1933, p. 38, from Figures in Statistikeski Spravochnik SSSRZA 1928 G. 1929, pages 66 to 7. 560 The economic revival years. The decline probably reflected the increasing absorption of the surplus population of these regions in industrial development. The proportion of migrants from the Ukraine was 17% for each of these years and afterwards rose steeply. The Ukraine, more than any other part of the USSR, was a chronic sufferer from rural overpopulation, and constantly complained of neglect of Ukrainian needs in schemes of migration and settlement. In 1924-5 the western region of the RSFSR and the White Russian SSR accounted respectively for only 4 to 9% and 5 to 7% of the migrants, in 1925-6 for 14 to 2% and 17%. Are these higher proportions being maintained or exceeded in subsequent years? The low figures for 1924-5 are ably explained by the late development of the organization in these regions, which were overpopulated and thinly industrialized. Point to no other region contributed significantly to the eastward flow of migrants, while the pressure of surplus rural population was, in the middle 1920s, the main driving force which made migration policies urgent and popular. Marxist orthodoxy shunned the conception of overpopulation. Most official pronouncements on migration dwelt on the need to promote increased. 1 Grinko, the president of the Ukrainian Gosplan, asserted in March 1926 that inter-republic migration is still almost completely unorganized. Economikeskias Hizn, March 14, 1926, since virtually all lands available for settlement were in the territory of the RSFSR, this implied that Ukrainians were at a disadvantage. He added the not particularly relevant comparison that, whereas the average number of inhabitants per 100 deciatins in the USSR was 19, in the Ukraine it was 67. The same complaint was repeated at the session of TSIK in the following month. SSSR, Centralny Ispolitelny Komitet 3 Soziva, 2 Sessia 1926. Pages 468 to 9. 2 A resolution of the TSIK of the White Russian SSR of October 31, 1925 described agrarian overpopulation as the major evil from which the Republic was suffering. Ziberzakona Izahita BSSR, 1925, number 48, art. 381. There was a constant flow of surplus population from White Russia to the Donbass in search of employment. S.S.Sr. Centralny Ispolitel equals. Nikomitet 3 Soziva, 3 Sessia 1927, 69. 3 An article in Bolshevik, No 9 to 10, June 1, 1925, pages 81 to 94, took Lubny, Gertzike and the other professors in Goskolana to task for exaggerating the problem of rural overpopulation, but admitted that it existed, and could be solved only by industrialization, migration and colonization. 561. Agricultural production, and this theme was more intensively stressed as planning became more effective. At the outset in this respect far outran performance. The initial decree of October 17, 1924 laid down the principle that settlement should NS be affected in regions where it might be expected to achieve the greatest productivity in the shortest time and at the lowest cost. This was mainly the quest for a quick and cheap solution of a pressing problem. The dilemma was clearly put in the report of the Narcomsum of the RSFSR in the summer of 1925. Since colossal means would be required for settlement of the empty areas, it was indispensable to settle migrants in the immediate future in already inhabited regions, but, on the other hand, these regions could not easily accommodate any large number of new settlers. Migrants who traveled on their own initiative created a particular problem. IR. D. E5. While the wave of migrants increases from year to year, wrote Gosplan in 1927, the provision of a land fund for the migrants is relatively behindhand, and the newly arrived households, being to a considerable extent obliged to settle in already populated villages, fall into the position of semi-proletarians, are frequently exploited by the local kulaks, and in the end furnish substantial reserves of unemployed to the Siberian towns. A visitor to Siberia in 1926 found many of the towns surrounded by colonies of new immigrants, who lived in caves or in wooden huts or barracks constructed by themselves, and worked for well-to-do local peasants. In certain areas new immigrants are said to have obtained land at the expense of earlier settlers, particularly old believers, who had been driven from their homes and compelled to settle further north in the frozen steppe, taiga. Siberia occupied pride of place among the regions receiving migrants. It accounted for 62.6% of migrants in 1925 and 55.2%. 1 Planovi Hozyaistvo, number 8, 1925, p. 113, for this report CP 529. Above. 2 Control Cifrai Narodnogo Hozyaistvo SSSRNA 1927-1928 God. 1928, p. 432. 3. G. Klanow, New Siberian, 1928, pages 267-8. 4. Planovi Hozyaistvo, number 12, 1925, pages 232-3. 7m. 5. OM. 562 The Economic Revival. In 1926.1 of the 1925 migrants, only 4 to 9% settled in the far eastern region, and 10 to 3% in 1926. These proportions rose in subsequent years when more funds were available. No less than 21 to 8% of the migrants in 1924-5 entered Kazakhstan, apparently without official support. But their reception by the local population was hostile, and in the 3 following years, when official control over migration had become partially effective, the net entry of migrants into Kazakhstan fell to insignificant dimensions. Kazakhstan remained virtually closed to immigration until 1929. The Central Asian republics were, for the most part, closed territory. Extensive irrigation was required before more land could be brought into cultivation, and the fertile areas were already thickly settled. Next to Siberia and the far eastern region, the Volga region offered most land for settlement. In 1925, 3% of the migrants, and in 1926, 7 to 9%, were settled there. The North Caucasian region, which attracted some of the early migrants' degree, soon fell off as a receiving area, whether because the available land was used up, or because it had been occupied by kulaks. It cannot be said that up to this time migration had made any great contribution either to the relief of overpopulation, or to the expansion of agricultural production. But by 1926 the chaotic and spontaneous movements of the early 1920s had been brought under control. The machinery of organized migration and settlement had been established there. After the number of migrants gradually increased from year to year, a byproduct of these general migration schemes was a project for the settlement of Jews on the land. A committee for this purpose was set up in 1923, but apparently achieved no results till, in the following year, an American Jewish organization established an American Jewish Joint Agricultural Corporation, AGRO, joint, to promote the mass transfer to productive occupations of as many as possible of the 2,700,000 Jews living in the Soviet. 1. For the analysis of the regions to which migrants went, see Statisticius. Koab Ozrini, number 5, 1930, p. 87. 2. The figures of migrants and returners are in Statistikeski Spravo. Chnik SSSRZ 1928G, 1929, pages 66 to 7. 3. Planovi Hozyaistvo, number 10, 1925, p. 35. Migration and Colonization 563. Union. An agreement was reached by which funds for this enterprise would be provided in equal proportions by AGRO Joint and by the Soviet authorities. In the autumn of 1924 a committee for the settlement on the land of Jewish toilers, Komzet, was established by the Presidium of the Soviet of Nationalities, and drew up a program for the settlement of 100,000 Jewish families. Land was put at the disposal of the committee in the southern Ukraine and in the Crimea, with the promise of further allocations in the Volga region and in the North Caucasus. In 1925, in spite of some local resistance, 100,000 Jews were in fact settled. And the number had risen to 250,000 by 1928, mainly in the Ukraine and in the Crimea. Settlement was almost exclusively in the form of kolkhozy. Individual Jewish settlers were rare. The scheme had no political implications, though Petrovsky, the president of the Ukrainian Sovnarkom, went so far as to suggest to the 9th Ukrainian Congress of Soviets in May 1925 the creation of separate Jewish districts or even a Jewish region, and hopes were expressed elsewhere that the project might one day lead to the foundation of a Jewish Soviet Republic. 1. The White Russian SSR seems to have been first in the field with decrees of July and October 1924, Zibrzakona Izahita BSSR, 1924. I number 20, Arts. 183, 184, but this haste indicated the extent of the Jewish problem in the Republic rather than the availability of land or funds. 2. The authorities for this episode are articles in Na Agronome Front. I_no 5 to 6, 1925, pages 112 to 22, Vyas Savtov, number 14, April 15, 1925, p10. American Jewish Yearbook, XXVII, 1925, 58 to 62, Ziain, 1926, 59, 77 to 81. Universal Jewish Encyclopedia, I, 1939, 253 to 6, 3, 1941, 291. For a decree of September 25, 1925 defining the powers of Komzet and authorizing _JT to establish subordinate committees attached to the TSIKS of Union or Autonomous Republics, see Sobrany Zakhanov, 1925, number 69, Art. 509. E. Note B. The budgets of the republics. A minor problem of budgetary policy was provided by the subordinate budgets of the constituent republics of the Union. The financial relations between the USSR and the republics were determined with unusual precision by Article 1 of the Constitution of July 6, 1923, which included the following items among those falling within the competence of the supreme organs of the Union: the approval of a single state budget of the USSR, in which are incorporated the budgets of the Union republics, the determination of the general Union taxes and revenues, and also of the deductions therefrom and additions thereto which are included in the budgets of the Union republics, the authorization of supplementary taxes and levies forming part of the budgets of the Union republics, the establishment of a single system of money and credit. The result of these provisions was to confer unlimited financial and fiscal powers on the organs of the USSR. Narkompan was a unified commissariat, so that each constituent republic had its own subordinate Narkompan, but the Republican Narkompans would, in effect, be no more than agencies of the central organ. Since the Ukrainian and Transcaucasian SSRs had their independent budgets before the Soviet Union came into existence, this represented a formal curtailment of the previous powers of the republics. But, since the budgets of the period before 1923 had been largely fictitious, and the other republics had in fact been financing ally dependent on the RSFSR, the curtailment was more nominal than real. The immediate sequel of the new arrangements was a measure of almost complete financial centralization. In the budget of 1923 to 496% of all revenues were collected by the Union, and 87% of all expenditure was expenditure by the Union. The RSFSR collected 2,8% and spent 10%. The Ukrainian SSR collected 1% and spent 2 to 4%. 1 presumably also the White Russian SSR, though evidence has not been found on this point. 2 Socialisticus Hozyaispo, number 2, 1924, p6. The budgets of the republics 565. When Sokhonikov made his budget speech to TSIK in October 1924, the inconvenience of excessive centralization had been recognized, and he was able, not only to present an optimistic and confident review of the finances of the Union as a whole, but present to appear with the air of one making concessions to the ambitions of the republics for financial autonomy. While it was completely indispensable to preserve the financial unity of the Union, the example of Glavkism had shown that not all centralization is useful. The purpose of the draft statute on budgetary rights, which he presented to TSIK, was to allow to each republic a deployment of those resources of which it disposes at a republican level for the better construction of its financial economy. Apart, however, from a convenient measure of decentralization, the concession to the republics was more apparent than real. The republics handled less than 20% of the total revenues of the Union, and 22 to 5% of the expenditure, and none of them had a budget that balanced. Even if the situation were remedied as it was, in part, in later years by the allocation of larger revenues to the republics and the increase of the share of the republics in the Union budget, the principle of the unity of the budget, on which Sokhonikov insisted, was firmly anchored in the Constitution. The draft decree approved by Sovnarkom and now submitted to TSIK was designed to give effect to it. In the debates in both chambers, only Skripnik, speaking in the Council of Nationalities, made a serious protest, asking for a division of both direct and indirect taxes between the Union and the republics in fixed proportions, and complaining that the republics were placed in the position of poor relations who would always have a deficit. 3. The other spokesmen of the republics were for the most part sent to plead for minor concessions and adjustments. 1. For this part of his speech CP 488 above. M2. SSSR, Centralny Ispolitelny Komitet 2 Soziva, 2 Sessia, 1924. P 164, for the statute see pages 489 to 90 above. 3. SSSR, Centralny Ispolitelny Komitet 2 Soziva, 2 Sessia, 192a. Pages 327 to 8. When the draft decree was discussed a few weeks earlier in the TSIK of the RSFSR, it was pointed out that out of 600 million rubles collected on the territory of the RSFSR in direct taxation, only 130 millions would go to the budget of the RSFSR. Of non-tax revenue, 90 millions would go to the RSFSR as against 150 millions to the Union, visa Rossiyski. 566. The economic revival. At the conclusion of the debates, the statute on budgetary rights was adopted with a few verbal amendments. Each Union republic was to have its separate budget, prepared by its own Narkompan, and approved by its own Central Executive Committee. But these budgets were subject to revision by the Sovnarkom of the USSR, and were then incorporated in the budget of the USSR, of which they formed an integral part. On the revenue side, all indirect taxes entered the Union budget. Direct taxes were equally fixed by the Union, but a part of them could be handed over to the Republics in one of two ways: either a percentage of the tax received was deducted and paid over to the Republic, or a supplement was added to the tax and collected for the benefit of the Republic. Non-tax revenues, mainly profits from public enterprises, were divided between the USSR and the republics according to the character of the enterprise concerned, and the republics were authorized to raise certain dues and taxes on their own account. On the expenditure side, not only the cost of the Republican administrations, but the cost of educational, cultural, health, labor and agricultural services fell mainly on the republics, as well as the cost of financing the autonomous republics and regions, which had budgets of their own, and the local Soviets and their executive committees, which at this time had no budgets. In theory, the purpose was proclaimed of balancing each republic can budget within the Union budget. But, while decentralization in expenditure was convenient, the central authority was unlikely to relax its control of taxes, which were, as one commentator explained, not only sources of revenue but an instrument of the economic and social policy of the Union. Though progress was Centralny Ispolitelny Komitet 11 Soziva, Vita Sessia 1924. Pages 174 to 5. The draft was also stated to have been discussed in the TSIK of the Ukrainian SSR, Centralny Ispolitelny Komitet 2 Soziva, 2 Sessia 1924, p. 163, but records of this have not been available. 1. Under Art. 12 of the statute, the Sovnarkom of the Republic concerned was allowed 2 weeks in which to consider the proposed revisions, after which they would presumably be carried over its head. A complaint was recorded that the budget of each Union Republic has to pass 9 authorities before it is finally confirmed. Ekonomikosko Obozrenie, November 1925, p. 15. 2 Abid, September 1925, p. 12. The budgets of the Republics 567. Made towards equilibrium in the Republican budgets, the prin. Of the budget. At the Third Union Congress of Soviets in May. Underscore 1925 Sokhonikov declared his intention in the next budget to. Underscore assure to the Union Republic's firm sources of revenue in order that. Underscore symbol of the unity of the budget, exhibited primarily in the central control of revenue, was never seriously relaxed. Since currency and credit policy were also in the hands of the central. Underscore organs, the USSR was and remained, in all essential financial relations, a highly centralized unitary state. The budgetary system established by the decree of October 29, 1924 remained unchanged for 2.5 years. The subsidizing of the Republican budgets from the budget of the USSR continued to arouse criticism from those who wished to increase the underscore independence of the republics. The party Central Committee in underscore January 1925 recommended the closer participation of representatives of the Union republics and regions in the drawing up. Subsidies might be dispensed with. A resolution of the Congress confirmed this intention and demanded a speedy delimitation of underscore property and enterprises between the Union and the republics. In order to increase the volume of property and enterprises reserved for the Union republics, some attempt was made by underscore Narkompan to carry this ruling into effect. The budget estimates for 1925-6, submitted by Sokhonikov to Narkompan in November 1925, provided for expenditure to be balanced by receipts in the budgets of the RSFSR and the Ukrainian SSR, while the poor white Russian, Transcaucasian, Turkmen and Uzbek underscore publics continued to cover their deficits by subsidies, though on a reduced scale, out of a total revenue of 3,620 million rubles, 648 millions, or 17.5%, were allocated to the republics. These estimates proved, in the sequel, too optimistic. When the total 1 VKP, B, V. Rizoliatsiak, 1941, I, 634. 2 Treti SS Tsavtov SSSR, 1925, pages 429-40, in the course of the debate a Ukrainian delegate complained that we scarcely have a budget, and that the Ukrainian Narkompan makes up the budget in the course of its work, Ibid, p. 460. 3 IT, Post and Wilniat, 1925, p. 31. 4. Ekonomikeskiasism, November 14, 1925, it was announced that Sovnarkom devoted 2 meetings on 21 and November 28, 1925 to an examination of the Republican budgets, Ibid, December 3, 1925. I. 568 Economic Revival. Budget was increased to 3,900 million rubles. The proportion receipts allocated to the republics was also raised, but of the Republican budgets only the budget of the RSFSR was made a balance without subsidy. The final totals of revenue and expenditure for the republics in the financial years 1924-5 and 1925-6 were as follows, in millions of rubles, kissing face, I. Revenue expenditure. RSFSR 407:2733-7. Ukrainian SSR 77:3178-3. White Russian. SSR. Transcaucasian. SFSR. Turkmen SSR. Uzbek SSR. Totals 541-6 1012-1. The significant features of this picture were the rapid increase in the budgets of all the republics, and the increase in the deficits of all except the RSFSR and the Ukrainian SSR. This spoke well for the material development of the Union, and especially of its more backward territories. But it also revealed the extent to which material development intensified the dependence of the smaller and weaker republics on the central authority. The progress towards the regularization of the fiscal systems of the republics, which continued in subsequent years, was indicative of more efficient measures of devolution rather than of any relaxation of central control of fiscal policy. Taxation was too burning a social. 1 Control Nexifry Narodno Gohozyaisv SSSR NA 1927-1928 God. 1928, pages 554-5, 558-9. Since the Turkmen and Uzbek SSRs were only created in the course of the year 1924-5, the figures of their budgets for that year must be partly conjectural. The surplus of the RSFSR for 1925-6 copyright was apparently credited to the joint budget under another heading and not used to balance the deficits of the other republics. E. The budgets of the republics 569 underscore issue, and too important an instrument of social policy, to be left to local initiative, except on the most limited scale, and in this respect, as in others, the advent of planning proved a weighty factor on the side of central control. On January 12, 1926, SOV. Narkom instructed Narkompan to prepare a draft of amendments to the statute of October 29, 1924, to take fuller account of the requirements of the Union Republics. At the session of TSIK in April 1926, Kubishev once more admitted in principle that the budgetary rights and possibilities of the republics should be widened. But the question required further working out, and was postponed to the next session for final examination and underscore confirmation. 1. Vestnik Finansov, No 5-6, May June 1926, pages 221-3. 2 SSSR, Centralny Ispolitelny Komitet 3 Soziva, 2 Sessia, 1926. Pages 96-7. The budgets of autonomous republics had much the same relation to the budget of the Union Republic to which they belonged as had the underscore budgets of the Union Republics to the budget of the USSR, provincial and local finances, which were not included in the Union or Republican budgets, except insofar as they depended on subsidies, will be discussed in part 4 in the following volume. H.S.R.I26. IAEB. OSAEI. Comintern. Dobrahim. Donbass. Electrobank. Globlectro. Globmetal. Golro. Gazbank. Gosistat. Goskolanet. Gosplan. Gosel Syndicate. Kolkhoz. Committee. Komizamazai. KNS. Komsomal. Komzet. KPD. List of abbreviations. I. Yet. Kommunistikeski International. Communist. International. Obshestvo-Drzekomikoskoy Obran. Society of Friends of Chemical Defense. Donetsky Basin. Donetsk Basin. Anachinarny Bank po Elektrifikatsiai. Joint Stock. Bank for Electrification. Globno Upravlenie Elektricheskoy Promyshlin. Nosti, Chief Administration of the Electricity Industry. Globno Upravlenie Metallicheskoy Promyshlin. Nosti, Chief Administration of the Metal Industry. Gosederstvennia Komisija po Elektrifikatsiai. Rossi, State Commission for the Electrification of Russia. Gosederstvennia Bank, State Bank. Gosederstvenno Izdatelstvo, State Publishing House. Gosederstvennia Kolonizachenyi Nashno. Isildovadelsky Institute, State Institute for the Scientific Study of Colonization. Gosudrstvennia Obshcheplengova Ekonomisha. State General Planning Commission. Gosudrstvennia Selskahozyaistvennia Syndicate. State Agricultural Syndicate. Collective Nohozyaistvo, Collective Farm. Komiteti Bednoti, Committees of Poor Peasants. Komiteti Nezamis Itsilian, Ukrainian CE. Committees of Poor Peasants. Communisticki Soyuz Molodezi, Com. Communist League of Youth. D. Komitet Pozemel Nomu Osterwasp Butrodiashal. Chixia Evreev, Committee for the Settlement on the Land of Jewish Toilers. Kommunistische Partei Deutschlands, German. Communist Party. List of abbreviations 571. MOPR equals Международная организация помощи. Board. Samravaliatsii, International Association for Aid to Revolutionaries. Miskor Bank equals Moskovsky Gorodny Bank, Moscow Municipal Bank. Underscore Narkomfin equals Narodny Commissariat Finansov, People's Com. Commissariat of Finance. Narkomindel equals Narodny Commissariat Inostranik Del, People's. 7 Commissariat of Foreign Affairs. Underscore. Narkompros equals Narodny Commissariat Prosveshchenia, People's. F Commissariat of Education. Narkomtrg equals Narodny Commissariat Torgofli, People's equals. Commissariat of Trade. Underscore Narkomtra equals Narodny Commissariat Truda, People's Conk. Commissariat of Labor. Narkominidel equals Narodny Commissariat Vinutrenik Del, People's. NKVT, Commissariat of Internal Affairs. Underscore Narkomviter equals Narodny Commissariat Vinutrenii Torgofli. 4. People's Commissariat of Internal Trade. Narkomzum equals Narodny Commissariat Zemladilia, People's. 4. Commissariat of Agriculture. Underscore net equals Novaya Ekonomikeska Politika, New Ego. Nomic Policy. Not equals Nationale Organizatia Truda, Scientific Organ. Ization of Labor. Underscore OTBF equals Obshchestvo Druze Vozveshnago Flota, Society. 4. Of Friends of the Air Fleet. OGPU equals OBN and Nogosudrstven Politischsko. Upravlnye, Unified State Political Administration. OSO equals Obshchestvo Sodius Via Oberon, Society for the Promotion of Defense. OSVIC equals Osobos Ovshchanipo Vostanovlini Uznov. Nogo Kapitala, Special Conference for the Restoration of Fixed Capital. Palpred equals Penomagni Predstavitel, Plenipotentiary Representative. Proletgul equals Organizatia Predstavitele Proletarskogo Iskos. Stva, Organization of Representatives of Proletarian Art. Prombank equals Turgova Promyshlenny Bank, Bank of Industry. Underscore and Trade. 572, List of abbreviations. Rabker equals Rabaki Correspondent, Worker Correspondent. Rabkrin, RKI, equals Narodny Commissariat Rabashai Krestinskoy. Inspekcji, People's Commissariat of Workers and Peasants Inspection. RKK equals Rastanokno Konfliktny Komisii, Assessment. And Conflict Commissions. RKP, B, equals Rossiyskaya Kommunistikeskaya Partia, Vol. Shubikov, Russian Communist Party, Vol. Shubiks. RSFSR equals Rossiyskaya Sotsialistikeskaya Federativnaya. Sovetskaya Respublika, Russian Socialist Federal. Soviet Republic. Selkor equals Selsky Correspondent, Village Correspondent. Sovkhoz equals Sovetsko Hozyastvo, Soviet Farm. Sovnarkom equals Sovet Narodnik Commissarav, Council of Peoples. Commissars. SR equals Sotsial Revolutionary, Social Revolutionary. Sto equals Sovet Truda I Obrany, Council of Labor and Defense. Turkpred equals Turgovo Predstavitelstvo, Trade Delegation. TOZ equals Tovarchestvo de la Obshigozimlapol. Asterisk Zovenia, Association for Common Cultivation of Land. A. Bank equals Centralny Bank de la Communal Nogohas. Yispa Izilichnago Itelstva, Central. Bank for Communal Services and Housing. Construction. Centrosal Bank equals Visa Soyoznik Centralny Selskahozyaistvennia. Bank, All Union Central Agricultural Bank. Centrosoyoz equals Visa Rossiyskik Centralny Soyoz Potrybitelskik. Obshchestvo, All Russian Central Union of Consumer Societies. TSIK equals Centralny Ispolitelny Komitet, Central X. Executive Committee. VAPP equals Visa Rossiyskaya Assotsiatsiya Proletarsky Pisa. Tele, All Russian Association of Proletarian Writers. Vizimka equals Vishchai Sovet Narodnogo Hozyaispa, Supreme Council of National Economy. VKP, B, equals Visa Soyoznaya Kommunistikeskaya Partia, Vol. Shubikov, All Union Communist Party, Vol. Shubiks. ECSS. In V. PTGSEE OEATEME. Underscore V Neshter equals. VPK equals. Iziko Bank equals. V Sarabotsmos equals. VTSIKCA. List of abbreviations 573. Narodny Commissariat Vneshny I Torgofli, People's. Commissariat of Foreign Trade. Visa Soyozny Perizalenkesky Komitet, All Union. Migration Committee. Visa Soyozny, Visa Rossiyskyi, Cooperativny Bank. All Union, All Russian, Cooperative Bank. Visa Rossiyskyi Professionalny Soyuz Rabonikov. Zemlya Lisa, All Russian Trade Union of Agri. Cultural and Forestry Workers. Visa Soyozny, Visa Rossiyskyi, Centralny Isopol. Nitelny Komitet, All Union, All Russian, Sen. Trial Executive Committee. Table of approximate equivalents. 1 arshin equals 2 feet 4 inches. 1 chervonets, gold, equals 1 pound sterling, gold. 1 deciatin equals 2 colon 7 acres. 1 put equals 515, lo. 1 verst equals 66 mile.